You're talking nonsense. Li Guden's voice lowered as he realized he couldn't argue with Yin Jiaoyu at all. He was so angry his face turned red. Mistreatment was clearly a fact. Everyone in the village knew about the poor relationship between Yin Jiaoyu and Xiao Lian. She even asked Lord Tao to send them to villages farther away. Every village has a tradition of marriage. Recently, Tiantian's aunt came to visit relatives and brought news that Xiao Lian and Madame Qi often refused to work in the fields. Once, they were whipped more than 20 times by the guards. Could this still be considered harsh treatment? Li Fu saw his usually quick-tongued son give up and felt increasingly empty inside. His gaze swept over the county officials and finally realized that the officials at his house all held wooden sticks. He finally understood that Yun Jiaoyu was serious this time. According to the county magistrate's orders, their whole family would be whipped and then beheaded. When a person is about to die, they no longer hold grudges or complaints. They say whatever they need to. Madame Qi, you are really stubborn, with such a strong tongue. Even if Xiao Lian and Madame Qi's matters are not harsh treatment, in essence, you are no different from those who mistreat elders. Li Fu endured the pain in his body and the fear in his heart. He spat sarcastic remarks and sneered. He thought to himself, the girl from the Qi family, she's not much younger than Qi Zhaozhao. And you just sent her to a brothel without blinking an eye. People like you, compared to us, how are you better? Li Fu felt no guilt about betraying his mother. His biological mother was so old, she was beyond saving. Fortunately, she didn't resist before she died. She only had lifeless eyes, tears in them, staring at him as if she couldn't bear to part with her son. Before he could hit her on the back of the head, she softly called out, "Son." "My son. Mother doesn't blame you." For some reason, maybe because she was sure she would be judged by the law, Li Fu suddenly cried, wiping his tears with his hand. If my mother were still alive, she definitely wouldn't want me to suffer in the yamen. In Li Fu's view, Yun Jiaoyu was just meddling too much. No matter how unfilial he was, it wasn't up to an outsider to interfere. At this moment, many villagers also gathered at Li Guden's house. They were quarrying stones on the hillside and saw many officials coming. Knowing something big had happened, they put down their work and came to see what was going on. They had all heard some of Yun Jiaoyu and Li Fu's argument. For a moment, no one dared to make a sound. They even regretted being so nosy, overhearing things that might bring trouble to their employer. Now, a crowd of people was stuck, unable to leave or stay. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes narrowed coldly, her gaze instantly filling with a chilling aura. Many villagers looked at her with a mix of respect and amusement. She had left Sand Tangerine Village only a few months ago, and before leaving, she had to ensure that all villagers kept their mouths shut. She wanted to prevent gossip from reaching the ears of the investigators who might come later, causing unnecessary trouble. For her, this was a good opportunity to make an impression. Yun Jiaoyu knew well that Li Fu's words, which implied she was cruel, were likely accepted by the villagers. But because she was the one paying their wages, no one dared to speak against her. She had already thought of a proper excuse for sending Qi to a brothel. She wanted to say that she had a friend in the brothel, and though it sounded bad, this friend was educated and could teach Qi to read and write. Also, in Songzhou, Qi wouldn't have to suffer from the harsh winds and labor in Dahuang County anymore. But now, she couldn't say any of these things. She admitted that killing was killing, and mistreating was mistreating. There was no real difference. The person who kills is always likely to be killed in turn. When she killed Wan Yuan, she was already prepared for the possibility that she might be killed someday. The reason was simple. She realized that in Daki, there were no laws comparable to modern ones. The laws of Daki never served to restrain those in power. Above the law, there was official authority and imperial power. There were even clear rules about paying ransom to avoid death. She had studied kindness, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith for over 20 years. She had read that those who harm others with words could be cut with a knife, and those who harm with tricks could be as dangerous as wolves and tigers. But what she learned was useless in this era. so she had to use words as her sword and tricks as her blade. If she were in modern times, she would never have gone down this dark path. Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes flickered slightly, avoiding mentioning Qi'er. She coldly said, "Li Fu, you are mistaken." Her words carried an invisible, suffocating pressure. Yun Jiaoyu's voice was as cold as icy water, pouring over everyone present. She said slowly, "Although I don't want to mention it, the facts are clear. The difference between you and me is that I can forgive, but you cannot. I kill in urgent need." The other party was involved in a major case in the capital, so I had no choice but to kill. People in San Tangerine Village had never seen many noble people in their lives. When they heard the words "major case in the capital," they all straightened up, as if they felt honored. This shocking reason made everyone present look at Yun Jiaoyu with admiration. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. "I told you, Mrs. Qi gives us tasks to do, and she even wants to open a school for the children. Such a kind person can't be a wicked woman with a heart of venom. She must have her reasons." Turns out she had no choice but to kill. Whispers spread among the crowd. When the words reached Yun Jiaoyu's ears, she couldn't help but sneer coldly. Her expression turned icy, completely filled with coldness. Her tone was emotionless, but enough to silence Li Fu. She said seriously, "Killing someone is unfilial, treacherous, and immoral. Not supporting your parents is unfilial. Killing your biological mother is treacherous. Throwing someone into the pigsty to be eaten by pigs is immoral. These 3 crimes are all unforgivable." A dangerous glint flashed in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes as she shifted the topic to the main matter. Most of Aunt Li's body parts are intact. How she died can be confirmed by the coroner. Why does your family keep struggling desperately? In the end, none of you can escape.
Li fuesse pupils suddenly contracted.
He had no idea he had committed so many sins. No one had told him that killing his own family was also a crime. On the way to Tao Gaoshan, he brought a coroner just in case. After the coroner examined Aunt Li and confirmed the cause of death, she was indeed hit the back of her head. Tao Gaoshan waved his hand and ordered, "Bring them." Li Fu and Li Guden punished them with 80 strokes on the spot. If they die, bury them. If not, drag them to the county town for a public beheading on a chosen day. The villagers of Shijujin watched the scene of the punishment, trembling with fear. The more timid ones had already run away, with trembling legs. Those who remained, slightly less timid and with heavy hearts, stood rooted to the spot as if weighed down by lead. Tao Gaoshan played his part well, pretending to be friendly to Yun Jiaoyu. He put on an official air and said, "Listen up, everyone. Official disputes cause suffering to common people. From now on, if anyone comes to gossip or inquire about this, don't risk your family's lives over trivial matters." He warned softly, "This concerns Mrs. Qi's family. Speak kindly and keep all your gossip to yourselves. Otherwise, you'll be like a tiger pulling out its whiskers. You'll only have yourself to blame for your death." After speaking, Yun Jiaoyu looked at Tao Gaoshan, who was a wealthy man with a noble background. She realized that Tao was not an ordinary son-in-law. He spoke in a way that touched people's hearts. No wonder he could marry a wealthy, independent woman like Tao Furen. It seemed her father had also carefully chosen a suitable match when selecting a son-in-law. After a while, with just a few strikes of the wooden stick, Li Fu and his son's backs were bloodied and flesh-torn. Cloud Jiaoyu finally realized what was happening and planned to take Qi Zhaozhao away. Qi Zhaozhao was not very old, and scenes like this, with injuries and blood, were not unusual for her. "Zhaozhao Wenling, let's go." Qi Zhaozhao shook her head, her deep brown eyes full of determination. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled slightly as she suddenly said, "No. Sister-in-law, I won't leave. I want to see how Li Fu and Li Guden will end up suffering under the stick. Only then can I remember how to deal with wicked and deceitful people who upset our family in the future." Cloud Jiaoyu's gaze suddenly became firm, and she said nothing more. It was fortunate that Li Fu's family hadn't caused any irreversible harm to Qi Zhaozhao. This incident also had some benefits for her. At least, in future interactions with others, she would be more cautious and not be completely kind. It could also help her avoid many wrong turns. During the brief punishment, Uncle Li couldn't bear it anymore and averted his eyes, refusing to look at Li Fu and his son. He staggered over to Cloud Jiaoyu. Carefully, lowering his voice, he asked, "Madam Qi, the promise you made earlier, is it still valid?" Cloud Jiaoyu always kept her word. "Uncle Li, you can rest assured. What I say, I will do." Yesterday, Cloud Jiaoyu asked Li Hu to go to the county office to file a complaint. She promised to give him 5 taels of silver if the case was accepted. Uncle Li had a son who was still single at nearly 40 and had never married. He thought that if he could get the 5 taels of silver, his family would have a future. Hearing that Cloud Jiaoyu was willing to keep her promise, he couldn't help but rub the back of his hand. His eyes brightened as he muttered, "Good, very good. Madam Qi, you are truly a kind person." While everyone's attention was on Li Fu and his son, Cloud Jiaoyu didn't delay. She took out 5 taels of silver and handed it to him, as he had never seen so much silver before. He clenched it tightly, feeling deeply grateful to Cloud Jiaoyu. At this moment, Tao Gaoshan approached Uncle Li slowly. "Uncle Li, originally, the case of Li Guohua being mistreated or even killed needed the right person to report it. Without that, the authorities might not have accepted the case." He nodded respectfully. He understood that, because of this, the 5 taels of silver ended up in his hands. Tao Gaoshan's tone shifted. "And there's one more thing. If Li Guohua is still alive, and Li Fu and his family mistreat her, according to the law, after descendants hand over their family property to the government, it should be managed by the elder relatives. Now that Li Guohua has died, if Li Fu's family has any remaining money, it should belong to you, the elder." Uncle Li was stunned when he heard this. He knew that Li Fu and his wife were mining stones to make pigment, and last month they earned at least 3 taels of silver in wages. Knowing he could control Li Fu's wages made him feel even more that reporting this case was worth it. In Yun Jiaoyu's eyes, ahead, Li Fu and his son were crying out like pigs being slaughtered as they were punished, while Tao Gaoshan and Uncle Li discussed the transfer of property afterward. Siblings Qi Wenlang and Qi Zhaozhao stood side by side, staring intently without blinking, watching the punishment stubbornly. She felt completely at ease now. After today, the villagers wouldn't criticize her or the Qi family anymore. With Li Fu's family as a warning, the village's customs would become more respectful and filial. 3 days later, dawn was just breaking. Changjin rode back on his horse and knocked on the door. Behind him, a large group of people followed, with Nie Tao and his men returning fully loaded, specifically to say goodbye to Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu, still sleepy, opened the door in her coat, seeing Changjin dressed in a new outfit she had never seen before. In the dim light, the man's handsome and elegant face looked exceptionally beautiful, but he carried a faint smell of blood and flowers mixed together. She sniffed carefully and found the strange scent was hard to shake off. Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes looked a little dazed, raising an eyebrow. Even in Qingzhou, Changjin had never bathed with flower petals before. She thought he was using the floral scent to cover the blood smell. "Are you hurt?" As she spoke, Yun Jiaoyu instinctively reached out to check Changjin's chest, abs, and back. Following the smooth curve of his arm, she examined him thoroughly. After confirming he was unharmed, she asked, "How's the secret investigation of the silver furnace going?" A fleeting warmth appeared in Changjin's eyes as he completely forgot the recent day's experiences. A smile played on his lips, and he simply said, "We caught the culprit." It was a big success. Some officials from the guarding department unfortunately died under harsh punishment, while others who knew when to cooperate confessed. His deep voice explained, "Also, Nie Tao will bring evidence and stolen silver to the capital today. In at most 2 months, the corruption and fraud cases will be exposed to the world." Yun Jiaoyu's star-like eyes flickered. "That's really the biggest good news I've heard since being exiled." She caught sight of some people outside. She lifted her lantern slightly and looked toward the crowd outside the door. This is when she finally saw Nietao standing outside, facing her with his hands clasped in a respectful salute. Ho Ding and the others were tightly bound, their hands tied behind their backs, with only their feet able to move slightly. Nietao's voice was firm and powerful, full of respect. "Second miss, see you again in the capital." As he finished speaking, his followers behind him also shouted in unison, "Second miss, see you again in the capital." Yun Jiaoyu was shocked by this strong and lively display and trembled slightly. She sensed that Nietao's group truly respected her from the bottom of their hearts. All her tiredness disappeared. "Be careful on your way. If you travel by water, it's best to take a merchant ship. The county magistrate's wife from Dahuang County has many water routes. Traveling on her ships can hide your true purpose." They were at a critical turning point. Yun Jiaoyu thought it was better to be cautious in everything. If Nietao's group traveled by land or rented a whole ship, they might be ambushed halfway, and all their efforts would be lost. Nietao nodded to show he understood and kept her words in mind. "Understood." Yun Jiaoyu gave a few more instructions and finally watched as everyone left. Once most of the group's figures disappeared, she and Changjin went into the house together. Yun Jiaoyu felt uneasy. "Changjin, do you think the Qi family and Uncle Sun, can they successfully overturn the case?" "Of course." Changjin's expression was calm, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. His clear voice was a little cold. "We are also lucky now. Do you know who the granddaughter of the Minister of Revenue is promised to?" Yun Jiaoyu didn't quite understand what he meant. Regarding officials' children in the capital, she only knew about Pei Gui and Ning Guxing's relationships. Pei Gui didn't associate with the granddaughter of the Minister of Revenue. Ning Guxing was very strict about his morals and was not interested in other women. So, Yun Jiaoyu didn't know the details of this noble girl's marriage. Curious, she asked, "Who is she promised to?" "She is promised to the crown prince's heir, to be the future princess." Yun Jiaoyu's mind suddenly exploded like a bomb. After hearing this big secret, she roughly understood why the man said their luck was turning. She didn't have a deep impression of the minor roles like the Minister of Revenue's daughter in the novel. But when it came to the crown prince's heir and the future princess, she remembered them clearly. The current emperor, aside from the late crown prince from a few years ago, only has 2 young princes. These 2 princes have special statuses. The 8th prince's mother is a noble consort, but she is from the De Liang royal family. The 9th prince's mother is from De Qi. Born into a humble family, her mother's family had little influence. If she hadn't become a palace maid and accidentally met the drunken emperor, she might never have become a noble lady in her life. Because of this, if they wanted to make her the crown princess, they would face many obstacles. King Jiang is the emperor's half-brother. The crown prince, King Jiang, is young, only in his early 20s, and still carries royal blood. The Minister of Revenue's granddaughter is married to him. Doesn't that clearly show the minister's goodwill toward King Jiang? Yun Jiaoyu was stunned. "I heard from Nietao that the Minister of Revenue's only granddaughter is a commoner's daughter. With such a background, how could the King Jiang's residents agree to make her the crown princess? Even Pei Gui, a legitimate daughter of the Ministry of Rites, might not be suitable for the position. And for a commoner girl from a similar official family, it's even harder to marry into a noble residence." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes showed surprise. Could it be that the Minister of Revenue's corruption is just a cover? Most of the official silver he embezzled ended up in King Jiang's household? But that's just our guess. We have no proof. Thinking of this, Yun Jiaoyu was a bit stunned. As far as she knew, King Jiang's family was a minor noble in later years. In other words, Changjin's recent reversal of the case didn't seriously harm King Jiang's family. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu's reaction, Changjin's eyes were deep, and he suddenly smiled. "I never said that the official silver embezzled by the Minister of Revenue was related to King Jiang's residence." Yun Jiaoyu was confused. She couldn't help asking, "Then why did you mention King Jiang's residence just now?" The man's gaze was calm and profound, with a hint of danger. Feeling somewhat pleased, he explained, "Look, even you, who doesn't know much about the capital. When you hear about their two families' engagement, you automatically think that the embezzled silver is connected to King Zhong's residence. Especially since you're from the capital. His voice grew softer. As the saying goes, when the wind blows, the phoenix tree falls, people will talk about others' affairs. People's words can be very sharp and hard to control. So, as long as Nie Tao can bring evidence to the capital, our aging emperor will quickly make a decision and clear our name. Isn't this of luck? Yun Jiaoyu was frozen in place. She never expected that back in Shaja village, Changjin already had the idea of using power struggles to eliminate rivals. No wonder he became the ultimate villain. Yun Jiaoyu pondered when she should propose a divorce. But as she thought, she started to take it seriously. She asked carefully, "So, is the Minister of Revenue's corruption related to King Zhong's residence?" Changjin's brow twitched slightly, naturally connected to the situation. Unexpectedly, the woman was so curious about the secret affairs in the capital. Feeling interested, she deliberately avoided the topic. "Is there anything to eat at home? I've been traveling all day and am a bit hungry." Yun Jiaoyu raised her eyebrows, turned, and took some pastries from the cabinet. She handed them over and asked, "Is it related?" Changjin originally wanted to tease Yun Jiaoyu a few more times, but she leaned forward, her skin soft and fresh like a lotus blossom. Her clear, round eyes blinked, sparkling with tiny lights that were more beautiful than the stars he saw last night while traveling. His gaze involuntarily fixated on her figure. His slightly protruding Adam's apple moved up and down a little.
He gave in, yes.
Warm breath brushed Yun Jiaoyu's cheek, making her realize she was too close. She felt her body reacting strangely. Her heart was beating faster. She thought she should check herself to avoid irregular heartbeat. Yun Jiaoyu sat back on the stool, quietly feeling her pulse, confirming she was in good health. She was a bit puzzled. Suddenly, noisy footsteps came from outside the room. The commotion grew louder, calling out, "Miss Qi, something's wrong. Your mother-in-law is gone." Madam Qi, hearing this, was suddenly shocked and looks unwell. "You should go check on her." The knocking and urgent explanations made Yun Jiaoyu's palms sweat. After teaching Li Dafu the method to harm people, she hadn't asked about what happened next. To avoid suspicion, she hadn't even gone to see him once.
Unexpectedly, Li Dafu acted swiftly.
Xiao Lian died so quickly. Yun Jiaoyu pretended not to know anything about it. From the corner of her eye, she saw the man's hand holding the pastry had stopped slightly. She bit her lip, noticing Changjin's handsome face, the color fading from his cheeks. She couldn't bear to look longer and went straight to open the door. She found that the people here to inform her were Lu Dashan and his brother-in-law, Zhonyo. Zhonyo was from Fangshan village, which was over 10 miles from Shaja village. He ran so fast that his shoes were worn out. It was estimated that Xiao Lian had died a few hours earlier. "What's going on?" Yun Jiaoyu asked with a frown, then changed her tone. "Forget it. We'll talk about this later." She took out silver to settle the matter. "Lu Dashan, your brother-in-law has traveled hard. This silver is just a reward for delivering the message. When he returns, he can ride back with us in the carriage." Due to the urgent situation, he also instructed, "Lu Dashan, I need to trouble you. Please borrow a horse-drawn carriage from Li Dafu's family. We will split up. I will inform my third aunt and her family, and we will go together to Fangshan village." Lu Dashan took the money and handed it to Zhonyo. He nodded and said, "I'll go borrow the carriage right away." In the blink of an eye, Lu Dashan and Zhonyo ran toward Li Dafu's house. Yun Jiaoyu lowered her expression and turned to look at Changjin. The man was still sitting on the stool, looking somewhat absent-minded. It was hard to tell if he was struggling to accept the fact that his mother had passed away. Yun Jiaoyu thought about how to comfort Changjin. She wasn't sure if, with his intelligence, he could guess the reason behind his mother's death. She frowned and said, "Changjin, although your mother and I didn't get along, the deceased is gone." She added, "We still need to handle the arrangements." Changjin's eyes darkened slightly, and he looked at Yun Jiaoyu with a scrutinizing gaze. He seemed to be deep in thought and said, "When a person is gone, Past troubles can indeed be forgotten. He quickly regained his composure. He stood up and walked toward the door, standing with Yun Jiaoyu. He softly said, "I will go with you to find Uncle San and the others." After half a cup of tea, Lu Yunxiu woke up both children, and the family squeezed into a horse-drawn carriage with Yun Jiaoyu and the others. They headed to Fangshan village. Li Dafu had specially borrowed his servant to drive the carriage. Inside the carriage, Lu Yunxiu held Yun Jiaoyu's hand tightly and sighed. This happened so suddenly. Qi Wenlang and Qi Zhaozhao had no good feelings toward Xiao Lian. They kept their heads down and said nothing. Only Zhou explained, "Actually, it's not so sudden. A few days ago, a herbal medicine merchant from the neighboring county came to our village, wanting to contract the mountain to harvest herbs. When they found out they couldn't get the contract, they unexpectedly discovered many unattended ginkgo nuts on the mountain. They paid the village had a few coins and collected dozens of baskets. They said they would take them to Shui Long County to dry and sell. But who knew? Qi Xiaofu's mother-in-law secretly took a basket home." Thinking about it, since it was a life involved, Zhonyo spoke carefully. "People in our village don't like eating ginkgo nuts. That ginkgo tree is dangerous. Someone used to have died under it. It's likely Qi Xiaofu's mother-in-law didn't know about this. She stopped eating regularly and would steal ginkgo nuts daily to fill her stomach. Last night, the village dogs kept barking, and that's how she was found. She died in the fields." Zhonyo shook his head and sighed. When she was found, she was still holding half a ginkgo nut. "Let's go to their house again. There are still half a basket of fruit inside." After Zhonyo finished speaking, the carriage fell silent. Yun Jiaoyu pursed her lips tightly, unsure of what to say. She felt that Scholar Li's actions were flawless, and unknowingly, he had improved the plan to harm Xiao Lian. Compared to hiding the white nuts outside Xiao Lian's door at night, making her steal them, it was actually more troublesome to find herbal medicine vendors to buy the white nuts. "It's really a sin," Lu Yunxiu frowned and shook her head slowly. "I didn't expect my sister-in-law to die from such a silly reason. A ridiculous cause of death." Lu Yunxiu paused, noticing her husband Qi Xianglei's serious face. He was probably worried about old Madame Qi's health. Meanwhile, her nephew Qi Changjin's handsome face looked somewhat stern and cold. Seeing that both of them were in a bad mood, she held back her words. She didn't finish her sentence. Lu Yunxiu was a smart woman. Over the years, she had tried to stay calm around everyone in the Qi family. For example, with old Madame Qi, even if she disliked her as her mother-in-law, she rarely caused conflicts openly and always showed respect. Besides the traditional teaching that daughters-in-law should unconditionally respect their elders before marriage, she was also taught by her father since childhood. Help the weak, but beware of the strong. The weak often receive sympathy from others. One should not act too absolutely, because some malicious people, when old, weak, or ill, would appear pitiful. This would naturally evoke sympathy and also cause others to gossip. If she had previously clashed directly with old Madame Qi, now that she was old, weak, and on the brink of life and death, even if her husband didn't say it openly, he would still blame her for being unfilial. Lu Yunxiu subtly looked at Yun Jiaoyu, and after considering, she worried that this child might be blamed by Qi Changjin. She decided to intervene, affectionately saying, "Brother Jin, the kindness of parents is deep, but it eventually comes to an end. Now that the deceased is passed, as children, the living should pay their respects properly. Your mother has lived most of her life without suffering, and you have been filial to her for over 20 years. She rarely caused trouble before. To say something unkind, her life has been worth it." Lu Yunxiu wanted to be a peacemaker. She took Yun Jiaoyu's hand gently and placed it in Qi Changjin's palm. She advised warmly, "You and your wife must live in harmony, so that your family can prosper forever. Do not blame the bright moon because of your mother's death." Qi Changjin's brow twitched slightly, and his gaze grew deep and calm. The somber expression on his face gradually faded, and he relaxed his eyebrows. "Third, and is overthinking," he said gently. He understood clearly in his heart. One thing is one thing. If his biological mother had not harbored evil intentions to steal the white fruit, he would not have ended up poisoned by it. Moreover, honestly speaking, his birth mother may not be suitable as a stepmother, but as his real mother, she is worthy. Xiao Lian is his biological mother, and she raised him with love. She is gone, so naturally, he feels sad. But feeling sad is one thing. He calmly responded, "My mother's death has nothing to do with the bright moon. I will not blame her. Now the weather is hot, and if the body is not buried soon, it will rot and smell, damaging her dignity. It's better to find a place to bury her properly." Yun Jiaoyu was a bit surprised and asked curiously, "Clearing her name is what happened in these 2 months. If we send her mother back to Qingzhou now, perhaps one day her case will be reopened, and she can be buried in the ancestral grave there. Are you sure you don't want to place her in a coffin and take her back? The Qi family ancestral grave is in Qingzhou. Both Qi Changjin's parents have passed away, and they should be buried together. In a couple of months, she and the third family will leave Zizhou. If Xiao Lian is buried in Dahuang County, it would serve as a punishment for her continuous misconduct in life, and she would not be buried in the family ancestral grave after death." Qi Changjin slowly shook his head. "As long as the case isn't reopened, if we openly leave Zizhou, we will face trouble or even accusations later. This risk cannot be taken. Once I establish myself in the capital, I will have someone move my mother's remains to the ancestral grave." Qi Xianglei also became serious. He nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we can't take her coffin back to Qingzhou. Not only would it be inappropriate to send the wife of the eldest sister-in-law, but even my mother, Changjin's biological grandmother, can't be moved back if she passes away." When dealing with matters related to the future rise and fall of the family, almost everyone remained very rational. Qi Xianglei sat upright in the carriage and reminded, "Our Qi family was exiled wrongly from the start. Although the officials in the court wrongly accused us, if we don't get the case reopened and return to Qingzhou on our own, it would be like sending the dead in the coffin back. If in the future no one in the family enters official service, it might be okay. But now Brother Jean has a chance to become an official, and Wenlang is studying hard day and night." He shook his head as the highest-ranking person in the family besides Madame Qi and the second house. He clearly expressed his opinion, "If we really take her coffin back, people will inevitably gossip, saying we are dissatisfied with the court and harbor resentment." This was deliberately done before the case was overturned, to have the person taken to the ancestral grave. Yun Jiaoyu listened to Qi Changjin and third uncle, and she agreed that this made sense. She didn't have much feeling for Xiao Lian. Whether she was buried early or late didn't matter to her. It was not a big deal either way. The carriage arrived at dawn after leaving in the dark night. Finally, they reached Fangshan village. Old Madame Qi and Qi Xingtian had been assigned to work in 2 villages next to Fangshan village. This time, because Xiao Lian was gone, they were allowed to send her to Fangshan village. On the way, Zhonyo had already told Yun Jiaoyu about this. As soon as they got off the carriage, they heard old Madame Qi crying loudly at Xiao Lian's door, her voice loud and harsh, as if she was crying out in pain. She cursed, "You ungrateful daughter-in-law. Why did you go ahead of me? I shouldn't have let you marry into our Qi family. It said that marrying an unworthy wife ruins 3 generations. You caused my eldest son's death, and then had that ungrateful white-eyed wolf, even making him marry a lowly woman. Xiao Lian, you really caused a lot of suffering for our Qi family." Over the years, old Madame Qi had shown her respect to Xiao Lian. Seeing her leave like this, she felt uneasy inside. Thinking about today's situation, she knew her unfilial grandson and the reckless granddaughter-in-law would come soon. So, she decided to vent her frustrations openly. In the past, no one in the village wanted to listen when she complained, but now it was different. Outside Xiao Lian's house, many people had gathered. Even if they didn't want to hear her complaints, they had to listen. After more than a month, Yun Jiaoyu was seeing old Madame Qi and Qi Xingtian again for the first time. She frowned, feeling that this old woman not only scolded her openly, but also indirectly insulted her. She called her ungrateful, accused her of ruining 3 generations, and looked displeased. Her eyes darkened slightly. She was unhappy. She really wanted to say that if she hadn't traveled here, the main and second branches would have been driven to the brink and wouldn't have survived until now. Because the future villain, Changjin, would turn dark during the exile. And the easiest way for someone to turn evil quickly was experiencing the repeated deaths of close family members. At this moment, Tian weakly tugged at his mother's rough cloth sleeve.
Mom.
He whispered forcefully, Mom, don't say anything more. Look at what happens when we upset Brother Jin's wife. Just look at the 3rd branch, how good their life is now. My goodness, just be gentle. It's not easy for us to see Brother Jin and the others once. Muttering to herself, she thought, if I just soften up, maybe we won't have to suffer anymore. Old Lady Qi knew these reasons in her heart, but she just couldn't bring herself to lose face. In the past, as the head of the wealthiest family, no one dared to disrespect her or even try to flatter her. She couldn't swallow this insult. She glared at Tian and angrily said, "You're such a coward." Tian seemed to think of something, but didn't dare to take a risk. Seeing her son like this, Old Lady Qi also remembered something. She watched Yun Jiaoyu and the others getting closer to her position. Suddenly, she had a bright idea. She cursed herself for not studying enough in the past, which led to her being bullied by Yun Jiaoyu. This time, she must make this little troublemaker suffer a complete defeat and make her regret not respecting her elders. Old Lady Qi gradually took on her role as the elder, wiping her tears with her sleeve. She nudged Tian with her elbow, signaling him to help her to Yun Jiaoyu and the others. The closer Yun Jiaoyu got to Old Lady Qi, the more she felt the other was about to cause trouble again. She followed Changjin, pretending not to notice the confident look of the family elder. Xiao Lian's body was laid on the bed inside the house. It was covered with a dirty white cloth, tightly covering from head to toe. Some visitors, curious to see the body but afraid to look directly, kept glancing over. Yun Jiaoyu, being a doctor, was not afraid of dead bodies. Her eyes showed no fear at all. After glancing at everyone, Zhonyo came over to Yun Jiaoyu. "Madam Qi, these are villagers from nearby. You've given us work, and we are grateful. Now that your mother-in-law has passed, we've come to see her off voluntarily." Yun Jiaoyu nodded politely and said, "Thank you all for your effort." "It's no trouble," Zhonyo bowed respectfully. He respected Yun Jiaoyu very much. Aside from the stone mining work she kindly provided, his own sister, Zhou Jinhua, was also saved by Madame Qi's skillful treatment. Yun Jiaoyu took out 2 silver ingots from her sleeve. Since she had mostly spoken to Zhonyo from Fangshan village, she handed the silver over. "Zhonyo, here are 20 taels of silver. Also, please go to the county coffin shop to buy the best coffin and hire some bearers to carry it. I am not sure if there are any funeral teams in the city that can handle the burial arrangements for the past few days. If there are, it would be best to call them directly. If not, please put in more effort to find some independent workers." Yun Jiaoyu did not want to admit her relationship with Xiao Lian as her mother-in-law. However, because of Changjin and the reputation of the Qi family in the future, she still had to wear mourning clothes and organize the funeral. There are not many professional funeral service providers in Dahuang County. Most families, when someone passes away, are simply sent off by their relatives. Those with money buy coffins, burn paper money, and hire funeral teams to handle the arrangements. Those without money just wrap the deceased in straw mats and use plain wooden boards to mark the grave. Zhonyo took the silver and felt its heavy weight in his hand, stunned. 20 taels of silver was enough for their whole family to live comfortably for 10 years. Villagers watching nearby looked excited. Some muttered sarcastically, "In the end, Zhonyo knows how to handle things." Right after Xiao Lian died, he ran to Shaju village to inform Madame Qi. Now he's received 20 taels of silver to handle the funeral. If I had known, I would have gone to Shaju village to spread the news too. Zhonyo ignored the gossip, letting it go in one ear and out the other. He casually ordered someone, "Uncle Chen, isn't your son a carpenter in the city? Now that Madam Qi needs a grand funeral for her mother-in-law, bring your son back to set up a canopy. Uncle, I remember your son-in-law has skills in building graves. Call him too. Find a good feng shui spot for the grave. Soon, Zhongyou arranged everything carefully. Many who benefited from the situation became more eager, hoping to get a share. Because of the silver. Many people praised Yun Jiaoyu highly, saying, Madam Qi really is good to her mother-in-law. My husband works in Ju village. I heard from officials from Qingzhou that Xiao Lian caused a lot of trouble in her lifetime, but Madam Qi cleaned up the mess. Oh, I also heard from my husband. He said that when Xiao Lian was alive, Madam Qi helped her clean up after her. Now that she's dead, Madam Qi still gives her a grand funeral. Madam Qi is truly kind and generous. The praise flooded in like waves, reaching Yun Jiaoyu's ears. She was momentarily stunned, thinking that Qing Er and the others knew how to handle things. They had helped maintain her image among nearby villagers without her knowing. Yun Jiaoyu discreetly glanced at Zhongyou, secretly showing some admiration in her eyes. Thinking to herself, after the case is overturned, many of the people from Qingzhou will leave Zizhou. Perhaps. Later, the task of managing the villagers' work can be handed over to Lu Dashan's family. Then she can choose a few people to help oversee things, and she will feel assured about the industry in Shaj village. At this moment, a sneering laugh suddenly echoes from Madam Qi's chest. She glares at the villagers who just praised Yun Jiaoyu. Mockingly, she says, Really clueless. Only 20 silver taels, and you're already flattering that little brat? She scoffs. In Qingzhou, the wealthy family's funerals usually cost thousands of taels. Yun Jiaoyu only spent 20 taels. I think she wouldn't even let her own mother-in-law enjoy peace in the afterlife. Hearing Madam Qi's words, Yun Jiaoyu's dark eyes gradually turn cold, sensing that she's being indirectly insulted as unfilial. A wave of disgust rises in her heart. She frowns and says, Grandmother, you're going too far. Using a clever tactic, she replies, Qingzhou is a rich and fertile land, and wealthy families often compare and compete in funeral arrangements. Spending thousands of taels is not unusual. Dahuang County isn't Qingzhou, and I haven't made money from my business yet, so I don't have that much silver. Even if I did, I wouldn't spend it. The county town and nearby Shui Long County can't even handle this funeral's arrangements. So how can you say I'm unwilling to let my mother-in-law enjoy peace in the afterlife? Yun Jiaoyu has no intention of calling Xiao Lian mother. Even if she's gone, she won't say a word of regret. She only refers to Xiao Lian as Qi Changjin's mother, out of respect. She lets out a muffled hum, considering Qi Changjin's feelings. She warns lightly, Grandmother, if you're determined to cause trouble, wait until the deceased is buried and at peace. Don't cause a fuss or ruin the ceremony during the mourning period, and don't make it harder for your own grandson when he's saying goodbye to his mother. Qi Changjin's eyes soften slightly. He gently holds Yun Jiaoyu's hand, applying a little force, pulling her to his side behind him. He signals that he can handle this matter. His cold, ink-black eyes flicker with a fierce, killing intent. There's no warmth in his gaze. It looks very cold and distant, almost darkening. He quickly sees through the true situation. He coldly exposes, Grandmother, did you hear about the family in Shaj village yesterday, where a family of 3 was beaten to death, and the elders control the family wealth? As soon as he finishes speaking, Madam Qi's face turns pale. Without waiting for the other person to speak, Qi Changjin's eyes showed a hint of amusement. On the way here, Lu Yunxiu casually mentioned this matter to him. At that moment, he already thought his own grandmother was scheming and eager to cause trouble. Sure enough, he guessed correctly. He deliberately raised his voice a bit and said slowly, Grandmother, you're causing trouble in front of everyone. Are you trying to bring up old issues? Exaggerating how badly we treat you and my mother? Are you planning to take this to court and swallow the business of the bright moon? Old Lady Qi's palms were sweaty. She truly thought so, and she was convinced this plan could work. At this moment, Qi Changjin looked at her as if she were a dying person. He sneered coldly. He couldn't understand why his own grandmother was so foolish. She didn't even realize the truth, that those who follow the right path will have support, those who stray will have few allies. In Dahuang County, the mountain was leased by Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu also helped Lord Tao get through the tax crisis. She even hired many workers and many families' lives improved significantly. In other words, his wife was popular in Dahuang County. Most villagers were content with their current lives and wanted to work under women for a lifetime. They didn't want to do manual labor themselves, and outside influences could affect them. If his own grandmother only argued verbally with Yun Jiaoyu, the villagers wouldn't be hard to manage. But what if she was eyeing the village's assets? Even if the villagers were difficult to control, they would unite and fight back. They would find opportunities to ruthlessly eliminate the troublemaker. This is Dahuang County. Above, there was Lord Tao. Below, there were villagers from various villages. None of them would oppose the good fortune that made their lives better. Yet his own grandmother was sickly and haggard, unable to see this truth. Qi Xingtian understood his nephew's meaning. His heart suddenly skipped a beat.
What?
Mother, why haven't you given up and insisted on going against Yun Jiaoyu? Qi Xingtian had had enough. He released his hand from supporting old lady Qi and immediately grasped Qi Changjin's arm. Brother Jin, second uncle knows he's wrong. Please, talk to Yun Jiaoyu for me so I don't have to keep doing farm work. Whether or not to take the business, that's all your grandmother's idea. I'm the least quarrelsome person. As long as you let me go, I can serve as a beast of burden for you and your family in the future. Yun Jiaoyu was a bit surprised, glancing at Qi Xingtian, who almost sounded pleading. She didn't expect that just over a month had passed. This second uncle simply couldn't endure such days. Without a wife or children to keep him warm at night, no one to prepare 3 meals a day for him, and having to do farm work himself. She composed herself and spoke clearly in front of everyone. Casually, she said, "Second uncle, there's no need to cling to the past. We are all just common people. It's our duty to farm and work. Now that Longjin's biological mother has passed away and she died outside, I think in this case, the deceased should be laid to rest quickly. You and Grandma should stop causing trouble." Yun Jiaoyu politely refused Qi Xingtian's attempt to win her over. Every word expressed her dissatisfaction with Madame Qi and her son. Xiao Lian died outside, which villagers saw as an unlucky event. Usually, if someone died outside the village, they should be buried quickly. This time, the villagers, out of respect for Yun Jiaoyu, refused to let Xiao Lian's body enter the house. They wouldn't even let her at the village entrance. Madame Qi was furious. She was confident that using the law to imprison Yun Jiaoyu was a feasible plan, as long as her unfilial grandson didn't expose her. She believed she could seize the woman's wealth and have her sons run businesses, living a good life again. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Madame Qi was in poor health, her hands trembling, but suddenly she raised her hand. With great force, she struck Qi Changjin hard in the face. She changed her approach to seize the property, cursing loudly, "You ingrate! You married and forgot your mother. Even forgot your own grandmother. If you still care about your late father and your grandfather who built everything from nothing and loved you, then immediately use the reason of being childless to divorce. Let Yun Jiaoyu leave with nothing." Madame Qi lost her mind. She knew that if a woman couldn't have children, she could be divorced. As long as Qi Changjin was ruthless enough this time to wipe out Yun Jiaoyu's wealth, the Qi family could rise again. She could continue to be a wealthy matriarch. The word divorce echoed in Yun Jiaoyu's ears. Her eyes brightened. Although being divorced sounded bad, if she could end this marriage before Qi Changjin felt guilty and before her family disowned her, it was not unacceptable. As for leaving with nothing, she had invested so much effort in Shijujin village, she would never give up her assets. Although she took all the property from the Qi family's warehouse, these assets couldn't compare to the untapped natural gold in the mountains of Dahuang County. At most, she would split everything equally with Qi Changjin according to the law of shared property in China. Cloud Jiaoyu drooped her shoulders, deliberately hiding the glint of light that flashed in her eyes. She was ready to seize this rare opportunity to leave peacefully. Changjin. Cloud Jiaoyu knit her brows gently, her voice calm. She had never been so understanding before. She no longer had much temper for Madame Qi, appearing soft and weak. She slowly withdrew her hand from the man's palm. With a righteous tone, she said, "No matter what Grandma said is right. I've been married to you for over 3 years, but we haven't had children. You married me unwillingly, and rather than delaying the Qi family's future, it's better to divorce me." As she finished speaking, Lu Yunxiu's pupils trembled, sensing that the couple still hadn't consummated their marriage. She frowned, feeling unfair for Cloud Jiaoyu. This couple, living alone in the house for over a month, and nothing has happened? A woman unable to bear children means, in Qi, that the man's descendants are cut off. It's a serious mistake that could end the family line. Could Jin Ge really be so unwilling toward Jiaoyu? Not even willing to share a room? Lu Yunxiu could no longer contain her gentle temper. She walked over to Qi Changjin and pulled Cloud Jiaoyu behind her. Angrily, she questioned, "Jin Ge, how can you treat Jiaoyu like this?" Lu Yunxiu suppressed her emotions, unwilling to reveal the family's embarrassment in front of outsiders. She subtly hinted at the situation, criticizing Qi Changjin before others could fully understand. Qi Changjin's handsome face showed a burning pain. His brows furrowed slightly. He wasn't unwilling to share a room with Cloud Jiaoyu. In the past, he was indeed reluctant to marry her. But now, through hardships together, seeing her always made him feel at ease. He had long been willing to marry her. However, the conditions in Dahuang County were harsh, and having children would only make Cloud Jiaoyu's life harder. So, before she went to bed early, he would pretend to sleep. He wanted to wait until they went to the capital, establish themselves there, then share a room with her. Qi Changjin's gaze was deep and complex as he looked at Cloud Jiaoyu. "Jiaoyu, don't think too much. I am willing." His brows flickered with a hint of resolve, preparing to stabilize the situation externally before calming things internally. A cold, dark light grew sharper in his eyes, and he turned to Madame Qi to show his determination outwardly. He declared firmly, "Grandma, I will never divorce Jiaoyu in this lifetime. She is my wife. I will do my best to cherish her and give her the best life.
Just forget about it."
Qi Changjin's eyes were cold and distant. "Second uncle, third uncle, today is my mother's death anniversary. No one should cause trouble or make noise in front of the memorial hall. Please, 2 uncles help Grandma outside to rest, so she won't be too upset and behave improperly." Qi Xianglei found it hard to do the right thing, but he still followed his nephew's words. Today is a special day, and causing trouble is really inappropriate. Qi Xingtian's eyes regained hope, thinking that if his nephew could command him, it meant he still had a good impression. Maybe if he behaved well and showed kindness, things would get better. He wouldn't have to do the dirty, tiring work anymore. After working as a laborer for over a month, he had lost 6 or 7 kilograms. It was really hard. Soon, each of them supported one arm and helped Grandma Qi outside. They didn't know where to place their own mother. Seeing a large rock by the roadside, they sat her down there. Before coming to Lifeng village, Qi Xianglei heard that Grandma Qi was unwell and felt some pity. But seeing his own mother, even if she was weak, she still liked to cause trouble. For a moment, his feelings of mother and son faded a bit. Helplessly, he advised her, "Mother, just take care of yourself. Right now, the main household is doing well. Why break up the young couple? As long as you don't interfere with Brother Jin and Jiaoyu, at most in 10 years, the Qi family can still become the richest and most glorious in the province." Grandma Qi turned her head away, snorting in frustration. Her trembling hands rubbed her chest, and she didn't know why she often felt tightness and shortness of breath lately. Maybe it was because Yun Jiaoyu had been bullying her, making her feel unhappy physically and mentally. Qi Xianglei saw he couldn't persuade his mother and hesitated several times. Finally, He shook his head and walked toward Xiao Lian's house. Qi Xingtian also wanted to follow his third brother. This was the only chance to repair the relationship with the third household. His gaze flickered between the door of Xiao Lian's house and Grandma Qi. Soon, he made a decision, comforting her mother. Just sit here. Don't run around. I'll go see the eldest sister-in-law. She left early and is very pitiful. I'll just take a look and come back. Grandma Qi was so angry her heart hurt, and she was short of breath. She wanted to scold someone but had no energy. She could only get up from the stone, take a few steps to get some air. She didn't go toward Xiao Lian's house, where a bunch of unfilial troublemakers were bothering her. She followed the mountain trail for a while. At this moment, old and frail, with less sharp hearing than before, Grandma Qi didn't notice someone behind her. After walking a while, suddenly, a force hit her from behind. With a loud bang, the old woman fell heavily onto a large stone beside the small path where people rest. Blood burst from her forehead, flowing like a breaking dam. She couldn't stop herself. Old Lady Qi was even angrier inside. Dizzy and blurry-eyed, she couldn't even turn over to see who pushed her. Gradually, her breathing grew weaker. Her head, weighed down, slowly slid down from the stone. She ended up face down on the ground, completely gone. A large crowd gathered around Xiao Lian's house, on both sides of the path, and no one noticed someone quickly running away at the edge of the field. After Changjin had his two men, Qi Xingtian and Qi Xianglei, take old Lady Qi away, Yun Jiaoyu hesitated but wanted to mention the matter of ending the marriage. But Qi Changjin didn't give her that chance. He had already stepped aside politely, thanking the villagers one group at a time for coming to mourn. Yun Jiaoyu frowned but also stood beside Qi Changjin. She understood the importance of the situation. She could only wait until the funeral was over to discuss ending the marriage or divorce. Since it was a funeral, even though Yun Jiaoyu disliked Xiao Lian, she pretended to show some sadness. She said, "Thank you all for coming to see off my husband's mother. Right now, Zhonyo hasn't brought people back to the village. The banquet tent isn't set up and we haven't found a cook for the big pot. If we delay our own affairs because of the Qi family's matters, we will feel guilty. Maybe you should all go back first." She looked up at the sun, estimating the time. She added, "Around noon, the funeral feast will be ready. I will ask someone to invite you all then." The villagers from Fangshan village also thought about their own work and quickly nodded in agreement. Before leaving, they advised, people who pass away can't come back. "Mrs. Qi, please take care of yourselves and mourn properly." Yun Jiaoyu nodded slowly, saw everyone off at the crossroads, and thanked them one by one. Half an hour later, the villagers gradually dispersed. The area in front of Xiao Lian's house also became empty. While Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Changjin were thanking and mourning the visitors, Lu Yunxiu and Qi Xianglei also kept busy. They told Qi Wenlang and Qi Zhaozhao to wait outside the house. They went ahead into Xiao Lian's house. According to village rules, they cleared out all of Xiao Lian's belongings. Then they burned everything outside the house. Fortunately, Xiao Lian's home was empty, with not many items inside. They only gathered a few ceramic bowls and chopsticks, and after throwing away Xiao Lian's used bedding, the room was mostly cleared out. "Finished tidying up the items I could currently manage." Lu Yunxiu saw Qi Changjin had some free time and, rarely using her authority as an elder to pressure him, she called out with a serious face, "Brother Jin, come here. Annie has something to tell you." Yun Jiaoyu instinctively followed Qi Changjin's departure. Seeing Lu Yunxiu's face with a faint hint of anger, she called Qi Changjin aside to speak seriously. Yun Jiaoyu had no mind to eavesdrop on their conversation. She now finally had some free time to think. Her mind was full of Qi Changjin's recent words, saying he wouldn't divorce her. She kept replaying the scene, unable to understand why she and Qi Changjin, who normally showed no signs of romantic feelings, had no physical contact, only spiritual connection. The saying a gentleman's friendship is as pure as water seemed to fit. But why wouldn't the man agree to divorce her? Yun Jiaoyu felt anxious, worried that their marriage might continue longer. If Changjin's darker side emerged, it would be hard for her to even propose separation. In the story, Changjin was an untouchable, powerful figure in Kyoto, capable of killing gods and Buddha alike. Even Ning Gushing, who had the protagonist's halo, sometimes suffered setbacks in his hands. If such a man turned dark and she wanted to divorce him, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? After a while, Lu Yunxiu finally lost her anger. She glanced at Yun Jiaoyu, who looked restless nearby. Lowering her voice with anger, she said, "Look at what you've done to Jiaoyu. Before she married you, she loved you madly. That's well known in Qingzhou. She's been married to you for over 3 years, and you still refuse to touch her. Her heart must be broken." Lu Yunxiu withdrew her gaze and looked at Changjin with a cold face. She patiently said to him, "You said you would consummate the marriage in Kyoto? All right, then do what you promised. If you dare to neglect Jiaoyu again, you won't need to call me auntie anymore. If you don't care about Jiaoyu, I still do." Changjin's relaxed eyebrows furrowed slightly, recalling the embarrassing incident 3 years ago when Yun Jiaoyu was harassed by him, clearly displeased. But when he met Yun Jiaoyu's gaze ahead, his thin, crimson lips pressed slightly, and warmth gradually appeared in his eyes. He politely and softly said, "Don't worry, third auntie." A few hours later, Zhou returned from the county town with a large group of people, quickly setting up a makeshift funeral team. Soon, Zhou's people began organizing everything: funeral rites, setting up tents, preparing large pots of food, with the head cook bringing his own pot and stove. Zhou carried bundles of paper money down from the ox cart. "Madam Qi, we checked everything when we returned. There's a good spot for feng shui at the back of the village, facing north and south. Qingzhou is south of Zizhou, so your mother-in-law's resting place is like her returning to her roots. Please don't think that place isn't good enough. I also hired a feng shui master who said that place can truly bless future generations with prosperity." Yun Jiaoyu paused, feeling quite pleased with the idea of a good feng shui site. Most people care about the phrase returning to one's roots. Now that Xiao Lian has died outside, bringing her back to Qingzhou for burial was a big mistake. If she had been buried in Zizhou, outsiders might think that the main family isn't filial enough or even see it as a fault. Zhou's words really reveal the dilemma between loyalty and filial piety. The Qi family ultimately chose loyalty, which is why Xiao Lian was laid to rest in Zizhou. But to bless future generations with prosperity, if she couldn't divorce Changjin, then the feng shui master's words wouldn't matter at all. "Zhou, your execution is quite efficient, no less than a big household steward." Yun Jiaoyu saw that he was quite capable and wanted to help him. She praised, "Lu Dashan's wife is your sister. She works quickly and is good at managing lead roles and dying. No wonder you are such a thoughtful younger brother. She promoted him in front of many people. If you're willing, you won't need to do the quarry work anymore. Stay at Lu Dashan's house for the next 2 months and learn how to manage affairs and run business with me." Yun Jiaoyu planned to bring Zhou along when she next met with Mi Lu Gaogang. Zhou was excited and overwhelmed, not expecting to be so lucky as to be promoted by Madam Qi. He hurriedly nodded, "I agree. Thank you, Madam Qi, for trusting me. I will do my best in the future and help you." Just after Zhou finished speaking, Yun Jiaoyu heard a noise from the grassy embankment. A frightened middle-aged voice caught everyone's attention instantly. Someone was crawling towards Yun Jiaoyu, shouting, "It's not good. Madam Qi, your husband's grandmother. She died in the field." Yun Jiaoyu's pupils shrank, and her back stiffened immediately. She found it hard to believe. "She's dead?" After saying that, she suddenly realized what was happening. Earlier, Changjin had deliberately exposed Madam Qi's attempt to seize property in front of everyone. He was tempting the reckless villagers to attack that old woman. Her palms went numb and sweaty. "How did she die?" Uncle Zhou from Fangshan village shook his head. "I think Mrs. Qi was walking along the field ridge and accidentally twisted her ankle, then fell and hit her head, which caused her death." Yun Jiaoyu seemed as if she couldn't hear the conversation. Her eyes darkened slightly, confirming that Changjin had indeed become completely evil. But when did this happen? Was it when he realized the Qi family was exiled, and that a high-ranking official had deliberately set a trap? Or was it when he understood he had no real power and would be controlled by others? Yun Jiaoyu's nerves tightened as she thought about Changjin, similar to Li Dafu. She realized that if the wicked old people in the family weren't removed, it would affect the future generations of the Qi family forever. That's why he cruelly used others to do harm. Yun Jiaoyu raised her hand and rubbed her forehead, thinking that she should delay the divorce. It's best to use outside forces to pressure the powerful officials in the capital who are hard to deal with. That way, when she divorces, she can leave safely. At least she won't be hated or held accountable. Calmly, Yun Jiaoyu handled the matter and called Zhonyo. Zhonyo, have Uncle's son build another grave on that good feng shui land. Also, buy another coffin. Grandma and Xiao Lian are close, and they've had a good relationship for many years. It's probably just a moment of impulse to go out for a walk after being upset, and with her old legs not working well, that's how the accident happened. Following the report, Yun Jiaoyu suppressed the cause of death. In Fangshan village, 2 outsiders had died in just one day. If this news spread, many people would probably make up conspiracy theories. She needed to find a way to stop the rumors. Without much thought, Yun Jiaoyu quickly ordered Zhonyo, for this funeral, make it as grand as possible. My silver isn't much, but as long as I can show filial piety to my elders, my husband and I are willing to go bankrupt. Zhonyo was stunned by her generosity and couldn't help but widen his eyes. In reality, since both funerals were on the same day, how much money could be spent? Ordinary families, even the most filial, wouldn't spend more than a few dozen coins. Yun Jiaoyu had already given him 20 taels, which was more than enough. But hearing her determination to spend heavily, he assured her, Madam Qi, don't worry. I'll go to the county town right away and bring back the best coffin I can find. After finishing the funeral arrangements, it was already late in the evening. The midsummer sun set late, and Yun Jiaoyu burned paper money in front of Xiao Lian's and Mrs. Qi's tombs. Over the next few hours, she fully accepted the news of their deaths. The weather was hot and stuffy. She gazed at the wooden tombstone for a long time, her eyes gradually darkening and becoming unclear. She indirectly caused Xiao Lian's death, and Changjin also used others to kill to solve the problem of his own grandmother. From this, it is clear that these 2 so-called spouses are truly in sync when it comes to being ruthless. Yun Jiaoyu shook her head, feeling no sadness or genuine emotion for these 2 wicked women. She turned and got into the carriage, ready to return to Shijujian village with Changjin and the others. Inside the carriage, everyone silently agreed not to mention the funeral again, as if they had never been to Fangshan village today. After an hour of silence, Yun Jiaoyu finally arrived at her familiar home door. Her heart felt a bit more at ease. But she hadn't even stepped on the warm land with her feet. Suddenly, she heard a woman crying loudly from the neighboring Li Jingji's house. Yun Jiaoyu was a bit confused. According to Li Jingji's speed of sailing to Qingzhou, he had only arrived there a few days ago. At this time, no one should be living next door. Then, a rough and angry voice came from inside the house. Stinky old woman, are you still letting me sleep? If you don't go to bed early, how will you have the strength to find your grandson tomorrow? If you keep crying, believe it or not, I'll smash you to death with a bench. After speaking, the crisp sound of slaps echoed in the air. Yun Jiaoyu listened to the noise, frowning in displeasure. She gently patted Qi Zhaozhao's head. She spoke to Lu Yunxiu, "Third aunt, you should take Wen Lang and Zhao Zhao back first. The kids are still young. Don't let this violent scene scare them." Although she didn't know if the people living next door were related to Li Jingji, but regardless, these 2 middle-aged people being able to stay in Shijujian village meant they were visiting relatives or friends. Yun Jiaoyu despised domestic violence the most. And a man who beats women is an unforgivable beast. Lu Yunxiu nodded, indicating that the Qi family couple always got along peacefully. She was worried the children might be traumatized by such scenes. She gently said, "I'll take Wenling and Zhao Zhao back now. But Zhao Yu, tonight, you and your husband should sleep at Auntie's house. Otherwise, the noise from these old folks might keep you awake at night." Lu Yunxiu didn't want to get involved in others' family matters. Knowing Yun Jiaoyu's strong sense of justice, she took her by the arm and headed toward her own home, trying to avoid getting involved in this mess. She explained, "It's hard for honest officials to judge family affairs, especially for outsiders like us. If we really get involved in other people's affairs, our conscience will be clear. I'm just worried that the person being beaten might not be happy and could turn around and accuse us." Yun Jiaoyu looked thoughtful. In the past, in modern times, she had encountered many such cases told by Lu Yunxiu. Moreover, having stayed in Shaju village for over a month, she knew she couldn't casually stand up for others. Otherwise, the image of being a kind person would never fade, and people would keep bothering her with trouble. When passing by Lu Guerlihu's house, Yun Jiaoyu still knocked on the door and called the person out. After saying a few words, she went to rest with Lu Yunxiu and the others. When Yun Jiaoyu reached Lu Yunxiu's door, Cheng Erli, who also stormed over to Li Jing's house. He heavily kicked the door, showing the authority he once had as a government officer. He stared fiercely and shouted angrily inside the house. His voice echoed for dozens of meters. "Old thing. You're so bold, making such a loud noise when you hit someone. If you dare to hit someone again, my brother and I won't wait for a good day. Tonight, if we see injustice, we'll cut off your hand. Quickly shut up and go to sleep." Within seconds after his words, the oil lamp inside the house was extinguished, and there was no more sound of violence. Only faint sobbing could be heard intermittently. After a quarter of an hour, even the crying stopped. Soon after, Yun Jiaoyu finished washing and lay down on her bed. Exhausted from a busy day, she felt dizzy and quickly fell asleep. The next day, in a hazy state, the woman faintly saw Qi Changjin enter her and Qi Zhaozhao's room. The man sat beside the bed, gently stroking Yun Jiaoyu's cheek with his slender fingers. His fingertips were soft and warm, and Yun Jiaoyu's face felt slightly numb, as if touched by a tiny electric current. She blinked sleepily and asked, "Qi Changjin, what are you doing?"
"I have to go to the Yamen to help Lord Tao today." "Before I leave, I wanted to tell you," he said.
Yun Jiaoyu frowned, her mind filled with questions. Not to mention that the man had gone to the Yamen before and never told her when he was leaving. And now, at this hour? It was still dark outside, and it was so early. Why did he need to inform her before leaving? Yun Jiaoyu felt quite unhappy inside, but she hadn't rested well and was feeling drowsy, so she didn't want to argue. She simply responded faintly. In the next moment, Qi Changjin leaned slightly forward and gently kissed her on the forehead. It was like a dragonfly touching water, light and fleeting, but then he seemed to realize something was wrong. Afraid she might still be breathing irregularly and overthinking, this time he pressed his soft lips firmly onto Yun Jiaoyu's gentle lips. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Qi Changjin's breath was slightly heavy. "Yun Jiaoyu, no matter what you've done, you will always be my wife. Since you told me in Songzhou that even dying trees can bloom again, believe me, I will one day clear my name. At that time, I, Qi Changjin, swear. My love for you in this life is as constant as the sun and moon. We will be together happily in this life, with no second thoughts, and grow old without regret." Yun Jiaoyu felt a tickling sensation on her neck from his breath. She frowned slightly, confirming one thing. Qi Changjin actually knew about Xiao Lian's death, and that it involved her. Her tense heart slowly relaxed and settled down. But when she heard that vow, her clear eyes suddenly became a little hazy. She realized it only now. The main issue now isn't Xiao Lian's death or whether she was involved. It's that Qi Changjin said he liked her. Yun Jiaoyu silently took a deep breath, regretting that she had secretly complained about not being intimate with him in front of Lu Yunxiu. However, setting aside the fact that the man is destined to be a major villain and ignoring his later cruelty and treachery,
She liked Changjin's calligraphy and painting, admired his skills, and appreciated his intelligence, which was as clever as any character in his stories. She also admired his perseverance in studying from a young age and the talents he had accumulated. Deep in her heart, Yun Jiaoyu counted Changjin's virtues. In modern times, she rarely met a man like him. But this man is destined to be a major villain and a high-ranking official. In the original story, Changjin didn't have a good ending. And such a bad ending is irreversible. Just like in the story, Changjin would turn dark because of the loss of loved ones. No matter how much the plot deviates now, or what the specific reasons for his darkening are, but he still turned dark. And the turning point was during the time of losing his family. If the main plot can't be changed, she can't accept Changjin's feelings for her. Because, compared to romantic love, she just wants to live. Since she can't change the story's fate, and before her admiration for him turns into uncontrollable feelings, she must leave him as soon as possible. Yun Jiaoyu didn't want to offend Changjin directly, so she chose not to mention separation at this critical moment. She looked up at the gradually brightening sky outside and diverted her attention. If you don't set out now, you'll be late for the county office. Her eyes shimmered with the genuine emotion she just felt. Her clear voice slowly added with patience, Changjin, don't worry. I understand your feelings. Just now, what you said, I will remember in my heart for the rest of my life. But I can only keep it in my heart. Changjin's brow twitched slightly, and his dark eyes, as black as ink, grew cold and sharp, like the arrival of spring. He slowly released his grip on Yun Jiaoyu, who was holding him tightly. I'm leaving now. Is there anything you want to eat today? I will bring it back when I return. Yesterday, Yun Jiaoyu didn't eat much at the funeral banquet. Now, after a day and night, she was already very hungry, craving lotus leaf chicken, some good wine, and fresh fruit for dessert. But then she thought about the recent funeral. If she and Changjin lived such a comfortable life, it would just give others a reason to cause trouble, and she would be inviting problems herself. She drooped her shoulders and shook her head, saying, forget it. We have to pretend to be fine. Let's just drink porridge these days. People will see us as filial. Yun Jiaoyu spoke straightforwardly, not showing any fake sadness about the death of her elders in front of Changjin. Her natural, sincere attitude made the man see that they were beginning to be honest with each other. It was a good sign of a harmonious marriage. Yun Jiaoyu found it hard to sleep, so she got up from the bed and saw Changjin off. Zhao was sleeping soundly on the bed, unaware that Changjin had already come and that her sister-in-law had gotten up. Yun Jiaoyu saw Changjin off at the door, watched him ride away quickly, then waved a hand to brush away the dust in the air. Only after she couldn't see his back did she turn around and go home. She thought about going up the mountain to gather herbs before Zhou Niu came to report. Before she could open the door, the neighborly Jingji's door opened. The couple who had fought last night had left. A man, about 50 years old, was frowning and glaring at Yun Jiaoyu. His eyes were full of anger, and his voice was rough. Are you the young lady who manages the county's stone mine? Is the open-air paint workshop nearby also your business? Yun Jiaoyu frowned slightly, thinking that her previous appearance as a gentle, innocent girl might make her seem easy to bully. This man, last night, had been shouted at by Cheng Erli, who and didn't dare to make a sound. But now, inexplicably, he was shouting at her loudly. His narrow eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. Who are you? The middle-aged woman beside him stared at Yun Jiaoyu fiercely, pulling on her husband's clothes. She provoked him, saying, Old man, it must be her. And why are you wasting so much talk on this little troublemaker? Let's just beat her to death. Avenger our daughter. Wu Tiashan's fists clenched tightly as he heard his wife's words. His temper flared instantly. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed toward Yun Jiaoyu, hands already grabbing her neck. They were only a few inches apart. Wu Taishan said angrily, Yun Jiaoyu, you've ruined our daughter's life. Even if I die today, I will take you two with me. Just as he finished speaking, Yun Jiaoyu quickly dodged to the side. She grabbed Wu Tieshan's arms and twisted them behind his back. With a little force, his arm dislocated with a loud pop. Then she kicked his calf hard. In the next second, Wu Taizhan kneeled on the ground, crying out in pain. Yun Jiaoyu's foot pressed firmly on his calf, with extra force. Her cold eyes showed no patience.
Who are you?
Coming here early in the morning to cause trouble for me? If you think life is too long, I can help you find a way to meet the king of and be reborn. Wu Tieshan's arms and knees hurt terribly, and he kept crying out. His wife, Aunt Wu, was crying and shouting wildly. She cursed loudly, "You little brat! Do you know who we are? We are Wu Hua's parents. Because you meddled and put our daughter in jail. 2 nights ago, our Hua hit her head on the prison wall. She didn't die, but she's gone crazy. Don't you think we should be angry at you?" Aunt Wu ran toward Yun Jiaoyu like she was crazy, trying to pull her hair. She shouted as she ran, "I wish I could tear you apart. I want to vent my anger for my daughter." Yun Jiaoyu's delicate eyebrows lifted slightly, surprised that Wu Hua would try to commit suicide. But this shouldn't be happening. Wu Hua still had her son, Li Chai, alive. As a mother, she wouldn't give up unless she was completely hopeless. Just then, Aunt Wu's plump body wobbled and she lost her footing on a stone, falling heavily to the ground. She sat on the ground, seeming to have been overwhelmed by Yun Jiaoyu's bullying. She slapped her thighs and burst into tears, crying out, "Oh my God! Heaven is so unfair. Our Hua found a bad man, and she's only been in jail for a short time. Now her husband is going to marry a new wife." She cursed loudly. Heaven has no heart. Why is my daughter suffering in jail, while Yun Jiaoyu is living a happy life in the village? Cloud Jiaoyu was annoyed by the loud howling sounds, which made her ears feel numb. Her gaze grew cold. She glanced coldly at Wu Taizhan and his wife. She said indifferently, "No wonder Wu Hua dared to put cinnabar powder into someone's mouth. Turns out, it's because of you 2 unreasonable parents." Cloud Jiaoyu slightly curled her lips. Every country has laws. Temples have rules. Wu Hua intentionally tried to kill someone. Though she failed, she still must face the law. If you have any objections, you can go to the county office and complain loudly. Her cold eyes flickered with sarcasm.
Why?
Are you afraid to go to the government to complain? Do you know they won't listen, so you dare not go? Now you come to me, asking for justice, just trying to vent your anger by bullying the weak? Her tone was sharp and fierce. Seeing some bundles of medicinal herbs tied with rope at her door, she directly tied Wu Tieshan's hands and feet together. She kicked Wu Taizhan on the back. He fell to the ground, forced to lie on his back, aching all over. Aunt Wu began to feel scared. She awkwardly crawled up from the ground. She wanted to run, but her legs and feet were sluggish. Her shoes and socks at the ankles were stained with dirt. She could only endure the pain, limping toward the gravel road. At this moment, Li Xiangzi was pulling his son Li Chai's arm, carrying a big bag of luggage, ready to leave the village. He passed by Cloud Jiaoyu's house and saw his father-in-law and mother-in-law there. His steps suddenly quickened, as if he had stepped on oil, fearing they might come to take his son away. He hurriedly pulled Li Chai to run outside. But Li Chai stood still. He saw his grandparents crying painfully because they were bullied by Cloud Jiaoyu and couldn't move his legs. Suddenly, he shook off Li Xiangzi's hand. "Grandpa, Grandma." He ran to Cloud Jiaoyu and picked up a stone, smashing it heavily at her. "You wicked woman, sending my mother to jail isn't enough. Now you're bullying my grandpa and grandma too?" Li Xiangzi's face darkened. The more he listened, the more uncomfortable he felt. He thought if his son kept talking, it would cause big trouble. He had to give up and run away with his luggage. He hurried to Li Chai, grabbing his arm. "Shut up. How can you say that about Mrs. Qi?" Then he bowed and apologized to Cloud Jiaoyu. Sorry, Mrs. Qi. The child is young and didn't mean to throw stones at you. I apologize on his behalf." Cloud Jiaoyu's forehead was slightly bleeding from the stone. Some skin was broken. She looked at Li Xiangzi calmly. "I also do not accept your apology.
As she finished speaking, she picked up the small stones Li Chai had thrown at her earlier. He forcefully struck Wu Taizhan on the forehead. Controlling his strength, he used the same force as Li Chai had earlier to punish his elders. His voice was as cold as ice, angrily scolding. Li Chai, watch carefully. Don't think you're a kid, and I won't hold it against you. If you dare to disrespect me again, I will fight back in the same way. I'll teach your grandparents a harsh lesson. Yun Jiaoyu was too lazy to care about others' family affairs. After hitting Li Taizhan, she said, Li Xiangzi, quickly take your father-in-law and mother-in-law away. Don't let them stay here and dirty this place. Li Xiangzi's heart was tense, and he didn't dare breathe loudly. His eyes turned red. He truly felt hopeless. He suddenly knelt on the ground. Mrs. Qi, please help me. I know Wu Hua made a mistake and upset you. But I only have one son, Li Chai. I will never allow anyone to take him away. My father-in-law came to Shaju village specifically to cause trouble for you, and he also wants to take my son. Yesterday, he was shouting in the village that if I didn't give him chai, he would hang himself at my door.
Li Xiangzi tigligravati un jiao iwasdras.
I am just a worker under your command. I've never stolen a lazy moment while working. Mrs. Qi, please help me. Protect my son, and let these two old people leave the village. Yun Jiaoyu frowned, but said nothing. In the village, she just wanted to find work to get rich. If everyone came to her with problems, she really couldn't handle it. But she considered that Li Xiangzi and she had no direct conflicts so far. Moreover, troublemakers are often more difficult than villains. If they can't handle the stubborn Lao Taishan, worse things might happen later. Yun Jiaoyu felt like she was holding a hedgehog. She couldn't put it down, nor could she throw it away. She hesitated, her eyes darkening slightly. Li Xiangzi. Honestly, even relatives find it hard to interfere in others' family affairs, let alone an outsider like me. But your Lao Taishan bullies the weak and fears the strong. He often hits and scolds his wife. If I don't intervene, in the future, when he encounters other women and children in Shaju village, he might seek revenge. Due to her profession, she had previously treated injured soldiers, as well as other patients and people involved in cases during missions. People like Wu Hua's parents, who react passively to problems and tend to blame others, often have low morals and strong aggressive tendencies. These kinds of people are very likely to become indiscriminate killers. Such individuals can become very dangerous when they lose their mind. Yun Jiaoyu asked carefully, Li Xiangzi, I want to ask you. Since your father-in-law isn't here to visit friends, he's here to cause trouble for you. Then why is he staying in Li Jing's house? Li Xiangzi's forehead began to sweat as he remembered yesterday's events, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Yesterday at noon, he went down the quarry to cook lunch for Li Chai. But as soon as he returned home, he saw Wu Taizhan and his wife. It looked like they were about to take his son away, and they had already packed their bags. He hurriedly tried to stop them and grab his son, but Wu Taizhan said, If you don't take my son, I will hang myself at your door. Li Xiangzi told everything honestly. Originally, Lady Qi, you said that these old folks who come to children are just asking for trouble. If they die, so be it. He spat and said, It's better if they die. Who cares about their life or death? Seeing that I didn't care whether I lived or died, he even said that if he couldn't take my son, not only I but all my close relatives would want to escape. Yesterday, he even chased me with a kitchen knife from my house. Luckily, I ran fast with my son. Li Xiangzi sighed and said, Before night fell yesterday, I took advantage of the two elders going out to pick wild vegetables and chop firewood, and I secretly locked the door at home. I also borrowed a fierce dog from relatives to guard the house, so he couldn't stay there any longer. It seems that the two elders had nowhere to go, and seeing that Li the butcher's house was empty, they just moved in without permission. Yun Jiaoyu raised her eyebrows slightly, her deep eyes narrowing a bit. She looked at the door of Li Jing's house, which was covered with spider silk. Yesterday, they weren't home either. No wonder these two people occupied Li Jing's house and swaggered in to live. Yun Jiaoyu looked down thoughtfully, feeling a bit displeased. Now she thought they were even more dangerous. Forget it, Yun Jiaoyu said casually. I don't like to interfere in your family affairs. But I don't want to see disasters falling from the sky or unnecessary bloodshed. Since you've come to ask for help, I will reluctantly give you a hand this time. Yun Jiaoyu reflected for a moment and decided that from today on, she would hire some strong young men in the village to serve as security patrols. Otherwise, anyone could enter Shaju village, and there might be revenge seekers. If that happened, it could lead to casualties, which would cause panic. Also, the hard-earned businesses and workers might all run away in fear. After the sun rose brightly, people near Yun Jiaoyu's house also went out. Erlang heard the commotion at Yun Jiaoyu's house and went with Li Hu to check the situation. Madam Qi, what's going on? Is there anything we can help with? He asked. Do we need to lock up these two old folks and Mu Yanjiao and her group? Yun Jiaoyu shook her head. No need to make things complicated. Since the sun is high now, let this couple stand in the sun for a few hours to clear their anger. She turned and went inside to find something to eat. She no longer paid attention to Wu Taizhan and the others. Erlang and Li, who decided to split their work, one stayed to watch Wu Taizhan, and the other went up the mountain to supervise the quarrying. After an hour, the land started to heat up, and Wu Taizhan was lying on the ground, softly groaning. Aunt Wu sat nearby, occasionally massaging her left foot. Li Xiangzi remembered Yun Jiaoyu's promise to help him and dared not leave, so he stayed with his son at Yun Jiaoyu's house entrance. Li Chai, however, kept going to fetch water. Since there was no ceramic bowl outside, he cupped water with his hands to give to Wu Taizhan and his wife. Yun Jiaoyu sat inside, watching everything outside through the window. After observing for a long time, she lazily called Erlang into the house. You've been supervising the quarry for a while. Do you know that Li Xiangzi is planning to marry a new wife recently? Erlang was surprised and nodded. Madam Qi, you might not know. After Wu Hua was imprisoned, only Li Xiangzi could earn money, so he worked even harder at quarrying. He has no time to watch over the house, and there's no one to discipline Li Chai, who has recently become quite rebellious. That's why he's thinking of marrying a new wife. Yun Jiaoyu sipped water from a ceramic bowl, pondering how to handle this matter. Li Chai's rebellion was understandable. His mother was in prison, and he was likely being pointed at and criticized by other children. Moreover, Wu Hua, though temperamental, certainly cared for her son. A mother often worries more about her children than a father does. So even if Li Chai knew Wu Hua had done wrong, he wouldn't care much because he favored his mother. He would be closer to Wu Taizhan and the others than to his stepmother. Erlang asked curiously, Madam Qi, how do you plan to handle the situation outside? He kindly suggested, according to the laws of Daki, whether a couple divorces or separates, the children belong to the husband. This has been the established rule for ages. I think we should just throw Wu Taizhan and his wife out of the village and not let anyone come in. Cloud Jiaoyu's eyes are calm and deep. In ancient times, after a couple ended their relationship, children were generally raised by the husband. Understanding what Cheng Er said is the easiest and most convenient way to handle things right now. However, Wu Taizhan and his people cannot enter Shijuji village, and the villagers will eventually go out. If Wu Taizhan isn't expelled, he will hold a grudge against Li Xiangzi's family and her. If he is expelled, his resentment will be directed at everyone in Shijuji village. Cloud Jiaoyu shook her head. Wu Taizhan can raise a daughter like Wu Hua. If the child stays with them, it's doomed. Following Li Xiangzi might be better. But if we just throw him out, it's better to leave some room for maneuver so the other side doesn't become desperate and act rashly. She sorted out the situation. There was one thing she simply couldn't understand. So she left the room and approached Li Chai, ready to ask questions. Cloud Jiaoyu's deep, star-like eyes looked straight at him. Li Chai, I'll ask you only once. If your father doesn't want to marry you to a stepmother, or if he needs your approval to do so in the future, would you prefer to stay with your father or live with your grandparents? Li Chai glared fiercely at Cloud Jiaoyu, not wanting to respond. His biological parents could have been with him. It was all because Cloud Jiaoyu stood up for Zhou Jinhua. That's why his mother ended up in prison. Cloud Jiaoyu's patience was waning. If you don't answer, I won't get involved in your family's matters anymore. Oh. Isn't your grandfather trying to take you back to Wu's family? Then I'll tell him a way to successfully take you away. Her cold eyes flashed with a dangerous light. She coldly said, the laws of Daki state that, whether the husband agrees or not, once he passes away, children can follow their mother to return to her original family and remarry. In other words, if your father Li Xiangzi dies, you can live with your mother. Since your mother is in prison for attempted murder, naturally, your grandfather's family will take care of you and raise you. Hearing this, Li Chai's pupils widened slightly. He looked at Cloud Jiaoyu in fear, then kept glancing at Wu Taizhan. Even if Li Chai was still naive, he knew his grandfather's bad temper. If his grandfather kills his own father, he could take him away and raise him in Wu's family. His grandfather would secretly deal with his own father. Li Chai bit his lower lip hard. He no longer had a mother. How could he be without a father? Li Xiangzi was also stunned by Cloud Jiaoyu's words. Wasn't Madame Qi just promising to help him chase away Wu Taizhan and his wife? Why is everything suddenly different? In a flash, she went to persuade her son and also to give Wu Taizhan advice, suggesting he kill him. Li Xiangzi trembled with fear and weakly asked, Madame Qi, what do you mean? Yun Jiaoyu ignored Li Xiangzi. Her clear voice continued to provoke, Li Chai, don't you care about your grandparents? Care doesn't change anything. If you truly care, why not go back to the Wu family with them? As for your father, leave him to me. After her words, Li Chai's back stiffened, and he was no longer angry at his own father, who wanted to marry a stepmother. In life and death, everything else was small. Li Chai immediately stepped in front of Li Xiangzi, acting like a protector. He glared at Yun Jiaoyu and said, You wicked woman. I won't go with my grandparents. Although I care about my grandparents, I care even more about my own father. After Li Chai finished speaking, Li Xiangzi looked warm and gentle. Last month, Wu Hua was taken to the county office. He also felt sad and even wanted to plead with Yun Jiaoyu. Later, he passed by Lu Dashan's house and saw Zhou Jinhua lying on the bed, almost lifeless. He felt guilty. Thinking about how Wu Hua's presence had caused years of bad relations with Lu Dashan's family, he decided it was better to divorce Wu Hua, who was causing trouble, and improve relations with the villagers. He gently patted his son's head and said, Silly child, with your caring heart, I am willing to work hard all my life. As long as you are obedient and kind, and don't follow your mother's ways, we will keep living peacefully day by day. If you really don't want me to marry a stepmother for you, I won't do it. Li Chai's eyes turned red, and he nodded. People in the village said that a scorpion's tail and a stepmother's heart were the most poisonous things. He definitely couldn't have a stepmother. Having a stepmother would mean having a younger brother and sharing a small house that was already too cramped. Seeing the brief reconciliation between Li Xiangzi and Li Chai, Yun Jiaoyu's brow gradually relaxed. Now that the issue of the child's future was settled, and Li Chai was willing to stay with Li Xiangzi, able to choose between Wu Taizhan and Li Xiangzi, everything could be arranged smoothly. Yun Jiaoyu's expression grew cold, her narrow eyes fixed sharply on Wu Taizhan. Wu Taizhan, I am a bit confused. Why are you here trying to take Li Chai, your grandson, back? Li Chai is about 14 or 15 years old now. In 6 or 7 years, he will need to marry and have children. That will be a big expense. If you have no children of your own, why did Wu Huada not find a poor son-in-law to marry her and stay at home, but instead choose to marry her out? Yun Jiaoyu couldn't understand. In ancient times, many wealthy families wanted to bring back their grandchildren for care. But in Huang County, where the economy was just starting to recover, such cases were very rare. Her gaze slowly shifted to Aunt Wu. She saw Aunt Wu constantly pressing her shoes and socks, which were stained and seemed to be oozing pus. Even from half a yard away, Yun Jiaoyu could smell the foul odor. She frowned, thinking that the smell and the color of the stains looked like a severe leg infection. Suddenly,
She understood the situation. At this moment, Wu Taizhan looked unhappy. He seemed upset by something sad, sighed heavily, and looked at Yun Jiaoyu with resentment. Aunt Wu didn't speak but started crying loudly, more heartbroken than before. Li Xiangzi had no choice but to look at Yun Jiaoyu. He helplessly explained, Mrs. Qi, I can't just ignore the old folks' wounds. 2 months ago, my brother-in-law jumped off a mountain and died. Now, Wu's family has no one to carry on the family line. Last time, my wife and I promised that if we could have another child, we would adopt him in my brother-in-law's name. After Wu Hua made a big mistake, I thought about divorcing her. A few days ago, a divorce paper was sent to her in prison, and they got anxious. As he spoke, Aunt Wu suddenly spat at Li Xiangzi. I spit on you. You ungrateful thing. My Hua is in prison, and you won't even wait a few years for her? Li Xiangzi's face darkened with anger. He snapped, Old mother-in-law, you speak so lightly. Ask you if I were in prison, not Wu Hua, would you be willing to wait for me to get out? I think, with your temper, you'd be trying to marry her off again the very next day. When Wu Hua first married, she had a minor look at him, which caused a huge fuss. Wu Taizhan even came to his house to cause trouble, acting fiercely and speaking harshly. Because of that, he had supported Wu Hua for so many years, losing his backbone and becoming timid. Li Xiangzi straightened his back and said firmly, moreover, our Shijuji village may have some offenders, but I, Li Xiangzi, am not one of them. I may be poor, but I want an honest wife to live with. Isn't that right? Yun Jiaoyu finally understood the full story. Wu's family had lost their son and daughter, and now they had to come and take Li Chai back to be Wu's grandson. Li Xiangzi, who had raised his son for many years, also knew that Wu Hua's family was not reliable. So he was reluctant and unwilling to let Li Chai live with Wu's family. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes looked a bit unfocused. As a doctor, she had seen many tragic cases. Nowadays, it was better. At least, seeking medical help was not too difficult. But in a village in Daqi's Dahuang County, some people might die without knowing what illness they had. Yun Jiaoyu crossed her arms. Some things needed to be said, even if they were bad news. On one hand, Wu Taizhan and Li Xiangzi's family had the right to know. On the other hand, it was also for the peace of Shaja village. To drive out the old couple, it was better to do it with a heavy heart. Li Auntie, may I ask if, over the years, your legs have often felt cold or numb? Sometimes, when walking, you limp and your legs don't heal from sores, and you often can't sleep at night.
She paused to think.
Then she slightly parted her lips and said, and it's not just you. Your late son also had these symptoms. Am I right or not? After speaking, Li Auntie was stunned. Wu Taizhan also widened his eyes, looking at Yun Jiaoyu in surprise. They had heard that Yun Jiaoyu in Shaju village was a miracle doctor. But what good was being a miracle doctor? Before this woman arrived, their son had already died. Li Auntie choked with tears. Yes, my son Wu Chao had the same symptoms as me. But he was young and couldn't bear the pain. He couldn't stand it, and almost every day his legs hurt.
That day,
he didn't even feed the chickens in the yard and cruelly left us, his parents, and jumped down from the mountain. While speaking, Li Auntie covered her face with her hands. Her body kept trembling, and she cried hoarsely. Yun Jiaoyu looked at this old couple more carefully. They were pitiful and sad, yet also somewhat hateful. Her gaze grew serious. It's not that your son was heartless, but that he was too filial. She changed the subject. I heard that before I arrived, every household in Dahuang County was farming. You and Wu Taizhan were getting old, so your son probably took on most of the farm work and chores. You and your son suffered from a condition called old rotten legs, which is a type of venous ulcer. This disease is hereditary. In simple terms, when the symptoms are mild, it looks like what you have. Although it causes pus and sores, it only occasionally makes you limp. Standing for a long time can cause swelling and pain in your legs, but resting in bed and elevating your legs can reduce the pain. Your son Wu Chao has to stand for long hours working on the farm. If he stops to rest, he won't be able to finish planting those fields. Indeed, if these workers had come from Qingzhou to Zhezhou earlier, perhaps Wu Chao could have been saved. Because of her medical skills, she might have helped Wu Chao. Also, Wu's land could have been leased to Qi Xianglei and Lu Yunxiu. But now that things have reached this point, there's no use in talking about it. Yun Jiaoyu can only focus on the facts. Your daughter is quite stubborn and spoiled, but your son is sensible and obedient. With his health, if he works and stands for a long time without proper rest, it could be very dangerous. If it gets serious, he might have to have a limb cut off or even die from total exhaustion. I think he chose to jump off a mountain because his body simply couldn't take it anymore. The words "his body can't take it" echoed in Wu Taizhan and his wife's ears. They were stunned like they had been struck by lightning, frozen in place, and unable to react. After a long moment, Wu Taizhan finally understood. You mean, it's hereditary?
Could it be?
My son's illness is caused by my wife? Yun Jiaoyu calmed down and crouched beside Aunt Wu, preparing to remove her shoes and socks for a closer look. She said softly, if you want to interpret it that way, then yes, you can understand it like that. Aunt Wu had only managed to stand tall because she had a son. Now she learned that Wu Chao's death might be related to her. She yelled in anger, "You're talking nonsense." Her face was full of rage, and she broke down crying. If what you say about hereditary illness is true, then why is my daughter horrifying? You're just talking. Yun Jiaoyu was used to the emotional outbursts of patients or their families. Her expression remained calm, her dark eyes cold and sharp, like a blade covered with a thin film. Whether it's nonsense or not, aren't you clear in your heart? Besides, hereditary diseases don't necessarily pass to every child or descendant. It's only a probability.
Yun Yao Yu signal to Cheng Ar.
He immediately understood and stepped forward to hold Aunt Wu's shoulders, preventing her from moving. Li Xiangzi, you also hold down your former mother-in-law's leg. I'll examine her first. Once the symptoms are clear in front of us, I want to see if she still admits she's sick. Li Xiangzi, hearing this, quickly helped hold her leg. He felt blank and a bit confused. He had heard that son Xiao Lian's daughter also had a hereditary disease. This disease could pass down to grandchildren. According to Yin Jiaoyu, that means his son Chai might also develop some old, weak leg disease? Before I could ask my heartfelt question, Yun Jiaoyu pointed at Aunt Wu's left foot from afar and spoke. Look, there is a 1-inch ulcer on the top of your left foot, and it's still oozing pus. There are also ulcers in the middle of your lower leg. Based on the size of these wounds, your left foot has had problems for at least 4 years. She pressed on Aunt Wu's foot with her hand. There was a noticeable dent at the pressure point, and the top of the foot showed slight swelling. After glancing at the wound, she made a clear judgment. The edges of the ulcer are uneven, the tissue inside looks fresh, and there are thick scars around it. Anyone who has seen a doctor would know this is a case of a chronic skin condition, a long-standing leg problem. Frowning, she asked, Aunt Wu, when you were suffering from these pains, didn't you see a doctor? 2 months ago, in the poor county of Dehuang, people looked down on doctors. Not because they couldn't ask for a diagnosis, but because they couldn't afford medicine. If Aunt Wu and her son had sought medical help earlier, they might have been cured by now. Modern medicine, both Western and traditional Chinese, can treat such chronic leg problems. Compared to Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine often offers quicker and easier treatment. Honestly, this illness looks frightening, but there's no need to hide from it or avoid treatment. Even if you can't find a good doctor in Dehuang County, maybe you could try in Shuilong County. Compared to money, life is more valuable. Moreover, when Wu Chao is in pain every day, if you ask Li Xiangzi for help, he might be able to raise money for his treatment. Yun Jiaoyu's words hit hard. Wu Taizhan slumped his shoulders and furrowed his brows deeply. He didn't take his son to see a doctor because their family was very poor, right? If they had money for treatment, who would hesitate to seek help? Poor people like them could only endure and hope they could survive. Aunt Wu's face was pale and lifeless, with no energy left. She stopped struggling and kept repeating, "It's my fault I caused my Chao to die. It was me who killed him." Li Xiangzi frowned and asked carefully, "Madam Qi, you said this disease can be inherited.
If one day my son Chai also gets sick, what should I do? After he spoke, Aunt Wu's eyes seemed to come alive. She looked up at Yun Jiaoyu. If even the grandson of the Wu family couldn't be saved, then there would truly be no future for the family. Yun Jiaoyu felt a bit emotional inside. The medicine for treating the old, stubborn leg wound was not expensive when measured in silver or money. She stood thin and tall in front of everyone, her eyes dark and swirling with feelings. Wu Taizhan and Aunt Wu, Yun Jiaoyu, do not save everyone. Although Li Xiangzi works for me, you all dared to attack me and even want to kill me. There was a coldness in her eyes. Not only that, yesterday, you even boasted that you wouldn't spare Li Xiangzi's relatives. Such cruelty and lack of kindness. If I were to save your grandson again, my mercy might be greater than that of the temple's Buddha statues. Her clear voice rang out loudly, and she deliberately ordered, Second Cheng, do as you said before. Throw these wicked couple out of Shaju village. I won't save Li Chai. As for Aunt Wu, let her fend for herself. Second Cheng moved quickly, grabbing Aunt Wu's clothes and trying to drag her outside the village. Seeing Wu Tieshan's figure, if only he was pulling the rope alone, he wouldn't be able to get out of the village. Just then, Sun and Neo and Zhao Lao Huai happened to pass by side. They were resting today and planned to go to the county to buy some meat to help their families. Second Cheng called out, Sun and Neo, Zhao Lao Huai.
Come here.
Grab a sturdy stick and take this old thing out of the village for me. Sun and Neo and the others didn't know what had happened earlier that morning, but they had heard about Wu Taizhan causing trouble at Li Chai's house yesterday. Wu Taizhan could chase people with a kitchen knife. That meant he was very dangerous, and he needed to be driven out of the village early. They eagerly agreed, we'll go find a stick right now. Wu Taizhan saw that he and his wife were about to be driven out of Shaju village. He glanced at his grandson Li Chai, thinking about his beloved grandson, who might follow Wu Chao's tragic path of despair. His heart suddenly burned with anxiety. After a while, he hurriedly lowered his head and said, Lady Qi, Li Chai still carries half of my Wu family's blood. Just as long as you're willing to save my grandson, I won't cause trouble in the village anymore. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes turned cold and mocking, with a hint of amusement. She was increasingly dissatisfied with some current situations in the Great Qi Kingdom. Wu Taizhan kept begging her to save Li Chai, but why didn't he ask her to save Aunt Wu? Wu Hua became mentally disabled after hitting her head in prison, which is quite sad. But from a positive view, a person with a mental disability is less likely to seek death or act recklessly. As soon as Wu Hua is released from prison, she will return to her family and be a proper Wu family daughter. She can then marry normally. Wu Taizhan wants a grandson and can easily find a son-in-law to marry into the family. There are many single men in Dahuang County, so finding a son-in-law to move in is not difficult. Wu Taizhan directly comes to take his grandson home, ignoring how much he cares for Li Chai. Is there not also a hint of giving up on Wu Hua? This old man doesn't want to keep putting effort into Wu Hua, because whether it's finding a husband or raising a grandson, it costs a lot of money. It's much easier and cheaper to just take a grandson directly. Ultimately, whether it's his wife or daughter, they are all being weighed for benefits and costs. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes are cold and sharp. After understanding this, she shows even less patience for Wu Taizhan. She coldly says, Wu Taizhan, if you're willing to go to the government office and sign a promise not to bother Li Xiangzi's family again, promise that you won't step into Shaga village and the surrounding 2 villages for the rest of your life. I will save Li Chai. Of course, I will also consider Li Xiangzi's family and treat your wife's illness. Once she recovers, you can keep your small piece of land, and when Wu Hua is released, your family won't be broken apart. As for whether Wu Hua voluntarily has a single man after release or is forced, Yun Jiaoyu doesn't care. Wu Auntie feels sorry for Wu Hua and thinks the chosen bachelor son-in-law won't be bad. Yun Jiaoyu combines kindness and authority, then shifts her tone. But if you dare to break your promise and cause trouble for Shaga village again, whether it's you, your wife, or Wu Chao, who is already buried in the ground,
I will dig them up and have them whipped to death." As her words fall, Wu Tieshan's pupils suddenly constrict. Wu Chao is his only son. Even if he's dead, he wouldn't want him to be mistreated like that. Thinking carefully, he secretly considers that after Wu Hua is released, Li Chai, whose family is gradually becoming wealthier, will grow up and support him. He will also feel guilty for his half-brother. Without overthinking, weighing the pros and cons, he shows a very loving attitude toward his grandson in front of Li Chai. He painfully agrees, as long as Madam Qi can save my grandson. "The promise you mentioned, I will go to the government office and sign it today." Yun Jiaoyu's cold eyes narrow with a triumphant look, pretending to be reluctant. She slightly raises her hand. "Second Chung, since Wu Taizhan has said so, then untie the rope from him. Today you will go with him to the county office. Once the promise letter is signed, I will give them the prescription for treating the chronic leg wound." Chung Er nodded respectfully and said, "I will go right now." Sun Aniu had not yet finished carrying his load and put the pole back inside the house. A few people accompanied Wu Taizhan to the Dahuang County office. As for Aunt Wu, Li Xiangzi took her back to his home first. Half an hour later, Zhou Niu drove a bullock cart loaded with bags and packages to Shijuji village. He left his luggage at Lu Dashan's house and went to Yun Jiaoyu's door. "Madam Qi, is there anything today that I can learn to do?" Yun Jiaoyu is feeling overwhelmed by Wu Tieshan's family affairs. Seeing Zhou Niu, she remembered him a little. There are less than 2 months left before leaving Dahuang County. During these 2 months, she must support Zhou Niu to manage the business. Yun Jiaoyu gently touched her forehead and rubbed it. "I heard Lu Dashan mention before that you can read and write. Today, after your long journey, if you're not tired, go to my third aunt's house. During this month, the villagers' records of stone mining and pigment making are kept there." She instructed, "Go and look through those records. Starting tomorrow, I will have Li Xiangzi and Lu Dashan take over Chung Er and Li Hu's supervisory roles. All the villagers' stone mining output for the day must be checked and recorded carefully, without any mistakes. The amount of stone mined affects the villagers' monthly wages. Every household works hard for this money. So, mistakes cannot happen to avoid conflicts with the villagers." Yun Jiaoyu thought that among the group coming from Qingzhou, only Zhao Lahui and his people were unrelated to the corruption case. In 2 months, when the truth is revealed, these people will still stay in Shijuji village and cannot return to Qingzhou. She added, "Also, every half-month, I will have Uncle Zhao supervise your records to check for errors. First, get familiar with what I just told you. In a month, I will take you to meet the High Monk Mila at Fajing Temple, just for a quick introduction." Yun Jiaoyu also planned to promote Sun Xiao Lian and Zhou Jinhua to oversee the pigment workshop. She trusted their character. Having these people manage the stone mining and pigment industries would give her peace of mind. Zhou Niu nodded eagerly, remembering everything Yun Jiaoyu said. He was excited, understanding that Madam Qi was giving him a big task and trusting him with high hopes. He secretly vowed to obey and make a name for himself. After Yun Jiaoyu finished speaking, she saw Zhou Niu still standing in place and not going directly to Lu Yunxiu's house. It seemed she had something to say. "Zhou Niu, do you have anything else to ask?" Zhou Niu couldn't hold back and nodded hesitantly. Actually, when he moved his luggage to Shaju village, his mother was not happy. She said someone in the same village was working in Shuilong County, earning 2 taels of silver a month, and wanted him to go work there too. His biological mother was worried that Yun Jiaoyu's people might be too many and that there wouldn't be enough customers. She was afraid he wouldn't have this job in Shaju village for long. She asked worriedly, "Miss Qi, in the past half-month, more and more workers have been recruited for quarrying, and the pigment workshop is still expanding. Will there really be enough business later to support so many people?" Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes flickered slightly, understanding Zhou Niu's worries. So far, the villagers only knew she had made a deal with Fajing Temple. The business with the disciples of Qingzhou Li Dafu was still in the early stages. She was worried that the work wouldn't last long. Yun Jiaoyu slightly smiled and said, "Of course, I can support you all."
Leaving aside the natural gold in the mountains of Dahuang County, just refining cinnabar to make medicine and pigments was enough to generate continuous income. As long as she and Qi Changjin could openly leave Zizhou, she could leverage Qi Changjin's status as a top scholar to directly and more efficiently approach the Yuanzhou Jin family for medicinal business. As for the pigments, Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes brightened. Although their first pigment order from Fajing Temple was small, Fajing Temple was well known, and once the cooperation was known, other temples would likely include her pigment workshop among their options if they needed supplies. A smile played on Yun Jiaoyu's lips, and she said meaningfully, "Zhou Niu, I only worry that there aren't enough workers. Never that there are too many. Rest assured, I, Yun Jiaoyu, promise that as long as I have food to eat, I will never let anyone's livelihood fall behind." The reason for recruiting so many people was also to prepare for refining mercury. The old emperor of Daki would pass away in the next 2 years, and there would be a need for large amounts of mercury to fill the imperial tombs. During the national mourning, all provinces would rush to refine mercury, and she only needed to calmly display a large amount of ready mercury to the public. She was confident she could make a big profit. However, refining mercury couldn't be rushed. First, she needed the villagers in the pigment workshop to earn money. If the villagers learned to make pigments, they would quickly accept new things and try refining mercury. Hearing Yun Jiaoyu's confident words, Zhou Niu felt much more at ease. He no longer had any worries. Pointing toward Lu Yunxiu's house, he ran out quickly, busy with his tasks. Excitedly shouting, "Now I will go find Madame Qi-san and get the account book. Madame Qi, you can rest assured. I, Zhou Niu, will do my best and never let you down." Yun Jiaoyu nodded and smiled helplessly, saying, "Go ahead." After Zhou Niu left, Yun Jiaoyu took out ink, paper, and a brush. She had been studying the handwriting of the Great Qi country for a long time. She had never personally written a prescription before. Holding the brush, she wrote awkwardly, her characters looking like those of a beginner child. But upon closer look, they showed some skill. Yun Jiaoyu was very pleased with her writing, mainly because she remembered what Qi Changjin had said before. He had the same handwriting as her when he was young. She thought that with practice, she could also write as well as Qi Changjin someday. Unknowingly, Yun Jiaoyu recalled Qi Changjin's handwriting and tried to imitate it while writing the prescription. When she finished, even if her characters only slightly resembled those of a man, she was very satisfied. Realizing a bit late, she found herself missing Qi Changjin too much, and her cheeks suddenly turned bright red. Around noon, Cheng-Er returned with Wu Taizhan. Wu Taizhan couldn't read, so the promise letter was written by Qi Changjin from the county office, and then signed by Wu Taizhan himself. The paper also bore a personal seal of Tao Gaoshan as a witness. Cheng-Er, exhausted from traveling, drank 2 bowls of well water to recover. After completing the task, he said, "Madam Qi, there are 2 copies of this promise letter, one kept by Lord Tao. Now that the road is clear, after today, Wu Taizhan and his wife can no longer enter the village." Yun Jiaoyu looked at the promise letter and nodded. She kept her word. Then she called Li Xiangzi, his son, and Aunt Wu. She took out 2 prescriptions. "These are for the Huahu Xingji pill. One for your family." Considering Wu Taizhan was very concerned about profit and loss, she worried he might not want to spend much money, cut corners, buy less medicine, and affect the treatment. As a doctor, she had to remind him, old lame leg is caused by blood stasis and blocked meridians. "I have prescribed Hongshendan, Yinzhu, each 3 qian, Qingfen for qian, Ruxiang and myrrh, 5 qian, pine resin, 6 qian, Shuejia, 2 qian, borneal and camphor, each 1.5 qian. Hongshendan is a holy medicine for healing decay and promoting flesh growth. Qingfen Yinzhu and Ruxiang can also detoxify and draw out pus. Every ingredient must be included, none can be missing." Yun Jiaoyu's gaze swept over Wu Taizhan, making him feel guilty and nervous. Like cold stars, her eyes are faintly cool. She frowns and says, "Last night,
Your shouting at Aunt Wu kept the villagers awake. Too much sadness harms the lungs, fear damages the kidneys, worry affects the spleen, and anger harms the liver. You lost your son, but you shouldn't hurt your wife. She warns, don't forget, your farm is too big for just you to handle alone. It's better to stop hitting her. Let Aunt Wu rest and take care of her health, and you can share the farm work. Aunt Wu looks surprised, not expecting Yun Jiaoyu to speak up for her. Suddenly, she remembers the two men who knocked on the door last night. One of those men is none other than Cheng Er, right in front of her. Aunt Wu stares at Yun Jiaoyu in shock and gratitude. Yun Jiaoyu doesn't notice Aunt Wu's feelings. She continues giving medical advice as usual. If your family really has no money, buy enough herbs for 7 or 8 days to see how it goes. If it doesn't get better, buy 2 more days' worth. Also, if there's no grinding tool at home, to turn the herbs into powder and make pills. Spend a few more coins to have the shopkeeper make the pills directly. Yun Jiaoyu speaks carefully, paying attention to every detail. Her eyes fall on Aunt Wu, who seems to be looking at her like a daughter. She frowns slightly. She explains how to use the medicine. Aunt Wu, before applying the medicine each day, you need to sun your legs for at least 15 minutes. After that, apply the pills to the wound, bandage it, and change the dressing every other day. Aunt Wu feels emotional inside. Besides her daughter Wu Hua, no one has ever cared for her so secretly. Her feelings are complicated. She feels ashamed and responds several times, yes, I understand. I will remember. After sending off Wu Taizhan and his wife, Yun Jiaoyu asks Cheng Er to find 10 strong young men from nearby villages to serve as guards. These guards are about the same age as Changjin. Their families don't want their sons to suffer the hardships of quarry work every day or do difficult pigment-making jobs. When they hear Yun Jiaoyu is recruiting patrol guards for Shaju village, many volunteer their sons. Cheng Er, who used to be a government officer, is good at choosing people. In just a few days, he carefully selects 10 strong, tall young men from hundreds of candidates. Soon, the work in Shaju village becomes busier and more organized. 1 month later, Li Jingji returns to Shaju village with nearly 10,000 jars of pigment orders. His return makes Yun Jiaoyu feel a bit puzzled about what's next. Calculate the distance he traveled. He spent half a month in Qingzhou and Songzhou. I don't know if he found Lady Fong. I'm worried he might come to our house to ask about her. So I quickly slipped away, moving very fast. I went straight to Li Dafu's place, thinking I could also check on Qi Wenglong and Sun Heshu's progress. As soon as I entered Li Dafu's house, I saw him flipping through the letters from his disciples that Li Jingji had brought earlier, constantly stroking his beard. He looked proud, as if feeling a bit pleased with himself, and kept praising, "Truly worthy of being my disciple, Li Peiqi." Yun Jiaoyu frowned and leaned in to watch. After glancing at the letters, she said softly, "Li Dafu, those disciples from Qingzhou only did this to show respect and help your favorite disciple. Why are you so eager to praise them?" Li Dafu glared at Yun Jiaoyu with annoyance, forgetting why she came. He blurted out, "You little girl, what do you understand?" Then, he laid out the letters on the wooden table one by one. He pointed to each letter, indicating how many paint cans were needed. He explained patiently, Changjin is a criminal. His senior brothers, even if they want to help him, would do so through business dealings. But they wouldn't all need so many cans of paint. Look, this one needs 500 cans, that one needs 1,000. Even disciples who don't do business but focus on politics also asked for paint. Li Dafu looked proud, almost as if he was explaining something important, and nodded slowly. His mood started to improve again. He deliberately asked Yun Jiaoyu, "Jiaoyu, tell me, what do you think is the reason?" After being prompted, Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes suddenly lit up. Her gaze at Li Dafu became more lively and sharp. Honestly, at first, she didn't like Li Dafu when he came to Shijuji village. Now she thought, it's natural for him to have pride. Her eyes sparkled with understanding as she said, "Is it because they heard the news that Changjin is about to clear his name? So they congratulated him early and showed goodwill?" Yun Jiaoyu became interested. She suddenly remembered that when Li Dafu was teaching the eldest son of the Pei family in the capital, He was only about 10 years older than Changjin. Over the years, Li Dafu had many disciples. Some went into business, others into politics. These disciples, whether they served in the same guild or helped Changjin when he was working in the capital, or when the Qi family returned to Qingzhou to do business, could all be helpful. Looking at Li Dafu with respect, I said, they say that having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Jokingly, I added, I think that saying is really true. Changjin has you as a teacher, and his future looks very bright. It won't be long now. Li Dafu's ears turned a little soft from the praise, after knowing Yun Jiaoyu for so many years. This disciple's wife has never spoken so pleasantly before. Realizing this, he frowned and said, although I have hundreds of disciples, I am only 40 years old. Why do I seem so old? He seemed to be joking with his family, glancing at Yun Jiaoyu and said, I tell you, if you can't speak properly, don't say anything. Otherwise, it will make me, as the master, angry. Yun Jiaoyu pouted and admitted defeat, saying nothing more. After all, Li Dafu is now like a revered Buddha. In the future, he might need to support Changjin more. He sat beside Sun He, who was now recovering well. His face, compared to before the burns, was naturally different but still not quite normal. Still, his appearance was hundreds of times better than before surgery. Sun He, now scarred from severe burns, was more confident. While practicing calligraphy, he casually mentioned, young Madam Qi, my master said I started learning too late. If I pursue the imperial exams, it will be difficult for me to succeed in this life. His eyes full of respect for Li Dafu. He slightly smiled and said, he said that once I clear my name of any crimes, he will send me to serve under General Bianjianya in Qingzhou. A hint of surprise flickered in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. She turned to ask Li Dafu, do you also have connections in the army? Li Dafu looked proud and slowly stroked his beard, nodding. My disciple Bian Liang is the eldest son of General Bianjianya in Qingzhou. He works in the capital as a civil official, but it's easy for him to send people back to his hometown to gain experience. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes grew deep. She remembered that during the funeral of the great Qi emperor, the country was in chaos. Thousands of soldiers had died tragically on the battlefield over a few months. Qingzhou is not close to the border, but during wartime, troops could be transferred from there. Yun Jiaoyu wanted to say many things to Sun He, but hesitated when she saw his hopeful eyes. The words of encouragement got stuck in her throat. She changed her tone and said, joining the army is just as hard as taking the imperial exams. If you have already chosen this path, I wish you great success and a bright future. But remember, swords are deadly on the battlefield, so be careful. Sun He's grip on his brush tightened, and his eyes shone brightly. He smiled sincerely and said excitedly, Madam Qi, I am really happy that you wish me well in joining the army. My father has been arguing with me for 2 days after I decided to join the army. He says I don't need to prove myself to succeed, since our family is well off and can support me for life. Son, he shook his head. I understand my father's good intentions, but I believe I should live happily. I don't want a boring life, so I won't waste this chance. Yun Jiaoyu smiled quietly but said nothing, since joining the army was Sun He's own choice. After careful thought, she felt she had no right to stop him. Even if Qi Wenlang was going to join the army today, she would support him. Fortunately, he was recommended to serve under the Qingzhou general, who is like a modern military district commander. Having this official looking after Sun, he made her feel more at ease. At this moment, Li Jingji was searching all over the village for Yun Jiaoyu. He finally found her at Li Dara's house. Seeing Li Jingji, Yun Jiaoyu felt like a mouse seeing a cat. When she saw Li Jingji suddenly appear at the door, she instinctively crouched and hid behind Li Daru. Li Daru raised his thick black eyebrows with interest. He deliberately stood up, making space, and looked back and forth between Li Jingji and Yun Jiaoyu. He clicked his tongue. Jiaoyu, seeing Jingji, you look guilty as if you've done something wrong. Could it be that you did something to offend him? Yun Jiaoyu puffed her cheeks and stared straight at Li Daru. She was Qi Changjin's wife, after all. Even if Li Daru was doing her a favor for Qi Changjin's sake,
He shouldn't provoke trouble and push her into Li Jingji's line of fire, right? She quickly retracted her gaze and forced a smile. Turning to Li Jingji, she took the initiative. Brother Li, you don't look well. Did something happen to you on your trip to Qingzhou? Li Jingji had been away from Xiaoju village for over a month. When he returned, his skin was a little paler. His appearance looked even more rugged and handsome, but the cold, fierce aura in his eyes seemed stronger than before. He looked like he was about to kill someone. His temples throbbed as he held back his anger. Though he didn't mean to show his rage openly, he found it hard to control his emotions. He composed himself and said, Longjin's wife, I need to ask you something. Can you come out with me for a moment? Yun Jiaoyu's lips, faintly red, pressed together, and she had a bad feeling. Could it be that Li Jingji found Fang Yang in Sangzhou? After thinking for a moment, she believed it was more likely that he had found nothing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to Xiaoju village so quickly. Considering this reason, I plan to hold firm and not reveal any information about Fang Yang. The two walk out onto the empty, yellow land outside the house. Li Jingji suddenly stops, then turns around, his sharp gaze quickly sweeping toward Yun Jiaoyu. Longjin's wife, I have a question for you. Do you know Fang Wan? Yun Jiaoyu is momentarily stunned, the first time she hears Fang Yang's name. She hides her cautious emotions behind her eyes and shakes her head confusedly. She speaks seriously before today. I have never heard of Fang Wan. Brotherly, why do you look so angry? What happened? She quickly adds, I just saw you at Li Dafu's house and you looked so furious. It was scary. I just wanted to hide, afraid your sudden anger might affect me. Who would have thought you came specifically to find me? Li Jingji raises his eyebrows, his cold eyes revealing a hint of danger. His sharp gaze carefully examines Yun Jiaoyu, as if trying to see through her. When he hears her words clearly and realizes she is not lying, his expression finally relaxes. His face looks a bit better. Li Jingji feels a little disappointed. He searched all along in Qingzhou but couldn't find Fang Wan. When he reached Sangzhou, he accidentally heard someone in Wanshou County say that the courtesan Fang Wan at Zuihua Tower had been unwell recently, suspected of a miscarriage and lingering illness. Even though she was a courtesan, not a noble lady, the name Fang Wan was enough to make him want to visit Zuihua Tower. That day, through a half-open window, he saw the courtesan lying on a sickbed, her figure very similar to Wan Wan. He wanted to go closer to see for himself, but hesitated at the door, feeling afraid. After a day, when he was mentally prepared to meet the courtesan, the madam of Zuihua Tower said, Fang Wan is seriously ill and no longer valuable to Zuihua Tower. She has already paid her debt and left for another place. I suggest you find another lady to enjoy wine and entertainment. Li Jingji didn't believe her and went to Zuihua Tower several days in a row, but kept returning empty-handed. Later, he met Huang Shiguo, a county officer from Wanshou County, in a tavern. This officer, after drinking, boasted that Yun Jiaoyu had a way to bring people back from the dead, even saving the courtesan at Zuihua Tower. This made him unable to hold back his anger and want to return to ask Yun Jiaoyu for clarification. Li Jingji was unsure whether the courtesan at Zuihua Tower was his fiancée. But regardless, he couldn't reveal what he saw or heard in Sangzhou to avoid damaging Fang Wan's reputation. Li Jingji's handsome face shows a complex expression. He clenched his right hand behind his back and rubbed it, avoiding Yun Jiaoyu's question. His voice was gentle. Actually, there's nothing much going on. Since you don't know Fang Wan, I'll go find her myself. I've looked for 3 years, a little longer won't matter. It seemed like he remembered something. He looked thoughtful and said, By the way, in a few days, I will leave Xiaoju village. His deep, cold eyes grew even sharper. In the future, if you and Changjin go to the capital, please take care. The officials and wealthy people in the city are very cautious. You must be careful. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you might be used as a few times. Yun Jiaoyu suddenly sighed in relief. She nodded and said, Brotherly, I understand. After you leave Xiaoju village, where will you go? Li Jing's eyes darkened slightly. I need to keep looking for Fang Wan. If I really can't find her. His voice paused, and his sharp gaze no longer hit its edge. He added, "If I can't find her, I'll go home first. Do what I should have done a long time ago." Yun Jiaoyu lowered her eyes, not catching the deeper meaning in Li Jing's words. She just thought about her own upcoming departure from Shaju village. Suddenly, she felt a bit of the feeling that all gatherings must end. She said a few farewell words and watched Li Jing leave. Until his figure disappeared from her sight, she shook her head. She felt a little reluctant. "Li Jing, you can't blame me for hiding Fang Niang's whereabouts on purpose." "Really?" "Fang Niang, being a courtesan, has little pride. No matter what, I had to get her permission before telling you." Yun Jiaoyu withdrew her gaze, thinking she could only apologize to Li Jing for now. She turned around just in time to hear a sound of a chair falling from Sun Xiao Lian's house nearby. This month, Sun Xiao Lian was busy earning money to buy medicine and support her family, working hard making pigments. Lu Yunxiu felt sorry for Sun Xiao Lian and her daughter Sun Shui, so she asked Qi Zhao Zhao to take Sun Shui into care for her every day after waking up. Therefore, except during meals, no one was at Sun Xiao Lian's house. Yun Jiaoyu looked at the sun. At this time, Sun Xiao Lian should be working in the pigment workshop. Curious, she walked over. Inside, a man's low crying suddenly sounded. "Lotus Mother," my mother said, "where in the world are couples with a grudge that lasts overnight? I really miss you so much that today I lied and said Nuanwan had an accident, just to trick you back." The man inside the room had already touched Sun Xiao Lian's rough hand. He held her tightly and lowered his voice. "Lotus Mother, we were at least husband and wife. Don't be so cold-hearted. If things really can't work out, I will kneel to you. Please forgive me. I regret divorcing you." Sun Xiulian couldn't take it anymore. When she heard that her daughter Sun Shui had accidentally fallen and hit her head, she immediately dropped everything and rushed home. But as soon as she entered, Guogang, hiding behind the door, closed it and trapped her inside the room. He even touched her inappropriately. Since the divorce, life has been hard, but at least she feels free in her heart. Besides taking care of her daughter, she doesn't have to work in the fields or wash dirty clothes for Guogang and his family. She also doesn't have to serve the entire household. She has long been used to her current life and now only feels disgusted toward her former husband, who comes to bother her. Outside, Yun Jiaoyu frowned tightly, as if she had just eaten a big melon. She confirmed that the crying, pleading man inside was Guogang. She couldn't help but sneer and curl her lips. Half a month ago, Guotizi, following his own preferences, spent a few silver coins to have Guogang marry a pretty widow. That widow was strong and capable, able to work in the fields. She had a notably large backside, which Guotizi boasted about, saying she would be a good mother. Guotizi was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. But Guogang couldn't stand the new wife and repeatedly insulted her outside, calling her dark as coal and fat as a pig. The more he compared, the more he realized he still preferred the gentle and kind Sun Xiulian. He later deeply regretted it and secretly came to find Sun Xiulian from time to time. Yun Jiaoyu had heard Sun Xiulian complain before. So on days when she had free time, she would go to the paint shop to keep watch. She wanted to see if the shameless Guogang dared to come find Lotus again. Today, when Li Jingji returned to the village, she deliberately didn't go to the paint shop. But Guogang took the opportunity to trick Sun Xiulian into going home alone. Yun Jiaoyu hated scumbags the most. Divorce was Guogang's choice. Now, dissatisfied with his new wife, he went back to bother his ex-wife. He really thought he was something special, daring to pick and choose here? Yun Jiaoyu pushed the door with both hands and found that the wooden latch inside blocked the door. She couldn't push it open at all. Seeing that the door was locked, she knew Guogang had no good intentions today. Suddenly, she kicked the door open. With a loud bang, the door swung open and shook unsteadily. Guogang trembled in fear and instinctively let go of Sun Xiulian. Yun Jiaoyu's dark, cold eyes burst with a strong sense of pressure. She scolded angrily, "Guogang, your divorce from Lotus is proven by the best guards in the capital. Not long ago, you married a new wife. Now, what is going on with you bothering Lotus Lady again? She coldly said, and you say you want to kneel to Lotus Lady?
Bah.
Do you think being a man means you have gold under your knees? Yun Jiaoyu entered the room and quickly pulled Sun Xiao Lian behind her. The sound of kicking open the door drew the attention of many people. Li Dazhu and Qi Zhaozhao, outside the house, heard the noise and came over. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes showed clear dislike as she said coldly, "Even if you kneel, no one will care. Relying on old tricks doesn't change anything. When you decided to leave Lotus Lady to have a son, you were already not worth forgiving." Li Dazhu frowned, twisting his beard. He also disliked men who bothered decent women. He shook his head and said to Qi Zhaozhao, "Zhaozhao, in this world, shameless men are like the wooden fish in temples, many and always needing to be hit. Next time, when you choose a husband, you should learn from your sister-in-law. You need to have higher standards." Qi Zhaozhao's face turned red when she heard about marriage. But she took the advice seriously and saw Guogang, who was crying and looking very embarrassed. She nodded quickly and said, "Zhaozhao remembers." She earnestly said, "From now on, I will listen to Li Dazhu and not marry a man who has no backbone, clings stubbornly, or begs desperately. If I ever marry such a man, I would just hang myself with a rope to avoid suffering later." After she finished speaking, Yun Jiaoyu looked at Qi Zhaozhao with relief. She could say she would kneel and leave her marriage, even fight to stay, ignoring the divorce papers. Such a man is exactly without backbone, clingy, and begging desperately. Seeing Qi Zhaozhao, still young but able to point out the key issues clearly, Yun Jiaoyu was no longer worried that Qi Zhaozhao would marry a bad man. Guogang, being mocked by a young girl who hadn't married yet, blushed with embarrassment. He wanted to find a hole and hide. When he saw Sun Shui, whom Qi Zhaozhao was holding, he immediately ran to the child's side, stumbling and crawling. He hugged the child and said, "Shui, you must miss your dad, right? If you miss your dad, come home with him. As long as we are together, your mother will come back someday." Yun Jiaoyu's temples throbbed violently. Guogang's words made her furious. Even if the stars shift and time changes, in different worlds and dynasties, having a child or controlling a child can always be used to manipulate a woman's mind. This has never changed. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes instantly turned cold. "Guogang, I just want to ask you one thing. What exactly are you trying to do today? Your wife has only been married to you for less than half a month. Are you trying to make Lian Yang return to the Guo family, meaning to let her be a woman without status, or do you want her to become a concubine?" Sun Xiaolian's pupils shrank instantly. She definitely didn't want to go back to the Wu family. Not just because of losing her status or becoming a concubine, she didn't even want to remarry openly and return. Sun Xiaolian gently tugged at Yun Jiaoyu's sleeve. "Madam Qi, I won't go back with him." Guogang immediately grew anxious when he heard this. He thought Sun Xiaolian cared about her status. He quickly raised his hand and swore, "Lian Yang, I would never let you have no status. As long as you're willing to go back with me, I swear I will divorce that demon soon." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes narrowed coldly, her dark eyes showing disgust for the cruel man. "What good is your oath?" She exposed him. "How soon is soon? Today, tomorrow, or the moment you lie in a coffin?" Guogang's face darkened. The words of Madame Qi were too harsh. He was only in his 20s, far from the age of lying in a coffin. He had already promised to divorce his wife, so why was he still so aggressive? Yun Jiaoyu's gaze was calm and deep, sensing his impatience and guilt. She sneered coldly, "Guogang, I think you won't really divorce your new wife. Your parents married a daughter-in-law, costing your family 3 or 2 months' wages. Can they afford to give up that money and let you divorce her for nothing? Furthermore, even if Lian Yang returns to the Wu family with you, it won't change the fact that she can't have children anymore. Isn't your old Wu family just looking for a grandson to carry on the family line?" Her voice was sharp with sarcasm. "I think you just can't tolerate your new wife's fierce temper and dislike her appearance. That's why you're bothering Lian Yang. You want to use your daughter to trap Lian Yang and then abuse her.
In the country of Daki, many families had multiple wives and concubines. But never had there been a family so poor that they still kept wives and concubines. Guogang couldn't divorce his new wife right away. Even if he wanted to, he would wait until she gave birth to a big, fat boy. From Yun Jiaoyu's perspective, Guogang was just eyeing the body of Lian Yang, reminiscing about past love, and still thinking about his new wife's pregnancy. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze drifted toward Guogang, catching his embarrassment out of the corner of her eye. He lowered his head, holding his daughter Sun Shue's hand, and unconsciously squeezed harder. Suddenly, Sun Shue started crying, her small hand turning red from being pinched. Sun Xiao Lian hurriedly rushed forward to take her daughter away, pushing Guogang's hand aside. Guogang, get lost. We agreed long ago that we wouldn't regret our separation. Now, just keep your promise and don't bother me or Nanan anymore. Sun Xiaolian's eyes turned red with anger. She had been married to Guogang for many years. It's false to say she had no feelings. But those past days of helplessness, worrying every day if her in-laws would mistreat or even harm her daughter, she never wanted to live through those again. She pointed at the direction of the village gate. Get out of here now, or I will go to the government office and complain. Yun Jiaoyu slowly walked over to Sun Xiaolian and gently patted her shoulder. Her gaze fixed on Guogang, giving him a sharp look. Softly, she said, Lian Yang, there's no need to make things so complicated. Going to the government office to complain means hiring a lawyer, but it's easier to just talk to Guogang's new wife. I think Guogang has been bothering you these past 2 weeks, and she probably doesn't even know. Guogang's face turned pale, and images of his fierce mother-in-law flashed through his mind. A cold sweat broke out on his back. He came to see Sun Xiaolian, but his wife at home didn't know anything. She was busy working in the fields, doing chores, cooking, and washing clothes. She had no time to worry about other things. In the past half-month, his new wife hadn't even left the village gate of Shaoji village. Guogang was very unhappy with Yun Jiaoyu. But the family of 4, including him, all worked for Yun Jiaoyu. He couldn't afford to offend her. He clenched his teeth and said, Madam Qi, why are you forcing me into a corner? If you send someone to tell my wife about this, won't that disturb our family peace? Yun Jiaoyu's deep brown eyes turned cold. The fact is, you have a wife, yet you still bother Lian Yang. Even if your Wu family is troubled, it's your own fault. A dangerous look crossed Yun Jiaoyu's beautiful eyes. The days when she would leave for the capital were getting closer. If she didn't deal with Guogang today, he would cause trouble for her in the future. She wanted her life to be better. Guogang, maybe you don't know. Since ancient times, teasing women has always been punished severely. If you insult a woman with words, the lightest punishment is to cut out your tongue. If you physically a woman, there are many cases of hands being chopped off as punishment. Yun Jiaoyu was not exaggerating. In ancient times, women valued chastity highly. Even a slight verbal insult could lead some women to hang themselves at home. Cases of women taking advantage of others and then committing suicide were even more common. Although Sun Xiaolian and Guogang were once married and very close, they are now divorced. Any physical contact with her ex-wife is considered teasing. Moreover, Guogang entered her home without permission and behaved improperly. Guogang doesn't understand why he should lose his hands just because he came to see his former wife. He had never hurt or touched Sun Xiaolian before. His hands are numb, and he imagines losing them. He starts to breathe heavily. Yun Jiaoyu notices his pale face and says coldly, This time, I will give you a chance to change because you are Sun Shue's biological father. If you bother Lian Yang and her daughter again, even if I am no longer in Shijuji village, I will have Zhou Niu and Lu Dashan take you to the authorities for punishment according to the Qi law. Yun Jiaoyu dislikes Guogang's family. When he wanted to marry a new wife, he pretended to be helpless against his parents' wishes. When the new wife was not to his liking and he wanted to go back to his previous wife, he acted sincerely remorseful. Such a man is truly despicable. She sharply looks at Guogang and says, What are you still doing here? If you don't leave now, Cheng-Er will come to your house himself. I want to see if your new wife will pick up and stop you when she finds out you're bothering Lian Yang. Guogang quickly runs away, feeling guilty. Although his legs are weak, he rushes to the village entrance. He doesn't want to work in the quarry today and hurriedly goes home, pretending to be attentive and helpful to his new wife. Son Xiao Lian watches Guogang run away and feels more regretful about their marriage over the years. She is angry at herself for marrying such a selfish, hypocritical person. She tightly hugs Sun Shui, feeling unworthy. Choking up, she says, "My good daughter, we mother and daughter will shut the door and live our own lives.
From now on, just pretend you don't have that father, okay?"
Sun Shui, only 4 years old, doesn't understand why her parents argue. But she knows her grandparents don't treat her well, and her father was also bullying her mother, almost making her cry. This shows her father is not a good person. She nods her little head and softly says, "Okay." Yun Jiaoyu sees how obedient and well-behaved Sun Shui is and feels comforted. She puts her hand on Sun Xiaolian's shoulder, wanting to speak and comfort her. Before she can say anything, she sees Changjin riding his horse quickly toward her. When she was just a few feet away, he reached out with his clearly defined fingers. He wanted to pull her onto the horse and hold her in his arms. Urgently, he said, "Jiyue, Madame Tao has started her period. Lord Tao asked me to invite you to see a doctor." She has started her period? Yun Jiyue's mind went blank. She remembered that she had prescribed a remedy to strengthen the spleen, benefit the kidneys, and reduce fat for Madame Tao. Calculating the days, it had been a month since she last saw Madame Tao, so she should have come back to the water shrine. It looks like last month's intimacy was effective, so she is now pregnant. The horses' hooves kicked up dust as they galloped, and Yun Jiyue saw Lord Qi's broad and strong hand getting closer. She didn't hesitate and directly placed her hand in the warm palm of the man. With a steady pull, she leaned back into Lord Qi's embrace. He held the reins with one hand and wrapped his other arm around Yun Jiyue's waist, worried she might be jolted off. Her face was pressed close to his chest, and she could hear his strong heartbeat. The speed of the horse increased. Yun Jiyue instinctively wrapped her arms around Lord Qi's slender waist and buried her face in his chest. Until they reached the town, where many pedestrians were coming and going, Lord Qi slowed down the horse. He carefully steered to avoid the crowd. At this moment, the rushing wind in Yun Jiyue's ears eased, giving her a moment to talk about Li Jingji with Lord Qi. "Changjin, should I write a letter to Madame Fong?" A tender emotion appeared in Yun Jiyue's eyes. "Actually, I think if Li Jingji truly cares for Madame Fong, it might still be possible for them to be together. Have you ever heard of a story like this? Just think of it as something I read in a strange story." Yun Jiyue's eyes were as clear as a pure lake. During the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, there were laws forbidding marriage between the noble and the lowborn. But the Prime Minister of Southern Tang, Song Qiuxiu, still married a courtesan named Wei. This courtesan never bore children in her life, yet Song Qiuxiu remained loyal to her. He not only refused to divorce her despite external pressure and rumors, but also adopted his nephew as his heir to silence the gossip. I think, if Li Jingji truly loves Madame Fong deeply, sending her a letter might be a kind act. Lord Qi didn't believe that Yun Jiyue's stories were from books. After all, she only learned to read recently in the past 2 months. Her brows slightly furrowed in thought. I haven't heard of the so-called 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms. Lord Qi didn't dwell on the story's origin and remained silent for a moment. She shook her head and thought carefully. Among the popular stories about the Great Qi Kingdom, there is no such example as you mentioned. However, since Jingji can easily bring out 2 jars of Lansheng wine, he must have a notable background. I think, if he really insists on finding his fiancée, Lady Fong, he might do what you said, like Song Qiuxiu. Qi Changjin's dark eyes flickered with a mysterious glint. After careful thought, she said, "If you really want to send a letter to Lady Fong, go ahead. But just in case, don't send it right away. It's better to wait 10 days or half a month." After speaking, Yun Jiaoyu suddenly felt clear-minded. She secretly thought that Li Jingji had been in Shajajillage these days. Even if he left openly, he might still be secretly watching her.
watching to see if she would send the letter. If he caught her sending the letter, he could easily find out where Lady Fong was. She nodded firmly, her lips faintly curved in a smile.
All right.
I'll send it later. Soon. The horse stopped at the county magistrate's residence. Li Quan had been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing Changjin and his wife, he hurriedly greeted them. Oh, Changjin, your wife has finally arrived. Yun Jiaoyu frowned, curious. Masterly, the county town is quite far from Shaja village. It takes more than half an hour to go back and forth. Didn't Lady Tao see blood? Could it be that Lord Tao didn't find a doctor at the medical clinic to check her? Li Quan was anxious and stomping his feet, trying to pull Yun Jiaoyu's arm to see Lady Tao. Because of gender restrictions, he held onto Changjin's arm and pulled her away, signaling Yun Jiaoyu to follow quickly. He explained, the doctors in Dahuang County, Lady Tao doesn't trust them. They only come to check her pulse, but don't dare to treat her. Even if she saw blood, she stubbornly insists on waiting, forcing you to come. Li Quan kept talking and then spat, my bad luck. He secretly cursed himself for being a jinx. Yun Jiaoyu was led into the backyard. When they reached the main bedroom, Changjin and Li Quan naturally stopped at the door. Inside, Lady Tao's faint pain sounds could be heard. Tao Gaoshan tightly held his wife's hand. Madam, if it really can't be helped, we won't have children anymore. Look at how your body has become after trying to conceive. Lady Tao's face was pale and exhausted, with no strength to speak. After seeing blood, she didn't dare to say much. She only glared at Tao Gaoshan. I am the only child in my family. Do you think I was born just for you? Lady Tao still hoped that her future children would inherit the family estate. If she doesn't have children, what if one day her husband is unfaithful and they lose their chance to have a family? Yun Jiaoyu listened to the couple's conversation and cleared her throat awkwardly. She signaled that she had arrived. Tao Gaoshan quickly got off the bed and stopped sitting. He moved aside to make space for Yun Jiaoyu. Madam Qi, please come see my wife. How is her health? Can the baby in her belly be saved? Yun Jiaoyu sat on the bed and saw a patch of blood where Tao's wife was lying. The blood on the sheets seemed to be spreading gradually. She frowned silently and checked her pulse. While feeling her pulse, her eyes grew deeper and more thoughtful. She couldn't help asking, Madam Tao, when did you find out you were pregnant? Tao Gaoshan answered first, just today. Today, my wife suddenly bled, so we called a doctor and found out she was pregnant. Did you two sleep together last night? Tao Gaoshan looked a bit shy and hurried to explain. Since my wife came to this place, she's been eager to have a child. We didn't know if she was pregnant or not. We did sleep together last night. Yun Jiaoyu was silent for a while, already having a rough idea. Her fair face showed lingering worry. She looked hesitantly at Tao's wife, hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Tao Gaoshan's heart tightened, and he asked quickly, Madam Qi, is there nothing you can do to treat my wife's illness? Yun Jiaoyu frowned and shook her head, planning to send Tao away first. It's not that I can't treat her. I am just thinking about what kind of herbal medicine her body can handle. Now I have a plan. Yun Jiaoyu went to the desk and started writing a prescription. While writing, she said, Madam Tao has been bleeding like this, which is not good. It's better to stop the bleeding first. She wrote a detailed prescription on a piece of paper. She handed it over and said, Lord Tao, I hope you can personally go to the pharmacy to get the herbs. If you pick the herbs yourself, it will be better for Madam Tao to rest assured. I need 1.5 qian each of mulberry parasitic plant, poria, cascuta, fried Sichuan root, fried eucamia, and melted donkey hide gelatin. 1 qian of huang qin, half a qian of mugwort. Additionally, 1 qian of ginseng and 1.5 qian of white atractylodes. She carefully instructed, remember, the white atractylodes must be mixed with glutinous rice and steamed with water. After steaming for 15 minutes, remove the glutinous rice and let it cool. When ready, add 10 red dates and brew for drinking. This medicine has the effect of strengthening the kidneys and stabilizing the fetus. The bleeding can stop within an hour after taking it. Tao Gaoshan originally wanted his servants to go buy the herbs, but
He thought that since it was a matter of life and death, he should personally go to get the herbs himself so his wife could feel at ease. She took the prescription and ran outside, saying, Okay, I'll go to the pharmacy right now. Only Yun Jiaoyu and Madame Tao remained inside. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flickered slightly as she focused her deep gaze on the other person. She softly asked, Madame Tao, have you had 3 miscarriages before? When Yun Jiaoyu first diagnosed Madame Tao's pulse, she also found out that she had experienced multiple miscarriages. However, even Li Quan, who was just a steward following Tao Gaoshan, only knew that Madame Tao had lost 1 child. He didn't know she had lost 3. So, she didn't mention Madame Tao's repeated miscarriages in front of Tao Gaoshan. Yun Jiaoyu is a doctor with integrity. She respects her patients' privacy and would never speak about sensitive matters in front of others. Madame Tao's forehead was covered in sweat, and her expression grew complicated. She pressed her lips tightly and opened her mouth to speak. In the end, she didn't say anything. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze darkened slightly as she comforted her. Madame Tao, the kidneys are the root of innate health, and the spleen is the foundation of acquired health. Kidney deficiency causes weakness, and spleen deficiency causes thinness. That was the reason for your previous miscarriage. Your spleen and stomach have been weak for a long time. When I first came to Dahuang County, I prescribed a remedy to regulate your health. I had planned to give you a stronger pregnancy-preserving medicine before I left Dahuang County. But I didn't expect your pregnancy to come so early. Yun Jiaoyu believed that Madame Tao's current bleeding was due to habitual miscarriage. Women who have 3 or more natural pregnancy losses are considered to have habitual miscarriage. Madame Tao was eager to have children. The first time she was prescribed medicine, she didn't even finish 2 months before she became pregnant. Before and after, she was both afraid of getting pregnant and worried she wouldn't be able to keep the pregnancy. Fear of not conceiving was because there was no heir to the family. Worry about losing the pregnancy was because she feared she couldn't protect it. Such worries and depression, combined with excessive intimacy, damaged her kidney energy, leading to this bleeding episode. Madame Tao, if you still want to carry the pregnancy or hope to have more children in the future to continue the family line, please tell me honestly. I will do my best to help you keep this child, and will give you a secret remedy to preserve the pregnancy. Previously, I married well. When I brought my dowry, I only took a few maidservants besides the full carriage of gifts. Madame Tao's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. She clenched her teeth tightly and said, Who would have thought that in less than 3 months after marriage, all the maidservants would be taken by my husband as concubines? Yun Jiaoyu's gaze drifted slightly as she listened quietly. Thinking that Madame Tao was the daughter of a wealthy family in the county, if she married well, she either married a richer man from her family or a man involved in politics. Considering Tao Gaoshan was a county official, and given Madame Tao's personality, her second marriage's status would not be lower than her first husband's. It was likely her first husband was a businessman. Madame Tao's eyes held an unreadable emotion. She said, I have a fiery temper, and the maids I serve are not part of my dowry, so I often argue with him. The first 2 children were born after arguments and physical fights. But this matter, Gaoshan doesn't know. When I married him, I didn't mention that I had a miscarriage. Yun Jiaoyu noticed the anger in Madame Tao's words and felt a bit more sympathetic toward her. No wonder Madame Tao always acted domineering toward Gaoshan. Besides her lower status marriage and her personality, she probably also wanted to take control in the marriage. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes deepened, reminding her, Madame Tao, since you are now pregnant, don't overexert yourself in intimacy. Resting and nurturing the fetus is the most important now. Also, avoid excessive worry. Don't fear that the baby might not be saved. Madame Tao looked at Yun Jiaoyu with calm, grateful eyes. She nodded earnestly and said, Thank you for helping me hide this from Gaoshan. If my child is born successfully, and if you ever need anything from my Tao family in the future, I, Tao Ziqin, will do my best to repay you. Yun Jiaoyu raised her eyebrows. Currently,
She didn't need help from the Tao family, but having reliable connections was always good. She agreed. Then I thank Madame Tao in advance. But what is the secret method you mentioned earlier for maintaining the pregnancy? The so-called secret method is actually very similar to the herbal prescription I just wrote. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were clear as she explained. That prescription can not only stop bleeding but also help your baby be born full term. You only need to take 1 dose daily, and your health will be safe. Also, medication isn't one size fits all. If you're weak, add 1 xian each of astragalus and singma, a traditional herb. If you have indigestion, add san ginseng. If you have heat in the blood, add xingdi, raw mania. Mrs. Tao listened as Yun Jiaoyu confidently assured her that this pregnancy would be successful. The heavy worry in her heart gradually eased. She deeply trusted Yun Jiaoyu's medical skills. Yun Jiaoyu then said carefully, if you want to have more children in the future, when you are making love and during months 6 to 9 of pregnancy, you can start taking this medicine. Taking it for 2 or 3 months can help prevent miscarriage. Mrs. Tao took note of her instructions. Not long after, Tao Gaoshang brought over a steaming bowl of medicine. He used a porcelain spoon to on the soup, cooling it down before feeding it to Mrs. Tao little by little. Careful, madam, it might be hot. Drink slowly, he said, blowing on the spoon a few more times. Yun Jiaoyu didn't stay long in the room. She wasn't used to this kind of intimate scene. After leaving, she planned to wait until Mrs. Tao's bleeding stopped before leaving the county magistrate's residence. Outside the house, Changjin rested his hands on the corridor railing, gazing at the few slender bamboo plants in the courtyard. Yun Jiaoyu stood beside him. For a moment, the two stood silently. The warm breeze brushed their faces, and as they waited, Yun Jiaoyu began to enjoy the view of the courtyard. Suddenly, perhaps due to a trick of the mind, she heard a gentle voice in her ear. Jiaoyu, after we go to the capital, let's have a child. Yun Jiaoyu was stunned, her grip tightening on the railing. Her pupils widened instantly, and she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She couldn't believe what she heard. She turned to look at Changjin, cautiously asking what? What did you just say? Changjin's eyes, like a clear galaxy, flickered softly, filled with gentle warmth. He spoke patiently and clearly. I said, let's have a child. Yun Jiaoyu froze in place. For a moment, she felt annoyed with herself for being so impulsive as to stand beside Changjin. After going to the capital, she just wanted to leave him quickly. But now, he was already thinking about having a baby. She slightly twisted her lips, wanting to refuse politely. There was no need to have a child. But then she thought about her plan to leave quietly, without causing trouble or alerting anyone. Her goal was to leave without offending Changjin and to do so safely. She didn't want to give up completely. To avoid a confrontation that might offend this man, whose heart was darker than blackberries, she could only pretend to agree, trying to sound calm and composed. She finally said okay. Changjin's cold eyes carried a faint, almost indulgent, tenderness. Since they were now discussing the matter of continuing the family line, she knew she had to establish her footing in the capital as soon as possible. He cancelled his engagement with Minister of Rites Pei Gui midway, thinking that in the future, when he went to the capital, he would inevitably have conflicts with the commanding officer of the department. Everything needed to be planned early. Fortunately, he was not a pushover and was not afraid of the department at all. In less than half an hour, Lady Tao's bleeding had stopped. Yun Jiaoyu went to check her pulse, confirmed that her condition was gradually stabilizing, and finally felt relieved and left the county town. In the following days, Changjin resigned from his helper job at the county office. He sorted through his accumulated calligraphy and paintings at home, preparing to go to Shuilong County to sell his artwork. After selling his paintings, he kept busy. Taking advantage of the cheap land prices in Dahuang County, he bought 2 rows of shops near the trade road. He selected a few shops with backyards, knocked through partitions to turn them into a school. He discussed with Li Quan about hiring a teacher to instruct the children, helping Yun Jiaoyu solve the village's reading problem. Half a month later, on the 9th day of the lunar month,
Yun Jiaoyu borrowed a carriage from Master Li and specially took Zhou Niu to Shui Long County to meet the high monk Milo. She changed into a more impressive outfit, took out a long, dark blue dress embroidered with butterflies and water lilies from her space storage. Her hair was neatly styled into a bun, with 2 delicate gold hairpins inserted. Her eyebrows were thin and curved like willow leaves, and before leaving, she applied a light red lipstick on her lips. Although her face was only average, her confident demeanor and elegant clothing made her stand out. Zhou Niu saw such a wealthy person for the first time and felt a bit shy. After a while, he couldn't help but praise Lady Qi. Your outfit is so luxurious. It's just a wealthy young lady from Shui Long County, but your clothes look better than hers. Yun Jiaoyu raised an eyebrow. She only knew that Lady Tao was truly a wealthy young lady from Shui Long County. When they went to the county town, her dressing was indeed less flashy. But her flamboyant dressing was just a show of confidence. The more she dressed as if she had no money, the more Le Hai Monk and others would believe that her gift of Zhu Biao 2 months ago was heartfelt, not for profit. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. She asked, Zhou Niu, you've been staying in Fengshan village all this time. How do you know about the wealthy young lady from Shui Long County? Zhou Niu awkwardly smiled. A few years ago, I chopped some firewood and carried it to Shui Long County to sell. At that time, I saw Lady Tao standing in front of a merchant ship, crying tears as she unveiled her veil, reluctant to part from her parents. Her wedding was so grand. 5 or 6 ships, all filled with dowry. I scratched the back of my neck and said, I only looked a little longer. Yun Jiaoyu finally became curious. Lady Tao's wedding. Who was she married to? There were about 5 or 6 ships, and the dowry was very generous. Zhou Niu shook his head. That was many years ago. I don't remember the details well. I only recall that she was married to a wealthy family in Yuanzhou. Yun Jiaoyu had never been to Yuanzhou, only heard from Changjin that there were many medicine merchants there. She didn't dwell on Lady Tao's wedding anymore. As long as Lady Tao's wedding wasn't to the Jin family in Yuanzhou, everything was fine. Otherwise, if she transported Cinnabar from Dahuang County to Yuanzhou, Lady Tao and her father might refuse to cooperate. If she had been abused by her former husband's family and lost 2 children, she would never want to deal with her former in-laws again, no matter how profitable the business. The carriage arrived at Shui Long County. The servant from Li Dafu's household stopped at the designated tea house, as Yun Jiaoyu instructed. She waited inside the tea house for a long time, but didn't see the monk Milo. Zhou Niu was worried. Madam Qi, do you think that high monk you mentioned won't come? Yun Jiaoyu shook her head to reassure Zhou Niu. Softly, she said, Milo is not just an ordinary monk, he's a high monk. High monks wouldn't lie. He's probably delayed by something. Let's wait a bit longer. An hour later, Yun Jiaoyu had finished all the tea on her table. She sat by the window, looking around the business district, but still didn't see a monk in a kasaya. Her brow furrowed slightly, suspicious. Zhou Niu, today is the 9th, right? Did I remember wrong? Zhou Niu confidently assured her, yes, it's the 9th. Yesterday was the 8th, and it was my niece's birthday. I remember clearly. He thought about the nearly 10,000 pigment orders brought by Li Jingji. The pigment shop hadn't lacked orders in recent years. He cautiously suggested, Madam Qi, maybe we should go back. After all, those monks might have lost their words. At worst, we won't take the orders from Fajing Temple. Let's send all these 100 cans of pigment to Qingzhou first. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Zhou Niu. Over the past month, the villagers probably thought business was very easy to come by. They didn't understand the complexities behind the orders. Currently, the only order she fought for was from Fajing Temple. Relying solely on Li Dafu's reputation, Changjin's brotherly friendship, and future official prospects, Changjin will indeed have a smooth career, but the faster he rises, the harder he might fall. At that time, what will happen to the villagers' livelihoods? She wants to develop the industries in Dahuang County, and of course, the more orders she can take, the better.
First, she needs to honestly complete one business deal, then she can attract repeat customers and cooperation. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes darkened slightly as she spoke seriously. Zhonyo, I plan to run my quarry and pigment workshop for a lifetime. One day, these industries won't be limited to Shijuji village. When the business stabilizes and more villagers are working, I will gradually set up new quarries and pigment workshops in other villages. When the time is right, besides making pigments, I also want to produce medicinal herbs and mercury so more villagers can become wealthy. Zhonyo's eyes brightened, attracted by Yun Jiaoyu's vision. He had lived in Dahuang County for nearly 20 years, seeing many poor families living hard lives. Now, the villagers working in the quarry and pigment workshop in Shijuji village only served about a dozen nearby villages. Their lives had improved, but people in other villages still lived the same old way. If they could gradually set up quarries and pigment workshops in other villages, more and more people would eventually escape poverty and enjoy better lives. Yun Jiaoyu's tone carried undeniable authority. Of course, this applies to you and your children and descendants too. If in the future there are better opportunities, I naturally want you to aim high and not stay in the village doing manual work. But those who aim high are still a minority. Dahuang County has hundreds of villages. Even when Dahuang County was poor, many people stayed behind and didn't go out. If there are jobs in the county and villages that can support themselves, more and more people will choose to stay instead of leaving for other counties. She turned her gaze sharply to Zhonyo, her eyes deep and meaningful like stars. She said firmly and with purpose, so I hope you understand. Business is a long-term plan, not something that can be done overnight. Right now, we do have a big order, but after this order, does that mean we stop doing business? Hearing this, Zhonyo's eyes widened suddenly. He was filled with passion, understanding that he must seize every opportunity to do business and see each deal through to the end. He even recalled how he had just advised Lady Qi not to take the cinnabar business at the Pure Law Temple. He lowered his head in shame. Yun Jiaoyu saw Zhonyo listening carefully to her words. She patiently explained, Zhonyo, a grand plan requires trust and integrity. Trustworthiness is the most important thing for a merchant. Even if Monk Milu appears before us today and says those 100 jars of cinnabar are no longer needed, we must still fulfill our previous promise and offer the cinnabar with both hands. That is integrity. Zhonyo looked at Yun Jiaoyu with admiration. He confidently assured her, I understand, Lady Qi. From now on, whether it's a big order or a small one, I will treat everyone equally, just like you. For the first time, Zhonyo felt the weight of his responsibilities. He gained a strong sense of duty and decided to work hard to help more people find work, just like Yun Jiaoyu. As he finished speaking, some people came down the stairs from the second floor of the tea house. Monk Milu was among them. He was accompanied by 2 elders. One was a high monk dressed in simple robes he had never seen before, and the other was a familiar face to Yun Jiaoyu. It was Master Yu Hai. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise as she watched the people step down the stairs. Her pupils trembled with confusion. Why was Master Yu Hai from Ruegua Temple, a master known for his wisdom, with monks from Fajing Temple? She had only met Master Yu Hai once. Back in Fong County, she didn't realize that the old fortune-telling scammer was actually Master Yu Hai. At that time, she never linked the bearded old man with a master from Ruegua Temple in Kyoto. Now, seeing that the master's face was clean-shaven, she thought perhaps he was wearing a fake beard and hair before, or maybe he was unkempt and now shaved clean. Amida Buddha. The high monk in simple robes bowed respectfully, his kind gaze resting on Yun Jiaoyu. He smiled and said, Madam's words truly inspire this humble monk. There are many worshippers at Fajing Temple who donate incense and oil, hoping the gods and Buddhas will bless them. But they don't realize that good-hearted people, even if they don't worship the gods, will be blessed as long as they are kind and do good deeds. The monk's face was gentle and kind, and he continued calmly, Madam has a heart to help the world. In the future, I will light a long-lasting lamp in the temple for you, praying for the gods and Buddhas to bless you with safety and health. Yun Jiaoyu suddenly froze, her gaze fixed on the monks with awe. Lighting the long lamp symbolized not only hope for safety and health, but also a longing for home, an unspoken wish for loved ones far away to be free of worries and pain. She felt her mood could not settle for a long time. At first, just that one sentence was not enough to make her think too much. But Master Yu Hai's ability to predict the future was real. When the monk from Jiging Temple spoke about the eternal lamp, she couldn't help but start to think deeply. If the monk's words, aside from praying for her future safety and health, also meant praying for her distant relatives to be worry-free, then did this monk know she was from another world? Yun Jiaoyu thought of this and shook her head, feeling she was overthinking. If the monk knew she was not from the world in the book, wouldn't that mean he knew she was just a paper person? How could that be possible? Just as she was thinking this, she heard some Zen-like words fall from the monk. According to Buddhism, one day and one night illuminate all four directions, covering the desire heavens and the initial meditation heavens, forming a small world. 1,000 small worlds cover one or two meditation heavens, forming a small thousand world. 1,000 small thousand worlds cover one or three meditation heavens, forming a medium thousand world. 1,000 medium thousand worlds cover one or four meditation heavens, forming a large thousand world. Then he chanted Amitabha softly. He said solemnly, within the 3,000 great thousand worlds, meeting someone like you with a wise heart is a rare opportunity for us practitioners. Hearing this, Zhonyo's mind was already overwhelmed. He was most afraid of monks. The monks in temples chanting scriptures could make him fall asleep. Now, after hearing such a series of words, he understood nothing and even felt a headache and dizziness, wanting to. At this moment, Yun Jiaoyu's mind suddenly cleared. She was very respectful towards the monk in front of her. Compared to her previous attempt to use Buddhist phrases to gain favor with the monk at Mylar Temple for business, this old man was fundamentally a true practitioner who understood Buddhist teachings. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were clear, like the shining moon reflecting waves on a vast sea. Her thoughts instantly woke up, her mind tense and never relaxing. She believed she was from a different world, a world before she fell off the cliff, which she thought was real. But how could she be sure that the world in the book was not real? Could it be that everything in the book was created by the author? In other words, if Earth was created by an advanced civilization, then the billions of years on Earth could be just an illusion. Yun Jiaoyu no longer insisted on what the old monk said about Buddhism. She felt anxious deep inside. But he still happily accepted and said, "Venerable monk, your words remind me of the phrase, 'Dust contains several moments.' If you are willing to light a perpetual lamp for me and pray for my family's safety, I will surely do more good deeds in the future.
However,
I wonder, how should I address you, venerable monk?" Next to him, Master Yu Hai reached out and patted the old man's arm. He directly said to Yun Jiaoyu, "Oh, this old man, just call him Jing Kong." He turned to scold the monk Jing Kong. "I knew it. You, old man, wearing the usual robes for preaching today, will surely talk about Buddhist teachings at length." Luckily, Lady Qi responded with the phrase, "Dust contains several moments, or else today you'd probably be giving a sermon here." Getting to the main point, since you also think this woman is a person with wisdom, I suggest we have her handle all the paints needed for the temple and have her workshop produce them. When it came to paints, Zhonyo was boiling with anger inside. If they could reach an agreement on the future paint business of Fajing Temple, he would be happy. But respect must be mutual. Compared to the frustration after being mocked, he believed Lady Qi and he alike couldn't stand being ridiculed by others. Unable to hold back his anger, he muttered, "And the monks of Fajing Temple, they're already here, but they still made us wait an extra hour. What kind of logic is that?" Yun Jiaoyu gasped. If Master Yu Hai weren't here, she would be just as annoyed as Zhonyo about the monks' teasing. But ultimately, it was she who had pretended to be a wealthy lady to make friends with the high monk Mila first. Master Yu Hai knew her current status was that of a criminal, and perhaps he also told monk Jing Kong and high monk Milo. If that's the case, it's understandable that they left her waiting for an hour.
Yun Jiaoyu looked at Master Yu Hai with a faint smile, feeling awkward. She took the initiative to change the subject. Master, the last time we met was in Songzhou. Back then, you disguised yourself as a fortune teller. I didn't expect you to travel here, and we could meet again. Master Yu Hai naturally realized that Yun Jiaoyu was deliberately changing the topic. But he didn't mind. He laughed loudly, disregarding minor details, thanks to your 100 taels of silver. To see Jing Kong, I would have had to walk all the way to Zizhou. But your silver arrived just in time, so I wasn't shy about spending it, and I was able to take boat rides, sightseeing, and traveling around. You might not know, but I arrived in Dahuang County over a month and a half ago. At that time, I also pointed out a good place for this young man, he said. After speaking, Yun Jiaoyu realized that the location of Xiao Lian's grave was suggested by Master Yu Hai.
Zhonyo listened, stunned.
He kept looking up and down at Master Yu Hai in front of him. He didn't recognize him at all.
That
bearded feng shui master, is that you? Master Yu Hai looked quite proud, twirling his now non-existent beard. Yes, it's me. Really? Zhonyo was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. But master, why do you pretend to look unkempt? Before today, your previous appearance was really hard to recognize as that of a monk. Master Yu Hai's lips curled into a mysterious smile. He shook his head and remained silent. Yun Jiaoyu wasn't interested in Zhonyo's questions. When outside, if one needs to disguise themselves, it's usually to avoid being recognized. As for who they don't want to be recognized by, since Master Yu Hai didn't want to say, there was no need to ask further. Her expression showed some curiosity, and she suddenly turned to look at Monk Jing Kong. A flicker of hope appeared in her eyes. Monk Jing Kong, if someone in the vast 3,000 worlds comes to the wrong place, can they still go back? Monk Jing Kong still smiled calmly. Like a compassionate, enlightened Buddhist statue, he slowly spoke. Since you are here, accept it. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze flickered slightly. Actually, she wasn't satisfied with this answer. But before she entered the story, she had experienced a fall from a cliff and naturally thought she was probably dead. Even if she returned, where could she go? Maybe she would turn to ashes. Without a body, it was better to live here for a lifetime. Indeed, she could only accept what came. Yun Jiaoyu concealed her dull expression. She remembered Changjin's fixed ending and wanted to ask if life was predetermined and unchangeable. The words got stuck in her throat, and some answers appeared in her mind. From a Buddhist perspective, everything is predestined. But because of the unpredictable changes of karma and suffering, it might not be an absolute fate. So whether she asked or not, it didn't matter much. Just do your best and leave the rest to fate. In the end, whether they were monks or masters, they wouldn't point her to a clear path. They would only say beautifully that she should understand it herself. At this moment, Monk Mi Lo respectfully spoke to Monk Jing Kong. Master, I just saw that you also admire this lady. Should the pigments needed by our Fajing temple be all produced by her people? Milo asked softly. He previously visited the Pure Dharma temple and highly praised Yun Jiaoyu for her understanding of Buddhist teachings. However, many fellow monks who did not accompany him believed she was a con artist trying to do business with the temple. The reputation of the Pure Dharma temple was well known. In the past, there had been traders trying to get close to monks for their own gain. Naturally, Milo did not think Yun Jiaoyu was a fraud just from a few words. Because genuine conversations about Buddhist teachings cannot be faked easily. But over time, he and some monks developed different opinions about Yun Jiaoyu. This caught the attention of their master, the abbot Jing Kong, a wise monk of the Pure Dharma temple. After Milo finished speaking, Master Yu Hai also complained, I say, Jing Kong, your Pure Dharma temple in Tianju should be a good example for the two countries' temples. But many painted Buddhist statues in your temple have faded in color. Next year is the 3-year Buddhist Dharma gathering. At that time, you will exchange monks with Kyoto's Pure Dharma temple to discuss Buddhist teachings. Master Yu Hai shook his head helplessly. He earnestly advised, Jing Kong, I wasn't the first to accept this lady's 100 taels of silver just to speak for her. As the abbot, you should repair the Buddhist statues and murals sooner,
or else it might embarrass the monks from Kyoto. The wealthy and powerful people in Kyoto, Daki Kingdom, were countless. Most of them indulged in extravagance, even in their offerings and incense. They preferred temples with golden Buddha statues. For example, the Buddha statues at Ruegwa Temple in Kyoto had increasingly been made of gold in recent years. Master Yu Hai didn't care whether the Buddha statues were clay or gold. But the aesthetic preferences of Kyoto's pilgrims led many monks to become restless. He still hoped that the 3-year Buddhist gathering at the Pure Dharma Temple could benefit the people, helping more monks and common folk return to the true essence of Buddhism. Jing Kong clasped his hands in a gentle, loving manner, his expression calm and kind. Amit Ba. Gods and Buddhas are never confined to temples, but reside in the heart. Practitioners should not fear ridicule. If the monks of Kyoto's Pure Dharma Temple mock faded clay Buddha statues, it shows they lack sincere devotion, and the Buddhist teachings are weak. He then turned the topic. In these 2 years, perhaps there will be calamities in Daki. Yun Jiaoyu's brow twitched slightly. Unconsciously, her eyes flickered with tiny, shimmering lights. The weakening of Buddhist influence also meant that people's reverence for life, nature, and noble things was diminishing. They no longer treasured life as before. This was a hidden sign of rising violence. It must be said that this abbot Jing Kong was also a perceptive person who saw the signs clearly. Regarding the development of current events, he indeed has his own judgment. Originally, whether Dichi had disasters was not closely related to his country. But Jing Kong is a practicing monk. He cannot stand senseless killing. If he can restore the Buddha statues, he hopes to awaken some respect for the Buddha's teachings among monks. The Buddha statues must be restored. Jing Kong clasped his hands together and said to Yun Jiaoyu, Madam, Dahuang County is on the border. Compared to other districts, it's not far from our temple. Before next spring, our Fajing Temple, along with dozens of other temples in Tianju, needs over 10,000 jars of cinnabar pigment. Do you think you can complete the order on time? Yun Jiaoyu was secretly surprised. This Fajing Temple in Tianju is truly a model among Buddhist temples in both countries. As long as we do business with Fajing Temple, nearby temples will also flock to cooperate. Zhongyou's eyes were filled with excitement. Today, he followed Yun Jiaoyu out and truly opened his eyes. He never knew that as long as a merchant keeps their promises, they can have endless business opportunities. But it's only before spring, around February. Considering Qingzhou still needs nearly 10,000 jars of pigment, if they take this order, villagers will likely have to work overtime without rest. Fortunately, Yun Jiaoyu has foresight. Over the past few months, she has been continuously recruiting people for quarrying and pigment making. Yun Jiaoyu quickly replied, Of course, we will complete your pigment order on time. Please rest assured, Monk Jingkong Mile and the other monks. A few hours later, Yun Jiaoyu returned to Shaju village from Shui Long County. News of the big order gradually spread. In just one night, many villagers who had been watching from afar registered to help with quarrying and pigment making. Yun Jiaoyu looked at the nearly crowded village entrance. She felt very pleased. With this trend, in less than 10 years, Dahuang County will be like Shui Long County, with many outsiders coming daily for business. By then, they could consider shifting from resource extraction to tourism and agriculture. This could create a positive economic cycle. Now, she can finally relax and plan to go to the capital. A few days later, the pardon decree from the capital arrived in Dahuang County. Changjin was cleared of the false accusations of cheating in the imperial exams and restored to the rank of top scholar. He was ordered to go to the capital first and then receive his official position. Shaju village has never produced a top scholar since it was established. Even though Changjin was not from Zhezhou, everyone in the village had lived together. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Cloud Jiaoyu's home is visited almost every 15 minutes by strangers bringing gifts in large and small packages, along with words of future support. Yun Jiaoyu glanced at the pile of gift boxes that had almost filled her house and frowned. Madam Qi, what should we do with these gift boxes?
Second brother Cheng, who was at Yun Jiaoyu's door rolling up his sleeves, had originally come to help carry luggage. But upon seeing the many gifts, he hesitated, unsure where to start. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes darkened slightly. She took out the unused brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone she had bought earlier, intending to give them to Zhou Niu and the others. Without hesitation, she said, "For now, do not dispose of them. Today, move our original luggage onto the carriage. Anything sent by others, even a copper coin, must not be accepted." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were deep with resolve. "Once we leave Shaju village, let Zhou Niu and the others deliver the items door-to-door back to the senders. If you don't know where to send the items, then transfer everything to the county office and distribute them to willing villagers." Yun Jiaoyu knew that this was a critical time for Changjin. He was only a top scholar now, without official rank. His actions before going to Kyoto must not cause trouble for others. Second brother Cheng nodded, agreeing that Yun Jiaoyu's plan was the best way to handle the gifts. He felt deeply moved. A few months ago, he knew following Yun Jiaoyu would lead to great success. He never expected they would quickly rise like chickens and dogs, with a chance to go to Kyoto. According to him, even the most talented officials, if they could go to Kyoto to serve, wouldn't rise as fast as Yun Jiaoyu. Several hours later, a large group set out towards Kyoto and Qingzhou. Qi Shengtian was also on the list of those returning to Qingzhou. Qi Changjin planned to help his second uncle find a marriage alliance in Qingzhou. By then, their family could still live a relatively normal life. Yun Jiaoyu boarded a merchant ship specially arranged for her and her companions. Standing on the deck, she saw Qi Changjin looking proud and confident, with the wind blowing his shiny black hair wildly. He looked spirited, with a relaxed smile on his handsome, elegant face. His deep, beautiful eyes looked directly at Yun Jiaoyu. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently scratched her nose. "On the day of exile, didn't you tell me that one day you hoped I could overturn the case and become your top scholar wife? Now that you are the top scholar's wife, why do you still seem so gloomy?" Yun Jiaoyu pursed her lips tightly, her gaze drifting toward Qi Changjin. She asked curiously, "When we go to Kyoto this time and pass through Qingzhou, are we really going to see my parents and younger brother?" She lowered her clear eyes. "Actually, I don't really want to see them. In ancient times, when a woman married, even if her husband's family committed a crime, she wouldn't be punished along with her family. So, if the original body was still alive and she was sent 2,000 miles away to Zizhou, her parents and younger brother would not be held responsible, even if they personally saw her off and gave her some money. But during her exile, her family quietly stayed out of sight. This shows that the relationship between the original body and her family, especially with her father and younger brother, was not as close as it seemed. Most importantly, in the past, Qi Changjin was just the grandson of a wealthy family. At that time, the Yun family was eager to marry him to strengthen their business. Now he has become a real top scholar. When she goes to Kyoto and considers divorce, her family will have to rush over, sweating and hurrying to find her. They would try to stop her from leaving and urge her to stay as a proper official's wife. She really doesn't want to see such scenes. Yun Jiaoyu muttered, "When you ask Li Jingji to bring them things in Shaju village, I already told you these words. I just didn't want to dampen your enthusiasm or ruin your motivation." Her murmuring was soft, but the wind carried her words to Qi Changjin's ears. He responded with a deep, magnetic voice and a faint smile, his gaze becoming even more profound. It was as if he wanted to draw Yun Jiaoyu into his bones. His black eyes showed a shallow, affectionate gaze. "Jiaoyu, I feel like you're very different from before. Apart from your medical skills, you now seem to have the aura of being one with me, your husband. Even when facing your parents and younger brother, I am close to you, but they are distant." Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes flickered slightly. She didn't believe that after a woman married, her original family would become distant. But her own parents, aside from blood relations, were not truly close. Moreover, her younger brother, used to taking blood from her, was not a good person. "Since you think we are truly close, why do you still go out of your way to deal with my family?" Yun Jiaoyu cautiously warned, Changjin, my younger brother has been spoiled since he was a child and is hard to manage. If you treat them too kindly, they might go around claiming your name and doing terrible things. Taking the opportunity, he said, I think from now on, we should keep less contact with my family. Changjin's deep eyes showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect the woman to be so firm in her attitude toward her family. He took Yun Jiaoyu's hand and said, Then I'll listen to you. From now on, we'll have less contact with them. He added deliberately, When we were exiled, your parents didn't reach out to help, and they didn't care about their reputation as elders and relatives. But we still need to follow proper manners. Yun Jiaoyu nodded reluctantly after hearing this. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of Qi Zhaozhao, and her mood in the room seemed especially good. Through the open window, she could see Zhaozhao occasionally looking toward Qingzhou with a gentle smile on her face. Yun Jiaoyu's delicate eyebrows slightly raised. Even if she had never fallen in love, she was young and had seen others in love. She knew this was a sign of a girl's first feelings of love. Her gaze was meaningful, and she thought about the hundreds of noble women in Qi who might be sent to the rebels by Qi. A sudden idea flashed in her mind. This trip to Qingzhou, perhaps she should arrange Zhaozhao's marriage. Although Zhaozhao was not yet of marriageable age, it wouldn't hurt to start looking for a match early. As long as she found a family with a good background, someone she liked, she could have a happy and complete life. Changjin looked along Yun Jiaoyu's line of sight, as if he had thought of something. He pursed his lips, looking thoughtful, and said, Last time at the Qingzhou Lantern Festival, Zhaozhao took a lantern back to the mansion. I heard that it was bought by the eldest son of the Jiang family from the silk shop. Yun Jiaoyu seemed to be eating a big piece of gossip, her eyes showing strong interest. The Jiang family in Qingzhou was quite wealthy locally. That Jiang family's eldest son, Jiang Jingqian, was considered one of the most handsome young men in Qingzhou. Changjin, wait a moment. I need to check Jiang's age. I remember he just came of age last year, and he's already 21. Zhaozhao is 14, so their ages are not far apart. Yun Jiaoyu began calculating how much dowry she should prepare for Zhaozhao. Before she finished, she saw Changjin hesitate and stop speaking. He was silent, his handsome face showing complex expressions. After a moment, he spoke. Last time, Jingji mentioned to me. 2 months ago, the eldest son of the Jiang family was engaged to the third miss of the Zhou family. Yun Jiaoyu suddenly frowned and looked at Qi Zhaozhao, who was still immersed in happiness inside the house. Immediately, she lost her idea of arranging a marriage for Qi Zhaozhao in Qingzhou. A hint of discontent appeared in her eyes. You're talking about the third Miss Zhou from the Zhou family, the one who used to play with Zhaozhao? Why is the marriage arrangement so sudden? In Yun Jiaoyu's memory, the Zhou family was the largest supplier of rouge in Qingzhou. They were considered a good match with the Jiang family, who owned a silk shop. But Qi Zhaozhao and Zhou Qin had been childhood friends who played together. Before the Qi family fell into trouble, Zhou Qin often visited the Qi family's third house. She would either go out for outings with Zhaozhao or stay at the Qi house, following Zhaozhao to invite a famous teacher to teach girls crafts, poetry, and reading. However, Zhaozhao was not good at girls' crafts and didn't like reading. Over time, the teacher's lessons were mostly learned by Zhou Qin, who also gained a good reputation for being studious outside. Yun Jiaoyu's deep brown eyes darkened with coldness. She looked down on women who had complicated thoughts and played tricks in friendships. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't believe that these two young girls had been close for so many years. She was sure Zhou Qin didn't know about Zhaozhao's feelings for Jiang Jingqian. Changjin noticed Yun Jiaoyu's displeasure and slightly moved his eyebrows. After a pause, he agreed, to say it sudden, it is a bit unexpected. Most families take several months to arrange a marriage, especially prominent families in Qingzhou. The marriage discussion was 2 months ago, which was also the 4th month since the Qi family was exiled. It seemed that right after the exile, the two families started to look at each other. But no one knew who first suggested the match. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze carried a commanding presence. I originally thought that this time, If Xiao Xiao likes someone, I would persuade her third aunt to arrange a marriage. If the Jiang family's eldest son was already engaged, then forget it. She said angrily, Xiao Xiao has you, a top scholar, as her cousin. Her future marriage prospects will be 100 times better than Zhang's. Changjin's lips unconsciously curled into a slight smile because of his wife's unreasonable anger. Yun Jiaoyu, who always felt sorry for Xiao Xiao, was even more annoyed when she saw the man's faint smile. She pulled her hand out of Changjin's grip. She elbowed him in the stomach, glaring irritably. She scolded, Xiao Xiao is your biological younger sister. If she's interested in the eldest son of a Jiang family, she would lose her good marriage prospects in just a few months. You don't even feel sorry for your own cousin, and now you're laughing. Changjin's deep eyes showed even more amusement. His stomach muscles hurt a little from the hit, but he still held Yun Jiaoyu's hand and gently rubbed her elbow with his other hand. He smiled and said, I just think that marriage is arranged by fate. Xiao Xiao just left Qingzhou a few months ago, and Jiang Jingqian already got engaged to the Zhou family. No matter why the engagement was made quickly, it's like flowers falling for no reason, and the flowing water is unfeeling. Changjin looked a bit lost, thinking about how he once discussed marriage with Pei Gui, the daughter of the Ministry of Rites. It was also unfeeling, like flowing water then. At that time, Yun Jiaoyu used special means to cling to him. He was annoyed, but he didn't think he had to marry Yun Jiaoyu. Back then, the scholarly repeatedly assured the Pei family that he and Yun Jiaoyu had no improper relationship. Everything was just a woman's wishful thinking. The eldest son of the Pei family had studied under scholarly for many years, so he believed what his teacher said. He just couldn't let the Pei family suffer shame for nothing. If Pei Gui really married into Qingzhou for a few years, the Qi family would have to deal with Yun Jiaoyu, this shameless woman. They couldn't let Pei Gui marry in and then suffer from outsiders' gossip. Changjin stared at Yun Jiaoyu with a slightly frozen look, his gaze momentarily fixed. He began to feel lucky that he didn't deal with Yun Jiaoyu back then. He didn't act according to the Pei family's wishes. First, because the Pei family was too strong. Second, because he wasn't very interested in romantic feelings. For him, no matter who he married, they would treat each other with respect. It was better to keep Yun Jiaoyu alive. Marry her but not touch her, ignore her. That was enough. If he could keep ignoring her, studying would be easier. He comforted himself, since Jiang Jingqian can't wait a few months for Xiao Xiao, it shows he doesn't have deep feelings for her. So, there's no need to regret this marriage that was never really meant to be. His clear voice carried a smile, full of self-taught charm.
As you said,
Xiao Xiao still has me, her top scholar cousin. Her future husband won't be bad. Yun Jiaoyu looked straight at Changjin's face with her starry eyes. She felt that in just a few minutes, his gaze had become softer. It made her think they might be a compatible couple, living happily together. She pressed her red lips tightly, feeling the warmth of his palm on her elbow. Staring at Changjin's sharp, strong face, her eyes grew complicated. After a while, she nodded and said, You make some sense. Cloud Jiaoyu shifted her gaze away from the man and looked at the shimmering sea, enjoying a brief moment of relaxation. She began to think about how to part ways when they reached Kyoto. Half a month later, Madame Tao's family's merchant ship arrived at the dock. Cloud Jiaoyu specially declined the boatman's offer to stay in Qingzhou and arranged for them to the group to Kyoto. At the dock, they bid farewell to the merchant ship. When Sun Aniu and the others stepped onto Qingzhou land again, their faces still showed some disbelief. None of them expected to return someday. Sun Aniu felt like he was dreaming. After visiting Zizhou, aside from the fact that his son's son, Hebai, was badly burned, everything else seemed to be good memories. Thanks to Cloud Jiaoyu, he now knew how to recognize many herbs and how to dry and sell them. There was still 1,000 taels of silver in the bank, something he never dared to dream of before. Uncle Sun, you should go home and rest well with Sun He for these days. Sun He is about to join the army, right? If the boy insists on joining, it's better to cherish these few days of togetherness rather than argue. During the half-month on the boat, Sun Aniu and Sun He argued quite a bit. At first, they still cared about her reputation and didn't argue loudly on the boat. Now that they returned to Qingzhou, she and Changjin would stay at the Qi family's house, which had just been unsealed. Sun Aniu and his son would return to the village to live. In a short time, unless there was an urgent matter, they probably wouldn't meet again. Cloud Jiaoyu saw Sun He's face filled with youthful frustration and acted as a mediator. Joining the army in Qingzhou means you can come home several times a month. She reassured Sun Aniu, if it's really difficult and the child wants to leave Qingzhou in the future, we can wait until my husband and I establish ourselves in Kyoto, then bring Sun He to develop there. After speaking, Sun Aniu's eyes brightened. He understood that Cloud Jiaoyu meant to use military service as a way to improve Sun He's future. He had heard that many families with officials use this method to boost their children's prospects. Without delay, he quickly agreed. A smile finally appeared on his face. Good. With Lady Qi's words, I can rest assured. Sun Aniu knew in his heart that even as parents, they might want to control their children forever, but there comes a time when they can't. Since the child was grown and had his own ideas and ambitions, it was better to find a safe place for him to explore. Kyoto had Cloud Jiaoyu, and as a father, he could trust her to take care of his son. Sun He overheard Yun Jiaoyu talking with her father. He stayed silent, impatient, and turned his head to watch the distant ships fade away. Masterly said that the sword fights in the capital are just as fierce as those in the military camp. The fights in the camp are real and dangerous. If you want fame and success, you have to work hard or be lucky. But in the capital, even those with titles can lose everything in an instant. However, Sun He didn't speak his thoughts aloud. As long as he could join the army smoothly, it didn't matter how many plans his father had. At that moment, Yun Jiaoyu accidentally saw her family's figures nearby. Her real parents and younger brother had come. Yun Changdong wore a silk robe and looked at Yun Jiaoyu from afar with a loving, caring expression. His wife and child stood beside him. His wife's eyes were full of tears as she wiped them gently. But his son, Yun Bailin, was annoyed by the hot sun and was throwing a tantrum. He was complaining, "Father, the eldest sister isn't a child anymore." From the dock back to the Qi and Yun homes, I think she could walk with her eyes closed. Why do we have to come pick her up? The sun is so hot, I almost fainted myself. Yun Bailin is 16, just a year older than Qi Wenlang and Sun He. Qi Wenlang and Sun He are already thinking about working hard to gain fame or joining the army at this age. They study hard or enlist to serve. Only Yun Bailin, this unfilial son, acts like a starving child, unable to endure any hardship. Yun Jiaoyu frowned tightly. She didn't blame the Qi and Yun families for delaying respect, even after becoming relatives. But now, she couldn't stand her younger brother either. She thought Qi Zhaozhao was much more resilient than him. Qi Changjin's deep eyes also flashed with dissatisfaction. He stood coldly in place, looking indifferently toward Yun Bailin. Yun Bailin accidentally met his brother-in-law's gaze and immediately seemed to lose all energy.
He didn't dare to speak.
Yun Jiaoyu's temples throbbed. Unlike the previous owner, who was careless and unimportant, she was now eager to show concern for her family. Lu Yunxiu saw this and held Yun Jiaoyu's hand. "Jiaoyu, since your parents are here, Andy will go back first. We haven't been in Qingzhou these past few months, so the house probably has dust. Andy will go home to clean up and buy some servants to help out." Hearing Lu Yunxiu's words, Yun Jiaoyu suddenly remembered something. On the day the Qi family was raided, she put all the valuable items into her space storage. Among them were also hundreds of contracts for selling oneself and land and house deeds stored in the space warehouse. After the raid, the original servants had all gone their separate ways. Without their contracts, they could only do short-term work at others' homes. Those who rented properties from the Qi family or managed the family's farmland and shops had been earning profits for several months without paying attention. They probably already treated the land and shops as their own. If the Qi family wanted to deal with these servants and take back the land and shops, it would take some effort.
In other words, she and Lu Yunxiu would have a busy time ahead. Yun Jiaoyu thought carefully and said, "Third aunt, buying back the people is not urgent. On the day the official's house was raided, I saw Grandma acting mysteriously, holding a locked wooden box and burying it in the main courtyard. I think maybe the things in that courtyard, including the contracts, are inside. Once I return to the estate, I will carefully look around the courtyard." Yun Jiaoyu casually spoke. She believed that instead of buying back people into the Qi family, it would be better to find those who still had contracts with her. After all, those former servants knew the family well and would be easier to work with. Also, the family paid the servants a high monthly silver, one of the best in Qingzhou City. Those people, working elsewhere these months, might still be missing the good days they had with the Qi family. Lu Yunxiu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. She remembered that on the day of the raid, her mother-in-law didn't dare to slack off in front of the officials. When the officials arrived, she hurriedly went to flatter them. Could she be mistaken? Lu Yunxiu believed Yun Jiaoyu's words. She paused and said, "Then I and your third uncle will take Xiao Zhao and Wenlang back to the estate first. All the matters can wait until you return." Yun Jiaoyu smiled slightly and said, "Okay." Soon, the crowd at the dock gradually dispersed. Many of the former prisoners said goodbye to Yun Jiaoyu one by one. When they had some free time, Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Changjin headed toward Yun Changdong and the others. Yun Jiaoyu really didn't want to contact her maternal family. In ancient times, girls were taught to stay at home under their father's care and follow their husbands after marriage. If a girl had brothers, no matter how old she was often called big sister as mother. Each woman seemed drained of all her strength. Yun Jiaoyu didn't want to be drained or to be a supporting sister who constantly sacrificed herself. If she wants to help others and lend a hand, she must be willing herself, not forced to do so. Older sister, you've been married for years. How can you talk to so many men in front of your brother-in-law? I see you've been in Zizhou for a few months, and you've lost all sense of modesty. Yun Bailing was a bit afraid of Qi Changjin. He blamed Yun Jiaoyu for making him wait in the sun and dared not speak directly. He sarcastically said, "Although you and your brother-in-law have been through hardships together, you can't just act like you're not married because he is now kind to you." Yun Jiaoyu's head hurt from her disliked younger brother's nagging. She quickly replied, "Bailing, have you been studying seriously these past few months?" Yun Bailing looked confused. "I'm the only child at home. My parents focus on my studies, so I study hard." Yun Jiaoyu was angry when she heard this. Her family had some money, yes, but they were small merchants who could afford private tutors. But she had never been to school. She wasn't even skilled at sewing. The only thing she could be proud of was helping with her family's business for several years before marriage. If your studies are lacking, haven't you heard the saying, "Richness can make you outstanding, but hardship makes it hard to find relatives"? Yun Jiaoyu's expression was cold and obvious. She said coldly, "I used to not believe that phrase, since I had parents and relatives." Her feelings towards Yun Changdong and others were indifferent. Suddenly, she coldly added, "But when Changjin and I were exiled, you didn't even ask about us once." It really proves the saying, "People come asking for spring rain. I go asking for summer frost." Her sarcastic words fell. Yun Changdong's face darkened. He no longer pretended to be kind and caring about his daughter suffering. He scolded dissatisfiedly, "Enough. Jiaoyu, stop talking. Your brother's words may be harsh, but they're the truth. You are the top scholar and a proper wife now. How can you talk to so many unrelated men? Bailing is doing this for your own good." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes turned cold like a winter storm, beginning to feel sorry for her original self. If she had kept her temper before, her father would have kindly apologized to Yun Bailing. But now, Yun Jiaoyu was not going to indulge them. She suddenly looked disappointed and called out, "Father." "Disappointed," she said, "before the Qi family faced hardships, I was the young mistress there. Every time my family mentions lacking money, I stubbornly go to get silver from the Qi family to help out. I have always been honest and sincere with you all, but now you refuse to acknowledge your debt to me. What kind of logic is this?"
Yun Jiaoyu's eyes darkened with anger as she looked at Yun Changdong. Suddenly, she sharply asked, "Am I not qualified to say a few words about Yun Bailin, since I am his older sister? If I have no right to discipline my brother? From now on, don't use the excuse of being the eldest sister to pressure me. Let me stop cleaning up his mess and dealing with all the problems." Yun Jiaoyu kept recalling some frustrating things. Once, Yun Bailin, a lazy and competitive person, often hung out with some spoiled young men from Qingzhou. He relied on his sister being the granddaughter of Qingzhou's richest family. He was easily convinced and spent money recklessly. One time, he even bought a jade pendant from the black market. Jade, also called old glass, is a fragile craft protected by the court. Only the royal family can use it freely, and users must meet strict level requirements. If Changjin hadn't accidentally seen it and helped find the owner of the lost pendant, this fool might have brought disgrace to the family and ended up in jail. But this fool not only refused Changjin's kindness, but also went to the original owner and demanded thousands of silver notes from her. He claimed it was necessary to calm him down and apologize. But where did she get so much silver? She could only cry, make a fuss, or threaten to hang herself. This made Changjin so annoyed that he didn't finish reading a single book for half a month. Later, he was so fed up that he finally gave her the money. Thinking about these things, Yun Jiaoyu's cold eyes narrowed with strong disgust. Yun Changdong was stunned by the fierce aura from his daughter. Today's scene of welcoming daughter and son-in-law was different from what he imagined. He slightly opened his mouth, about to speak, but before he could, Changjin's clear voice, full of coldness, rang out, "Jiaoyu, your mother-in-law is still alive. You shouldn't call her your older sister like a mother. Don't say such things anymore, so others won't insult your father and mother-in-law for not caring about their precious daughter." As he finished speaking, Yun Changdong felt his face slapped hard. The phrase older sister, like a mother, was something he had repeated for over 10 years to brainwash Yun Jiaoyu. She was just a daughter. She couldn't be left to be raised at home all these years for nothing. Even after marriage, she should always support her family. This. Yun Changdong felt uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly. After a long while, he said, "Son-in-law, you shouldn't say things like that. It's not that I don't care about Jiaoyu. It's just that Bailin is Jiaoyu's younger brother. I and your mother-in-law are getting older, and we can't take care of the children forever. In the future, Jiaoyu and you will need to help Bailin more." His expression changed quickly. He greeted with a smile and hinted, "Son-in-law, if you ever go to the capital to be a noble or a high official, don't forget your little brother-in-law Bailin." Bailin also smiled. "Yes, brother-in-law, from now on, I will follow you." In his words, there was hope for the future, wanting to rely on Changjin to dominate. Jiaoyu's cold eyes stared sharply at this odd father and son. She thought to herself that she had only been living peacefully for half a month, yet her mood had already become so restless. She calmed down and looked at her family with disdain. Just as she was about to speak back, she saw Changjin calm and slow, with a deep, gentle voice. "Father-in-law is a good teacher. Even Jiaoyu, your daughter, has become kind and sensible because of your guidance. A tiger father has a good son. Your son will only do better in the future. Even without me as a brother-in-law, he won't have a poor future." Bailin didn't understand what Changjin meant. Although he didn't think his older sister Jiaoyu was kind and sensible, he still felt proud, thinking Changjin was praising him. He almost smiled so wide his face would, happily saying, "I also think I have a bright future." Yun Changdong was furious, glaring at his son, who couldn't tell good from bad. Then he heard Changjin slowly sneer, "Furthermore, father-in-law and mother-in-law are lucky people. They will enjoy long-lasting happiness. Jiaoyu is a filial daughter. If she hears her father-in-law say such unlucky, worrying things about her early death, she will be upset." Changjin's cold eyes flickered with a hint of hostility. He completely ignored Yun Changdong and his son. In the past 2 months, he had shown kindness to the Yun family because of Jiaoyu. He had thought his wife would still be as obedient to her family as before. He planned to spend more effort getting along with them. But now, since the woman had little patience for the Yun family, he didn't need to give them face anymore. Xiao Yu's mood gradually improved. She raised her clear eyes to look at Changjin, a faint smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Her tone finally became light and cheerful. Yes, Dad, there's no need to say such unlucky things. They say heaven has eyes. If you curse yourself to die early again, what if? Heaven really takes it seriously?
You.
Yun Changdong was furious. How dare you curse me, your own father?
Me?
Yun Xiaoyu blinked innocently. How could I curse Dad? I would only worry and be sad for Dad, just like Changjin said. And compared to Berlin's good luck, he probably hopes that Mom and Dad can live peacefully to old age. Yun Changdong saw his daughter looking so innocent and caring, as if she truly cared about him. He was completely defeated. His brows furrowed tightly, veins bulging on his forehead with anger. He raised his hand and pointed at Yun Xiaoyu, "You little brat." As soon as he spoke, Changjin stepped in front of them, blocking their view. His eyes held a strong, intimidating pressure, making Yun Changdong suddenly silent. But he clearly didn't want to give up. He gave Zhang Shi a quick look. Zhang Shi was still confused. Seeing Yun Xiaoyu acting so fierce with her own family, she was very angry. She almost wondered if the woman in front of her was not her daughter. But then she thought, Zhezhou is poor and not a good place for raising children. It's understandable for her temper to flare up a bit. She wiped her tears and pulled Yun Xiaoyu aside to talk. Xiaoyu, are you still angry at Dad, Mom, and your brother? Actually, when you and Changjin left Qingzhou, we wanted to see you off. Mom even prepared 100 taels of silver. A dangerous, contemptuous anger flickered in Yun Xiaoyu's eyes. 100 taels of silver wouldn't even cover the fun her brother and his friends had in Qingzhou, 3 days of drinking and partying. She was truly generous to her original self. She endured patiently and lightly mocked. Really? Then why didn't Dad and Mom come to see me off? That's because your brother was sick that day, had diarrhea, and was vomiting. You know, your brother's stomach isn't good, Zhang Shi hurriedly explained. Yun Xiaoyu's coldness grew even stronger. She couldn't hold back anymore and sneered coldly. Of course, Yun Bo-lin's stomach wasn't good. He drank and ate meat every day, often vomiting until he looked half dead. She was used to seeing such health issues. Yun Xiaoyu pretended to be surprised and understanding. Is that so? Luckily, Mom explained everything to me, or I would have thought my brother was halfway to the underworld, about to die. Now that I understand, I can rest assured. In Zhang Shi's eyes, her son's well-being was more important than anything else. She nodded seriously and said, whenever your younger brother drinks too much, it's like he's almost lost his life. Yun Xiaoyu was stunned and couldn't speak for a while. She finally understood where Yun Bai-lin's inability to tell good from bad came from. Her gaze shifted to Zhang, mother. If there's anything, Longjin and I will return to the mansion. Qi's family hasn't had anyone living there for a few months. Before leaving Qingzhou recently, Longjin and I will be busy with many things. She spoke plainly. We haven't had much time to visit our family these days, so I hope Mother won't blame us. Zhang's pupils suddenly shrank. She realized Yun Xiaoyu was still upset about her family. She hesitated. You are part of Mother's flesh and blood. Of course, Mother won't blame you. But don't go just yet. Yun Xiaoyu raised a fine brow. Mother, is there something else? Yes, in the list announced in Qingzhou, the head of Qi's second household has already divorced. They didn't bring back their wife and daughter. Your aunt, she divorced half a month ago and is now alone. She looks quite pitiful. Zhang held Yun Xiaoyu's hand. Your aunt is family too. You wouldn't want her to live a lonely life forever, right? She tried to persuade her. Why not let you go and see if Longjin's second uncle and your aunt get along? If they like each other, then our two families could become closer through marriage. Yun Xiaoyu stared at Zhang in disbelief. Does Qi's family need to marry into Yun's family? The official story from Qi's family is that Qi Xingtian divorced, which is true. But it's only been a few months. And now they want to match her with a widow? Qi's second household currently has little money, but they still own some land and shops in Qingzhou. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. Where do Yun Changdong and Zhang get the nerve to introduce a wife? Mother, your plans are almost bouncing into my head. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes narrowed coldly. I won't interfere with Uncle Heir's remarriage. Whom he wants to marry as a younger generation, I have no right to ask. Yun Jiaoyu understood the principle of using softness to overcome hardness and playing the victim. Her voice softened slightly. Longjin, and I just had a few peaceful days. Mother, please don't cause trouble. Do you really want me and Longjin to argue and make him divorce me to feel at ease? Zhang's eyes widened and shook her head. She looked timid and said, I didn't mean that. But how could Longjin divorce you? Aren't you already the adopted daughter of a high-ranking official in the capital? Turning the conversation, he said, besides, your aunt is one of our family. No matter what, you should help her out. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes instantly turned cold. Her ears felt like they had become calloused. She was very annoyed and had completely lost the desire to talk to the Zhang family. She turned around unhappily and headed toward Qi Changjin. Changjin, it's getting late. Qi Changjin nodded politely and respectfully said, Father-in-law and mother-in-law, Yun Yu, and I will go back to our house first. Currently, there are important people in the Qi family. I can't keep you waiting too long, or it might ruin the reputation of the Qi family and make us seem arrogant and rude. Qi Changjin has now regained his top scholar status. Usually, many officials from Qingzhou would come to congratulate him personally or send gifts through others. Plus, Yun Jiaoyu is now the adopted daughter of Lu Cheng. Those officials' families would also try to get close to Yun Jiaoyu. They're indeed very busy. Yun Changdong didn't want Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Changjin to leave, but he was also afraid that if he kept them and made them stay, the officials from Qingzhou might dislike him and look down on him. Reluctantly, he said, in a few days, when you and your wife are free. As a father and father-in-law, I will come to talk to you privately. Qi Changjin's voice was calm and clear, of course. Yun Jiaoyu didn't want to stay even a moment longer in front of Yun Changdong and the others. She walked quickly, grabbed Qi Changjin's wrist, and hurriedly moved out of their sight. When they reached the busy merchant street filled with carriages, Yun Jiaoyu finally saw that the Qingzhou magistrate, the patrol commissioner, and the commanding officer had already sent carriages to pick them up. 3 carriages blocked most of the road. The drivers spoke arrogantly. Our family's master controls all the affairs of Qingzhou, so the top scholar naturally rides in our master's carriage. Our master has a good relationship with the imperial tutor in the capital. The young master of the Qi family should at least call the imperial tutor his adoptive father. So, with this connection, the young master of the Qi family will definitely ride in our patrol commissioner's carriage. Quiet down. We are the sons of the commanding officer, and the young master of the Qi family studied under the scholarly. We've been classmates for many years. Last time, our young master also supported the business of the Qi family's wife. The young master of the Qi family will surely ride in our carriage. Their voices rose above the noisy street. Yun Jiaoyu frowned slightly, feeling that these 3 carriages were more annoying than the Yun family's people nearby. Qi Changjin had planned to take sides early on. Behind these 3 drivers were powerful officials connected to high-ranking officials in the capital. He held Yun Jiaoyu's hand and squeezed into a small alley nearby. After wandering around for a long time, I finally arrived at the Qi family's gate. It had been over 4 months since we parted, and spider webs could be seen on the family sign. Servants from various households were busy cleaning the house, some splashing water, others sweeping the floors. Some used ladders and feather dusters to remove dust and spider webs. There were countless carriages and sedan chairs at the entrance. Prominent officials and merchants from Qingzhou City had all gathered at the Qi family. The women of the family were also there. Lu Yunxiu changed into beautiful clothes and was entertaining guests in the backyard for Yun Jiaoyu. Since crossing over, Yun Jiaoyu had never seen such a grand scene. It was as if the difficult days of a few months ago were just a dream. Top scholar has returned. Someone suddenly shouted at the gate.
Immediately, many people rushed to the entrance. Changjin gently squeezed Yun Jiaoyu's hand. Jiaoyu, official life is like a battlefield. Before I took sides, those women wouldn't dare offend you without reason. Later, when you interact with them, don't be afraid. Changjin noticed a brief, unnatural expression on Yun Jiaoyu's face. He softly comforted her. Master Song from the Censorate and your godfather are on good terms. Madame Song will definitely protect you. Yun Jiaoyu gradually regained her composure. She wasn't afraid of dealing with officials and their wives. She just felt a bit emotional. During her exile, not a single noble or merchant came to offer help. Now that she had returned home, everyone with a name and reputation had come, and even those without a name wanted to connect with the Qi family.
It was truly realistic.
She nodded to show she understood. Don't worry. Even if those people offend me, I'm not afraid. At least during the Tsangzhou earthquake, I was praised by His Majesty. On my first day back in Qingzhou, if someone directly crosses me, it's like insulting the emperor and my godfather. Yun Jiaoyu's mind was clear. Moreover, after the case is overturned, my godfather's position in the court will rise again. If I suffer any grievances, eventually the wind in the capital will to Qingzhou. Their husbands and sons won't have good days. Changjin's handsome face showed a firm expression that was hard to notice. His deep eyes shone with a beautiful light. Right now, he was only a top scholar, and with his current status, he couldn't protect Yun Jiaoyu from being wronged on his own. But one day, he would rise step by step, reaching the highest position, using his talents to climb to the top and become a high official so that everyone in the world would chase after and respect Yun Jiaoyu. Changjin and Yun Jiaoyu entered the Qi family. The front hall was filled with many high officials and noblemen from Qingzhou. Even Lin Sheng, the governor of Tsangzhou, came personally with a congratulatory gift, brought by Madame Lin herself. Cloud Jiaoyu had just entered the Qi residence gate when Qi Zhaozhao specifically took her to the main courtyard. She pointed at the silk clothes on the table in the bedroom. Older sister-in-law, these silk clothes were made for you by the silk factory a month ago. You will look very beautiful wearing them. Qi Zhaozhao's tone was cheerful, and her bright eyes blinked happily. Cloud Jiaoyu frowned. Which silk factory? The Jiang family? Qi Zhaozhao's ears turned slightly red as she nodded. Cloud Jiaoyu's cold eyes darkened a little. If the silk clothes were a sign that the Jiang family was trying to flatter the main house, she could accept that. But if it was just an excuse for the Jiang family to get closer to Qi Zhaozhao, it only proved that the Jiang family's eldest son was not a good person. There was also a possibility that Zhou Qin was using the Jiang family to show off or to make peace with Qi Zhaozhao. No matter which possibility it was, she definitely would not wear these clothes sent over. Cloud Jiaoyu walked to under the bed and reached inside. Zhaozhao, a few months ago, I secretly hid 2 sets of skirts under the bed. One of them was custom-made for you based on your measurements. It's a summer outfit that you can wear now. Change into it and show it to older sister-in-law. In her previous life, to break the ice with the Qi family, she often tried to please the different branches of the family. This light blue silk dress was specially ordered from another silk factory 4 months ago. Qi Zhaozhao looked at the skirt Cloud Jiaoyu took out from the wooden box, her eyes brightening. Actually, she also liked the skirt in Cloud Jiaoyu's hand. The pale pink silk dress she was wearing, although sent by the Jiang family, felt heavy and looked a bit awkward. She hesitated, torn between the Jiang family's gift and her sister-in-law's thoughtful custom-made dress. After thinking for a while, she finally took the skirt from Cloud Jiaoyu's hand. She smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, older sister-in-law." After changing clothes, Cloud Jiaoyu took Qi Zhaozhao to the main courtyard. The Qi family owned the largest private residence in Qingzhou City. Besides the courtyard where the old Madame Qi lived, any of the 3 main branches could outdo the homes of wealthy merchants and officials in the county. The courtyard was complete with pavilions and towers, and a corridor led all the way to a lakeside pavilion. Around the pavilion, there were large, beautiful water features and buildings. Soon, the sounds of lively play and noise grew clearer. They came from the garden in the center of the lake. Cloud Jiaoyu didn't recognize many of the people in the garden. In her previous life, when she was the young wife of the Qi family, she was of low status and not favored, so she rarely had the chance to meet officials' wives. As soon as they entered the crowd, an elderly lady with silver hair, leaning on her cane, took the lead and approached Yun Jiaoyu. Madame Lin was supported by her maid. "Is this young lady Jiaoyu? A few months ago, I didn't get the chance to thank you, child. Recently, news of the Qi family's pardon spread to Qingcang and Liangzhou. Today, I insisted on visiting in person." Madame Lin's gaze fell on the jade pendant hanging around the woman's neck, a gift from her granddaughter. She calmly looked Yun Jiaoyu over, noticing her clothes and style. It was clear she was now the head of the Qi family. Yun Jiaoyu noticed that the person in front was focusing on her pendant and looked at her for a long time. She understood that the other person was Lin Fuxiu's maternal grandmother. She hesitated and asked, "Are you Fuxiu's maternal grandmother?" Madame Lin let out a gentle sound and responded kindly. She then took Yun Jiaoyu's hand. With a hint of teasing, she said, "Don't call me Madame Lin. If you call Fuxiu sister, then you should also call me grandmother, like her. You saved Fuxiu's life and helped them acknowledge their relationship. Fuxiu likes you, and my wife, and I like you too." Madame Lin, being old, had seen many kinds of people in her life. When Yun Jiaoyu held Fuxiu's personal pendant, she had the chance to pretend to be Lu Chong's real daughter. But Yun Jiaoyu didn't seek power or status. Even when she was an exile and a criminal, she never thought of impersonation. She even gave Fuxiu the opportunity to become a top official's cherished daughter. Because of this kindness, the Lin family would remember her forever. After speaking, a middle-aged woman approached from nearby. Her gaze flicked lightly over Madame Lin and then settled on Yun Jiaoyu. She sneered softly. Madame Lin usually keeps to herself. People from Qingzhou and Songzhou, regardless of their rank, all responded to invitations. I thought that when the Qi family returned to Qingzhou, Madame Lin and Supervisor Lin wouldn't come either. But I didn't expect. They arrived early today and even brought servants to help clean. The middle-aged woman's tone was sarcastic and mocking. Those who don't know better might think the Qi family in Qingzhou is Madame Lin's own family. Her lips parted, but she hadn't finished speaking. At that moment, Madame Song, wife of the magistrate and inspector, also stepped beside Yun Jiaoyu. She suddenly interrupted the sarcasm. "Mrs. Yang, please don't bring up old grievances just because Madame Lin refused to attend your grandson's 100-day celebration, especially on such a happy day with the Qi young lady returning home. By the way, the Qi young lady should indeed call Madame Lin grandmother. People come to visit their granddaughter, and they can't bring someone to help clean? Moreover, I just saw your husband, and he ordered his servants to clean the main courtyard." Madame Song lazily looked up at Madame Yang, showing her displeasure. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes darkened slightly, calm and deep, as she looked back at the woman in front of her. Soon, she understood who these people were. The critical Madame Yang is the wife of Yang Kong, the second-grade official in charge of civil affairs. The woman in front is the wife of Song Xinian, the third-grade chief inspector. In modern terms, one is a provincial governor's wife, and the other is the wife of the highest court's chief. Yun Jiaoyu's temple throbbed. Who would have thought that just after returning to the Qi family, she would encounter such a stormy scene? She suddenly felt that her original self had lived quite well before. At least, she was more relaxed. No need to argue with these women, back and forth, with sharp words. In the great Qi country, a civil official like the provincial governor can directly become a minister or a vice minister in the capital. Thinking of the Ministry of Revenue in the capital, the position of vice minister has been vacant due to corruption, and Lu Chong is currently investigating the Minister of Revenue. This Madame Yang is so arrogant and domineering. It seems she believes her husband is destined for the position of minister or vice minister of revenue. Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes flickered slightly. Uncertain whether she was happy or angry, she said softly, "Thank you, Madame Yang, for your concern about my family affairs, and I also appreciate your kind invitation to visit the Qi family." Her voice was cool and slow, but a few years ago, I heard that Lord Yang has a very good relationship with Master Su from the Imperial Rites Office in the capital. Although my adoptive father and Master Su are both officials in the capital, their disagreements are well known. Feigning innocence, she said, I wonder if Madame Yang's concern for my younger relatives today might upset Master Su. Since the civil official position of the Minister of Revenue is often bought with gifts, and this couple came to the Qi family, besides giving face to Qi Changjin publicly, she didn't believe there was no intention of showing favor or forming alliances. Lu Chong is rising rapidly and recently solved a case involving a second-grade official in the capital. He might have some influence over the appointment of the vice minister. As soon as Yun Jiaoyu finished speaking, Madame Yang's face darkened gradually. Madame Song looked at Yun Jiaoyu's sarcastic and mocking tone and slightly curled her lips. She found Yun Jiaoyu even more agreeable. She sneered coldly, I think some people are trying to please both sides, but end up empty-handed. Neither side benefits. Madame Song grabbed Yun Jiaoyu's wrist and pulled her aside. Affectionately, she said, Come, Bright Moon, from now on, you should call me Auntie Bright Moon. I just saw that your family's half-branch lotus is blooming nicely. I wonder if you could accompany Annie to take a look. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu being pulled away, Madame Yang's dissatisfaction grew even stronger. A trace of resentment and hostility gathered in her eyes as she stared directly at Yun Jiaoyu. Her voice low and cold, she said, What is this? Dare to bring out Lord Su to threaten me?
Puffed.
I don't believe your adoptive father can be arrogant for long. After their earlier sharp words, Yun Jiaoyu became even more determined to divorce Qi Changjin. She wasn't saying she couldn't handle these officials' wives and daughters, but dealing with these social interactions really ruins one's mood. Zhao, you don't need to stay with your cousin-in-law anymore. Look, your old friends who used to play with you have come. Go and have fun. Yun Jiaoyu saw a few young women from wealthy families walking over nearby. She looked affectionately at Qi Zhao and spoke softly. Qi Zhao nodded, feeling that the officials' wives had been too intimidating just now. Even the women are so domineering when they speak. She began to worry about her cousin and biological brother, wondering if they would be bullied or face difficulties when dealing with officials in the future. She obediently replied, Cousin-in-law, I'll go now. Yun Jiaoyu's face softened with a gentle expression. Go ahead. Madame Song looked at Qi Zhao, who was obedient and well-behaved, and couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Jiaoyu, how old is your cousin now? Has she been called by name yet? Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were deep. Not yet, but Zhao is still young. She's free-spirited and innocent in Zizhou, full of naivety and joy. Both I and my third aunt hope she can stay at home a little longer. Madame Song enthusiastically said, Staying a couple more years is fine, but she should be called by her name. Tomorrow, I'll help you look after your cousin-in-law. Girls over 15, whether they marry or not, it's not a big deal. But if she has no marriage prospects, it could harm her family's reputation. Yun Jiaoyu thought for a moment. She wasn't ready to refuse Madame Song outright. She replied, Then I'll leave it to Annie to worry about her. After a few hours, the guests from the Qi family gradually left. Yun Jiaoyu kept Madame Lin and some women officials from counties far from the city. Thinking about the long journey ahead, traveling at night was unsafe. In the evening, Yun Jiaoyu specifically took out all the contracts, land deeds, and house agreements from her space. She sorted them according to the properties owned by each of the 3 branches. Third Auntie, these are the land, shop, and property deeds for your branch. I found the servant contracts as well. Tomorrow, I will put up a notice to call back all the people who used to work for the Qi family. Lu Yunxiu took back the lost contract. She felt a bit more kindly toward her mother-in-law, whose cause of death was still unknown. She shook her head and sighed. My mother-in-law finally did something good. But these servant contracts, I think, just call back some of the servants to the house. No need to bring everyone back. Yun Jiaoyu was a bit confused. She frowned and asked, Why is that? Because the family members of the Qi family enjoyed good days there. After we were exiled, most of them had connections and focused on working for wealthy families in Qingzhou. Yun Jiaoyu caught Lu Yunxiu's expression of confusion with her peripheral vision.
She patiently explained, "We've been apart for several months. Some servants might have already been influenced by other households. If their hearts aren't in the Qi family anymore, forcing them back isn't a good idea. For example, Madame Yang from the Bureau of Agriculture, I heard she took many of our servants a few months ago. I thought it would be better to do a kind favor. Just send the contracts to the well-known families." Thinking further, she added, "If they don't want to take the contracts, then give the contracts back to the servants for them to handle as they wish. After all, those who already have good places to go won't be returning to the Qi family." Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes flashed with surprise. On one hand, she thought staying with Lu Yunxiu could teach her some domestic skills. On the other hand, she felt Lu Yunxiu's approach was too honest and straightforward. For example, Madame Yang. Even if they gave her the servant contracts, she might not see the Qi family in a better light. Suddenly, Yun Jiaoyu had a bright idea. She thought that instead of wasting effort trying to please those who wouldn't accept, it was better to use some tough methods. She decided to plant spies in other households. Third aunt, leave the contract matters to me. I will call back some servants and have them sign new contracts. As for those in other households, I will handle it. Yun Jiaoyu planned to discuss this with Changjin. She didn't intend to just take the contracts and call everyone back to the Qi family. The Qi family's wealth was enough to issue notices for recalling servants. Those willing to return would be carefully selected, keeping only the useful ones. Those unwilling, who had good prospects elsewhere, would be left alone. On the surface, it would look like the contracts were lost, and no further trouble would arise. Later, she could send Cheng Er and Li Hu secretly to visit the old homes of the people to deliver messages. They would use threats, bribes, and intimidation. She would say that if these servants disobeyed or betrayed the Qi family and worked for their enemies, their contracts would be accidentally found by the enforcers and taken away, then they would be taken away and punished severely. Yun Jiaoyu used her mind to search the space and finally found some notebooks in the corner of the storage room that recorded the specific addresses of the servants' hometowns. Lu Yunxiu noticed Yun Jiaoyu's plans and didn't interfere. After all, Yun Jiaoyu would need to handle things alone in the future and manage the household affairs of the Qi family. She thought to herself that this was just practice for her niece-in-law. Suddenly, outside the courtyard, loud arguing could be heard. "Xiao, listen to my explanation. By the command of my parents and the matchmaker's words, I didn't mean to steal the eldest son of the Jiang family. We've played together since childhood, and our relationship is like sisters. If you misunderstand me, I will be very sad." Amid the argument, there was also faint crying sounds. This crying was clearly not Xiao's. In fact, Xiao hadn't made any loud noises at all. Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes flashed with slight displeasure as she moved toward the source of the sound. Lu Yunxiu also followed. Outside the door, a girl dressed in a light blue silk dress was tightly holding Xiao's wrist. She looked very aggrieved, saying, "Xiao, if you're unhappy, I will go back and withdraw my engagement with the Jiang family today. Please don't misunderstand me." Yun Jiaoyu's cold eyes, like stars, grew icy. The more she listened to Zhou Qin's words, the more she felt that the girl was young but already full of arrogance. Her voice suddenly turned cold. "Shut up." Yun Jiaoyu exuded authority and coldness, standing on the steps and looking coldly at Zhou Qin. Her sharp gaze fixed on her, and she said sternly, "Who is this girl so rude and shameless, coming to make trouble at someone else's house after dark? If you dare to make even a little noise that makes others laugh, don't blame me for kicking you out immediately." Yun Jiaoyu's face was calm, but her disgust made Zhou Qin dare not breathe. She slowly walked over to Zhou Qin and said, "Let's see if the girl who was publicly driven out by our Qi family can still stay in Qingzhou City. Is there any family brave enough to marry you with proper manners?" She reached out and pulled Xiao behind her. Her cold gaze was like ice piercing the heart. Yun Jiaoyu immediately thought that she needed to find ways, either summon or buy, to fill the household with loyal servants and workers. Whenever there were a few servants nearby, she could simply throw them out. Thinking of this, she felt a bit regretful. Then, Zhou Qin timidly called out, "Sister-in-law Qi,
I didn't mean to be late. There was something at home during the day, and I was thinking that Xiao was coming back today, so I had to visit to congratulate her. So I only arrived in the evening. Yun Jiaoyu's cold eyes flickered with displeasure, and she frowned. In Shaoju village, she mostly met rough men and honest, straightforward women. After returning to Qingzhou, today she met either a noble lady difficult to offend or a little green tea girl with many thoughts.
Don't call me sister-in-law.
Our Qi family only has Xiao as the young lady now. You calling me sister-in-law, is it to compare yourself equally with Xiao in the Qi family? Zhou Qin's face blushed with embarrassment. I didn't. Then, just remember your place. Also, since you're busy during the day and can't visit the Qi family, why not visit openly tomorrow? Why sneak in at night? Yun Jiaoyu kept calm, her dark eyes cold with a layer of chill. She sneered sarcastically. You come at night. Are you trying to show others that you have a close relationship with the Qi family? Or are you trying to tell others that you've done something shameful, so you dare not show your face in front of Xiao? Zhou Qin's palms were sweaty. Her small face showed complex emotions, as if she had spilled paint all over her. If she had done something shameful, she had only done a few things. But marriage was a big deal for women. She was the daughter of a merchant, with no strong background, so it was hard to marry well. Among her peers, only young Master Jiang from the Jiang family caught her eye. She used some tricks to win over this suitable marriage candidate. What's wrong with that? Zhou Qin, worried about the current status of the Qi family, dared not reveal her true feelings. She slightly twisted her lips and straightened her back, saying, Young Madam Qi, I haven't done anything terribly wrong. Why are you so disrespectful to me, a junior? I know you're angry that I took Xiao's beloved, but the Jiang family silk shop was poorly managed, and before April, your Qi family also fell. Our Zhou family can help the Jiang family, and an engagement is only natural. Actually, it's because Xiao and the young Master Jiang have no fate that I decided to marry someone else. She seemed more and more agitated, tears streaming down her face. Choking with emotion, her voice grew louder. So, I really haven't done anything wrong to Xiao. Today, I came to visit out of respect for our past sisterly friendship with Xiao. It's not what you said at all. I want to tell others that I have a close relationship with the Qi family, and I haven't done anything shameful. When I heard the word stolen my beloved, Yun Jiaoyu's face darkened completely. Her expression was so gloomy it seemed like water could drip from her face. Qi Xiao, at most, was just a young man who had just fallen in love with Zhang's eldest son. Only a few people knew about this. Zhou Qin was shouting desperately, clearly unable to accept Xiao's happiness. She didn't want Xiao to marry well, or she wanted her to marry into a good family she could rely on. Zhou Qin's crying grew louder. Qi Xiao finally grew impatient and said coldly, Zhou Qin, did you not hear what my sister-in-law just said? Our Qi family now only has me as the only daughter. What right do you have to be my sister? Where do we even have sisterly feelings? Many daughters of merchants used to play with Qi Xiao. The closest relationship wasn't Zhou Qin. But Zhou Qin kept trying to get close, hoping to benefit from her, learning embroidery and poetry from famous teachers. The more she visited the Qi family, the more it seemed like they were close friends. Moreover, when you came at night, you clearly saw many officials' carriages parked outside our Qi family's door. Ever since you stepped into our house, you've been crying and whining. Why do I keep offending you? And you even raise your voice, crying louder and louder, as if you're afraid others won't hear? What is your true intention? Qi Xiao was not stupid. She was old enough to consider marriage now. Today, in the main garden, she planned to find out about Zhang's eldest son. If he wasn't engaged or married, she would secretly ask her mother to look into Jiang Jingqian. But instead, she heard that Zhou Qin was engaged to Zhang's family. Honestly, she was very angry when she heard this. Because before April, there were rumors that Zhang's family was struggling financially. She even wanted to persuade her parents to do business with Zhang's family's silk shop. Zhou Qin said Zhang's family was doing well now, and she shouldn't show her true feelings too early in front of her parents. She believed her. Later, the Qi family was sentenced to exile. And after Zhou Qin left Qingzhou as a criminal, she quickly started talking about marriage with Zhang's family. Zhang's family was already engaged, and she accepted it. As for Zhou Qin, that deceitful childhood friend, she was better off not having her around. At this moment, the maid beside Madame Lin heard the noise and came over. She brought 2 maidservants. She approached Yun Jiaoyu and asked, "Second miss, is there anything we can help with?" Cloud Jiaoyu immediately understood that Madame Lin heard the noise from the 3rd courtyard. She was worried she might not handle it well, so she specifically sent someone to help her. Cloud Jiaoyu frowned tightly, her eyes showing displeasure at the bad luck she had encountered. Madame Lin lived in the guest courtyard, which was at least a few hundred meters away from the 3rd courtyard. Even Madame Lin could hear the noise from the 3rd courtyard, and those living nearby probably heard it too. Thinking this, her gaze caught sight of a few attendants from official families at the courtyard gate, sneaking around as if eavesdropping. Cloud Jiaoyu suppressed her emotions and became more determined to quickly gather some of her subordinates tomorrow. But her immediate priority was to give Zhou Qin a harsh lesson. No matter what, she wouldn't allow such a petty, scheming girl to ruin Qi Zhaozhao's reputation. "Zhao Zhao, you just said that the young lady from the Zhou family started crying and making a fuss right at the gate of the Qi family?" Qi Zhaozhao felt angry inside and nodded. Her eyes reddened. "Elder sister-in-law, we don't have servants on duty. The servants guarding the gate are from Madame Lin's household." Zhou Qin first asked a servant to tell me to go to the gate to meet her. She said that since we have many officials and nobles, she dared not come in. She also said that if I didn't go to see her, she would stay outside all night, waiting until I was willing to meet her again. Qi Zhaozhao restrained her temper and finished speaking. The maid sent by Madame Lin and the servants outside the courtyard all looked at Zhou Qin with disdain. Cloud Jiaoyu was amused and angry at the same time. She cast a contemptuous glance at Zhou Qin. "So, Zhao Zhao was forced to go out and meet you? If Zhao Zhao didn't go, you would just stay outside the estate, causing trouble. People would gossip about her being arrogant and domineering. Once she returns to Qingzhou, she might not even want to see her old friends. But if she goes to meet you, you think she will still be as easy to talk to as before and you can control her?" Zhou Qin's cheeks turned hot with embarrassment. After being exposed, she pressed her lips tightly and a little sweat appeared on her forehead. She wasn't unfamiliar with testing Qi Zhaozhao before. Today's attempt was just a routine move. In the past, the Qi family was the richest in Qingzhou, and she relied on Qi Zhaozhao's kindness. Whenever she begged, she could get many good things from the Qi family. She used flattery and subtlety, asking for this and that, even seeking guidance from famous poets for her poetry work. She got everything she couldn't have in her own family. While begging and flattering might sound unpleasant, she didn't think she was doing anything wrong. She didn't force Qi Zhaozhao to treat her well. If Qi Zhaozhao is willing to give, what's wrong with her accepting it? Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were cold and sharp as she stepped closer to Zhou Qin. She instinctively retreated several steps. Seeing Zhou Qin already feeling scared, Yun Jiaoyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Miss Zhou, Yun Jiaoyu, just returned from Zhezhou. I have no patience for playing tricks with a young girl like you. Don't blame me for not giving face to the Zhou family. Some words I will say directly today." Yun Jiaoyu pushed aside her modesty and spoke coldly. Her sharp voice fell. "The Jiang family may be a treasure to someone from your background, but to my proper Qi family daughter, they are just an ordinary family. The Jiang family you like, our Qi family's daughter, doesn't look down on them. She wouldn't even consider them as her future love." Yun Jiaoyu had no intention of giving face to the Jiang family. Zhou Qin is the fiancé of the Jiang family's eldest son, almost like a part of the Jiang family. Since Zhou Qin dared to offend the Qi family, the Jiang family shouldn't expect to stay out of it before showing goodwill. Yun Jiaoyu remained calm, ready to defeat with underhanded tactics. In an instant, she threw a big accusation at Zhou Qin. Her cool voice sounded indifferent. "You and Zhao Zhao have some connection. I understand that you can't stand to see Xiao Xiao doing well. People fear poverty and envy wealth. But no matter what, you shouldn't pretend to be wronged and pitiful to ruin Xiao Xiao's reputation. Yun Jiaoyu turned to the maid sent by Madame Lin and said, Madam, please trouble yourself to go to the Zhou family and tell them. Today, the grudge between our two families is sealed. From now on, if there's a Zhou family banquet, there will be no Qi family. If we meet in Qingzhou City, the consequences are on you. Yun Jiaoyu's powerful words fell. Tears in Zhou Qin's eyes hadn't dried, and her back suddenly stiffened. She dared not breathe. Her face turned pale from holding her breath. 2 months ago, she knew the Qi family was coming back, so she hurriedly urged her parents to formally arrange her marriage with the Jiang family. She thought she could wait until Qi Zhaozhao returned to apologize. After apologizing, everyone would still be friends. But she never expected Qi Zhaozhao to be angry this time, cold and indifferent to her. It seemed like she wouldn't speak to her again. Now, the Qi family's young lady was openly going against her for Qi Zhaozhao. If the postal officer's people really went to her house, her father would beat her to death. She begged Qi Zhaozhao, Zhaozhao, we used to be so close. Please persuade your sister-in-law not to send people to my house, okay? Qi Zhaozhao frowned and reflected on her past mistakes in judging people. She realized she shouldn't always appear so easy to get along with, or others might see her as someone they can easily bully. She blinked her bright eyes and stepped out from behind Yun Jiaoyu. Zhou Qin, we're both about to come of age. At first, I thought that if faces looked alike, people's hearts would be alike too. But over these months, I have learned that people's hearts are hard to read. From the moment you forced me to leave the house to go with you, our already weak relationship was completely broken. From now on, you should take care of yourself. Not long after, Madame Lin's maid pulled and dragged Qi Zhaozhao out of the Qi family house. The courtyard of the third house gradually became quiet. Lu Yunxiu helplessly approached Qi Zhaozhao, touching her daughter's hair. Zhaozhao, she said, did you remember what your sister-in-law just said? Qi Zhaozhao bit her lip and nodded heavily. Is it just that Qi's daughter doesn't like the young master from the Jiang family? She listened to her sister-in-law's words. Yun Jiaoyu saw that the people outside the courtyard were gradually leaving. She also came to Qi Zhaozhao and lowered her voice. Zhaozhao, what I just said was for Miss Zhou. As your sister-in-law, I support whatever kind of person you like and want to marry. If you're interested in the eldest young master of the Jiang family, I will go negotiate with the Jiang family. She added, as long as you both agree, I will force the Zhou family to withdraw the engagement and have the Jiang family marry you. Qi Zhaozhao was stunned. She finally understood what Yun Jiaoyu had said to Zhou Qin. On one hand, she was really angry. On the other, she was pressuring the Zhou and Jiang families. The Zhou family had countless shops in Qingzhou City, but basically, they were just a wealthy family with a few rouge shops. Compared to the Qi family, which had recently regained farmland, shops, and farms, they were nothing. All those assets were gone. The Zhou family couldn't compare to the Qi family, which had produced top scholars. Yun Jiaoyu had previously mentioned that the two families had a grudge. By tomorrow morning at the latest, the Zhou family would be unable to stay in Qingzhou. In other words, the breakup between the Jiang family's eldest young master and Zhou Qin was only a matter of time. Qi Zhaozhao shook her head, feeling grateful for her sister-in-law's care. She made up her mind and said, no need, sister-in-law. Thinking clearly, she recalled the Lantern Festival half a year ago, when the streets were lively with people and the lanterns were beautifully made. The candlelight flickered on the face of the young master of the Jiang family, casting a soft glow. With all these factors combined, I truly thought the young master of the Jiang family was extraordinary. But that was just a fleeting moment of infatuation. It didn't mean I had to spend the rest of my life competing with the Jiang family, right? Yun Jiaoyu listened carefully and realized that Qi Zhaozhao no longer had feelings for that young master of the Jiang family. From her tone, it seemed she believed her initial excitement was just due to the festive atmosphere of the Lantern Festival. I showed a bit of admiration for Qi Zhaozhao. I really like her personality. She doesn't cling to one thing or person.
Honestly, when women choose a husband, unless they are truly exceptional, most of the time they look for someone better. She slightly parted her lips and confirmed, Zhao Zhao, are you really sure about this? Will you not regret it later? Qi Zhao Zhao's clear eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Yun Jiaoyu, sensing her doubt. She immediately raised her hand and made a vow, I won't regret it. Sister-in-law, you don't need to worry that I'm being stubborn or pretending to be strong. The words I just said are not to save face for the Qi family, but truly from my heart. Qi Zhaozhao was in a very good mood now. She had come to peace with herself. She was grateful for this exile experience. At least she was lucky. She wasn't bullied and had tempered her mind. If she hadn't gone to Zizhou, she might have really agreed to her sister-in-law's plan to force the Jiang family to propose marriage. But after returning from Zizhou, she finally realized the young master of the Jiang family was just Even if they were in debt, the Qi family would find ways to make money. Before her eldest cousin left Zizhou, he bought shops on 2 streets. The Jiang family was just poorly managed, heading toward ruin through marriage alliances. It showed that the elders of the Jiang family weren't very skilled in business, and their industries were too simple. Compared to the Qi family's progressive ideas, they seemed quite narrow-minded. If it were her sister-in-law, she would have come up with countless ways to turn things around when business was bad. Maybe her family would worry about their failing business, but she would open more shops to keep everyone's spirits high and happy. So, even if she had to marry in the future, she would choose very carefully. After returning to the 3rd house courtyard, Yun Jiaoyu noticed a strong smell of alcohol in the room. She saw a man just finished bathing, dressed in a clean white robe, coming out from behind a folding screen. He was a bit unsteady on his feet and leaned on the screen to steady himself for a moment. Yun Jiaoyu's pupils contracted. You've been drinking? Changjin responded softly, a faint blush of drunkenness on his clear, handsome face. He explained proactively during the day, the officials came to offer congratulations, each with a drink, and I ended up drinking 2 jars of wine. At night, someone indulged in drinking too much and pulled me into it. That's why I drank so much. Yun Jiaoyu frowned slightly. All the wine from the Qi family cellar was stored in her space. Since they returned to Qingzhou, they had little time and didn't buy many things. The delicious food was made fresh by a chef from a restaurant, and the fine wine was brought by many distinguished guests to celebrate. At dinner, each table had different kinds of wine. Just from the smell, she recognized 4 types: fragrant snow wine, lamb wine, toadstool wine, and yellow earth wine. After a few hours, how much alcohol had Qi Changjin really drunk? She sensed Yun Jiaoyu's dissatisfaction. Qi Changjin walked to the door and let the wind for a while, carrying the scent of alcohol. His voice was weak and unsteady, drifting in with the breeze. His deep, steady voice slowly said, Jiaoyu, don't be upset. From now on, I promise to drink no more than 3 cups during banquets. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Qi Changjin, hearing his ambition for a bright future. When a person is low in rank, they have little say at the table. Even though he is now Lu Cheng's son-in-law and a newly appointed top scholar, without real power or official rank, only some people will toast him briefly, not everyone will respect him long-term. Fortunately, Qi Changjin will become a powerful prime minister in the future. If he only drank 1 cup per person, there would likely be no more than 3 people willing to toast him. She slightly relaxed her brow. I'm not really angry. I just think that even if ingredients are mixed together, it can upset your stomach. You drank so many types of wine today. If you go straight to sleep, you'll wake up with a headache tomorrow. She realized, but now you're speaking so clearly. Did you earlier? Yun Jiaoyu looked around but didn't see any. She guessed he must have vomited outside. Seeing Qi Changjin with his eyes closed, leaning half against the doorframe, as if listening carefully to her words. A bit slow, she said, Yun Jiaoyu sighed helplessly and walked to the door. Don't catch a cold from the wind. I'll help you to bed first, then make some mulberry flower detox soup. Yun Jiaoyu felt she wasn't paying enough attention to Qi Changjin. She knew he would drink today, but forgot to remind him to drink milk or light salt water, or even feed him bread if necessary. Surely, he wouldn't get drunk and harm himself. She helped him onto the bed, her gaze fixed on Changjin's half-drunk, half-sleeping face. Seeing him so obedient and still, with a lazy, magnetic voice that drifted on and off. But his eyebrows were tightly furrowed, as if he was already starting to have a headache. For some reason, when she saw Changjin like this, her heart suddenly felt very angry. It completely contradicted what she had just said about not being upset. She even wanted to ask Changjin which thoughtless people, driven by alcohol, insisted on making him drink. But in the blink of an eye, his breathing gradually slowed, meaning he had fallen asleep. Xiao felt a tightness in her chest. She definitely wanted to divorce Changjin. But that didn't mean she didn't feel some pain for him. She stormed out of the room angrily, just in time to see the maidservant from Madame Lin's household returning from outside. The maid was here to report back. She carefully told her, "Second miss, I've already sent the person home." Master Zhou's family even used family discipline, saying they would beat that unfilial daughter to death. Then, with a kind smile, she added, "Also, Madame Lin mentioned earlier that you don't have many maids around you. Before we found a servant in Qi's household, she entrusted these 2 maids to you. When second miss goes to the capital, she will send over a few specially trained maids to serve you." Madame Lin didn't bring many maids when she left. She could only spare 2 for Xiao. Xiao wasn't surprised about Zhou Qin being disciplined with family rules. Hearing that Madame Lin also sent over some maids clearly eased her bad mood. She was worried about not having enough people to serve her. Forcing a smile, she gratefully said, "Thank you, madam. Please also pass on my thanks to my grandmother." "You're welcome." Second Mississippi, Xiao saw the maid off at the main courtyard gate, followed by 2 other maids. The 3 of them went together to prepare many bowls of kudzu flower wine to help with hangovers. They made dozens of bowls before stopping. Fearing there wouldn't be enough, Xiao even called in Cheng Li who was so excited after moving into Qi's house that she couldn't sleep. The 5 of them took the wine to the rooms of those distinguished guests. First, Xiao delivered the wine to the room of Officer Song Xinian, the magistrate in charge, and then to Zhao Darren, the inspector of Qingzhoulan County. Madame Zhao was surprised to see the bowl of wine in Xiao's hand. Her husband's official position wasn't high, and she wasn't familiar with Xiao. They hadn't spoken much all day. She couldn't quite understand why Xiao personally came to deliver the wine. And she was followed by 4 people behind her. Each person held a tray with steaming medicinal soup. It was clear that her husband's bowl of soup was the first to be delivered among the group staying at the Qi family. She moved her lips, but didn't speak. Before she could say anything, Lord Zhao put on his coat and appeared at the door of the room. He spoke first, saying, "Thank you, Lady Qi, for bringing me the soup. Most of the officials under our Lord Song don't like drinking alcohol, so there's no need for a hangover cure." He added quietly, however, "Yang the magistrate's men drank quite a bit of wine with a top scholar tonight." Xiao looked at the education official with respect. Dealing with smart people is always easier. Sometimes you don't even need to say a word. If you want to know something, the answer is clear. She nodded lightly to show understanding. "Since Lord Zhao doesn't need a hangover cure, I won't bother you further." She politely and respectfully said, "Tonight, you and your wife should rest well. Please have breakfast together tomorrow before leaving. I will make sure to prepare the best pastries in Qingzhou City to entertain all of you and your families." After confirming the drinking target, Xiao went straight to the residence of Yang the magistrate, the head of civil affairs. This time, when Changjin returned to Qingzhou, the chief officials of Qingzhou also came, the civil administrator, the judicial inspector, and the military commander. When these top officials arrived, their subordinates followed to congratulate the Qi family. This made today's gathering lively and full of guests. "Young Lady Qi, I have a small question." Second Cheng held the hangover soup steadily and spoke behind Xiao. "I've worked under you for a few months, so I trust your judgment the most.
But
If you only get upset because your husband drank too much wine, isn't that making a big fuss over nothing?" Li Hu agreed,
saying, "Yes, Lady Qi." He explained his point. Official banquets are unavoidable. Once Qi, the young master, has a formal official position, there will only be more such occasions. If we punish this group of people now, next time it will be another group. To the officials, it might seem like you are deliberately targeting them or looking down on them. Second Chung, and Li, who felt a little scared. In the past, Yun Jiao you could handle people she didn't like very well. But those people were just ordinary civilians with no weapons. Now, the people she has to deal with are all officials with various ranks and titles. They really did show up directly at the man's door to argue. That would definitely upset this group of officials. Yun Jiaoyu's sharp eyes glinted with a cold, dangerous look. She smiled coldly and said, "Who said I was here to settle scores?"
Huh?
"Isn't that what we're here for?"
Cheng was confused.
Li Hu also asked curiously, "But if we're not here to settle scores, why is Lady Qi so angry?" Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes narrowed slightly, and her fierce anger quickly surfaced. She was angry because she had discovered the true reason behind Qi Changjin's darkening. Men aim for high positions. Before becoming the chief advisor, they are often bullied by those who rely on power. Every time they are humiliated and face setbacks, their desire for power grows stronger. After this vicious cycle ends, when Qi Changjin reaches the top of the power, he will be pulled down again harshly, trampled underfoot by many. If becoming dark and being trampled are inevitable fates, she only hopes that when the man is trampled, the force used will be a little lighter. In other words, she doesn't want Qi Changjin to be bullied. She doesn't want him to turn to darkness beyond saving. If Qi Changjin's ending is certain death, she only hopes her presence can make his death look better. She patiently said, "Tonight, if it's Yang Kong, the official in charge of governance, who is giving Qi Changjin wine, maybe I wouldn't be so angry. But Yang's subordinates, those who are drunk tonight, where do they get the courage and face to force my man to drink to death?" As she finished speaking, Cheng Er immediately hit his forehead in realization. He truly had been living too comfortably following Yun Jiaoyu. He hadn't expected this part. Suddenly, he understood and said, "Most of the officials staying at Qi's house tonight are not serving in Qingzhou City. Qi Dasha is at least a top scholar, aside from the backing of Lord Lu Chong and Lord Lu. As long as he's appointed to an official position, his rank will be far above these people tonight." Cheng Er frowned and asked, "So, Lady Qi, do you mean that tonight your husband was drunk because Yang's men deliberately caused it?" Yun Jiaoyu remained silent. She didn't understand why Qi Changjin didn't refuse the small official's drinking persuasion. Maybe he wanted to build a good reputation for getting along with grassroots officials before going to the capital. Or perhaps it was just to show hospitality. No matter the reason, a man can say things like, "After a few drinks, I won't see beyond 3 cups. This shows that heavy drinking isn't really what he wants. He hopes that tonight's experience will remind him to achieve a high position soon. I don't care if he's deliberately causing trouble or not. Anyway, I remember tonight's debt." Yun Jiaoyu took someone to the Qingzhou Military Equipment Office ambassador, outside the room of the 9th-ranked local official, Zheng Darren. As soon as they arrived, they heard a loud argument inside. With a loud bang, Madame Zheng threw a white porcelain teacup onto the carpet and shouted in a low voice, "Jing Qi, are you crazy? How did I marry such a useless fool? You're just a small 9th-rank official, still a 9th rank. Are you out of your mind, drinking with Ambassador Chen Li to get the top scholar drunk tonight?" Madame Zheng was so angry she cursed loudly. "I pretended to have a headache and told the maid to call you back. But you, in front of the top scholar, acted tough, saying I am trouble. And I don't need anyone to look after me. I think you're just being used by the higher-ups, not even realizing it." Tonight, the people pulling Qi Changjin to drink were indeed officials under Lord Yang. But not everyone was as clueless as her husband, rushing to pour drinks for others. Many just drank a bowl and then made excuses that it was getting late and they needed to rest. But her husband kept drinking endlessly. Madame Zheng cursed a few more times. Outside, Yun Jiaoyu listened to the story and gradually relaxed her brow. She lowered her expression and quietly ordered, "Cheng Er Li Hu. Exclude Ambassador Chen Li
as Madame Zheng just said. You two go and give each official under the Bureau of Civil Administration a bowl of sobering soup. Cheng-Er and Li, who quickly understood Yun Jiaoyu's intention to make friends with those officials. Since most officials still showed respect to Qi Changjin, only obeying their superiors' orders to pour drinks. Yun Jiaoyu's gift of sobering soup would make tonight's events with Qi Changjin and these officials pass smoothly. Young Madam Qi will go now. Cheng-Er thought Yun Jiaoyu was very clever. If they followed her plan, he and Li who might even get small official positions in the future. He spoke confidently, excited about a bright future. His excitement was so loud it woke Madame Zheng inside. In a few breaths, the room fell silent. No sounds at all. After Cheng-Er made a sound, he truly wanted to slap himself. However, he was holding many hangover remedies and could only awkwardly look at Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu helplessly shook her head and gave a signal, indicating that Cheng-Er and Li, who didn't need to interfere. The two understood and immediately left. Soon, Madame Zheng opened the door, her face pale and then white. She forced a smile and said, "Madam Qi, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Why are you here with us?" Today, Madame Zheng had spoken a few words with Yun Jiaoyu. She had specially brought a gift and praised Qi Zhaozhao a little before starting a conversation. Yun Jiaoyu suppressed her previous displeasure and showed a kind smile. She liked women like Madame Zheng, smart and understanding. Gently, she said, "I heard from my husband that your master drank quite a lot tonight. He specifically asked me to bring you some hangover medicine." She turned and took a steaming bowl of herbal soup from the maid. "This is Gehua hangover soup, which helps reduce alcohol and soothe the stomach." Yun Jiaoyu honestly said, "Madame Zheng, I arrived at a bad time earlier. I overheard what you and your master said. As a woman, I truly admire you. You have a sharp eye and keen insight that many men lack. Your husband is lucky to have a wife like you. It's a blessing from your past life." Madame Zheng was annoyed. She married Jing Qi, which was a blessing from his past life, and also a sin she committed in her previous life. If she were a man, she wouldn't be used as a, and she could even succeed in exams and official positions better than this unworthy man. After Yun Jiaoyu praised her, Madame Zheng slightly suppressed her anger. She calmed down and explained, "Madam Qi, actually, my husband isn't like that usually. If your husband becomes an official in the Armory Bureau, please don't hold a grudge against him." Yun Jiaoyu was quite emotional and nodded. "I understand, Madame Zheng. I can see you're just speaking for your husband's sake." As she finished speaking, Madame Zheng's face froze. Did she mean her husband would hold a grudge? If he did, why not? Madame Zheng was unsure of Yun Jiaoyu's intentions. She asked, "What do you mean?" Yun Jiaoyu honestly said, "What I mean is, your husband can become an official in the Armory Bureau. I believe that when he's not drinking, he's a talented and upright man." Madame Zheng's face turned shy, realizing Yun Jiaoyu was being polite. Her husband was hot-tempered and far from being talented and upright. However, once Mrs. Zheng was sure that the woman bore no grudges, she felt much more at ease. "Thank you, Madam Qi, for your kindness. Please show mercy to my husband. Here is your hangover cure. In a little while I will help my half-drunk, half-sober husband sober up, and then I will give him this." To Lady Zheng, Qi Changjin was definitely going to be an official in the capital. An official in the capital is not like a small local officer. The difference is huge. If she held a grudge, she could easily ruin someone's reputation with just a few words that send mixed signals. She didn't expect her useless husband to get promoted, as he lacked the connections and background. She only hoped to stay small and safe, living peacefully until old age. Yun Jiaoyu wanted to expand her social network. In recent years, Qi was very peaceful, and places like the provincial armory office didn't hold much importance among officials. But in a couple of years, the armory office's status would rise because warfare always needs both hot and cold weapons. She planned to make friends, saying, "Madame Zheng, as the saying goes, too many words lead to mistakes. I really like your personality and genuinely want to be friends. If there's a chance in the future,
I will ask my father-in-law and husband to help your family's elders. But your family's alcohol problem is really troublesome. Yun Jiaoyu changed the subject. How about I give you a foolproof method to quit drinking? Consider it a sign of my sincerity in making friends. Madame Zheng was so surprised, she almost couldn't close her mouth. She was just an insignificant minor official's wife, yet Yun Jiaoyu took the initiative to make friends with her. She secretly thought she had truly met someone who appreciated her. Her personality was strong, and even her family members told her to change her temper and be gentler and more obedient to her husband. Looking into Yun Jiaoyu's eyes, she suddenly felt grateful for this encounter. After Yun Jiaoyu promised to speak well of her husband in front of the imperial tutor and Changjin, she became genuinely eager. What is this method to quit drinking? Today, I made a detoxifying herbal wine, and drinking a bowl after drinking alcohol helps you recover almost to normal the next day. I will first give you the recipe for the detox potion. Yun Jiaoyu glanced inside the house, where Zheng Qi and Zheng Dao were already drunk and lying on the ground, looking as if they might die. When Madame Zheng saw Yun Jiaoyu about to enter, she took the initiative to bring them inside. Madame Zheng, I have always believed that if you want someone to reflect and change their bad habits, you must first let them go through a period of madness. This hangover remedy uses lotus seed shells, 3 parts, wood fragrance, 5 parts, orange peel, without the white part, ginseng without the reed, pig's fungus, without the black skin, and white poria, each 1.5 qian. Additionally, fried yellow divine fungus, combined with alisma, dried and white atractylodes, each 2 qian, white cardamom seeds, kudzu flower and amomum seeds, each 5 fun. Yun Jiaoyu carefully wrote down the instructions on paper. Softly, she said, from now on, your master drinks too much. Just grind these herbs into fine powder, mix well, and give him a clear broth to drink. I just started learning to write a few months ago, so my handwriting isn't very good. Please bear with it for now. Madame Zheng looked at the prescription Yun Jiaoyu wrote, repeatedly examining it. Once the ink dried, she stored it away. She had searched countless times for a hangover remedy, but unfortunately, her husband would always wake up with a headache after drinking, needing to take time off work. If this remedy works, even if Yun Jiaoyu only said it to flatter her, she would remember her kindness today. Then, what is the method you mentioned to stop drinking? Yun Jiaoyu's eyes carried a mysterious emotion. She is very protective of her family. Even though she values the Qingzhou military armory, she wouldn't necessarily need to be friends with Madame Zheng. She could easily win over the deputy commander of the armory. She genuinely admires Madame Zheng and truly wants to help her husband stop drinking. But more than anything, she wants to put an end to the disgusting drinking culture of alcohol and drunkenness. I don't know if Madame Zheng has heard of the saying that some people can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. From now on, about 15 minutes before your master starts drinking, boil a bowl of kudzu flower soup with 1 qian of herbs. Or make kudzu flower pills for him to take in advance. Yun Jiaoyu spoke vaguely, offering a roundabout way to help. At that time, let him go to a restaurant to drink more. In less than half a month, he will be able to stop drinking. Kudzu flower, as a medicinal herb for hangovers, can clear heat, detoxify, and break down alcohol. If he drinks kudzu flower soup before drinking, his alcohol tolerance can increase. A drunkard, once their drinking capacity is refreshed, will boast and drink recklessly. Plus, with a remedy for after-drinking relief, Madame Zheng's husband will likely become more and more reckless with alcohol. Anyway, drinking more wine can only temporarily ease the pain of a hangover. Madame Zheng can only control her husband at home. After leaving the armory, Zheng might not be able to control him. He might drink with colleagues, or be invited to banquets by wealthy families, or drink alone. When drunk, he is prone to losing control and causing trouble. Even if she doesn't get drunk, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, let Second Chung send some drinkers to the restaurant to drink together. She must give that person a harsh beating. Every time she drinks, she will beat him. She wants to see whether he cares more about alcohol or his life. Can he really quit drinking? Mrs. Zheng doesn't understand medicine. She only thinks that since the gua, a type of flower,
can make someone drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Yun Jiaoyu's idea. Could it be that she wants her husband to stay sober? And she also thinks that drinking is boring and that the goal is to help him quit drinking? But is that really possible? Just as she was about to ask more details, Yun Jiaoyu pretended to remember something. A faint smile appeared in her eyes. She said, I almost forgot. I still need to give that ambassador who also drank a lot some hangover soup. Now, I won't bother you and your husband anymore. Yun Jiaoyu walked toward the door with her maid. She kindly said, I need to stay in Qingzhou for a few more days. If Madame Zheng has free time, you can come find me to chat. When I go to the capital in the future, if you encounter anything interesting or troubling, you can write to me. Mrs. Zheng nodded. She naturally wanted to keep in touch with Yun Jiaoyu. Not everyone is lucky enough to receive support from a noble person. As for quitting drinking, as long as her husband can live and quit, no matter how wildly he drinks, she can tolerate it. After Yun Jiaoyu left the Zheng couple's room, she walked around the corridor for a while. Finally, she reached the door of the ambassador, who is also a 9th-rank official. These officials come to the Qi family, bringing many maids and servants. Each family stay adds up to about 5 or 6 rooms. Fortunately, Lu Yunxiu has been in charge of the 3rd house for many years and has experience entertaining distinguished guests. She had already recorded the exact locations where the officials would stay. Yun Jiaoyu paused at the door, standing for a moment. Perhaps the people inside heard the faint noise outside. Suddenly, the lights inside went out. The maid beside her respectfully asked, Miss, shall we still send the hangover soup? Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes flickered slightly, and her clear voice said, Since Ambassador Ku has gone to sleep, we won't send the hangover soup now. She turned to leave. Hiding 100 thoughts and feeling regretful, she said, What a pity. I wanted to remind this gentleman about something, but it seems it's his destined calamity. If he can't be persuaded, then forget it. Before she had taken many steps, the door of the ambassador's room suddenly swung open. Ambassador Ku was tonight not interested in drinking, and he only forced himself to drink because he wanted to hold onto Lord Yongkang's favor. He had done something wrong and felt guilty inside. The alcohol he drank was not enough to make him completely drunk, so he had his wife help him to the door. He hurriedly spoke, Lady Qi, please wait a moment. Yun Jiaoyu, so far, did not know the details of the bribery case or the missing property case. She had not been told about the case by Lord Qi Changjin either. However, she believed her observation skills were quite sharp. Why did Lord Yang, the supervisor of the finance department, come to congratulate Lord Qi Changjin on returning to Qingzhou? If he could truly please Lord Su, the official in charge of the Ministry of Rites, he probably wouldn't be so indecisive and wavering. It showed that Lord Yang was currently facing a problem and was worried about it. But seeing him tonight forcing alcohol on Lord Qi Changjin, she thought he might have a way to solve his worries. Lady Qi, are you here because of the treasury accounts? Ambassador Ku's eyes were filled with fear. He had been nervous and restless for half a month, unable to sleep well even once. Tonight, after Lord Qi Changjin was drunk by them, he felt even more panicked. It wasn't because he was afraid of offending Lord Qi Changjin and Yun Jiaoyu. He was afraid because he had confirmed that his superior, Lord Yang, wanted to push him to take the blame. Ambassador Ku hurriedly supported himself and moved toward Yun Jiaoyu. He lowered his voice and said, Lady Qi, the top scholar, was very tight-lipped after getting drunk tonight. I tried to get some information out of him, but he didn't say a word. You specially came under the pretense of delivering sobering soup, but does your adoptive father, Lord Lu Chong, have something for me to pass on? Yun Jiaoyu. She controlled her surprise inside. She just wanted to bluff a little. Who would have thought that this Ambassador Ku would be so quick to reveal himself? But tonight, did he try to gather information in front of Lord Qi Changjin while drinking? Yun Jiaoyu's gaze slightly froze, beginning to doubt whether the man was truly drunk or pretending. Soon, she calmed herself. Whether Lord Qi Changjin was genuinely drunk or not, since she had come to see this Ambassador Ku, she had to make good use of this opportunity. Without hesitation, she left a sentence,
My adoptive father does have something for me to pass on to you. Yun Jiaoyu suddenly had an idea. Ambassador Ku, in charge of the treasury, belonged to the Ministry of Finance. The Minister of Revenue had long been corrupt and under investigation, still being held in the Kyoto prison, awaiting further questioning. Under his manipulation, a large amount of official silver was transported out of the capital to Zhezhou, thousands of miles away. It's hard to believe that no officials from the local government knew about this secretly. Even a 3-year-old child would understand. In other words, if Lu Chong investigates corruption cases, he will find evidence across different regions. At the very least, the top officials in each area would want to escape unscathed. To do that, they need to find a scapegoat. Ambassador Ku, my adoptive father, means that if you want to survive, you need to show some sincerity. Yun Jiaoyu slightly curves her delicate lips. Her sharp, cold eyes seem to cut through the thick fog, accurately locking onto the other person. She slowly says, in the Great Qi country, the position of regional ambassador is established, but counties do not have one. She acts as if she knows something. She fabricates a story. Today, the magistrate visited the Qi family. He promised that in the future, he would help my husband's career. His intention for you to stay overnight at the Qi family is obvious. He sacrifices you to calm the storm of bribery involving Qingzhou. Ambassador Ku's face turns pale, and his trembling hand, supported by his wife, reveals his anxiety. Having been in official circles for many years, he knows very well that Yun Jiaoyu's words are true. He is the ambassador of Qingzhou, with his official office and residence in Qingzhou City. What's the point of staying at the Qi family? He was ordered by Yang Kong to find an excuse to stay at the Qi family for night, pretending to be drunk. He knows very well that if his superior wants to make him a scapegoat, he can't resist. To protect his family's lives, he must seek shelter from Yang Kang's rival. But in Qingzhou, the highest official position is the magistrate. Without an imperial decree, officials cannot leave their posts for long. The only way to save himself is to ask the Qi couple for help. Miss Qi, when will you leave for the capital? Yun Jiaoyu seems thoughtful and replies, within 7 days, we will depart. Without much hesitation, Ambassador Ku entrusts, please inform your adoptive father, Miss Qi. I've managed the Qingzhou official treasury for many years. I know exactly if there's any fraud or how to fill the gaps. Miss Qi, please wait a moment. He signals his wife with a glance. Soon after, the wife of Ambassador Ku, having received her husband's signal, leaves the room again, holding a carved jewelry box. Ku ambassador takes the wooden box and hands it to Yun Jiaoyu. I've been in official service for many years, so I always prepare 2 plans. Yang Kong took a lot of silver from the Ministry of Revenue. Besides paying off officials in Kyoto, most of it was used to buy land and pamper his wives and concubines. Sometimes I couldn't make sense of the accounts, so I would share some of the stolen silver with others. I was asked to falsify the income and expenses of the various shops in the government office. He also admitted to stealing a lot of disaster relief funds from Qingzhou counties. All I know is recorded in this ledger. Yun Jiaoyu opened a small wooden box, which was filled with many pieces of jewelry. Between the jewelry, she saw at the bottom a blue-covered ledger. The chief clerk had been hesitating whether to betray Lu Chongbao to save himself. Tonight is his last chance. After leaving the Qi family, if he contacts Qi Changjin again, Yang Kong will become suspicious. So, he placed the ledger inside his wife's jewelry box. He warned her, Madam Qi, you must never lose this ledger. Now, the lives of my entire family are in your hands. Yun Jiaoyu nodded and took the ledger out of the box, slipping it into her sleeve pocket. That way, losing it is impossible. If the chief clerk betrayed us in time, after I go to the capital, my adoptive father will protect your entire family as a reward for your help. Yun Jiaoyu's deep brown eyes were calm as she said, it's getting late. The chief clerk and his wife should rest early. I prepared some hangover soup. You can drink it before sleeping. She spoke politely, but she didn't care whether he drank it or not. The chief clerk took the hangover soup.
Thank you, Madam Qi.
Yun Jiaoyu returned to the main courtyard.
She didn't need her 2 maids to serve her. She simply pointed to the room where the maids used to stay. She told someone to let her rest. She carried the warm hangover soup into her room. The soup, which was once boiling hot, had cooled to a drinkable temperature. As soon as she entered the room, she confirmed her suspicion. Sure enough, that unpleasant man had been pretending to be drunk earlier. He was sitting at his desk, with cold, ink-black eyes that looked deep and calm. When he saw her return, he raised an eyebrow. "You're back?" The smell of alcohol still clung to Changjin, but he looked much more alert. As his drunkenness faded, his slender fingers, with clearly defined knuckles, grasped the pen and finished the last on the paper. "Did you really pretend to be asleep earlier?" Yun Jiaoyu frowned, placing the soup bowl on the round table. She walked angrily toward Changjin. "Did you do that on purpose to provoke me into finding the chief clerk?" Changjin couldn't help but chuckle, his deep voice charming and magnetic. A faint smile played on his lips. He put away his brush, lazily leaning back in the grand scholar's chair, looking tired. He shook his head and explained, "It's not that I was pretending to be asleep on purpose. I was really very tired earlier. Ambassador, Ku kept arguing with me tonight. He wanted to know how I see your adoptive father in my heart. He seems to want to use me as a guarantee, seeking protection and rights after gaining your adoptive father's favor. So, I pretend to be calm, but he becomes more anxious." Changjin's deep eyes flickered with a mysterious, dark energy. "I am so drunk that I won't have a chance to meet him privately again until tomorrow when he leaves the house. He will feel uneasy and will desperately seek allies who can protect him to save his life. If you go to talk to him and say a few words, he will quickly turn against his own side and reveal everything. Last time when Nye Tao went to Dahuang County, he mentioned this to him voluntarily. After Lu Chongming's case of missing valuables, both the library minister's residence in Qingdong and the other 2 states bought several private homes under their wives' names. He asked him to help check the list of officials bribed by the Minister of Revenue in Qingzhou after returning to Qingzhou. The list is easy to find, but the ledgers are hard to examine. The chief family was exiled, and the Court of Justice knew about it. This shows that even the Procurator General's office has officials accepting bribes. But since the Procurator General, Song Darren, is close friends with Lu Chong, there's no need for him to worry about the investigation. The person Lu Chong wants him to investigate is probably Yang Kong, the prefect who is well known in Qingzhou for being close to Lord Su. Yun Jiaoyu was kept completely in the dark. She had no idea about Changjin's plan to manipulate the library minister's thoughts. She thought she was pretty clever, but unexpectedly, she became the last straw for Changjin to pressure the library minister. She looked at him irritably. "Why are you so sure I will definitely confront the library minister tonight?" "Because you are my wife, sharing joys and sorrows with me. You feel wronged, and you can't bear to see me suffer." Changjin's eyes carried an undeniable emotion, as if he was saying the most normal words. His deep, pleasant voice sounded softly and tenderly in the quiet room with no one else around. Yun Jiaoyu suddenly felt neither angry nor sad. She wanted to stand firm and tell Changjin that she didn't want to feel sorry. But in fact, after a furious check, she was the one who wanted to settle accounts. Yun Jiaoyu seemed to be throwing a tantrum, determined to turn the tide. "So what about you? If I feel wronged, would you be willing to stand by me?" If he wouldn't, then they were even. She wouldn't be angry at the man tonight for provoking the library minister with her. Changjin pursed his thin lips and slowly shook his head. His black eyes seemed to suppress intense emotions. "Ever since I regarded you as my wife, it's hard for me to endure seeing you suffer." A hoarse voice filled with obvious danger. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Changjin with a distant gaze, her brows slightly furrowing. She muttered, "I really want to see how much you can't bear it." Her voice reached Changjin's ears. He chuckled softly. "You'll find out soon enough." "So, Ambassador, Ku handed you the ledger?" Yun Jiaoyu realized belatedly. The man couldn't stand her being wronged and the connection to the account book. Suddenly, she remembered talking with Madame Song in the garden today. Officials' wives who were friendly with Madame Song came to complain.
They told her about Madame Yang insulting her and cursing Lord Lu's downfall. Yun Jiaoyu paused, her surprised gaze fixed on Changjin. There was a lot of curiosity in her eyes. When we first arrived at the dock, didn't you tell me you wouldn't pick sides easily? Is it because of what Madame Yang said to insult me? Are you planning to secretly take down Lord Yang's family? Yun Jiaoyu's eyes darkened slightly, finding Changjin's grudge-keeping hard to believe. The man wouldn't do something he wasn't sure about. He said calmly, marriage debts are paid by the husband. If Madame Yang insults you, I will seek compensation from Lord Yang. That's normal. He seemed thoughtful. Also, before returning to the Qi family, I didn't pick sides. It's just that I just returned to Qingzhou and didn't know the political situation there. Yun Jiaoyu didn't quite understand. Curiously, she asked, what situation? Do you know there are 2 government offices in Qingzhou City? Today, Lord Yang came, who is the right supervisor. The one who didn't come in person is the left supervisor, Du Zhong. Yun Jiaoyu nodded. In the Ming dynasty, each province had 2 supervisors until the Qing dynasty, when it was reduced to 1. According to the book, the Great Qi country had a supervisor position, so Qingzhou should have 2. As for Du Zhong, she heard Madame Song mention him today. Du Zhong's only son was a candidate in the same exam as Changjin. He is now in the capital, working as a 7th-rank compiler at the Hanlin Academy. Lu Chong also admired this rising star. Yun Jiaoyu probably understood now. You mean, besides Lord Yang? The Ministry of Revenue in Beijing has an empty position, and with my father-in-law's recommendation, Du Zhong is very likely to go to the capital for an official position? Yun Jiaoyu's gaze flickered. Earlier, in front of the ambassador, she thought Lu Chong planned for Changjin to go to Beijing to report Lord Yang's embezzlement and bribe-taking. Let's have Changjin try for the position of prefect of Qingzhou again. She shook her head, truly thinking too much. Suddenly, she heard the man say, actually, your adoptive father has recommended me for the role of prefect of Qingzhou. Changjin's eyes shimmered with light. When Nye Tao was in Dahuang County, he told me all the pros and cons. The position of prefect of Qingzhou is one of the highest officials managing affairs there. After serving a few years in Qingzhou, moving to the capital would bring greater opportunities. He softly said, but I declined. Yun Jiaoyu was stunned, her cold eyes watching Changjin, but she couldn't see clearly what he was thinking. She felt an impulse to open his mind and see what he was really thinking. The Minister of Revenue position is vacant. If my adoptive father wants to help you, it might be possible to delay filling the vacancy for a few years. Are you sure you want to pass up this great opportunity and give it to someone else? It must be said that Lu Chong cares a lot about Changjin. Whether as his adoptive father or as a mentor, he has clearly arranged the man's future. The position of prefect of Qingzhou could lead to promotions as minister of the capital or as a high-ranking official. Among the officials in the capital, those not in the Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Works, or Ministry of Justice still have a good chance of entering the inner court. Moreover, this vacancy is in the Ministry of Revenue. With the villainous aura and Lu Chong's support, Changjin is sure to enter the inner court. As she thought this, Yun Jiaoyu suddenly remembered. Changjin was very young when he became the prime minister, a ruthless man who wielded power before age 30. Unlike those who climbed to power through hardship, he rose through bold moves. From this perspective, refusing the smooth path arranged by Lu Chong makes sense. Jiaoyu, being prefect of Qingzhou isn't easy, Changjin patiently explained. Even though I was falsely accused of corruption and sentenced to exile. With your adoptive father's recommendation, I could also report Yongkong, plus the reputation I gained in Dahuang County thanks to you, my wise wife. There's indeed a chance for me to be promoted beyond the usual. He rose from the grand chair and slowly approached Yun Jiaoyu. His tall figure, illuminated by candlelight, cast a shadow over her delicate form. Yun Jiaoyu was startled as he drew closer, her breathing growing rapid. But she did not step back. She was digesting his words in her mind. Then she heard him say, but before Du Zhuang takes this position, he has spent over 10 years in official circles. If I really sat in the position of prefect, I would face envy from thousands and hatred from many. It wouldn't be worth it. Perhaps I should give Lord Liu a favor to help him along, then go to Kyoto to try my luck. After all, Kyoto has 2 young princes. Yun Xiaoyu was awakened. She used to think, like Liu Chong, that starting her career as a provincial governor would be smoother. But upon reflection, although the provincial governor is powerful, he is far from the center of Kyoto's power. A stable official position is good, but getting into the cabinet requires many twists and turns, and a lot of effort. If a man goes to Kyoto to develop his career, the situation would be very different. As a top scholar, he could at least become a compiler at the Hamlin Academy, like Du Da-sun. Considering Changjin's unjust treatment, with some luck, he might even become a 6th-rank editor at the Hamlin Academy. A 6th-rank official cannot compare to a 2nd-rank provincial governor, but the highest official at the Hamlin Academy is only a 5th rank. Most importantly, the Hamlin Academy is a reserve force for the cabinet. In short, entering the cabinet as the chief advisor would save the man at least 5 years of promotion. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu's brow gradually relax, Changjin also confirmed that the woman had understood. In a gentle voice, he said, "There are 2 young princes in the capital. If I could directly become a Hamlin compiler, I could teach the princes. This way, whether it's the future minister or minister of state, or even the chief advisor, it would be more solid." Yun Jiaoyu's expression turned calm. Silently, she lamented that with this steady approach to promotion, even if Changjin maintained good relationships with colleagues and focused on teaching the princes, there was a 50-50 chance she could last until the end. Unfortunately, the man's chances of retiring after reaching the top are slim. Tomorrow, get up early and personally see off those officials' families. Let's go to bed. The man's almost enchanting, tempting voice pulled Yun Jiaoyu's thoughts back. She sensed him leaning close to her ear. His hot breath brushed her neck as he spoke, sending shivers down her spine. Her earlobe suddenly turned bright red. She was sure Changjin meant exactly what he said, but she couldn't help swallowing hard. Yun Jiaoyu pointed to the still warm hangover remedy. "You drink it first, I'll wash up." She planned to dawdle, wait for the man to go to bed first, then lie on the outside. She had to prevent any possibility of hunger or desire. Clearing her throat, she said, "Changjin, I need to get up early tomorrow to invite the chef to prepare breakfast for the officials and their families. If I don't rest enough, it will be embarrassing for the Qi family.
So,
Tonight, be gentle when you turn over and don't wake me." After speaking, Yun Jiaoyu's cheeks turned pink like cooked shrimp. Changjin looked down at the woman, who appeared sweet and cute. His Adam's apple moved slightly. He quietly suppressed the natural feelings that came with his age.
he softly said, "Okay."
He instinctively licked his dry lips, not wanting her to overthink. Then he changed the subject. "Tonight, I won't hold you to sleep." The next morning, before dawn, Yun Jiaoyu woke early. She specially invited the best pastry chef in Qingzhou City to make desserts at her house. After several hours of work, she sent all the officials and their families who stayed overnight away from the Qi family. Yun Jiaoyu hadn't eaten anything all morning. She sat at a round yellow pearwood table. She ate a piece of yellow cake. Changjin was with Qi Shilei, accompanying Qi Wenlang to by a formal apprenticeship ceremony to make up for the proper ritual at the Li family's home. "Second miss, someone is here to see you. They say it's your family." The maid left by Madame Lin quietly reported. Yun Jiaoyu listened, sighed heavily. Her mood was quite affected by this early visit. She slowly swallowed the yellow cake, took a few sips of water, then said, "Let them wait first." She then called over Chung Er Li Hu. She ordered, "Chung Er, go post notices. Gather everyone who used to work at the Qi family. Those willing to return, make a list for me. I will choose the best to keep, and we can sign new contracts. Those who don't want to come back, that's fine. They can stay outside as temporary workers or find jobs elsewhere." Chung Er responded with two O sounds, still in shock about entering the Qi residence.
He had never been in such a big house before, and now his and Li Hu's status was at least equal to the housekeeper of the Qi family. He took Yun Jiaoyu's orders seriously and was very motivated. He remembered something important about himself. Feeling a bit awkward, he asked, "Madam Qi, what was that saying? Isn't it true that wealth and honor don't return home, like walking in the night in fine clothes? Li Hu and I, we are now following the top scholar and Madam Qi. We're lucky to share in some of the wealth and honor. Do you think we can get a few days off after calling back the workers?" Cheng Er smiled happily. "That way, we can go back to our hometown, show off a bit, and pretend to be rich." Yun Jiaoyu was amused by Cheng Er's honesty. Her mood gradually improved. She usually doesn't judge people solely by their character, but looks at whether they are useful or needed by chance. She quickly agreed, saying, "Then you can go back to your hometown tomorrow. Return within 5 days. Just don't delay your trip to the capital." Erling Ching smiled so broadly he couldn't close his mouth, clasping his fists. "All right. Thank you, young Master Qi, for your help." After the two left, Yun Jiaoyu organized her large household's land, shops, and other properties. She wanted to find a good time to visit Minglu, to reclaim her assets and replace the managers of shops and stores that needed changing. She kept the Yun family waiting for a full hour. When she thought enough time had passed, she prepared to call them in. Before she could speak, Yun Bo Lin forcefully stormed into the courtyard. Behind him followed Yun Changdong, Mrs. Zhang, and a plump middle-aged woman. He pushed past two maids blocking his way. Fuming with anger, he shouted, "Mother, stop making excuses for her. I told you. All the officials and nobles from Qingzhou have left. What could she possibly be busy with? Making us wait in the sun for so long. She clearly doesn't want to meet us, her own family." The maidservants under Madame Lin knew who their master was these days. They quickly stepped in front of Yun Bo Lin to stop him. In all the years in the Lin family, they had never seen anyone so boldly break into someone else's house. Dutifully, they reached out to block Yun Bo Lin. "Young Master Yun, please wait. This is the Qi family. Without the owner's permission, you can't just barge in." Yun Bo Lin, already irritated after being kept waiting for an hour, was now blocked by two maids. He was itching to act. Fuming with rage, he couldn't be stopped. Without giving anyone a chance to react, he raised his foot and kicked the maid talking to him. He aimed a few hard kicks at her stomach to vent his anger. After knocking her down, he didn't spare the other maid either. Spitting and cursing, he kicked and yelled, "I am your sister-in-law Qi's brother. What are you? How dare you block me?" Seeing Yun Bo Lin about to hit someone, Yun Jiaoyu had already stood up and come out of the room. But she was too late. The attack had already started. She frowned tightly, her eyes showing disgust and impatience as she looked at Yun Bo Lin. She angrily scolded, "Yun Bo Lin, this is not your territory to do as you please. No one in the Yun family is allowed to act recklessly here. Why are you throwing a tantrum on Qi's land?" Yun Bo Lin was stunned, not expecting Yun Jiaoyu to scold him. In the past, if he had just kicked two maids, his sister would have handled everything for him, even if it meant covering up a serious mistake. Yun Jiaoyu steadily helped two maidservants to stand up. Seeing them soaked in cold sweat and bent over, unable to straighten up, her eyes grew sharper and more piercing, directly staring at Yun Bai Lin. "How spoiled are your parents to let you get away with this? It was I who told you to wait outside the house. They are just following my orders. If you're angry, take it out on me. Why show off your power in front of them?" When Zhang Shi saw Yun Jiaoyu losing her temper, she immediately stepped forward to block her son, speaking kindly, "Jiaoyu, it's just your brother kicking two maidservants. Why are you so angry? Scolding your brother?" Although she only scolded him a little, it made Zhang Shi feel heartbroken. She tried to soothe her daughter, saying, "Your siblings and your relationship is close. Don't fight over this." Yun Jiaoyu's face was cold, her dark eyes sharp and intense. A chilling coldness spread in her gaze as she angrily said, "He only hit two maidservants? He hit them. And there's also my face in it. Mother, you can be biased, but there should be limits. He started the trouble first, not me. The original girl's aunt, Yun Feng heir, who was used to lively scenes, came forward to take sides, enthusiastically grabbing Zhang Shi's hand. She spoke to Yun Jiaoyu. Oh. Our Jiaoyu is soaring like a phoenix, no longer caring for her own family. Your brother is the only son of the Yun family, the only seedling. You should tolerate his mischief. As an older sister, how can you lack patience? Yun Jiaoyu felt a surge of frustration in her chest, her eyes radiating a strong sense of oppression. There was no throne to inherit in the Yun family. Both she and Yun Bailin were children of the Yun family. It used to be fine, but now, why should she tolerate this useless younger brother? She pressed her lips tightly and suddenly chuckled coldly. Tolerate and have patience? These two are maidservants from the Zhangzhou Tong'an County Magistrate's office, not the Qi family's maids. Maids from a wealthy family have delicate skin and flesh. If they get hurt, I honestly don't know if the magistrate's office will be angry. Her gaze fixed on Yun Feng heir. Since Annie cares so much about Yun Bailin, the only seedling, why don't I send you over today to take responsibility? Let's see if the magistrate's office is willing to give you some patience. Hearing the word responsibility, Yun Feng heir's mouth twitched. Her eyes on Yun Jiaoyu were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. She knew very well that Yun Changdong's support for Yun Jiaoyu's reckless pursuit of love was not because she spoiled her daughter endlessly. It was because the Yun family needed a ladder to connect with the wealthy Qi family. At that time, the only suitable girl in the Yun family was Yun Jiaoyu. She secretly thought, if she had been born 10 years earlier, maybe she could have married a top scholar. What about being the adopted daughter of the imperial tutor, or the wife of the top scholar? In the end, it all boiled down to her being lucky because of her family background. Yun Feng'er's face turned pale with anger. She crossed her arms and argued, Jiaoyu, don't think I'm just a simple woman who doesn't know about your relationship with the postal governor's household. Actually, you're part of the postal governor's family. As long as you say the word, even if your brother only pushed those lowly maids, or even if he hurt them badly, the postal governor's household wouldn't blame you. I see you completely ignore your own family and even use the postal governor's household to pressure me. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes narrowed coldly, and she suddenly asked back, why should I care about the Yun family? She controlled her anger and stayed calm. People like her original family members are quite common. Narrow-minded, strong-willed, selfish. Whether it's Yun Changdong, Zhang, Yun Feng'er, or Yun Bailing, they all look down on you when you're not doing well and refuse to associate with you. But if you're doing too well, they'll try to flatter you. They want to drain your resources, constantly taking what they need from you. And they will continue to envy you. They think, why don't we have such good days? Seeing Yun Feng'er stunned, Yun Jiaoyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. She taunted lightly, Auntie, today you dared to pretend to be generous and insult the maid from the postal governor's household. Tomorrow you might even dare to go out, causing trouble and even causing someone's death, and I'll have to deal with the aftermath. If you can look down on me, then why should I look up to you? Is it because you're so shameless that you've lost all sense of shame? Shut up. Yun Changdong finally couldn't hold back anymore. He stepped forward, grabbing Yun Jiaoyu's arm, his face dark as coal. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face. With a loud slap, he scolded, You ungrateful brat. I've raised you for so many years. How dare you talk back to your mother and aunt like this? Yun Changdong's slap didn't satisfy him. He immediately took on the role of the head of the household in the yard, saying gloomily, Let me tell you, Yun Jiaoyu, if we, the Yun family, raised you, then you must serve our family. Your brother pushed the maid from the postal governor's household, right? Even if the postal governor's household is angry, you still have to take responsibility and apologize. And today, I'm not here to discuss with you, but to inform you. Yun Chang's gaze fell on Yun Feng'er, thinking that Yun Jiaoyu would mostly stay in the capital in the future. The capital is far from Qingzhou, so the Yun family won't benefit from any good news there. It's better to support someone who can bring them benefits. He ordered Yun Jiaoyu, since your second uncle from the Qi family has divorced, you must do it. Emphasizing, it's necessary. You must introduce your aunt to him as his wife. Do you understand? Yun Jiaoyu's face felt hot and painful. She bit her lower lip tightly. In all her life, she had never been slapped in the face before. Her eyes, cold like stars, filled with sharpness, swept coldly at Yun Changdong. She saw Yun Feng'er and Yun Bailin behind him, looking proud and mocking her. Mrs. Zhang stood there, helpless and at a loss. Yun Jiaoyu took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. It's just raising her for over 10 years. Does she really think that once her daughter gets married, she will be bound for life? Doing things for her parents, brothers, and even her aunt who just returned after many years? Parents, if you don't cause trouble today, I might still pretend to be a filial daughter and mother. But now, I can't pretend anymore. And I won't in the future. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, showing she had no intention of recognizing her original family. These people can't stand their children or younger relatives being out of their control. Using their seniority to pressure others is just to gain benefits, to defend their high and mighty dignity, to enjoy controlling the lives of their children and younger relatives. They don't care if their demands make it hard for others to live. They aren't worried that their rudeness will disturb the peace of the newly formed family. Even when they see others living peacefully, they come to cause trouble, making unreasonable demands. If things don't go their way, they start accusing and scolding others for being unfilial. When pushed to the limit, they might even cry, make a scene, or threaten to hang themselves to prove they've suffered great injustice. They never reflect on whether they are being too excessive. Yun Jiaoyu already had little affection for her original family. Now, after all this fuss, she has even less patience and no longer pretends to care. Her clear voice was emotionless. Parents, the second uncle from the chief family, isn't blind. The woman he married before was a top courtesan. As for my aunt, if she really doesn't know what she looks like, she should just look in a mirror right now. I think she shouldn't be so eager to recommend herself for marriage anymore. Here is the corrected and simplified version. I will leave my words here. From now on, your matters have nothing to do with me. Don't come to me anymore. I will never help you like I used to. As he finished speaking, Yun Changdong's fist made a cracking sound. If it weren't for the presence of the postal supervisor's family, he would have beaten Yun Jiaoyu to death. He squinted and threatened, "What? Are you saying you want to cut ties with your family? Yun Jiaoyu, you are my daughter. Do you think I can't control you?" Yun Changdong snorted coldly. "If you dare to break free from the Yun family's control, I will send a letter to Lord Yang, the magistrate of Qingzhou. I know you are now the wife of the top scholar, so ordinary officials don't matter to you. But Lord Yang, who is second rank, and your future husband, who is not even in the government office today, they won't ignore us, right?" Yun Jiaoyu was so angry that her breathing became heavy. She was provoked and suddenly stopped. Yun Changdong's eyes flashed with a sly look. He immediately became proud and confident, as if offering a gift, "Of course. If you listen to me as your father, then I won't mind what you just said about severing ties with your family. Otherwise, I will make sure everyone in the world knows you want to cut ties with your family." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes shot out a strong killing intent. She knew that outside of myth stories, there were no successful cases in ancient times where children unilaterally cut ties with their parents. Otherwise, it would be considered rebellion and a serious crime. Her family growing up was not like that. No blood parents, and no younger brother who needed her to clean up messes all the time. Even relatives who made strange demands were few. Yun Jiaoyu clenched her fists tightly. She really disliked feeling controlled like this. But was it really necessary to be led around by Yun Changdong and the others? If she lost today's fight, the Yun family would become even more arrogant in front of her in the future. She gritted her teeth and felt helpless for the first time. At this moment, a familiar figure had quietly come to her side. Changjin firmly supported her arm, applying a little more strength to steady her. He signaled to his wife to stay calm. His sharp, cold eyes looked at Yun Changdong, a hint of chill in them. His gaze was deep and quiet. "When I entered my own yard just now, I thought I was at Yun's house." "So? Are you planning to force your daughter, my wife, to have no way out in her own home?" always sending letters and using Lord Yang to pressure us. How imposing! Yun Changdong looked embarrassed. Their family had arrived early this morning at the Qi residence, but they only hid in the small path between the courtyards and didn't come out. After confirming that all Qingzhou officials had left and personally seeing Qi Changjin and the people from the third household leave, they finally reported to Xi and Jiaoyu. Actually, they didn't wait under the blazing sun for a long time. They had a carriage, and during the waiting time, they were hiding inside it to stay cool. But the carriage was crowded, and they got impatient, so they couldn't keep up the polite act and directly rushed into the Qi residence. Son-in-law, did you hear everything just now? Yun Changdong asked cautiously, unsure if Qi Changjin had seen him slap Yun Jiaoyu. Qi Changjin arrived not long before, just as Yun Jiaoyu asked her aunt to look in the mirror at the yard gate. He noticed a bright red slap mark on the woman's left cheek. In that moment, a murderous intent arose against the Yun family members. Did you hear everything? It doesn't matter. I know how you've been bullying my wife, he said coldly. Yun Changdong felt uneasy. Offending this promising son-in-law was unexpected for him. He forced a smile and tried to make amends. There's no serious bullying, is there? Jiaoyu is your wife, but she's also a daughter of the Yin family, he continued. Just now, I was teaching Jiaoyu to remember to support her kin. Isn't that what family should do? Yun Changdong, like at the dock, pushed Yun Bolin forward again, half demanding, half pleading. Bolin is Jiaoyu's younger brother. If Bolin becomes successful, he can help you in official circles, right? He said. If there's a good opportunity, I hope you can consider Jiaoyu's face and recommend him more. Yun Jiaoyu glared fiercely at Yun Changdong, her sharp gaze like an arrow piercing through his back. She couldn't help but ask, such a useless person, just don't cause trouble, and thank heaven for that. How can he help anyone? The maidservants from the postal office were also angry from earlier. One of them, who had grown up in the postal office and had a fiery temper, spoke sharply. Her stomach pain from being kicked earlier had lessened, and she echoed, "Second Mrs. Right. With someone who only knows how to be rough with women, how can he help anyone?" She sneered. Is he going to help Lord Yen gather names for the register? Maybe he's good at causing trouble and could even take away those who point fingers at you, blood relatives and elders, and drag them away. Cloud Jiaoyu raised her eyebrows and gasped. She didn't expect Madame Lin's maid to speak so fiercely. For a moment, she thought it was necessary to keep a mouthpiece nearby. Using a servant's words to express her own thoughts and lightly reprimanding in public was good for her health and well-being. Yun Changdong was scolded so hard that his pupils trembled. He was unhappy and wanted to challenge Cloud Jiaoyu. At this moment, suddenly, Qi Changjin's deep, magnetic voice sounded. Father-in-law is right. Belan is Jiaoyu's younger brother, and he will be promoted heavily in the future. Cloud Jiaoyu was momentarily stunned, lifting her head curiously to look at Qi Changjin. Just when she was wondering if the man had gone crazy, she saw Qi Changjin slightly part his lips, his tone carrying more authority. Today, I have already ordered someone to ride fast, using my mentorly Dafu's connections, to recommend Belan for training under the Qingzhou general. I believe soon, Belan will be able to join the new batch of soldiers and showcase his skills in the military camp. Cloud Jiaoyu frowned, already sensing that Qi Changjin was lying. But as long as Qi Changjin was willing, he could indeed send Belan to the military camp. Yun Changdong found it hard to believe and asked son-in-law, "You mean to send Belan to such a dangerous military camp for training? What if my Belan accidentally loses an arm or a leg or even dies?" Qi Changjin's eyes were deep, showing a look of schadenfreude, as if Belan was destined to die in the military camp. His gaze grew colder. "Father-in-law, yesterday, you said at the ferry dock that you wanted me to promote my brother-in-law. I've taken the matter of my brother-in-law to heart and have already taken action this morning. Is my father-in-law still dissatisfied with the general as a backing? Or do you need to slap me in the face to be satisfied?" Cloud Jiaoyu felt much better, finally venting her anger. Looking into Qi Changjin's eyes, she showed a clear smile. Yun Changdong frowned. No, I didn't mean that. But forget about the military camp matters.
It's better to stay on the civil side. Changjin's gaze carried an undeniable firmness. He loudly declared, "Father-in-law. Mentor has already spoken to the general. Today, I've ordered someone to rush, and it's too late to turn back now." A contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, slowly settling the situation. His eyes revealed an ambiguous meaning. In other words, joining the military is now an unchangeable fact. Joining the army is no small matter. If he rashly refuses, he may never have the chance for officialdom in the future. Changjin embraced Yun Jiaoyu's waist while holding her right hand with his other hand. He said to Yun Changdong, "Your father-in-law is a person full of ideas. Just decide what's important yourself. I'm also tired. There are no extra servants at home to see off guests. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, you can leave on your own." Yun Changdong looked at Yun Jiaoyu. If this unfilial daughter still insists on cutting ties with her family now, he could use that to force Changjin to do as he wished. It wouldn't affect his official career and could also remove his name from the military roster. But Yun Jiaoyu seemed to have already calmed down. Her gaze didn't fall on Yun Changdong and the others at all. She didn't give them even a glance. Yun Changdong held his breath, watching this unfilial daughter still angry. He thought that once her anger subsided, he could have her persuade Changjin not to send Yun Bolin to that harsh military camp. Yun Feng'er's eyes were fixed on Changjin. She didn't care if her nephew would be sent to the army. If he went and died, she'd be happy. She had already been divorced, and her son wasn't with her. For appearances, she could only say they separated. Her life was so disgraceful. She wished her brother's family could also be in chaos. She tugged at Yun Changdong's sleeve, but seeing he ignored her, she walked straight to Changjin. "Oh, my nephew-in-law. I wonder if you can help my aunt and your second uncle look at a marriage proposal? If the match is right, our two families could become even closer relatives." Changjin grunted softly. Whose family aunt would rush to marry her uncle? Such a thing was unheard of in the entire Daiqi country. It was truly shameless. Suppressing the sarcasm in his eyes, he said, "Anne has already made this request. If I refuse, it would seem I, as a junior, am not respectful." Yun Feng'er was very pleased with her nephew-in-law's attitude. She smiled charmingly, placing her hand on his arm to get close. "My nephew-in-law is more sensible. Compared to my daughter Jiaoyu, who's so cold, you truly care more for elders." Yun Jiaoyu's face was icy. She couldn't listen anymore. She shook off Changjin's hand and turned back to her room. Two maids quickly followed her. Mrs. Zhang saw her daughter leave and couldn't speak to her son-in-law. She called out loudly, "Jiaoyu, your mother carried you for 10 months. If you still have my love in your heart, then please care for your younger brother. Can you secretly advise your husband? Don't send Bol into the army. Give him a peaceful civil position instead."
Bright moon.
"He is truly the apple of my mother's eye." Yun Jiaoyu's expression was tense, like a storm about to break, with anger constantly rising. Yun Bailin is Zhang's beloved. What does she have to do with him? Why should she feel sorry for him? She turned around and went into the house, waiting for Changjin to come and explain himself. Her mind was full of the kind words men said last night. If she felt wronged, he would not be able to bear it. Look at this. Isn't he enduring it quite well? And he's still rushing to do things for the Yun family. Even though she knew Changjin probably had a backup plan, she was still angry at the moment. The maid quickly went to find ice to apply on Yun Jiaoyu's face. A loyal maid comforted her, saying, "Second miss, you're so smart and sensible. How could you have such a selfish and difficult family?" Another maid nodded and said, "Stop talking. Look at second miss's face. It's swollen. Better to wrap the ice in cloth and put it on her face." Luckily, there's still some unmelting ice in the Qi family's ice cellar. Yun Jiaoyu carefully observed these two maids, thinking one was quick-witted and the other calm and reserved. If they wanted to go to the capital, she could ask old Madame Lin to bring them over. But she didn't dwell on this thought. She composed herself and thought that before leaving Qingzhou,
She must make the Yun family pay for what they did today. Changjin entered from outside and walked slowly to Yun Jiaoyu's side. He signaled the maid to give him the cloth and personally applied ice to her face. After dismissing the maid, he spoke gently, "My wife, you really have a fiery temper." Yun Jiaoyu was fine if she didn't hear this, but hearing it made her even angrier. "You say I have a fiery temper? So it's not you who got beaten. And you're just standing there not feeling any pain." Changjin looked at Yun Jiaoyu with interest. This was the first time he heard a woman argue with him so angrily. Since their exile, they hadn't quarreled at all, not even last night, when they only exchanged a few words. He pulled over a chair and sat in front of her. No longer standing, he reached out to continue applying ice to her face. "You've been bullied, so I naturally get angry. But calmly think about it carefully. My in-laws refuse to cut ties with you. Do you have any solutions right now?" Yun Jiaoyu's eyes dimmed slightly. To put it bluntly, in ancient times, a parent's love was considered greater than heaven. Children were not independent individuals, but belonged to their parents. In the Yun family's view, she was just a Yun girl who finally married a top scholar. How could they possibly let go of her, someone who could bring benefits to her family? As long as the people from the Yun family refuse to let her go, she cannot sever this relationship. Changjin's eyes narrowed coldly. "Today, after my two father-in-laws and mother-in-law go home, they will find it hard to sleep. After a few days, when I come to see you, you'll be able to control them." Yun Jiaoyu looked at him, confused. If the man is trying to use Yun Bolan's military service to force Yun Changdong and his wife to come to her, and then use that opportunity to ask them to sign a document to cut ties, then why not push directly today? Yun Jiaoyu thought carefully and asked, "Are you trying to stop the problem at its root? To use Yun Bolan's life and death to threaten my father into leaving them alone?" Changjin's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and he shook his head. "It depends on what you think the root and the are. Your brother's life and death can indeed threaten your father. But to make him obey you, his life alone isn't enough." Suddenly, he asked, "Do you think your father Yun Changdong is different from my mother Xiao Lian?" Mentioning the late Xiao Lian, the man's tone remained calm. He seemed to be talking about someone else. "During the earthquake in Tongan County, my mother abandoned me and ran away. At that time, I knew that in her heart, she cared most about her own life. For her, losing her son is something she can have replaced. Of course, fearing death is a natural instinct for most people. I don't blame her." Changjin's gaze was mysterious, and his voice casually continued with an example. "However, she isn't completely unloving towards me, her son. During her exile, she could have chosen to remarry as a widow and leave the Qi family. But she didn't. This means that, to her, life is more important than me, her son. And in her heart, my status as her son is greater than fame and wealth." Yun Jiaoyu listened as the man mentioned the earthquake, recalling how Changjin chose to save her while she was buried under the ruins. Somewhere deep inside, her heart softened unknowingly. Not all parents in this world are willing to sacrifice everything for their children. Of course, they also have the right to prefer themselves more. She lowered her gaze thoughtfully, her brows furrowing slightly. Suddenly, a flash of insight appeared in her mind. "I think my father Yun Changdong is greedier than your mother Xiao Lian. He shares some similarities with her, but also some differences. The same is that he values his own life the most. The difference is, compared to his son, he prefers wealth and fame. So, I can never use Yun Bolan as a bargaining chip to threaten him into cutting ties with me. In ancient times, the system was based on one husband and multiple wives. Most wealthy men have many women, and as a result, they often have many children. In the face of wealth and power, few truly care for their children. I don't know why my father isn't satisfied. He has you as a son-in-law, and Yun family will be fine in the future. But he still insists on offending me and wants me to introduce my aunt to second uncle. Even when you haven't yet gained official rank, he shamelessly makes things difficult for you and expects you to support Yun Bolan. My current goal is to make him content."
like trimming branches and flower arranging. To make the flowers look nice, you have to cut away the messy branches. Yun Jiaoyu understood now. She can't be led around by Yun Changdong. She must take control herself. Thinking about Yun Changdong's affection for Yun Bolin, she felt it was just like that. She couldn't help but feel that, throughout history, the way couples bring new life into the world is very unfair. The so-called husband is the one who nurtures life and enjoys a night of pleasure. He invests very little. But the wife, whether she feels joy or not, has to endure the hardships of pregnancy for 10 months. After giving birth, she also spends a lot of time at home raising children. According to social psychology's cognitive dissonance theory, there's a phenomenon called the sunk cost fallacy. The more effort someone puts into something, the more they tend to love and protect it. So, in a marriage, the parent who invests more in the children will love and care for them more. This means that if the father is indifferent, his attention to the children will be much less than the mother's. Yun Jiaoyu frowned and muttered, "If I have children in the future, I must find ways to make sure the father takes care of and invests in them far more than I do." Thinking of something else, she became very curious. She seriously discussed with Changjin, "My so-called cheap father used to keep mistresses outside. My mother, afraid of her husband, just let him fool around with women. Over the years, my mother had 3 miscarriages while giving birth to me and my brother. As for my father's mistresses, the only one who successfully had a child died in childbirth." Changjin, do you think my father's quality isn't very good? After saying this, Yun Jiaoyu found herself a little funny. She was talking about with someone from ancient times. The other person probably wouldn't understand. But if Yun Changdong's fertility isn't very good, then everything becomes easier. The Yun family won't be able to run wild under her watch anymore. Changjin only caught the keywords having children and poor quality. His handsome face suddenly showed a hint of a smile. As he looked at the woman, his eyes revealed strong determination to prove himself. He smiled charmingly and mentioned Yun Feng'er, Aunt Yun of Yun Jiaoyu. His eyes were full of schadenfreude. "Do you know that your aunt was abandoned? It wasn't a formal divorce. Before we returned to Qingzhou, your former father-in-law left her because she was unfilial." Yun Jiaoyu was stunned. Abandoned? She hadn't heard Zhang mention this before. Changjin's dark eyes were cold and fierce, with a hint of mockery, what he thought of Yun Feng'er. He slowly said, "This morning, I went with Uncle Wenlang to the academy to send a disciple offering gift. According to a classmate, your former father-in-law sneaked into the Yun family last night. And he even stole the divorce paper." Stole the divorce paper? Yun Jiaoyu looked like she had just heard a big scoop. Very interested. No wonder early in the morning, these strange relatives of the Yun family hurried to Qi's house. It turns out the stolen divorce paper was a key reason. It seems Yun Feng'er was eager to marry Qi Xingtian and didn't want to go back to her previous family. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. But isn't the divorce paper supposed to be stamped by the government for the divorce to be official? Just stealing the divorce paper isn't enough. My aunt can go to the government to get a stamped copy. Once there's a stamped record, it proves she and my former father-in-law are no longer married, and the divorce paper is useless. Changjin's dark eyes slightly narrowed, beginning to play with power and influence. He supported Yun Jiaoyu and said, "Your parents, aunt, and younger brother came to Qi's house because the government office hasn't opened yet. Although I didn't know earlier, I knew your parents wanted to marry your aunt to my second uncle. But after the divorce paper was stolen, I quickly went to the government office. At that time, Magistrate Du was there. Seeing him, I decisively erased the stamped record with ink." Hearing about the divorce paper and the mysterious Magistrate Du last night, Yun Jiaoyu's eyes turned cunning. It seemed the classmate at the academy was connected to Magistrate Du. This Magistrate Du was secretly helping Changjin. He publicly congratulated Qi's family, but secretly gave Changjin a favor. "I said you agreed so easily to your aunt's request. It turns out you knew she couldn't marry into Qi's family either." Yun Jiaoyu understood the importance of acting quickly. Since Changjin had already removed her worries, she felt confident.
Now, her main goal is to boldly confront her family and settle accounts. First, she will start with Yun Feng. Yun Jiaoyu's face feels much better from the fiery pain, but when she looks in the mirror, she can still see obvious slap marks. She is at her dressing table, dressing up for the first time. She calmly applies rouge and powder to her face, preparing to go out to find her former uncle-in-law. Changjin's gaze on Yun Jiaoyu becomes softer and more fixed, as if he can't look away. "Where are you going? Do you want me to go with you?" Yun Jiaoyu raises an eyebrow. The man has only been in Qingzhou for a few days. Why would he accompany her? She might as well find a proper reason to go and expand her social network with some officials in Qingzhou. She waves her hand to refuse. "I'm going to the Qin family. You don't need to come with me." Changjin sighs softly. "All right." 10 years earlier, the Qin family was one of the well-known wealthy households in Qingzhou City. But as they declined, they could barely maintain their status as merchants. Yun Jiaoyu, with 2 maids, arrives at the Qin family in a carriage. There are no servants guarding the door. It is slightly open. She steps forward, rings the bronze bell, and knocks, but no one answers. She pushes open the door and walks inside. She had been to the Qin family before. Her memory was that they were quite prosperous, with respectable servants greeting guests. Now, after a long time, she sees hardly anyone around. Seeing smoke rising from the house, she heads toward the kitchen, thinking to ask the kitchen staff to find her former uncle-in-law, Qin Fu. She just wants to inform him, which isn't too rude. When she reaches the kitchen door, angry voices come from inside. "Mother, please stop losing your temper. You know, if you hadn't been so stingy with money, you could have bought someone from the yard years ago. Then you wouldn't be exhausted working in the kitchen today, refusing to buy a formal contract and only hiring short-term workers." Now, even the yard workers in the city refuse to do business with the Qin family. Qin Fu's mother, Wan Shi, hears her son scolding her. In anger, she throws the large spoon onto the ground. "You don't understand. Frugality is what keeps a wealthy household going." Wan Shi crosses her arms and stops cooking. She lets the vegetables burn in the pot. Sitting on a stool to rest, she angrily says, "And I only hire temporary workers because it helps us save more money. Look at the kind of woman you married before, besides spending silver. What else can she do? If it weren't for my family, I could still manage things and carefully control the warehouse. Do you think you can still do business now?" Qin Fu clenched his teeth in anger, furious. "What rich family? The Qin family has long fallen into decline. But my mother is right, Yun Feng is really good at spending money. Whenever there are new goods at the silk, jewelry, or rouge shops, she must buy a lot. He earns money much slower than Yun Feng spends it." When mentioning Yun Feng, he started to warn Wan. "Mother, do you know? The eldest young master of the Qi family has returned. I heard that now the Qi family's eldest young master and Jiaoyu, Yun Feng's niece, are very close. The Qi family has a bright future. Maybe I should call Feng back home, and we can live together again?" Qin Fu was scheming. With Feng around, Jiaoyu will still call me uncle. He felt happy. With this kind of family connection, our Qin family might be looked up to more in the future. Ruan's head hurt when she heard about Yun Feng. She thought she was a good mother-in-law, never allowing her son to take concubines or keep a mistress in a brothel. Where else could she find such a caring mother-in-law? She just wanted that little troublemaker to wash clothes, cook, sew shoes, give her back rubs, wash her feet, and sometimes squat down to carry her around when she was tired. She didn't ask her to do anything else. But Yun Feng was ungrateful and dared to refuse to work. If her health hadn't been poor for nearly a month, she wouldn't have scolded her ungrateful daughter-in-law. She wouldn't have lost her temper and ordered her son to divorce her. If you really want to bring Yun Feng back, it's not impossible. But I'll be clear, if she comes back, I won't spoil her. She has to do the same work as before. She's not allowed to have maids to boss her around. When I get better, I'll hire temporary workers, but they can only serve us mother and son." Outside the room, Jiaoyu listened and felt the heavy atmosphere lift. She thought having more strange people in the world isn't a bad thing. At least, one thing can suppress another, right?
Wan lost her husband early in life. She raised Chen Fu on her own. She's tough, and although she didn't expand the family business much, she managed to keep it stable. But now that Wan is older, she can't handle everything herself. She had to hand over the business entirely to Chen Fu and focus on managing the inner household. Chen Fu isn't good at business, so the Chen family is gradually declining. If her good aunt continues to be managed and manipulated by the Wan family in the Chen household, she will be completely controlled and unable to cause any trouble. No more disturbances will be possible. Oh, my dear, Fonger has changed so much. How can she still be suppressed by you and keep her head down? Her niece is now the wife of a top scholar and will soon become a lady of a high official in Beijing. You should treat Fonger better. Just as she finished speaking, Yun Jiaoyu suddenly knocked on the kitchen door, her bright and lively eyes flickering. A gentle smile appeared on her red lips as she cheerfully asked, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, what are you two talking about? I'm not sure if I'm being too bold, but I haven't seen my father-in-law and mother-in-law in a long time, and I miss you. I was also thinking of bringing gifts to the Chen family." Chen Fu turned around at the sound of her voice. His eyes brightened. He hadn't expected that his former niece, whom he hadn't seen in a while, had become so poised and graceful. If it weren't for her status and power, she just became the top scholar's wife. Her whole aura had changed. She had the air of a high-ranking official's wife. Jiaoyu, why did you come so suddenly? Our servants went home to visit family and couldn't properly entertain you. I, as your uncle-in-law, feel I haven't done well. Chen Fu made up excuses to save face. He wondered if Yun Jiaoyu came because she was upset about him divorcing Yin Fonger and was here to confront him. But now, seeing her smiling kindly, it didn't seem like she was angry. He stopped guessing. Because he realized that Yun Jiaoyu still called him uncle-in-law, she probably wanted Yin Fonger to return to the Chen family, just like him. His mood gradually improved. "Child, since you've come, why bring gifts?" Chen Fu continued to speak as Yun Jiaoyu did. Just as he was about to walk to the door and accept the gifts, he noticed that Yun Jiaoyu and her two maids had empty hands. Yun Jiaoyu forced a smile and said, "I came in a hurry. I've heard that mother-in-law is thrifty and doesn't like to buy servants. So before coming, I specially bought a few maids and household servants. The contracts will be delivered with the servants later. I hope father-in-law and mother-in-law won't mind my acting on my own." Wan Shi had been in pain in her chest and waist, sitting on a stool and unable to stand up. When she heard Yun Jiaoyu's mention of the servant contracts, she endured her pain and stood up. "Jiaoyu, I really feel sorry for you, my dear. I was also embarrassed to ask you to spend so much. But since you've already bought the contracts and are so kind, I won't refuse anymore." Half a month ago, Wan Shi's condition worsened. The servants at the Chen residence were afraid she might lose her temper and hit someone. They all ran away quickly. At that time, she still thought about enduring the pain and spending money to buy servants, but the servants refused to sell because they thought she was giving too little silver. As a result, she had no one to serve her, which was extremely frustrating. Now, Yun Jiaoyu has bought servants for her, so the Qin family doesn't have to spend a single coin anymore. After Yun Jiaoyu won over Mrs. Wan and her son, she straightforwardly asked, "Uncle, do you know that my somewhat proud aunt has recently taken a liking to my second uncle from the Qi family?" Chen Fu, with a stern face, said he hadn't heard about this.
"What?"
he asked, frowning angrily. How dare she think about the second master of the Qi family? Yun Jiaoyu explained, although the second master of the Qi family is known for being and doesn't look very good, he has a strong family background and excellent taste. She then added, "She must be trying to ask you to set up a match with him." Yun Jiaoyu pretended to be hesitant and nodded, "Uncle, I shouldn't say this, but my aunt was able to marry you and serve the lady of the house because of her good deeds in her past life." Mrs. Wan listened and agreed wholeheartedly. Yun Jiaoyu clarified her intentions. "I value you, uncle, and I want to help you in the future, so you can do good business.
But
my aunt really causes me trouble and keeps making things difficult for me." Chun Fu, who was not good at business, could still hear the underlying meaning. Yun Jiaoyu didn't want to be a matchmaker. She wanted him to bring back Yin Feng'e and keep her at home. Just by keeping Yin Feng'e at home, they could establish a connection with the Qi family. Such a good opportunity. Hesitating even for a moment would be disrespectful to heaven's blessing. He immediately agreed, patting his chest confidently. Jiaoyu, don't worry. With uncle here, I won't let that woman cause you any more trouble. The smell of burnt food came from the iron pot in the kitchen. Mrs. Wan noticed the smell growing stronger and poured a spoonful of water onto the fire. Immediately, a choking smoke filled the room. Yun Jiaoyu coughed a few times as she stepped out of the kitchen, and Mrs. Wan waved her hand to disperse the smoke. They left the kitchen together, thinking that today they would have servants to help. She decided to skip breakfast and eat later in the afternoon. Mrs. Wan followed Yun Jiaoyu, saying, "Good girl, earlier you mentioned wanting to promote uncle in business. How do you plan to help the Chen family?" On the way to the Chen residence, Yun Jiaoyu had already thought of a plan for a business alliance. The Chen family has traditionally been involved in the porcelain and incense industries. When the Wan family was in charge, the local porcelain merchants in Qingzhou shifted from wood-fired to coal-fired kilns. Qingzhou had abundant coal resources, which led to a rapid growth of the local porcelain industry, like mushrooms after rain. This increased the competitiveness of the porcelain business. Therefore, the Wan family avoided competing in porcelain and focused mainly on making incense. Later, the Wan family's old-fashioned tastes were replaced by newer ones, and the Chen family's incense business gradually declined. After Chen Fu took over the family, he wanted to revive the dormant porcelain industry. He focused on porcelain production. Unfortunately, he spent a lot of money early on but did not improve his aesthetic sense or kiln techniques, which caused the Qin family to lose their status among the wealthy families of Qingzhou. Overall, to help the Qin family, both their incense and porcelain businesses need to be saved. Madam, although Qingzhou doesn't have official royal kilns, there are many private kilns. The reason the Qin family is no longer the leading porcelain family in Qingzhou is not only because of the rise of kilns in places like Bashanbadu, Yaoguang, Bailing, and Wanshan, but mainly because their porcelain types are too common. Hearing this, Chen Fu felt a bit dissatisfied. He was glad Yun Jiaoyu used the Qi family to help Chen, but he thought it was unwise for a woman to give business advice. He frowned and asked, how can porcelain types be considered common? Our Chen family's kilns produce the most varieties in Qingzhou. He was clearly unhappy as he said, whether it's the ancient greenware or white porcelain from previous dynasties, we have explored them all. And we even produce black glazed ware, including oil drip glaze, rabbit hair imitation black glaze, iron spotted black glaze, and white line black glaze. Moreover, look around Qingzhou, Yun Jiaoyu, see if any other porcelain merchants can produce styles from hundreds of years ago like us. Chen Fu straightened his back proudly. Our porcelain varieties are complete. We can meet the preferences of all kinds of customers. Yun Jiaoyu understood what Chen Fu meant by styles from hundreds of years ago. A few years ago, Chen Fu gave a yellow-green glazed furnace he made as a birthday gift to old Madame Qi, hoping to win her favor. He wanted the Qi family to cooperate more with Chen. Old Madame Qi didn't understand porcelain and thought it was an ancient relic from a previous dynasty, based on what some amateur said. She treasured it for a while and even gave it to a Qingzhou official's wife. Later, she found out it was made by the Qin family. Madame Qi was so angry that she lost face. She not only forbade the Qin family from celebrating her birthday again, but also heavily punished her original self. Uncle. Yun Jiaoyu sighed and shook her head, ignoring Chen Fu's protests, letting his words go in one ear and out the other. She stopped walking, turned to look at her uncle. With a calm expression, she raised an eyebrow. Uncle, have you noticed that whether it's the black glazed ware, blue and white porcelain, or even the ancient antiques you mentioned copying from the previous dynasty, they are all kiln techniques from the previous dynasty, common porcelain items. In Qingzhou City, is it only the Qin family that can produce this kind of kiln-fired porcelain? Chen Fu was speechless under Yun Jiaoyu's questioning. He stood frozen, shoulders drooping. Feeling discouraged, he said, I don't want to only make those porcelains, but it's not easy to innovate kiln techniques. Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes shone brightly. She spoke earnestly. Rare items are valuable. Why are ancient dynasty porcelains so sought after today? Because they are scarce now. Their value isn't just in the kiln techniques, but in the historical significance. So, even if Uncle perfectly replicates the ancient porcelain, it doesn't change the fact that it's a fake. Afraid that Chen Fu was still lost in his false dream of his own greatness, Yun Jiaoyu sharply added, "A fake, in other words, is worth little." Chen Fu's expression became a bit awkward, and he had nowhere to put his hands. He first clenched his fists at his sides, then placed his hands behind his back, continuously rubbing his fingertips. After Yun Jiaoyu pointed out the poor development of the Qin family's porcelain industry, he looked up to her with more respect. Yun Jiaoyu sensed a subtle change in Chen Fu's attitude. He was no longer looking up at her with pride, nor did he dismiss her when discussing the porcelain business. She pondered, "Jiaoyu, what do you think the Qin family needs to do to return to its former status as a wealthy merchant?" Yun Jiaoyu honestly replied, "I think we need innovation. We can't just stick to old methods and be close-minded." She raised her hand, holding up 5 fingers. "Uncle, I can help the Qin family become one of the top 5 wealthy families in Qingzhou. But right now, I want half of all your industries, whether it's porcelain or incense making. Of course, once I get half, I will share with you the new porcelain making techniques and secret recipes for new types of incense. Future profits will be split 50-50. She added, "If Uncle and Auntie are willing, we can go to the government office to get a notarized agreement." Cloud Jiaoyu understood clearly. She was not satisfied with just the industry in the Dahuang County of Zizhou. Since she had returned to Qingzhou, she needed to expand her business map. Mrs. Ruan's plans were ringing loudly. She wanted both the new porcelain-making method that Yun Jiaoyu mentioned and the secret recipe for incense. But she was unwilling to give half of the Qin family's industry to Yun Jiaoyu. "Jiaoyu, why are you so naive?" Mrs. Ruan was upset. "The Qin family's industry was built by your late grandfather-in-law. Even if you want to honor your late grandfather-in-law, you can't just take our Qin family's industry away. I think, for the sake of family ties, you should hand over your porcelain-making method and the new incense recipe." Yun Jiaoyu chuckled softly, looking at this strange aunt-in-law with interest. She wasn't determined to acquire the Qin family's industry. There are countless porcelain kilns in Qingzhou. She could simply buy from another kiln. She narrowed her eyes coldly, controlling Mrs. Ruan. "Aunt-in-law, when you say family ties, it means I consider you family and you are family," she said sarcastically. "If I didn't treat you as family, do you think this relationship could even exist?" She pointed out, "Your husband has divorced your sister. That matter is clear and official, stamped by the government. Even if your husband secretly took the divorce paper last night, it can't be changed now." "Lazy but threatening," she said. "Whether the marriage between the Qin family and the Yun family can continue depends on what you and your husband decide." Chen Fu felt stuck, caught between 2 choices. He swallowed hard. He had planned to bribe government officials to erase the divorce record, but today he went to the warehouse and found they didn't even have enough money for bribes. He didn't want to offend Yun Jiaoyu, so he weakly asked, "Jiaoyu, setting aside your aunt-in-law's relationship, is there really no room for negotiation on buying half of the Qin family's industry and sharing it 50-50? Yun Jiaoyu shook her head.
Chen Fu frowned.
"So, there's no room at all?" Yun Jiaoyu patiently explained, "It's because I can't let go of Yun Feng'er, and there's no room for negotiation." Her gaze was deep as she looked at Chen Fu. "I actually don't want the Qin kiln or the incense workshop. I could easily open my own kiln. The reason I considered buying from your Qin family was because of the marriage alliance between the Qin and Yun families. Plus, I will go to the capital in a few days. Instead of building a kiln, I might as well buy half of one. If I'm going to buy a kiln, I might as well buy half of the incense workshop too." Chen Fu felt cold inside, thinking he had a reason to make Yin Jiaoyu insist on taking over his business. He began to regret his own lack of strength. If he had some talent, he could negotiate with Yun Jiaoyu and do business. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes sparkled like stars, shining with tiny glimmers. She had lost patience. She smiled and said, "Miss Uncle, there are many ways to make sure Andy doesn't have an easy life. You are the best at causing trouble for her, but I am not necessarily tied to the Chin family." Her smile was gentle, and her eyes curved warmly. "So, do you want to go to the government office for a formal agreement? Does Uncle have a plan now?" Chen Fu looked down helplessly. Feeling powerless, he nodded.
There's no time to waste.
"Today, we will go to the government office for a formal agreement." Chen Fu understood clearly. He had to agree to Yun Jiaoyu's condition, to give her half of the Qin family's business and half of the future profits. The Qin family didn't have much money left, and he knew he didn't have big ambitions. As long as Yun Jiaoyu agreed to help the Qin family become one of the top wealthy families in Qingzhou, after making money, giving her half wouldn't matter. Wan Shi glared at Chen Fu, pulling his sleeve. "Fu, have you lost your mind? Mother, you're old. You shouldn't worry about so many things.
Leave the outside matters to me."
Chen Fu didn't plan to let his mother keep bossing him around. He was a businessman, only after profit. Whoever could give him money and make him richer, he would treat as his benefactor. He would obey whoever could help him. After Yun Jiaoyu achieved her goal, her gaze fell toward the Qin family gate. "Uncle, you and Andy haven't had lunch yet. Why don't you finish your meal first? At the start of the afternoon, I will wait for you at the government office gate." Chen Fu immediately agreed, "Okay." Yun Jiaoyu nodded politely and left the Qin family with her two maids. Seeing her leave, Wan Shi's eyes flickered with cunning, thinking she was clever. She held her son's hand. "Son, what if that girl gives us her secret recipe? Then we can start anew. We won't need to run the Qin incense workshop or the porcelain kiln anymore. Besides, Yun Jiaoyu only wants half of the family's business and profits. We can open a Wan incense workshop and a porcelain kiln ourselves. If you don't want to use their Wan surname, there are many other surnames in the 100 family surnames. We can change ours." Chen Fu looked at his mother thoughtfully, then turned to head toward the mansion, planning to eat alone at a restaurant outside. He would bring some food back for Wan Shi later. To avoid misunderstandings and disagreements with their Wans, she chose not to speak much. Someone who can develop new porcelain firing techniques or secret spice recipes must be very talented. Could she have no foresight to protect her own exclusive secrets? As expected, in the afternoon during official notarization, Yun Jiaoyu said to Chen Fu, "Uncle, I will organize the secret formulas for porcelain and spices in the next few days. These secrets are known only to us and the core workers who handle kiln firing and incense making. The kiln workers and incense makers must be supervised by you, and their families will sign a 10-year contract to sell their labor. We will share the expenses equally. With proper planning, every 10 years, they will have a chance to leave freely." Chen Fu was a bit confused and frowned. They still need to sign a contract to sell their labor? Yun Jiaoyu carefully explained, "Of course. To keep the business long-lasting, we must be cautious about people's loyalty. Since you've been in business for many years, you should understand this too. Innovating kiln firing techniques is already difficult. It's a valuable skill, so it must be well protected and kept secret by the workers." Yun Jiaoyu thought to herself, luckily, during this time, did Qi country still didn't have later famous styles like famille rose or enamel colors. At this point, the porcelain styles were many, so there was room for innovation. They could try colors like rose red, kidney bean red, sacrificial red, cobalt blue, melon green, peacock blue, bean blue, or gold and silver glazes. By combining traditional shapes with new colors, they could create countless innovative porcelain designs. Even if some enthusiasts deeply love porcelain and research it, they would buy Chen's new products to study, under the condition that the secret formulas are kept safe. Genius creators would need at least 10 years of research and investment to develop such products. Therefore, she wouldn't give all her secrets to the Qin family. Every 10 years, she would provide new secret formulas for them to produce new porcelain pieces. This way, her porcelain industry could remain prosperous for a long time. Chen Fu was amazed by Yun Jiaoyu's beautiful plan. If the porcelain business could truly thrive for decades, in the future, the Qin family wouldn't just be famous in Qingzhou, but also in other regions. Thinking of this,
Chen Fu, being a businessman, couldn't help but feel excited. Suddenly, he thought his mother's words also made sense. If he could get all the secret formulas and grow his business big enough, maybe the Qi family would have to listen to him in the future. Chen Fu realized this, and a hint of fierce determination flashed in his eyes. Yun Jiaoyu saw all of Chen Fu's emotions clearly. There was a hint of curiosity in her eyes when she looked at her uncle-in-law. She didn't care if her business partner had any ulterior motives toward her, only whether they had ambition. Within her control, the more ambitious they were about business, the more beneficial it was for her career. However, if Chen Fuyo's ambition ever went too far, she wouldn't mind taking over the Chen family completely. Her gaze swept over Chen Fuyo, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. She didn't really see him as important. She slowly tapped her fingers and said, "Uncle-in-law knows that if those who sign the sale contracts dare to collude with competitors and betray us in the future, how would I deal with them?" Chen Fuyo was intimidated by the sharp, commanding look in her eyes. He held his breath for a moment. After regaining his composure, he weakly asked, "How would you deal with them?" Yun Jiaoyu, have always disliked backstabbers. If someone breaks their promise and shows no loyalty, not only will I take their lives, but also the lives of their family members. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Chen Fuyo with a cold, intense gaze, full of control. She secretly thought that after spending more time with Changjin, her skills in manipulating others had grown. Her calm, deep eyes said, "Uncle-in-law, although we are relatives, I must be clear from the start. We have our own rules in business. It's best if we can keep peace and both benefit." A dangerous glint flickered in her eyes. She smiled slightly and said, "But if you, uncle-in-law, harbor any secret intentions and leak your secret formula repeatedly, causing similar ceramics to appear on the market, then you are not managing your secrets properly or even planning to establish your own business. At that time, I will support new partners and do everything I can, even at some cost, to make sure the Chen family has no place in Daki." Chen Fuyo's palms grew sweaty, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He wasn't sure if Yun Jiaoyu's words were literal or had deeper meaning. If literal, it just meant living a poorer life. If deeper, it implied there was no place to stand. Could it mean the destruction of the Chen family? His pupils shrank slightly, and awe appeared in his eyes as he looked at Yun Jiaoyu. He swallowed hard. Only now did he wake up from his dream of wealth and pleasure. "Jiaoyu, I understand. Your chief family is thriving, and you are the daughter-in-law of an important official in the capital. If I offend you, I might as well offend you seriously. From now on, the Chen family's fate will be hanging by a thread." Chen Fuduan immediately fawned. "My brother-in-law promises he will definitely take good care of the secret recipe. From now on, if you have any orders, I will obey you." Chen Fu knew very well that he was just a businessman. Throughout history, many merchants have colluded with officials. However, on the land of the Great Qi Empire, no one has ever dared to challenge officials with their wealth. Seeing an opportunity, he said, "Once the kiln is burning and the incense workshop is busy, it will be good. Qi family can send people to stay at Chen's estate to check accounts and supervise." Yun Jiaoyu nodded. "Thank you, brother-in-law, for caring about my efforts as a niece." Now she started to worry. She hasn't yet dealt with the managers of Qi's land, shops, and estates. There are no personnel available to stay permanently at Chen's house. She must hurry to settle Qi's affairs before going to the capital. Only then can she feel at ease to go to the capital to see Lin Fuziu and also focus on planning how to force Qi Changjin to divorce her. After establishing a partnership with Chen Fu, Yun Jiaoyu returned to the Qi family. The main hall was crowded with many people. Second Cheng saw Yun Jiaoyu return and hurried to greet her. "Madam Qi, Li Hu and I finished posting notices this morning and have recorded the list. Here is the list." She handed over a thick stack of records. It listed the servants willing to return to the Qi family. Their names, ages, hometown addresses, what duties they previously held, and what businesses they engaged in after the family was seized. Yun Jiaoyu roughly flipped through it, then sat down at the main seat. She lazily raised her eyes and looked at the diverse faces of the servants in front of her. Carefully observing, she found that among these familiar faces, there were also some new ones. She frowned slightly, her slender fingers idly tapping the table. Her clear voice ordered, "You all, don't crowd together. Spread out and stand in 3 lines. Those who used to work in the main courtyard, stand on the left, those in the second courtyard in the middle, and those in the third courtyard on the right." Yun Jiaoyu's cold eyes narrowed sharply, her gaze fierce. She said to Second Cheng, "Go and invite my third aunt here." Second Cheng quickly nodded and ran off toward the third courtyard. When Lu Yunxiu arrived, Yun Jiaoyu straightforwardly asked, "Third aunt, do you remember the servants from the third courtyard? Why don't we recognize them together here?" Lu Yunxiu thought it would take several days to call the servants back home. Unexpectedly, Yun Jiaoyu was so efficient. Before she could even make eye contact with everyone in her yard, someone announced themselves. "Madam San, I am Zhou Ma. I used to change Miss Zhao Zhao's diapers." She complained, "Oh, Madam San, you've finally returned." Lu Yunxiu smiled politely and nodded, saying, "Zhou Ma." Zhou Ma was one of Lu Yunxiu's favorite servants. She had worked in the third house for over 10 years and was practically part of the Qi family. When Zhou Ma grew old, she could even have her children work for the Qi family. She was a trusted confidant. Seeing someone announce themselves and gain the mistress's favor, other servants quickly spoke up, eager not to be left behind and lose their chance to be valued by Yun Jiaoyu. Their voices quickly filled the main hall, making the air seem to boil. One servant, confident in their status, said, "Young madam, I used to work under the old madam. Among the household staff, I have the most experience." "Me too. Before Miss Zhao Zhao married into the Qi family, I was the one who got up early every day to visit the elders in the main house and greet them." "Shut up." When Cheng Er was a constable, he was good at reading people. Now he noticed Yun Jiaoyu's furrowed brow, and he grew more serious. Suddenly, he scolded loudly, "This is the Qi family, not a marketplace full of gossiping women. Young Madam Qi hasn't spoken yet, so why are you all speaking up? Did you used to be so unruly and disrespectful in the Qi family?" Cheng Er was a strict officer from the enforcement team, known for his sharp eyes and commanding presence. He looked angry, like a bully who wouldn't be easy to deal with. After being scolded, the servants who thought they had some status or experience stopped talking. Yun Jiaoyu's brow was tight, showing a fierce, commanding aura. She gradually revealed her authority. With a calm but powerful tone, she said, "The old madam is no longer here. The servants from her yard are no longer needed in the Qi family. These people can take their severance pay and leave on their own." Yun Jiaoyu disliked Madam Qi. The servants in Madam Qi's yard now dared to show no respect and act arrogantly in front of her. If they returned to the Qi family, would they not look down on everyone and bully others because of their seniority? The servants from Madam Qi's yard were unhappy. Showing dissatisfaction, she angrily protested, "Young madam, don't think you can dismiss us with severance pay. Although the old madam is no longer here, we have served her all our lives. Even if we haven't made any achievements, we've worked hard." "Exactly. And we're all getting old. If you kick us out, isn't that just telling everyone that working for the Qi family has no good ending?" She snorted softly and said quietly, "Young madam, in wealthy families in Qingzhou, it is common to send servants who have served the master for many years to the mountain villa to enjoy their old age. This is the dignity of a wealthy family. If the Qi family breaks this rule, aren't they afraid of being laughed at? If the young madam doesn't want to manage the household, I think it would be better to let the third madam take charge." Yun Jiaoyu's face darkened as she looked coldly at the old maid speaking. Her eyes flashed with a fierce look. Seeing these maids acting so arrogantly, she suddenly remembered an unspoken rule in the Qi family. Servants who have served in the house for a long time and are older often get matched with their masters through marriage. Older and experienced servants, after being selected, can be sent to the mountain villa or shop as managers. Old maids, after aging, also receive monthly silver and go to their husband's mountain villa or shop to retire. However, not all managers of the mountain villa or shop are Qi family servants. The old master of the Qi family was foresight and didn't let the so-called trusted servants dominate. He also hired many managers from outside. This created a situation where internal and external managers competed for power. When she was the young madam, she didn't manage the household or run the family affairs. She only ordered Yun Jiaoyu, so she didn't think much about this matter at the time, believing that the outside managers were all hired. But once reminded, she suddenly felt that choosing and keeping servants and managing the managers was becoming tricky. Maids, do you know what year and month it is now? The speaker was Lu Yunxiu. Realizing the situation was tense, she helped Yun Jiaoyu control the scene. Her gaze was cold. In the past, when my mother and eldest sister were here, they allowed you old maids to bully Jiaoyu. But now, it's not 4 months ago. The current head of the Qi family is Jiaoyu. From now on, she will be the mistress of the inner house. Do I need to remind you of this fact? You are just servants of the Qi family. What gives you the right to act arrogantly and domineer over the young mistress? Yun Jiaoyu rarely saw Lu Yunxiu so angry. She appreciated her third aunt's effort to help stabilize the situation. She didn't speak just now, not because she was at a loss with these old things. She was thinking about how to deal with these old people, plus the managers from the Qi family who didn't show up today. Most of the people now in front of her are young maids or servants, or elderly nannies. There are hardly any men from the managerial staff. This shows that it is those managers who sent their wives to test her skills. The Qi family has been away from Qingzhou for 4 months, and in that time, they have lost a lot of income. Today, if she used strong methods, she could shake the foundation of the family. She could even clear out the managers working under the Qi family. If she lost the fight, the managers wouldn't hold back or change their ways of exploiting the Qi family. She asked first, let me ask you. Today, many of you are unfamiliar faces I haven't seen before. These new faces were not previously servants of the Qi family. Did you bring them in? One elderly maid looked at Yun Jiaoyu with even more disdain. Young lady, don't you know? Those of us with more experience and seniority have the right to recommend children and relatives to work for the Qi family. Yun Jiaoyu had now fully understood the current situation and circumstances. She couldn't believe how badly the original owner was treated in the Qi family before. Even these maids looked down on her. I don't care if you know or not, but you all must not know 3 things. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes, dark as ink, were full of coldness. A fierce killing intent blazed in her pupils. First, I may not have your contracts of sale, but I have all the deeds for the estate, shops, and other properties. I am giving you a way out and severance pay as a sign of respect. After all, the contracts are gone. Who can prove you've been working for the Qi family all along? Whether you made mistakes and were expelled, or if you are now shamelessly coming to ask for benefits. Many people's faces instantly turned pale. They could prove they had been working for the Qi family for a long time, but they couldn't prove whether they had made mistakes and been expelled. Second, I, Yun Jiaoyu, now have a harmonious relationship with my uncle and his wife. We are a happy couple. There is no mother-in-law above us, nor any elders greater than my uncle and his wife. In other words, from now on, if you still want to bully me in the name of the old lady or even my mother-in-law, think carefully about whether you have someone to rely on, and whether you can afford to offend me. Before coming to the Qi family, these servants had already heard that Changjin and Yun Jiaoyu were very harmonious now. But they all didn't believe her. Harmony was probably just for show to outsiders, since Yun Jiaoyu married into the Qi family, she hadn't had a single day of peaceful coexistence with them. Now, seeing Yun Jiaoyu speak like that, she panicked. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were full of schadenfreude. It was as if the servants who had just spoken back and disrespected her were now like ants that could be crushed at any moment. Her clear, melodious voice said calmly, Third, and the most important point, right now, the Qi family and your contracts haven't been renewed. The severance pay I give you is because of our past efforts and hardships. It's a kindness from me to you. By dismissing you, outsiders won't mock the Qi family. Instead, they'll think I, Yun Jiaoyu, am generous and kind. Yun Jiaoyu shifted her tone.
I know you don't want to accept my kindness and leave on your own, but that doesn't matter to me. I can easily renew the contract to sell your service again if I want." The old maids looked at Yun Jiaoyu in shock. They thought this young lady was still just a useless fool who couldn't handle big responsibilities. Thinking about renewing the contract made their worried faces relax a bit. But in the next second, Yun Jiaoyu's words carried a strong, cold smile. She threatened, however, "After signing the contract, I will immediately sell you, these stinky old women, to the toothless man. Let him do whatever he wants with your lives and deaths. You're old, and although you might be of no use anymore, your children are still young. They can become courtesans or male entertainers. They aren't as kind-hearted as I am and won't be soft on you." A faint resentment and hatred appeared in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. People respect her a foot. She respects them a yard. Since they disrespected her and showed her no face, why should she hold back her methods or be polite? A cold look covered her dark eyes. "The reason I want to sell you is already clear. You disrespect me with your words, and everyone will see it openly." The old maids immediately broke out in small beads of sweat on their foreheads. They didn't want to be sold, thinking that at worst, they wouldn't serve the Qi family anymore as long as their husbands could still manage the family business. Their future wealth and status depended on it. A clear anger flashed in Yun Jiaoyu's narrow eyes, taking in the greed and overconfidence of these people. She had no patience for fools who thought they could swallow the world. Her eyes couldn't tolerate even a speck of dust. "Besides, I originally wanted to give your husband some face and a chance to continue managing the estate. But the Qi family isn't in Qingzhou in April. In just 4 months, you filled your pockets and gained enough confidence." Today, she looked like a spoiled rich girl, repeatedly acting arrogantly in front of me, showing no respect for hierarchy. Relying on her status as a servant, she completely ignored me, the young lady of the Qi family. I decided I didn't need to give her this chance anymore. Unknowingly, the situation had already changed. The group of people who had climbed onto Yun Jiaoyu's head earlier now dared not make a sound. They held their breath and lowered their heads, truly starting to regret their actions. The steward's position was a lucrative one. In April, their husbands together had earned tens of thousands of silver taels from the Qi family's business. They began to soften their tone. "We didn't mean to offend the young lady," they said. "It was just a mistake, and we didn't mean to upset you. We know we were wrong, and you are generous and forgiving. Surely you won't argue with us, a bunch of old servants who are not important?" They added, "Moreover, our husbands are elders of the Qi family and are very loyal. You might have misunderstood. We absolutely did not intend to embezzle the family's income, nor would we dare do such a thing." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flickered with cold light. She couldn't understand why these people only now came to seek peace. Was it not too late? Generous and forgiving? She sneered. "Don't flatter yourselves. Not everyone deserves my generosity. You people, disrespecting your elders and acting unfaithfully as servants, such behavior makes you unworthy of my kindness." Yun Jiaoyu knew very well that if she softened her attitude now, she wouldn't be able to eliminate these Qi family troublemakers all at once. She looked at the speaker and said, "You have only 2 choices now. Either sell yourselves out or tighten your tails and behave. When things are good, just leave. Take your families and get out of the Qi family. If you leave voluntarily, I will forget about your past debts and false accounts from April. Otherwise, I will report to the authorities. Let them investigate whether you altered the ledgers, embezzled funds, or evaded taxes and tariffs." Yun Jiaoyu had already decided that the accounts of the Qi family's business from April could not be recovered. Her group had spent half a month returning from Zhezhou. During this time, the stewards could fix the errors in the fake accounts and make the ledgers perfect. But if she reported to the officials, professional tax inspectors could uncover any hidden tax evasion or fraud. The maids behind them were sweating heavily. After a strong internal struggle, they quietly left the Qi family with their children. This morning, many people in the main hall had already left. Yun Jiaoyu spoke a lot, felt a bit thirsty, and took a few sips of warm water from her teacup.
She looked at Zhou Ma in the third courtyard and curiously asked Lu Yunxiu, "Third aunt, I remember the maids in your courtyard. Do their husbands still hold some minor managerial positions?" Most of the Qi family's assets are in farming. Servants who reach a certain age and gain experience often become less healthy and energetic. Only a few can serve as managers for the third house. Lu Yunxiu immediately understood Yun Jiaoyu's meaning and replied gently, "Yes, quite a few. For example, Zhou Ma's husband. When he was 40, he became the farm manager. Unfortunately, by his 50s, he was no longer able to handle the job and resigned. People like Zhou Ma's husband, who only served as manager for about 10 years, are common in the third house." Yun Jiaoyu thought carefully. The main house's businesses lean more toward commerce. Managers in trade need to do accounting, oversee workers, and report regularly. This workload is tough for older servants. However, if a servant in the Qi family becomes a manager, their children are often trained carefully. They nurture young people to gain experience, so that once they have enough skills, they can compete for managerial positions in the inner and outer residences. In other words, those who have been managers have children capable of taking on those roles. What's missing is just enough experience. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes shone with determination as she spoke to the servants standing in the main hall. Everyone says, "Nothing breaks without something new." Currently, many managerial positions are vacant in the Qi family. Among the third house, your husbands, who have been managers before, can recommend their children. I will select capable ones to serve as managers for various family businesses. Yun Jiaoyu believes in a balanced approach to hiring. Her previous words about dismissing servants were enough to make the remaining people in the hall feel the pressure. Now, she wants to show kindness and earn their trust. She hopes they will sincerely help her. As Yun Jiaoyu finished speaking, many servants began to discuss excitedly. A young maid asked in disbelief, "Young lady, did you say something wrong just now? Women can also be managers? It's not because of gender, but that women are only confined to the inner residence and must submit?" Yun Jiaoyu nodded firmly. She didn't think it was unusual for women to do business. When they were exiled through Fong County, many women on the roadside ran shops and crafts to support themselves and their families. Big families often have rules to keep their reputation. Only maids are allowed to compete for promotions inside the household, while they are not allowed to show off outside. Yun Jiaoyu's lips curl into a confident smile, and she clearly states, "What I just said was not a sudden idea, nor was it a quick fix for Qi family's management vacancy. Anyone who wants to be in charge, feel free to speak up. Whether male or female, if chosen, go ahead and do your best. No need to worry about experience. I, Yun Jiaoyu, keep my promises." The woman thinks carefully. Before she and Changjin divorced, if these young servants wanted to become managers, she would support them strongly. After the divorce, if Changjin didn't interfere and let them continue, everyone would be happy. But if he got angry and refused to give them a chance to grow, she would just take them away. For experienced managers like these, she would be eager to do business with them in the future. More is better. Yun Jiaoyu's handwriting was not very good, so she called Qi Zhaozhao and Qi Wenling over to practice writing. She also asked Xing Erli and Li Hu to help write the sale contracts. After finishing her tasks, Yun Jiaoyu felt very happy. Her gentle voice slowly fell. "If you are willing to sign new sale contracts with the Qi family, come here and line up to sign and seal." After she finished speaking, the household servants who had stayed in the main hall of the Qi family all lined up to sign. Once the contracts were signed, everyone went back to their duties. Yun Jiaoyu looked around and saw that the Qi family was lively and orderly, full of life. Most of the management issues were settled. Yun Jiaoyu felt happy and slept well that night. Early the next morning, Yun Jiaoyu just got up when Qi Zhaozhao came to the main courtyard. A maid reported, "Second miss, Zhaozhao arrived about an incense stick ago. It seems she has something to discuss with you, but she asked repeatedly not to disturb your sleep, so we didn't tell you." Yun Jiaoyu finished washing and sat at her dressing table, using the sandalwood hairpin Changjin once made for her to style her hair simply. After a night of rest, the marks on her face had mostly faded. She lightly applied some powder and said, "Please bring Zhao Zhao in."
Yun Jiaoyu had planned to spend the morning writing some spice recipes and new porcelain-making methods. Seeing Qi Zhaozhao arrive, she decided to put her plans on hold for now. When Qi Zhaozhao entered, she lowered her head and bit her lip, looking like she had caused trouble. She walked over to Yun Jiaoyu, pulling at her sleeve. "Sister-in-law, last night the Duan family sent someone to invite me to a banquet and fragrance tasting today." Yun Jiaoyu frowned slightly. "Duan family?" Doubtfully, she said, "Zhao, are you talking about the Duan family, the one who has fought with the Qi family for decades over the position of the richest family in Qingzhou?" Zhao nodded. In a soft voice, she said, "Zhou Qin's biological aunt became the Duan family's new wife last month. It should be about me and Zhou Qin that the Duan family was disturbed. Our two families might end up becoming more enemies." At this moment, Mama Zhao from the main courtyard brought in breakfast. Yun Jiaoyu looked at the timid Qi Zhaozhao with a calm face. She casually served her a bowl of lily congee. "Zhao, you came so early, you probably haven't eaten yet. Come, have some with your sister-in-law." She gently brushed aside the loose hair hanging over Zhao's forehead. Speaking kindly and patiently, she said, "Sister-in-law doesn't know why you think you did something wrong. But in business competition, back and forth always creates enemies. The Duan family has been the second wealthiest family in Qingzhou for decades. Even without Zhou Qin, our two families wouldn't see eye to eye. Why do you feel guilty or need to reflect?" Zhao stirred her warm lily congee with a ceramic spoon. Her bright eyes looked into Yun Jiaoyu's. She expressed her worries, saying, "Sister-in-law, our family in Qingzhou hasn't had any income for 4 months. In Zizhou, the main house and the third house still pay monthly allowances to the villagers. When the eldest brother goes to Kyoto, he will need to handle some matters. I'm worried that if we offend the Duan family again, our business might be suppressed. Maybe I should forget about Zhou Qin's matter." She voluntarily took a step back, saying, "Today, I will try to make peace with the Zhou family." Yun Jiaoyu's gaze slightly froze, and her pupils shrank suddenly. She thought Zhao was too understanding. Whenever it involved the Qi family, she seemed to instinctively step back and feel wronged. Just like last time in Shijujin, when Li Guden's family falsely accused her. Her first reaction was that she would rather die than let her family be threatened. If a girl develops such a personality, it's not good. Her brow furrowed slightly. "Zhao, you helping the family is very good. But Zhou Qin has the Duan family behind her. You, as the daughter of the Qi family, also have your sister-in-law, your brother, and your parents behind you. Compared to Zhou Qin, is there something inferior about you? Or is it that our Qi family can't compare to the Duan family?" Yun Jiaoyu tightly held Zhao's hand. Her words were firm. "Zhao, remember, no matter what, the Qi family will always be your support. As long as you are willing, you can always be carefree and happy like Qi Zhao of the Qi family." Yun Jiaoyu's heart was heavy. She didn't want Qi Zhao to marry late and, when the time came, encounter the Kyoto noble lady sent to the rebels, and then, out of maturity, choose to leave. Qi Zhao's eyes suddenly turned red. Her sister-in-law comforted her, and her breathing gradually became calmer. With her eyes red, she gratefully said, "Sister-in-law, you are so kind to me. Then I will tell the servants not to go to the Duan family today for perfume tasting." Qi Zhao was not interested in such elegant activities. If she weren't worried that the Qi family might be troubled by the Duan family in business, she wouldn't even accept the invitation last night. Yun Jiaoyu was about to agree when she heard the words perfume tasting. She remembered that the Duan family, to avoid offending the Qi family, had started making perfumes several years ago and possessed many precious spices. In Qingzhou, many spice merchants existed, but the Duan family was the only one dominating the market. Since Madame Duan can invite you for perfume tasting, what good spices has she prepared? Qi Zhao paused, curious, and looked at her sister-in-law, sensing her interest in visiting the Duan family. She honestly said, "Madame Duan said that the Duan family brought in 11 taels of agarwood from other counties. Today, they specially took out 2 qian of agarwood to serve as top-quality perfume ingredients for distinguished guests to appreciate. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes brightened slightly, and she paused thoughtfully. Her eyebrows lifted slightly as she asked meaningfully, "Did Madame Duan say that the Duan family brought in 11 taels of agarwood?" Zhao dared not lie. Last night, the maid from the Duan family said so herself, but Madame Duan also did mention it. Now, in Qingzhou City, almost everyone knows that the Duan family spices have reached a new level. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't hide her shock. After a while, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She shook her head and thought of a saying, "Time and fate." Heaven was kind to her, giving her opportunities to expand her business before going to Kyoto. She then taught Qi Zhao, wise people are cautious, and intelligent people recognize opportunities. I sincerely hope you can live a peaceful and comfortable life. She turned the conversation, but I also hope you have the ability to stand on your own, so that in the future, when faced with difficulties, you won't hesitate or feel wronged. Yun Jiaoyu had already regarded Qi Zhao as family. She wished for her to be better and better, so that after she left the Qi family, her character would become even stronger. Shi Dudong Tixingdao. Take today's event at the Duan family's perfume tasting as an example. Can you see anything unusual about it? Qi Zhao looked at Yun Jiaoyu, confused and unaware. She shook her head. The Duan family's perfume tasting. Isn't it just to ease the relationship between the Zhou and Qi families? Yun Jiaoyu's brow furrowed slightly. Your mother once told you to read books, mainly to help you gain more knowledge and understand things better. Forget about the past few days. After you go to the capital, I will ask your mother to find a teacher for you. You can choose whether to learn embroidery or other skills, but you must read the books for boys. Qi Zhao responded reluctantly, with a grunt. Her small face scrunched up like a bun, and she no longer cared about the true reason behind the Duan family's perfume tasting invitation today. After a while, she accepted the fact. Since her older sister-in-law wanted her to learn, it must be beneficial for her. Reluctantly, she said, "All right then. I promise you, sister-in-law, I will study hard from now on." Hearing Qi Zhao's promise, Yun Jiaoyu seemed to see the fog clearing and the sky brightening. She explained, "Mrs. Duan didn't lie. Today, the Duan family has distinguished guests visiting. These guests are very important. If they aren't from the capital, they are about to go there." She summarized, "Today you shouldn't go to the Duan family. Overall, the Duan family is too prominent now, but they don't have strong backing. Their fame won't last long." Qi Zhao didn't understand what Yun Jiaoyu was saying and asked quickly, "Why is that?" Yun Jiaoyu hadn't planned to tell her the reason at first. Now that she asked, she mentioned Longyan incense is a tribute item. The Ministry of Rites once ordered the Ministry of Revenue to send an imperial decree to the vassal states. The price was set at 1,200 taels per jin, and they wanted to buy 100 jin of Longyan incense. But in the end, they only managed to bring back 11 taels of Longyan incense. Later, the price of Longyan incense soared to 200 gold per tael. Even at such high prices, only about 100 taels of Longyan incense were transported back to the Great Qi each year. Zhao, do you understand what these words mean? Even if Qi Zhao didn't understand much about spices, she grasped the implication of Yun Jiaoyu's words. She shivered and asked, "Apart from the Duan family spending a lot of money to buy Longyan incense from various regions of Great Qi for private collection, what else could it be? Could it be that the Duan family bribed the nearby Mi city's maritime officials to smuggle the incense? Other than these reasons, I really can't think of any other explanation." Qi Zhao was naturally very clever, just not fond of reading. Following Yun Jiaoyu's train of thought, her mind flooded like a bursting dam. She couldn't stop it. Older sister-in-law, the Duan family has bought so much agarwood. Could it be that they already have a buyer? Even if a regular buyer collects this kind of incense, they wouldn't buy so much all at once. So, do you think the so-called buyer, that distinguished guest, is related to Kyoto? Qi Zhao was afraid to think further. She understood too well. The Qijiao was exiled before because they were too prominent and had no backing in the court.
She became more certain that the current Duan family is like her family was 4 months ago. But the Duan family isn't like the Qijia. Not everyone who is exiled is lucky enough to clear their name and return home. Yun Jiaoyu looked at the lily porridge in Qi Zhao's bowl without touching it. She urged her to eat a few bites so she wouldn't become more scared by overthinking and lose her appetite for the day. Anyway, today, our Qijia members must stay away from everywhere. We absolutely cannot get involved with the Duan family's affairs. Qi Zhao agreed. Suddenly, she remembered something. Older sister-in-law, I overheard the maid from the Duan family last night. She said that Lady Fong from the Drunken Flower Tower is now a concubine in the Duan family. Madame Duan is very angry and thinks about competing for favor every day. Yun Jiaoyu almost choked on her breath. Her deep eyes widened and her back stiffened, losing all thoughts of having breakfast. It was like a thorn in her throat. After a while, she swallowed her saliva. After adjusting her breathing, she said, Zhao, you go back to the 3rd house first. After nightfall, the Qijia will be on high alert. No one is allowed to come in or go out. Qi Zhao vaguely understood the seriousness of the matter. Although she didn't understand the specific connection between Duan family's incense and the Qijia's quarantine, she weakly asked, Older sister-in-law? Tonight, will there be a bloodshed in the Duan family? Yun Jiaoyu didn't even know the answer herself. She only knew that something big would happen in the Duan family tonight. Lady Fong's appearance in the Duan family only meant that Li Jingji hadn't found her. Lady Fong was a fallen noblewoman from Kyoto. She could still use agar-wood in the brothel, and now she appeared in the Duan family, which was expecting noble visitors from Kyoto. All these factors indicated that the situation was developing beyond control. Yun Jiaoyu felt a bit overwhelmed, but could only stay calm. Whether there will be bloodshed, we will know tomorrow. She spoke gently, Zhao. Older sister-in-law has something to do later. After you finish your porridge, go back to the 3rd house first. Qi Zhao looked thoughtful and nodded. She glanced at the sky outside, thinking that the incense gathering could wait until after nightfall, so she still had time. Older sister-in-law, I'm full. I'll go ahead. Qi Zhao lifted her skirt and ran out of the room. After much thought, she decided to leave the Qi family with her maid and go to the academy run by Master Li to find Qi Wenling. Yun Jiaoyu's mind was entirely focused on Fong Yang. She had already sent her a letter a month before leaving Zizhou, saying she would return to Qingzhou soon. She told Fong Yang that if she needed anything, she could come to her. Unexpectedly, Fong Yang did not come to see her and had already willingly become a concubine in the Duan family. Yun Jiaoyu paced back and forth in her room, holding the 3-colored jade bracelet Fong Yang had given her. Her mind was like thunder and lightning, fighting intensely with her thoughts. Before dawn, Changjin left the house to buy the best 5-spice cakes in Qingzhou City for Yun Jiaoyu. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the woman sitting on edge, looking uneasy. Jiaoyu? His deep voice pulled Yun Jiaoyu back from her thoughts. She paused in place, breathing slightly heavier. With a hint of panic in her eyes, she quickly regained her composure upon seeing Changjin. The smell of the 5-spice cake seeped out from the oil paper, filling the air. Yun Jiaoyu inhaled the delicious aroma, feeling momentarily stunned. I thought you went out early in the morning for something important. Turns out you just bought me cake? The original body had tasted the 5-spice cake once. It was very good, but she was unwilling to humble herself and queue at the shop, and no one in the household listened to her commands.
So she never ate it again.
Yun Jiaoyu remembered the taste from the original's memory. Delicious. She watched Changjin sitting at the round table, unwrapping the oil paper, folding the cake into 2 layers, and placing it on a green jade plate. His eyebrows twitched slightly.
Try it.
He shifted his gaze from the woman to the cake, signaling Yun Jiaoyu to eat. A trace of admiration flashed in her eyes, and for a moment, she felt like she was back in Shaj village. Back then, Changjin also brought her cakes, but they were lotus seed pastries. Life in Shaj village was tough, and the journey home took about an hour. She had to stick the oil paper to her inner clothes and use her body heat to keep the cake warm. Now, Qingzhou was much better off, and the man didn't need to go personally to buy cakes. As she looked at the 5-spice cake, for some reason, Yun Jiyue felt a growing, uncontrollable affection in her heart. She composed herself and sat beside Changjin. She felt a little reluctant, as if she couldn't bear to part with the moment. Why are you just standing there?
Or,
Are you not going to eat? Waiting for me to feed you? Changjin's eyes softened as he gently pinched the sides of the 5-spice cake, holding the fresh, fragrant pastry close to Yun Jiyue's mouth. Outside, Mother Xiao was calling out to the maids to clean up. Seeing the scene, she couldn't help but smile happily. In the past, she worked in the main household. Once, she urgently needed money, and Yun Jiaoyu even gave her 2 taels of silver to treat her granddaughter's illness. She thought to herself that the young lady was a bit confused about her family matters, but was overly obsessed with her young master's affairs. But overall, people are still good. Yun Jiaoyu, feeling honored, took a small bite and asked, "Why didn't you ask me why I was so distracted just now? If you want to say something, you will naturally say it." Changjin's eyes revealed a mysterious emotion that was hard to understand. His sharp, handsome face looked like it was floating under a faint gray-white mist, beneath a clear, blue sky like a gemstone. He slightly opened his thin lips and said, "Actually, I always feel that we, as husband and wife, are not very close. Like yesterday, I wanted to go to the Chen family with you, but you didn't let me go with you. Uncle and Auntie Chen, if they have free time, are always together." Yun Jiaoyu found it a bit funny. She and Changjin would eventually part ways, so why be so close? She instinctively endured patiently and said irritably, "If I go to the Chen family, it's just to show my ugliness. I asked my uncle and aunt to make things difficult for my aunt. If I say those things and you follow, I'll lose all my dignity. Sometimes, I don't want to seem too vicious in front of you, okay?" Changjin's handsome face, with his elegant features, showed a faint smile in just a few words. His sharp eyebrows and deep eyes seemed to hold a captivating charm. He wore a well-cut black brocade robe, no longer the rough cloth clothes he wore months ago in Shaja village. His overall aura and slim figure made it hard for people to look away. He rested one hand on the table and tilted his head to look at Yun Jiaoyu. Methods are just necessary actions for survival and profit. Sometimes, a gentleman judges actions, not intentions. Sometimes, he judges intentions, not actions. If one always combines both, then they are basically a perfect person who doesn't really exist. It doesn't matter if it's vicious or not, as long as you know you are good. As he finished speaking, Yun Jiaoyu's beautiful eyes seemed to gather an irresistible, stunning glow. It was as if she wasn't very afraid that Changjin might turn dark in the future. Her earlobes suddenly flushed red. She slightly turned her head, unable to hold back, and for a moment, lowered her gaze with a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. If the ancients knew that you casually changed their wise sayings to coax your wife after using them to teach others, they probably wouldn't even be able to close their coffins. Changjin also smiled and said slowly, "I can only temporarily apologize to the wise ancestors. Your happiness is the most important." Yun Jiaoyu's mood changed because of Changjin's presence, becoming joyful. She honestly told about the Dian family inviting someone to smell the fragrance. Lady Fong was thrown into the horse pen at Wanshou County Inn. That day, on the painted boat, she used dragon saliva incense. I met a man carrying dragon saliva incense at the inn's entrance. Now, the Dian family is using rare dragon saliva incense as a fragrance ingredient. She curiously asked, "Putting these things together, if you were me, would the Dian family still go today?" Changjin's eyes darkened, and he thought carefully for a moment. He gave his answer, "I'm not you. But on this matter, I know our choices will definitely be the same. Today, the Dian family will go." The man's gaze deepened. Officially, the Dian family is suspected of bribery involving smuggling. Privately, by now, I probably know some of Lady Fong's background. Her life is tragic. A woman reaching this point is not easy. Not to mention, if you are upset about her getting into trouble, Jingji's side will go crazy if they find out about his fiancé's situation. Yun Jiaoyu's worry centered here. She knew very well that not everything in this world is fair and just. Even the powerful rarely have access to dragon saliva incense. Lady Fong, being a courtesan, still remembered to ask for dragon saliva incense when insulted, showing that the person she served was of high status, and her position in his heart was special. She used her supply of dragon saliva incense to gradually plan and wait for the Dian family's fragrance tasting banquet. She wondered how long this had been planned. Yun Jiaoyu took a deep breath. She was sure that tonight's distinguished guest at the Dian family would likely be the noble who gave Lady Fong the dragon saliva incense. This meant going to the Dian family. Before reaching the capital, the Qi family, and she had already made a big enemy. But not going would make her uneasy inside. She simply couldn't do that. Deciding firmly, she said, "Then tonight, we will go to the Dian family together." Yun Jiaoyu prepared a gift to visit the Dian family. By the early evening, she ordered the servants to keep watch, forbidding anyone from leaving the residence and not allowing outsiders to enter the Qi family. Before leaving, she planned to ask Qi Zhaozhao for an invitation to enter the Dian family properly. However, Lu Yunxiu told her that Qi Zhaozhao was not at the residence. She quickly handed the invitation to Yun Jiaoyu. Just as the couple was about to leave, loud noises and frantic shouting outside suddenly burst into Yun Jiaoyu's ears. She wore a yellow dress and stood beside Qi Changjin, tall and graceful, like a perfect pair. In her sight, Yun Feng'er suddenly screamed and ran into the main courtyard. Yun Changdong and Yun Bailing were fighting with Chen Fu and Wan Shi, shouting loudly. Servants from the Yun and Chen families hurried in behind their masters, crowding together. The household staff from the Qi family tried to stop them but couldn't. They could only walk and hold their hands out to block the crowd. 3 groups of people mixed together, making a loud, noisy scene. Yun Jiaoyu frowned, surprised that the Yun family arrived so suddenly, just when she was about to leave. "Yun Jiaoyu, you're so cruel. I'm still your real aunt. How can you dislike me so much?" Yun Feng'er was furious, her messy hair like a chicken coop. There were uneven slap marks on both sides of her face, probably from Chen Fu and Wan Shi hitting her. She rushed toward Yun Jiaoyu to speak up, but was stopped by Zhao Mama in the yard. She could only point angrily at Yun Jiaoyu. "You refused to introduce me to marry the second master of the Qi family, and that's fine. But how could you ruin me by sending me to that disgusting Chen family?" Yun Jiaoyu felt a bit satisfied. She looked at her aunt, who had been sarcastic and mocking her yesterday. "Auntie, where are your words? You weren't even born when I got married. Back then, my grandparents passed away early, and my father personally chose your husband and sent you off." Her cold gaze briefly landed on the large, suspicious slap marks, then directly looked at Yun Changdong behind Yun Feng'er. She smiled faintly. "If you really think you were ruined by the Chen family, then the person who ruined you was definitely not me, but my own father." Noticing Wan Shi's unhappy expression and her dissatisfaction with Yun Jiaoyu describing her family as a wolf's den, her tone shifted. She gloated and added, "But Annie, the Chen family is a well-known family in Qingzhou City. Such a good marriage. How can you say it was a ruin? Honestly, if you re-entered the Chen family, it would be a blessing you earned in your past life. Others might not even be able to get such an opportunity." Yun Changdong, middle-aged and somewhat overweight, was obsessed with wine, meat, and worldly pleasures, his face greasy. On a hot, dusky evening, his oily face showed signs of dissatisfaction. Seeing that his daughter was truly at odds with her family, he first silently allowed her husband to send his brother to the army, then spoiled her plans for remarriage, and even wanted to send her aunt back to her previous family. His cold, ruthless eyes stared at Yun Jiaoyu, scolding, "Yun Jiaoyu, do you still see me as your real father? If you are still a Yun family girl, quickly help your aunt and deal with the Chen family. From now on, don't let the Chen family bother anyone in the Yun family anymore." Yun Changdong's anger soared. His angry words implied to Yun Jiaoyu not to try to escape from the Yun family. Yun Jiaoyu remained calm and unaffected. She really wanted to say that compared to the Yun family women, she was now a wife of the Qi family. If she introduced Yun Feng'er to Qi Xingtian, he might accept to avoid offending her. But if she did that outside, she would be in big trouble. However, she didn't say these words aloud. Talking reason with the Yun family was useless. They believed in filial piety. If she emphasized filial piety, they might talk about feelings. Using softness to overcome strength, she mockingly said, "Dad, don't be angry. Getting so upset might harm your health." She acted like a dutiful daughter. It's not that I don't want to help my aunt. But as the saying goes, better to tear down 10 temples than break one marriage. If I advised my aunt and uncle to give up their life together, wouldn't I be struck down by lightning? Moreover, when I was bullied by servants from the Qi family, or even by my mother-in-law's elders, my aunt often said that disputes between spouses should be minimized and resolved peacefully. She also said that enemies should be resolved, not kept. Once married, one must be filial to the mother-in-law, even if it means suffering great injustice or being beaten daily. One must endure silently. I've kept these words in my heart and never forgotten them. I believe my aunt also remembers what she said. Yun Feng'er's face turned pale, her teeth clenched tightly. When Yun Jiaoyu successfully married into the Qi family, she was very jealous and upset. She just wanted to advise her to endure the beating, to ease her jealousy. What did she do wrong? Isn't that human nature? Then Yun Jiaoyu, calm and composed, responded in kind, "Auntie, couples always argue at the bedside but make peace before sleep." She earnestly advised, "Auntie, please stop causing trouble. Returning home peacefully and living well is better than remarrying as a second wife." Chen Fu tightly grabbed Yun Feng'er's arm. With Yun Jiaoyu's support, he looked proud and triumphant. "Feng'er, even our top scholar wife has spoken. Come back home with me." Yun Feng'er's arm was squeezed so hard it turned purple. She was about to go crazy. Unable to hold back, she spat at Yun Jiaoyu.
Pa.
She broke free from Chen Fu's grip. Then she started yelling at Yun Jiaoyu, cursing her loudly, "You little." She used dishonest means to marry a good husband and now lives happily with him. Her family no longer looks down on her, and even her aunt no longer helps her. "Today, you're not helping me?
Fine.
Then I will run and throw myself into the main courtyard. I don't believe a single life can come in alive and be carried out lying down. Your husband's career and reputation won't be harmed. You, Yun Jiaoyu, killed your own aunt, but in the future, you'll still be able to stand tall and be a proper person." Changjin quickly and carefully pulled the woman behind him, taking a step back himself. Not a single spit or droplet touched him. The man's deep, contemptuous gaze looked at Yun Feng'er with a hint of murderous intent. Yun Jiaoyu realized that Yun Feng'er was the craziest person in the Yun family. She couldn't have a good life alone, so she wanted to drag everyone down with her. She even threatened her life. At a critical moment, Yun Changdong clearly understood what was important. He didn't want to cause trouble unless absolutely necessary and didn't want to tear apart with Qi Changjin. He spoke kindly, "Son-in-law, you should say a few words too. Today's matter isn't entirely Yun Jiaoyu's aunt's fault for speaking recklessly. She was just so angry she lost her mind. Her and Chen Fu's severed relationship was made clear, and the official records also confirmed it. Who knows what tricks Chen Fu used? He even erased the official record with the seal, and shamelessly went to Yun's house to seek refuge." Yun Changdong, pretending to be pitiful for Yun Feng'er, spoke up for her, "Son-in-law, you should at least stand up for Jiaoyu's aunt. He flattered and manipulated, otherwise anyone could come and bully Jiaoyu's family. Doesn't that look down on you, the future top scholar heading to the capital?" Zhang Shi stood nearby, unsure of what to do, her words clumsy, and she couldn't bear to see her daughter threatened by her sister-in-law's husband. She wanted to intervene, but after being glared at by Yun Changdong, she fell silent instantly. Yun Bolan, on the other hand, hoped his aunt and father would cause a bigger fuss. The bigger the trouble, the more likely he wouldn't have to go to the military camp. Qi Changjin kept the reactions of the Yun family in his eyes. His cool gaze swept over them deliberately, showing a hint of surprise. He pressed his lips together and said, "Father-in-law, You misunderstood. His cold voice continued. It wasn't my uncle who erased the record with the official seal. It was me. Before Yun Changdong could speak in displeasure, he took the lead to clarify. He was a little unhappy, father-in-law. I heard at the official office that my aunt was dismissed. I was angry and looked into the record with the seal. I found out she was dismissed not after the divorce. To protect Yun's family's reputation, I even claimed that the officials were negligent. Finally, it took quite some time at the official office to carefully erase the record. His eyebrows slightly raised, and anger flashed in his eyes. He patiently asked, "So, dear father-in-law, is Auntie and Chin Fu truly divorced or just separated?" After Changjin finished speaking, Yun Changdong's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt guilty and unsure whether Changjin was lying or telling the truth. No matter what the man's purpose was, erasing the official record with the seal was wrong. But it was Yun family's own deception that first tricked Changjin. The man's expression was cold, and he gently squeezed Yun Jiaoyu's hand. He signaled her to stay calm, confident he could settle things quickly and arrive at the Duan family in time. His gaze fell on Yun Changdong's embarrassed, guilty face. "Father-in-law, if Auntie and Chin Fu are truly divorced, then the officials were at fault first. They will definitely help Yun family and Chin family by providing a record of separation. Once that is done, I will keep my promise and formally introduce Annie to my second uncle as his wife."
But
If Auntie was abandoned, then your deception earlier is clear. Don't expect me to introduce Annie to my second uncle or to get involved in your family matters anymore. Changjin's voice was low and hoarse. A commanding presence, without anger, suddenly pressed down on the speechless Yun Changdong. Yun Changdong furrowed his brows, trying to explain, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't lie his way out of it.
this.
Yun Changdong clenched his fists, unable to answer Changjin's question. He could only force himself to look away. "Son-in-law, I only just found out that your auntie was abandoned, not divorced. Please, for her sake as Auntie Jiaoyu, help us settle this separation." Mrs. Zhang nodded. She muttered along with Yun Changdong. Yes, Jiaoyu's life in the Qin family is really hard. Yun Jiaoyu thought Mrs. Zhang was truly clueless. Her daughter and her younger sister, she couldn't tell which was more important. Yun Jiaoyu's cold and sharp tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "Father-in-law and mother-in-law, I am not an official. I already helped Bailing find a promising position under the general's command, which took a lot of effort. Now, if I have to get involved in your family's marriage troubles again, I really can't help or interfere." Yun Jiaoyu signaled Chin Fu to give a look. She indicated for someone to quickly take Yun Feng away. She issued a strict order, "Uncle, Auntie is still a daughter of the Yun family and a relative of the Qi family. If anything happens to her, your Qin family will have a hard time in Qingzhou in the future. Why not quickly take the person back and have a good life?"
Chen Fu quickly responded.
With Yun Jiaoyu's support, he looked completely proud and triumphant. Ignoring everything, he raised his hand to signal his servants to take Yun Feng'er home. Yun Feng'er pushed at the servants. "Let go. All of you, let go." Yun Feng'er struggled and suddenly broke through the crowd. Trying to escape her restraints, she aimed to hit the pillar on the side of the Qi family's corridor with a fake collision. Mrs. Wan was originally watching the scene, eager to see how embarrassed her daughter-in-law would be. But unexpectedly, Yun Feng'er ran with all her might. She accidentally bumped her shoulder. Mrs. Wan leaned back suddenly, with a loud bang, falling onto the broken stone ground. At the same time, the dozens of blisters on her back burst all at once. The pain exploded in her like fireworks in the sky, shaking her limbs as if they would shatter.
Oh.
"Oh, it hurts," Mrs. Wan gasped, almost unable to breathe. She was quite old and very afraid of dying. Thinking she was about to die, tears streamed down her face, and she lay on the ground, too scared to move. Chen Fu immediately wanted to help his mother, but Mrs. Wan, enduring the pain, gently pushed him away. Don't touch me. Mother hurts." Mrs. Wan carefully breathed, afraid that any emotional outburst might cause trouble. She warned in advance, Fuer. If I die today, you must punish that disobedient, unfilial woman by throwing her into the pig cage to vent your anger. How dare she? She actually wanted to run me over? Yun Feng'er's pupils trembled. She had only accidentally bumped into her, yet she was about to be thrown into the pig cage? Where in the world are women being thrown into pig cages by their former in-laws? Unfortunately, her divorce letter was stolen, and the official record was gone. There was no way to argue her case. She was truly wronged. Chun Fu held Mrs. Ruan's hand, which accidentally touched her shoulder. His palm was wet. For a moment, he dared not look, thinking it was blood. Seeing Yun Feng'er desperately trying to save herself, he was utterly furious. He frowned coldly and said angrily, "Someone, take my wife back to the Chun family. Throw her into the woodshed. Seal the woodshed tightly." Chun Fu was so angry, he wanted to scratch his skin. He spoke to Yun Feng'er. "Yun Feng'er, you are a member of the Qin family in life and death. When we return to the Qin family, do as you please, live or die. While alive, I will give you a bowl of coarse rice and vegetables at every meal. Wanna die? Suit yourself. I might as well burn down the entire woodshed and let you die without a proper burial." Yun Feng'er froze in shock. She was so frightened by Chun Fu and the dying Mrs. Ruan that she forgot to even bump her head. Chun Fu no longer paid attention to Yun Feng'er. He is very clever and dislikes glaring at Yun Changdong. He threatened, "Brother-in-law, the obvious result now is that Yun Feng'er is part of our Qin family. If your Yun family meddles again, overstepping boundaries, I, Chen Fufa, swear that today I will be furious for my mother and personally burn my wife alive." Yun Changdong has never been threatened with such harsh words before. Feeling humiliated, he immediately focused his gaze on Yun Jiaoyu. His clenched fist hidden in his sleeve clenched tightly, making a clicking sound. His voice roared, "Yun Jiaoyu, are you deaf? Chun Fu is bullying your aunt and says he will burn her alive. It's gotten to this point and you say nothing?" Yun Jiaoyu looked down at Ruanshi lying on the ground. Actually, she didn't want to get involved in Yun Feng'er's affairs. Compared to Yun Feng'er, she was more interested in Ruanshi. Her curiosity about her illness was driven by her medical instincts. She wondered why Ruanshi couldn't move at all after being pushed down. But this illness was probably not life-threatening. Otherwise, Ruanshi wouldn't be speaking so confidently. She looked like she was about to die, but it was just pure fear. When Yun Changdong urged her to speak, Yun Jiaoyu finally snapped out of her thoughts. Honestly, Chen Fu, her uncle, had clearly taken full advantage of the benefits of being a man. "Since father wants to hear me, I'll say it. Father, have you heard the story of Guizhu?" Yun Jiaoyu wasn't sure if the story of the 24 filial exemplars in the Daqi kingdom was exactly the same as in modern times. In any case, during the Jin dynasty, Guizhu, who could have lived a less poor life, chose to divide his family's property with his 2 brothers and support his mother alone. When his wife gave birth to a son, he thought that raising the child would affect his support for his mother and even planned to bury his son. This story has many issues. Not to mention whether dividing the family property among brothers was to gain good reputation. He chose to support his mother alone, even though his brothers' families were better off, forcing his mother to suffer. And he even wanted to bury his wife's son, born after 10 months of pregnancy. He completely disregarded his wife's feelings and his son's life. Yet, this story was included in the 24 filial exemplars. The collection also includes stories like Jiangshi from the Eastern Han Dynasty, who, because his wife Pang repeatedly cooked fish for her mother-in-law, was misunderstood after being late once for fetching water to make fish, and was driven out of the house for neglecting his mother-in-law. There are even absurd stories, such as the wife being accused of disrespecting her carved wooden statues of her parents. It was said that tears seemed to flow from the eyes of the wooden statues, and as a result, the husband abandoned his wife, Ding Lan. All these examples show a harsh truth. As long as it involves filial piety, people ignore the real facts or whether the wife is at fault.
Men often use the excuse of filial piety to justify harming their wives or others to benefit themselves. Yun Jiaoyu's words blurred the historical background, as if she was inventing folk stories. Although it was quite funny, she still said, "Father, if Uncle really burned Anne alive, the Qin family's business would grow several times. Maybe in the future, scholars and poets will praise Uncle's great filial piety." Stories like this, whether true or not, once they become celebrated examples, will be remembered forever. She threatened Yun Changdong. If father insists on opposing uncle, people in Qingzhou City might dislike aunt and boycott our Yun family's business. Even for the sake of the Yun family, it's better for aunt to return to the Qin family. Father, what do you think? Yun Changdong glared fiercely at Yun Jiaoyu, realizing that at this point, Yun Feng, his sister, had lost her usefulness and was unlikely to become the second wife of the Qi family. He suppressed his anger and decided decisively, "Feng, now that things are like this, you don't even have a letter of resignation. Even if I want to help you, I can't. Why not go back to the Qin family and be their wife? Live a good life with Qin Fu from now on." Yun Feng didn't know when her mouth had been sealed with a cloth by the servants of the Qin family. She was cursing, but her words were muffled and unclear, so no one could understand her. The servants took her roughly out of the Qi family after the Yun family abandoned her. Yun Jiaoyu looked up at the sky. If she rode a horse to the Duan family, she could still make it to the fragrance banquet. She glanced at Wan Shi, thinking that she had been lying on the Qi family's territory for a long time, which was not a good situation. She approached her and checked her pulse while looking at Yun Changdong. "Father, do you have any other matters? We and Changjin are in a hurry to attend the banquet at the Duan family. We don't want to deal with other things right now. Order to leave. If father has no urgent matter, then mother, younger brother, and I will go back." Yun Changdong's eyes darkened slightly, realizing that in the unfilial daughter's view, Yun family's matters are just trivial things. Feeling uncomfortable, he secretly thought that next time there was a problem, he wouldn't come to Qi's house to find this daughter. He must make Yun Jiaoyu willingly return to Yun family. Only then could he persuade her not to let Yun Bailing join the army. He snorted irritably, with a stern face, and led his wife and children out of Qi's courtyard as if he were superior. Zhang stopped halfway and looked back at Yun Jiaoyu. She still wanted to talk more with her daughter. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and leave. Look at yourself. Do you still consider yourself my daughter?" Yun Changdong vented his growing anger on Zhang. She shivered in fear, not daring to give Yun Jiaoyu any extra look. She instinctively took quick steps and left swiftly. Yun Jiaoyu helplessly shook her head, then turned to ask Wan about her health. She thought she might see some rare case. After checking her pulse, she frowned slightly. She withdrew her hand and said, "Miss, stick out your tongue so I can look at your coding." Wan had heard long ago that Yun Jiaoyu became the current imperial tutor's adopted daughter because of her medical skills. Although she didn't know when Yun Jiaoyu learned medicine, she obediently stuck out her tongue. After examining Ruan's tongue coating, Yun Jiaoyu was amazed. "Grandmother, your tongue coating is thin and yellow, your tongue is red, and your pulse is slippery and rapid. It indicates excess liver and gallbladder fire and long-standing dampness in the spleen. This kind of pulse suggests your illness has been developing for at least half a month. I was surprised yesterday when I saw you in pain in your chest and back, thinking it was just fatigue. But it turns out, you have caught the entwining dragon disease?" Yun Jiaoyu became curious about how Wan would treat Yun Feng when she returned to the Qin family. From what she saw now, Wan was a very fierce person. People with entwining dragon often suffer severe pain daily, sometimes unable to sleep at night. They also develop many red spots and water blisters all over their body. No wonder Wan looked so helpless after being pushed down. She probably had countless blisters burst. Yun Jiaoyu's fair face scrunched up in worry. She was anxious. "Grandmother, my Changjin and I are in such a hurry to leave. Otherwise, I could examine you again and prescribe some medicine. Why not today let Uncle take you to a nearby clinic to see a doctor? Find an experienced senior doctor to prescribe medicine. I think your illness will improve in just a few days. The waist-encircling dragon, also known as Snake Dan or waist-encircling fire Dan, is a common contagious skin disease caused by infection. In simple medical terms, it is called shingles. This illness is more likely to affect middle-aged and elderly people with weakened immune systems compared to younger individuals. Unlike modern times, ancient people couldn't prevent this disease with vaccines. However, there were remedies available. After Qin Fu brought Yun Feng back to the Qin family, his mood improved greatly. His face turned red. His mother was famously known as a very stingy old woman. He had long wanted to take Ruan's family to see a doctor, but Ruan always thought her illness was serious. She was afraid that the already poor Qin family would be charged a lot by the doctor. So she endured her pain every day, refusing to seek medical help. Seeing a doctor right in front of them, Qin Fu didn't want to miss this chance. He begged, "Jiuyue, you don't know. Good doctors are hard to find. Earlier, my uncle found several doctors. They prescribed some medicines, but they didn't work. Why not let your auntie have a look at her illness?" Qin Fu smiled politely. "Don't worry. Once you see the doctor, my uncle will go back home. It won't take long for you and Changjin." As the sky darkened, Yun Jiaoyu hesitated for a few seconds before making a decision. If they kept delaying, the Duan family might have a reason to shame them by locking them out. Knowing the Duan family's nature, such things could happen. Rather than letting Qin Fu and Ruan continue to delay at the Qi family, it was better to finish examining the illness quickly and then leave. This way, they wouldn't be late for the Duan family or delay Qi family's plans for tonight's security measures. Thinking of this, Yun Jiaoyu felt a bit anxious. She had a bad premonition. She started to worry about the maid from the Duan family, suspecting she might have intentionally leaked information about Feng Yang being at the Duan house. The maid's purpose might be to pass on Feng Yang's message and seek her help. So, if they arrived late at the Duan house, Feng Yang might think she was isolated and helpless, and something bad could happen. She took a deep breath and focused on the diagnosis, asking carefully, "Annie, do you have any trouble with your bathroom needs?" "Yes, it's a bit difficult. I haven't gone to the toilet for 3 days." Yun Jiaoyu continued, "When you urinate, is your yellow or not?" Ruan's face turned red from the question, and she didn't speak for a long time. "Auntie, please speak. If you keep delaying, I really can't see to your illness today." Hearing this, Ruan, he was anxious. He whispered, "Yellow, yellow. Is there little?" Perhaps because of the repeated questioning, he seemed to have gained some confidence. Mrs. Wan nodded, "Quite little. Since getting sick, have you experienced dry mouth and tongue recently? Do you like to eat cold foods?" Mrs. Wan looked at Yun Jiaoyu with a more serious expression, as if she were consulting a doctor. She replied, "Yes, dry mouth and tongue. But I don't really eat cold foods. You know, when your aunt left the Qin family earlier, she took away a lot of things. I haven't dared to eat cold foods. All the ice in the family's ice cellar has melted into water." Yun Jiaoyu chose to ignore the unnecessary talk that Mrs. Ruan was saying afterward. After the medical examination, she already had a good idea of what prescription to write. She didn't write as quickly as Changjin, but she took his wrist and pulled him into the room. As they walked, she said, "Changjin, come into the room with me. I will tell you the prescription and you record it." She gave a quick instruction. "After writing the prescription, you ride your horse and I'll sit behind you. Anyway, we need to get to the Duan family quickly." Inside the room, Yun Jiaoyu recited the prescription, working perfectly with Changjin. Every time he just finished writing the name and dosage of a herbal medicine, she smoothly continued to speak the prescription. Long Dan Chao 1 Qian, Lian Xiao, Sheng Di, Che Qian Zi each 1.5 Qian, Zi Xia 6 Fun, Huang Qin, Jizi, Dan Pai Mu Tong, Shenggan Chao each 9 Fun. 1 dose per day, decoct twice with water and take separately. She added, "If after taking the medicine you develop a high fever, you can add 3 to 6 qian of shengshi gao, decocted with water. If the pain is unbearable, you can add Eugene, Yanhu, Danshen, Mo Yao, or Yu Xiang in some amount." Changjin's handwriting was beautiful and delicate, like a treasure on the paper. After finishing the prescription,
Yun Jiaoyu blew on the paper to dry the ink. Once the writing was dry, she handed the prescription to Chen Fu. Uncle, this medicine should be taken for about 3 days, and the blisters will gradually fade. The pain will lessen, and movements will become smooth. After about 6 or 7 days, the blisters will scab and peel, and the pain will mostly disappear. But if you want this disease not to come back in the future, you need to keep taking it for another 3 or 4 days. She continued with medical advice. In the future, the Chen family will have countless opportunities to make money. Don't let Auntie Nai spend money freely anymore. Every herb on the prescription must be taken. Before recovery, the medicine must not be missed even for a day. Uncle, do you remember that? Chen Fu actually didn't remember. He was confused about how many days to take the medicine and how much the condition would improve. But he remembered that the Qin family could make a fortune every day, so they wouldn't need to save money in the future. He quickly responded, brother-in-law, got it. Xiao, you and Changjin should hurry to the Duan family. Don't delay your banquet. Yun Jiaoyu's lips twitched, clearly showing that the Qin family's shamelessness was a family tradition. She and Qi Changjin had already delayed their time to attend the banquet. Now, hearing it from Chen Fu, it seemed as if he hadn't delayed at all. She pressed her lips and replied, okay. 15 minutes later, Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Changjin sat together on the saddle, only about 100 meters from the Duan family's house. She sat behind the man, her arms wrapped around his strong waist and stomach. She bit her lip lightly, wishing that her time in Qingzhou could slow down for a moment. Her soft fingertips, through the brocade silk, still felt his six-pack abs, healthy and attractive. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't help but move her nose closer, but only a few inches apart, afraid to get too close. She took shallow breaths. When she smelled the familiar, faintly fragrant soapberry scent on his clothes, her heart gradually warmed for no reason. Her thoughts drifted, puzzled about why Qi Changjin, who could gallop through the less crowded merchant roads, would end up in such a situation a few years later. She only felt that being an official under imperial power was a very dangerous profession. Qi Changjin controlled the horse smoothly, slowing down as he pulled the reins. When passing by a sweet soup shop, Yun Jiaoyu accidentally caught sight of Qi Wenlang's figure at the street corner. She shook her head, thinking she must have seen wrongly. At this time, Qi Wenlang should have already returned from the academy to the Qi family. He wouldn't be wandering outside. Without much thought, when the fast horse stopped in front of the Grand Duan family's mansion, Yun Jiaoyu was first to get off, led by Qi Changjin, who single-handedly held her waist. The servant at the Duan family gate recognized Qi Changjin. He stepped forward to take the horse, and Qi Changjin handed the invitation card from the Duan family to the servant. They entered through the large red gate decorated with hanging flowers. The servant looked at the name on the invitation for a long time. He muttered softly, "Isn't this invitation for Miss Qi's third house? Why is it the young master and young madam of the Qi family?" He was confused but dared not ask. Since the couple left quickly and had already gone inside, he couldn't stop them. He could only pretend he hadn't seen the name on the invitation. Soon, Jiang Jingqian, the eldest son of the Jiang family, also entered the Duan family. Qi Wenlang was already riding his horse back to the Qi family. Knowing there was a curfew at home today, he didn't want to disobey his sister-in-law's orders and hoped to return before nightfall. He sighed as he rode, "Zhao Zhao, it's not that your brother doesn't help you. I made excuses and promised benefits." However, the Jiang family's eldest young master did not appreciate it and still wanted to attend the Duan family's banquet. "I hope my sister-in-law is overthinking. Tonight, I wish nothing happens at the Duan family gathering." The Duan family, Jiang Jingqian, carrying a gift for the banquet, was led inside by a household servant to the table set by Old Master and Madame Duan. In the main hall, many guests gathered. Most were merchants with no business ties to the Qi family. Looking around, only one official's wife was present. She was Madame Song, wife of the Justice of the Peace, Song Shinian. Madame Song waved from afar to Yun Jiaoyu, who approached her. "Jiaoyu, why are you and your husband here?"
I heard that today's guest of honor at the Duan family is Xiao Xiao. I was worried she might be bullied, so I came to support her at the banquet. Yun Jiaoyu slightly smiled and politely called her aunt. She secretly thought that Madame Song had only met Xiao Xiao once, but was already so concerned about her. It must mean someone has been chosen for her marriage. Madame Song lowered her voice with a smile. My husband says that Changjin's career is going very well. Our only cousin-in-law, if he marries in Qingzhou, would be a bit of a pity for Xiao Xiao. He is the third son of the Yongchang Marquis in Kyoto, just of age, with good character. Even your father-in-law praised him. A few months ago, your father-in-law asked my husband to help find a match for him. She tried to introduce the idea. Now is a good time. Xiao Xiao is also looking for someone. I promise if they are a good match, it will be a great marriage. She added, of course. I think, no matter what I say, it's better for you to go to Kyoto and meet that young marquis personally. Yun Jiaoyu didn't really want Xiao Xiao to look for a marriage in Kyoto. Marquis and noble titles look impressive, but are risky. Families connected to royal power, if careless, could face bad consequences. In the Great Qi, noble titles like Duke, Marquis, and Count were given to meritorious officials and relatives at the founding of the country. She remembered that few of these people ended well. Regarding the Yongchang Marquis family, Yun Jiaoyu thought hard. Apart from an iron voucher left 100 years ago, the Marquis family had little presence in Kyoto. Maybe because they stayed low profile, avoided conflicts, and didn't take sides. They managed to survive among many noble families and made it to the end. If they could last until the end, perhaps they could be considered a good match. Auntie, my husband doesn't even have an official position now. Do you think the young Marquis would look at Xiao Xiao? Yun Jiaoyu voiced her concern. Mrs. Song looked at Yun Jiaoyu and relaxed her grip, firmly holding her hand. Auntie can't promise anything, but the Yongchang Marquis family doesn't care much about official positions for relatives. She whispered, there are 3 sons in the Marquis family. The first 2, before losing limbs in an accident, married women who are not from noble families in the capital. The youngest, since childhood, has seen how people in the capital look down on others and doesn't care much about a wife's background. Yun Jiaoyu understood this clearly. She nodded and replied, in a few days, when Changjin and I go to the capital, I will find an excuse to visit and see the family. Yes, yes. Mrs. Song was even happier seeing Yun Jiaoyu's interest. She was very satisfied with her role as matchmaker. Knowing that Qi Changjin had passed the imperial exam and was the top scholar in Zhou County, she knew he would attract attention. If he faced unfair treatment, he would also gain some sympathy from those in power. His talent, kindness, and connections in the capital made his future very bright. Before Qi Changjin officially entered official service, it would be the best choice to keep the Qi family and their side tightly connected. Not far away, Jiang Jingqian's servant was angrily defending his master. Young master, are you really not going to explain to Miss Qi? Yes, young master. You've already been very kind to Miss Qi's family. 4 months ago, when they were exiled, our Jiang family's business was struggling, and you still gave the court-martial 1,000 taels to take care of the Qi family's 3rd branch on the road, so they wouldn't be bullied. And a few days ago, you asked the silk shop to make clothes for the Qi family, all crafted by the master for a month, using the best materials from Qingzhou City. The servant lowered his voice, encouraging him, I think, since our Jiang family's marriage with the Zhou family isn't going to happen, it's better to explain things to the Qi family, so they don't take out their anger on Miss Zhou on you. Jiang Jingqian lazily lifted his eyes and glanced at a servant behind him. He looked displeased. Stop talking. His gaze swept to Yun Jiaoyu, grateful for her presence in bringing Qi Xiao Xiao back to Qingzhou. He spoke softly, with no emotion in his voice. Ever since Zhou Qin was driven out of the Qi family, there's no reason for me to propose marriage to the Qi family's 3rd branch in Qingzhou. Zhou Qin and Qi Xiao Xiao arguing in the Qi family surprised him. Since the argument, the whole city has been paying attention. If he proposed marriage to Qi Xiao Xiao in the future, he wouldn't mind. But he was worried Qi Xiao Xiao might become a laughingstock in Qingzhou. The Qi family is no longer what it used to be. Maybe there's still a chance to seek marriage now. Unfortunately, Jiang Jingqian remained silent and did not speak again. Yun Jiaoyu did not notice where Jiang Jingqian was, and after talking to Madame Song, Madame Duan appeared confidently and proudly. She walked past everyone in a bright red dress, greeting a few familiar people. When she saw Madame Song and Yun Jiaoyu with Qi Changjin, she looked a bit surprised. She suspected that Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Changjin were brought in by Madame Song. Frowning, she sat at the main seat and said, "It's getting late, and the kitchen has prepared all the dishes. Today, we have fragrant tasting, with 3 pure gold incense burners set up in the main hall. Our Duan family is not stingy. We will surely bring out the best and newest spices for everyone to try." Listening to this, Yun Jiaoyu roughly understood why the Duan family only invited Qi Zhaozhao. First, because of Zhou Qin's matter, and second, because the Duan family clearly regarded today as a day to launch new spices. Qi Zhaozhao was young and not interested in spices. Even if she stayed at the Duan family for a night, when she returned to the Qi family, she might not be able to share important spice information. Fortunately, Madame Duan didn't know this. She was very familiar with spices and also ran a spice business. Otherwise, she would have caused trouble when she saw Qi Zhaozhao was not around. Yun Jiaoyu thought for a moment, then sat down behind a yellow rosewood table with Qi Changjin. Her slender fingers tapped the table lightly and intermittently. She had the idea of sending the guests home early. Soon, a maid from the Duan family brought freshly brewed fragrant tea for each guest. Madame Duan pulled Zhou Qin to sit at the main seat, casting a disdainful look at Yun Jiaoyu. It's a bit surprising that young Master Qi's wife and young Master Qi are coming today. People from the Qi family are used to the good things in Qingzhou. Today, our Duan family spices are also being appreciated by connoisseurs. After exchanging polite words, Madame Duan couldn't help but sneer softly. Everyone knew that the Yun family in Qingzhou City was not a prominent merchant family. Yun Jiaoyu was just lucky to marry into the Qi family and become the top scholar's wife. What high-level appreciation of spices could she understand? When Madame Song heard Madame Duan mock Yun Jiaoyu, she frowned in displeasure. Yun Jiaoyu turned slightly to look at Madame Song, nodded to show she didn't care about the Duan family. Under the candlelight, her commanding face met Madame Duan's, showing no weakness. She chuckled softly. "Connoisseur? Not quite." She looked serious and said, "I'm afraid your Duan family's things won't impress the Qi family." Madame Duan's face instantly turned pale. Zhou Qin saw Yun Jiaoyu and felt a burning pain in her back. Recalling the family discipline I received at home, I looked around and sneered, "Madame Qi, you really have a big mouth." I proudly said, "The spices from my aunt's family are not just the best in Qingzhou, but in all of Qi." However, today Zhao Zhao didn't come? Does she know that I lost face recently and doesn't want to come to the Duan family? As I finished speaking, Jiang Jingqian looked up displeased and glanced at Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin was immediately stunned, her anger growing stronger inside. Yun Jiaoyu noticed the expressions of the engaged couple. Her dark eyes were calm and deep, with a slight smile on her lips. She said, "I can understand if I have lost face for the Qi family and the Duan family. But Miss Zhou, when you were close to Zhao Zhao before, you couldn't wait to take all the good things from the Qi family's third branch. A wealthy young lady from a rich family doing such shameless things. Do you think you still have any face now?" She glanced around at the merchants present tonight, many of whom had business dealings with the Duan family. Suddenly, she said, "I already said before, in future banquets in Qingzhou, there will be no Qi family, only Zhou family. Our Qi family has no previous business with you. If you know the Qi family will come and still attend the Duan family banquet, I won't hold it against you. But after today, our Qi family will become the best spice merchants in Qingzhou." Tonight, the Duan family gathered the most spice merchants in Qingzhou. If we don't seize this great opportunity, she thought, she might as well give up on the spice business altogether. Her gaze was firm and unquestionable. "Starting tomorrow, the gates of our Qi family will be open to everyone.
Anyone interested in doing spice business with us is welcome to come and negotiate. Madame Duan sat on a high seat, her eyes wide with surprise. She hadn't expected anyone to dare openly try to attract merchants who had dealings with the Duan family. Soon, her expression shifted from disbelief to disdain. The Duan family had been running a spice business for over 10 years. As the lady of the Duan family, she was confident she could crush the Qi family in the spice field. She looked like she was watching a joke. Madam Qi, I know the Qi family has been very prominent lately. But even if the Qi family starts a spice business, do you think your business can catch up with the Duan family in the next few years? Some merchants spoke up for the Duan family, whispering with their hands over their mouths. Exactly, they're even talking big, trying to steal our merchants from the Duan family. How shameless. Yun Jiao, you listened to these words and didn't get angry. The merchant prioritized profit and argued with these traders. It would be better to prove her worth so convincingly that the merchants would be forced to admit her talent and come to her willingly for business. Her thick eyelashes hid the brightness in her eyes as she confidently said, "Of course, I can catch up with the Qi family." Yun Jiyue began to make grand promises to the merchants. The Duan family's business is too narrow, and their connections are limited. Qi family's ventures, on the other hand, are numerous. Their target audience isn't just common people and merchants. If I want to start a spice business, I can initially give out small samples to increase Qi family's reputation for spices. Then, I can turn spices from elegant, mysterious items into everyday essentials that women and scholars eagerly buy. Each new spice launched by Qi family can become a trending product. Mrs. Duan, hearing about the weaknesses of the Duan family, became interested in what Yun Jiyue was saying. Her hand, hidden in her sleeve, clenched tightly. She was so angry she wanted someone to throw Yun Jiyue out. Auntie, instead of forcing Qi Xiaofuren, young lady, out, why not use tonight's Duan family spices to prove that the Duan family is the leader in Qingzhou spice industry? Zhou Qin believed that Yun Jiyue was just showing off. The Duan family's spice business was extensive. How could a new player like Qi family, who just decided to start a spice business, catch up easily? She leaned close to Mrs. Duan's ear. Afraid her aunt wouldn't listen, she called out again, "Auntie, if we really drive Qi Xiaofuren out, not only will we anger Qi Da Xiaoye, young Master Qi, but we also won't stop some merchants interested in Qi family from doing business with them." Mrs. Duan finally decided to swallow her anger for now. A trace of resentment flickered in her eyes. Her words came out through clenched teeth. "Qi Xiaofuren, you're still young." She said each word clearly. "You don't understand that only those who have been in the spice trade for years truly have the strength to talk about spices. Are you trying to poach the spice merchants under the Duan family's wing?" Mrs. Duan chuckled softly. "Fine. It's not that I look down on you, but you truly lack the ability. However, our Duan family has always been broad-minded when dealing with provocateurs. If you want to poach merchants, you'd better do it with real strength. Otherwise, after tonight, if the Qi family's spice industry doesn't grow strong, they'll become the laughingstock of the industry." After speaking, the merchants involved in the spice business in the main hall cast curious glances at Yun Jiyue. Indeed, they were very interested in the spice promotion methods she mentioned. Yun Jiao lazily lifted her teacup, squinting slightly as she looked at Madame Duan, whose face was full of disdain. She muttered, "It's all about strength." Changjin only knew that Yun Jiao had teamed up with the Qin family to buy half of their incense workshop and porcelain kiln. He thought she was preparing to slowly enter new industries. He never expected that her first visit to the Duan family would be to cause trouble and challenge them. "Do you also understand spices?" Changjin asked in a low, slightly raised voice, with a hint of admiration. Yun Jiao nodded. Before falling off a cliff and crossing into a book, she had been riding a bus home to help her family make traditional spices. She also studied medicine, which was partly inspired by her knowledge of spices. In traditional Chinese medicine, aromatic herbs can have effects like relieving muscle tension, releasing wind and dispelling evil, transforming dampness, awakening the spleen, stopping pain, and reducing swelling. Her medical studies, due to her young age and foundation, often allowed her to understand pharmacology more easily. Thinking of this, a faint dark look flashed across her eyes. Madame Duan, since the Qi family plans to get involved in the spice industry recently, may I ask how much you know about spices? Someone from the seat suddenly stood up and asked Yun Jiaoyu first, clearly testing her knowledge. They were considering whether to do business with the Qi family. Yun Jiaoyu's brow twitched slightly, and she made up her mind to bring all the merchants from the Duan family under the Qi family's control. Her clear, confident voice said, for example, "This cup of tea in my hand. This tea is fragrant, and just smelling it, you can detect the scents of camphor, herbal decoctions, neem, and sandalwood." The questioner frowned visibly. He replied in a calm, muffled voice, "Madam Qi, if you only recognize these, how dare you boast about spices and challenge the Duan family? You are being a bit too arrogant." Madame Duan was delighted to hear Yun Jiaoyu being challenged. She had said before, Yun Jiaoyu was still young, not even 20. How much could she understand about the art of tasting and appreciating fragrances, which require experience? Madame Song, worried for her, quickly stepped in to defend Yun Jiaoyu. Appreciating fragrances is a small circle, and Yun Jiaoyu is still young. Being able to identify these spices in the tea is already extraordinary. I believe that with time, her skills in the spice industry will only improve. She added supportively, "When that time comes, our Song family will be the first to buy spices from the Qi family." Yun Jiaoyu smiled gratefully at Madame Song. With Madame Song leading the way in purchasing Qi family spices, if they ever sell spices publicly, officials and merchants in Qingzhou would surely give them face. "Thank you, Auntie, for speaking up for me. But I don't only recognize these few spices. I didn't finish speaking earlier. I was actually thinking about how to save face for Madame Duan." Madame Song was momentarily stunned, calmly glancing over Madame Duan on the high seat. Finally, she shifted her gaze and fixed it on Yun Jiaoyu. She waited with interest for the woman to speak. In the next moment, Yun Jiaoyu's lips curled into a slight smile as she said, "This fragrant tea doesn't just contain the 4 spices I mentioned earlier. There are also cold water stones and white cardamom. These 6 spices are probably used in small amounts, about 3 qian each. Plus, the tea itself likely uses about a jin, with a small amount of borax. All these ingredients are ground into fine powder, then mixed with cooked glutinous rice porridge, strained through a clean cloth to extract the thick juice. Finally, the porridge and powder are blended evenly, then pounded on a stone over 1,000 times before pouring into molds to shape and preserve for brewing." Yun Jiaoyu memorized the spice recipe carefully. She could estimate the amount of each spice just by smelling the aroma. After she finished speaking, all the merchants present couldn't help but be shocked. These merchants, who cooperated with the Duan family, could only buy semi-finished products. They never had access to the full recipe. Some with better memories had already dipped their fingers in tea and jotted down the recipe on their desks. They kept reciting it repeatedly, trying to memorize it. Seeing this, Yun Jiaoyu began to understand the cooperation model between the Duan family and these merchants. She thought about selling semi-finished or finished products in the future, giving only the business rights to the merchants. At the right moment, she spoke up, slowly revealing the shortcomings of this fragrant tea, which was used as a starter dish to attract customers. "This fragrant tea smells and tastes good.
But
Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were clear, and she looked provocatively at Madame Duan with a hint of dissatisfaction. Then she said, "But Madame Duan, I am not a proud person. Just to be clear, I'm not trying to find fault for no reason. It's just that your tea isn't quite perfect yet." Madame Duan's lips twitched, and she clenched her sleeves so hard that deep marks appeared. She secretly wondered why her husband hadn't come to the main hall yet. She forced herself to speak. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, this year is the Zhou year. According to the 5 elements and 6 Qi theory, it's a year of excessive earth energy, with the lesser Yin Lord Fire governing the sky, and Yangming's dry metal in the springs. In other words, this tea isn't suitable for frequent drinking this year." Madame Duan couldn't understand these words. Although she was famous in Qingzhou City for her knowledge of fragrances and spices, and had even used her expertise to get close to Old Master Duan, her understanding of fragrances was initially just to try to replace the long-ill original wife of the Duan family, learned by rote. Hearing Yun Jiaoyu speak in a string of words that sounded like Sanskrit scriptures, as the wife of the main household, she felt a terrible headache. Below in the hall, the older merchants had bright, sharp eyes. A hoarse voice excitedly asked, "Madam Qi, based on your opinion, if we want to improve this fragrant tea, how should we change the recipe?" Yun Jiaoyu looked toward the voice. She saw an old man with white hair, trembling as he stood up with a cane. Her brows furrowed, sensing that his accent did not seem local to Qingzhou. With the purpose of communication, she offered a solution. Use agarwood as the main ingredient and reduce the use of sandalwood with strong drying effects. Better to mix in some musk, rhubarb, cloves, and calamus to balance the fragrance. This way, it benefits both body and mind. Hearing Yun Jiaoyu's explanation, the old man's hands, which had been trembling so much he couldn't hold chopsticks, trembled even more. He stroked his beard and laughed openly. Suddenly, he extended a token of alliance to her. Although the Qi family wasn't originally in the perfume business, with Madame Qi overseeing, I believe the Qi spice trade will flourish. From now on, all the fragrant spices needed by the Gao family in Kyoto will be purchased from the Qi family. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes suddenly froze. Her clear eyes seemed like a vast, tumultuous sea under the night sky. Kyoto Gao family? The Gao family that runs Rongbao Zhai in Kyoto? Yun Jiaoyu remembered Rongbao Zhai because Pei Gui often bought calligraphy, paintings, spices, and gifts there. She was a bit surprised to see the Kyoto Gao family, who only trade and don't hold political power, at the fragrance banquet hosted by the Duan family. Before she could think more, she heard Lady Duan's words grow more intense, and her pupils filled with rising anger. Almost overflowing, she said, "Old Gao, just because of a fragrant tea, you refuse to cooperate with our Duan family? Isn't that too rash? Even if Madame Qi has some knowledge of spices, can that compare to my husband?" Lady Duan was eager to stabilize Gao Sheng, who had become one of the Duan family's biggest financial supporters in recent years. Suddenly, she stood up from her seat. "Old Gao, my husband will arrive at the main hall soon. Perhaps we should wait until Madame Qi and my husband discuss the spice matter. Then you can decide whether to do business with the Duan family or the Qi family." The words Old Gao reached her ears. Yun Jiaoyu recognized the old man's identity. Her eyes deepened, flashing a quick, dangerous glint. She realized that the main hall was not only filled with many prominent spice merchants from Qingzhou City, but also with Gao Sheng, the head of Rongbao Zhai, who had come. But the Duan family head was absent? That meant the big figure connected to Kyoto was already in the Duan family's backyard. Quickly settle the matter and disperse all the merchants present. "Madame Duan, your husband is nearly 40 years old. If he only lives to 80, he will have lived more than half his life. Yun Jiaoyu is not afraid of offending others or making them angry." Her red lips glisten attractively as she slightly tilts her mouth, mocking with a shake of her head. "I admit, Old Master Duan is a respected expert in incense making. But when it comes to choosing partners for business, ability is what matters most. When the Duan family monopolized the spice industry, their old ways of seniority and rank no longer worked. Now I am like the rising sun, while Old Master Duan is like the sun after noon, just beginning to set. It's obvious who is more advantageous for business cooperation. So, why does Old Master Gao have to wait until Old Master Duan arrives at the main hall?" In her words, she implied that Old Master Duan would eventually run out of energy. The Duan family was weakening, no match for the Qi family. Madame Duan was so angry her lips turned pale, and her sharp gaze fixed directly on Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu, you are simply too overbearing. Your curses are just too much." Yun Jiaoyu, feeling her words weren't harsh enough, boldly declared, "Everyone incense makers, the Qi family sincerely wants to do business with you.
From now on, whoever leaves the Duan family first and goes to the Qi family's residence to inform the guards about your homes and specific business types, the first 3 will be given special treatment. Tomorrow morning, I will have my servants personally deliver formulas for head oil incense, face powder, and rolled ash longevity incense to you. Head oil incense is also known as the top secret recipe of the imperial court. With this as the first prize, she could be even more arrogant. In terms of profit, the incense makers would rush to the Qi family without hesitation. Indeed, upon hearing the words head oil incense, many incense makers didn't even say goodbye and ran straight outside. They shouted to the servants, "Hurry, hurry. First, go to the Duan family's gate and bring the horses. Run. Don't walk. Don't let others catch up. We must get to the Qi family first." In just a few breaths, 2/3 of the people in the main hall had left. Gao Xingnian from Rongbao Zhai was old and wanted the head oil incense formula, but his old arms and legs couldn't keep up with the younger merchants. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he approached Yun Jiaoyu and asked, "Madam Qi, I wonder if you could also share the formula for your head oil incense?" Yun Jiaoyu raised her fine eyebrows slightly and agreed readily no. Gao Xingnian frowned. Before his displeasure could show, Yun Jiaoyu naturally and smoothly replied, "However, Gao Lao, your keen eye for talent makes you the first in the main hall willing to do business with the Qi family. To my close friend, I am willing to give you 21 sets of incense formulas. Consider it a sign of my sincerity for future business dealings. I also hope that in the future, Mr. Gao can support my Qi family's spice business in Kyoto." The 21 sets of incense formulas have been handed over. 1/3 of the guests in the main hall are now restless. They are whispering among themselves, 21 formulas just given away like that? This is much more generous than the Duan family. Does Mrs. Qi know how valuable these formulas are? Mrs. Qi is now the head of the main family. She must know about business. Maybe she has too many formulas and doesn't care about these. No, I also need to show loyalty to the Qi family. If I wait too long, it will be too late. I must get the family servants to remember my name. After saying this, about 10 more people left. Mrs. Duan tightly pinched her own wrist, afraid she would faint from anger. She shouted angrily at the departing figures, "You traitors who follow the wind. If you leave now, our Duan family's rare spices will never be shared or sold again." Yun Jiaoyu looked at their retreating backs with a hint of surprise. She softly said, "Mrs. Duan, whether your spices can meet demand is another matter. Right now, there are not many merchants in Qingzhou willing to do business with your family. If you don't speak nicely to these people and stop threatening them, there probably won't be many shops in Qingzhou willing to sell your spices." Mrs. Duan's narrow eyes flashed with clear anger. She pointed at her maid and couldn't hold back her emotions. "Where is the master?" she asked. "Didn't you send someone to invite him? It's just a person. Why are the guests all gone? He hasn't even come yet?" The maid lowered her head, afraid to speak. After a long moment, she replied, He was invited. But the master said not to disturb him. He said everything in the main hall is up to you, madam, to arrange properly." Mrs. Duan's face turned red with anger. What could she do? The dishes from the kitchen hadn't even been served, and the guests had only drunk a cup of fragrant tea before leaving. If she couldn't get her husband to come, the Duan family would be finished in Qingzhou starting tomorrow. In her fury, Mrs. Duan shook off Zhou Qin, who was pulling her sleeve. She personally went to find Master Duan and asked someone to take charge in the main hall. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze darkened slightly. Since the master of the Duan family was not present in the hall, the guests gradually left one after another. Only a few stubborn guests remained. It was time to find Lady Fong. "Old Gao, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. My husband and I need to wait a little longer in the main hall." Intentionally speaking boldly, I said, "Let me see if I can persuade Lord Duan tonight. If he is willing to give up the leading position in the Qingzhou spice industry, our Qi family is still willing to do business with him." Gao Sheng originally wanted to stay at the Duan family to see how the young Yun Jiaoyu would challenge the well-known Lord Duan in the spice trade. When he heard Yun Jiaoyu tell him to go rest, he felt a bit disappointed.
But since Yun Jiaoyu promised to give him the secret formula for incense, he didn't want to lose face. He reluctantly said, "I am old. I should go back to the inn and rest early. Tomorrow, I will wait for you, Madam Qi, to send someone to deliver 21 boxes." Yun Jiaoyu nodded to indicate her agreement. The secret incense formula can make clothes stay fragrant for a long time. The scent of the 21 boxes is elegant and peaceful. Among the noble women in Kyoto, it naturally has a market. Using the 21 boxes to please the Gao family would make it easier for porcelain like Funzhar to enter Rongbao Zhai for sale in the future. Soon, Madame Song saw the fragrance-tasting banquet, but the banquet was not really held. In the 3 pure gold incense burners, there was not even any incense. Before leaving, she greeted Yun Jiaoyu, saying, "Jiaoyu, tonight I will return to the mansion first." Yun Jiaoyu apologized, "Aunt, I am sorry for ruining your interest in tasting the incense tonight. It's my fault. I will send some special incense to the Song residence as an apology another day." Although the Song residence doesn't lack incense, Madame Song laughed and said she didn't plan to be polite. "Good.
You are really thoughtful, child."
Yun Jiaoyu gave Qi Changjin a look. She tilted her head toward the direction of the Duan family's gate. She stood up to see Madame Song out of the main hall, then leaned close to Qi Changjin's ear to speak. "Changjin, if I am not back in 15 minutes, we will meet at the Duan family gate." The man's thin lips pressed together. Even though he knew that men outside the household were not allowed inside, he was not happy about her leaving him behind. "I will go with you to see Madame Song off." Qi Changjin's deep, magnetic voice fell as he stood up, grabbing Yun Jiaoyu's wrist. Together, they left the main hall with Madame Song. After watching Madame Song's figure disappear down the corridor, Qi Changjin specifically told the maid at the door, "I drank too much tea earlier and have a stomachache. Can I borrow your household's east chamber? If your master comes, please let me know." The maid at the door of the main hall blushed slightly, only 3 or 4 steps away from Qi Changjin. Looking a bit shy, she replied yes. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't help but glance to the side and looked up at Qi Changjin. Someone pulled her toward the restroom area. How can you say a few words to someone and make her face turn red? For the first time, she seriously examined a man's handsome and cold face from a woman's perspective. She realized that speaking closely to this face could indeed make unfamiliar women blush. She frowned slightly. "Forget it. That's normal." Qi Changjin listened to her muttering to herself. His deep voice sounded like fermented wine, charming and intoxicating. He deliberately enunciated clearly, with a tone that mixed teasing and coaxing. He pulled a gentle, indulgent smile. "If you're jealous, next time I'll try to speak with a stern face." Would that prevent her from blushing and instead scare her into tears? Yun Jiaoyu was surprised, her ears suddenly turning red. Suddenly, she had a bright idea, wondering if every powerful official with a villainous aura was just pretending to be cold on the outside but warm inside, all because they wanted to uphold their virtue as a husband. She snapped back to herself. "I can move around easily alone. But you're a man, going into the inner courtyard. What if someone sees you? I don't really want to go into the inner courtyard, but I don't trust you to go alone." Qi Changjin's voice was hoarse and low. "Master Duan has taken concubines more than once." He explained, "Most of those concubines lived in the western courtyard. My second uncle is a spendthrift, but he's known for having good taste. The layout of the second house's courtyard is famous in Qingzhou City. The Duan family's courtyard is modeled after our Qi family's second courtyard. If we go together, we can find Fong Nyang faster." His words were slow and smooth, like silk sliding over a woman's delicate skin. Yun Jiaoyu's ears tingled, and her heart softened unexpectedly. She remembered the second house's courtyard she had visited, elegant yet noble. She was being pulled along, walking behind Qi Changjin. Her gaze involuntarily fixed on her own wrist, which the man was holding tightly. After a while, she realized that her skin contact with Qi Changjin had become more natural lately. She looked up at his tall figure and spoke, Could you please let go of my hand? I can walk by myself," she almost said. But she hadn't finished her thought. The man turned his head to look at her. The glass lanterns hanging in the corridor swayed in the wind. Outside the corridor, shadows of green bamboo leaves were cast on the white wall by the candlelight. The candlelight flickered gently on Changjin's face. Yun Jiaoyu stood on his right side, staring at him and noticing that he looked even more handsome. Changjin raised his eyebrows slightly, his alluring face close to her eyes. Yun Jiaoyu looked away. It's nothing. I casually brought up a topic, saying when you're at home, you probably learned about Feng Yang's background. What is her background? Yun Jiaoyu looked straight ahead, but the corner of her eye kept glancing at Changjin's face. Her wrist felt slightly warm. Changjin's dark eyes noticed her cheeks flushing with a faint pink, like petals. His deep voice carried a smile as his Adam's apple moved up and down. He suddenly realized that his face seemed to be quite liked by his wife. He used to think that appearance didn't matter much for men, but now he saw it could be very useful. He suppressed his smile and got to the main point. Do you know that the current emperor is promoting a literary inquisition? The phrase literary inquisition carried a strong sense of blood and violence. Yun Jiaoyu nodded, indicating she remembered that during the Ming dynasty, there was a similar literary inquisition as severe as the one in the Qing dynasty. This kind of inquisition was even more hopeless than the power of the Ministry of Rites and the Imperial Secretariat. It involved many people, used extremely cruel and absurd methods. Absurd because it often required no clear reason, and the accused couldn't even defend themselves. Under such power struggles, both commoners and officials could be easily killed. The literary inquisition caused countless innocent deaths. But the ruler didn't care. Changjin was naturally indifferent. When talking about lives, he said calmly, under such power, those wrongfully accused often die unjustly, but it also serves to intimidate others. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze flickered uncertainly. Although many people deny it, the facts are clear. For those in power, as long as it deters others, lives are just numbers, unimportant if lost unjustly. Within rules, outside rules, everyone has their own explanation. That's why she wanted to live peacefully. She didn't want to stand out too much, and if she did, she would want to retreat quickly. She wasn't a ruler herself, just wanting to protect her own life. Seeing no one around, Changjin listed names carefully. Professor Lin Yuanliang from Zhejiang Prefecture School, Instructor Xiao Boya from Beiping Prefecture School, Instructor Jiang Zhen from Changzhou Prefecture School, Instructor Lin Yun from Taizhou Prefecture, Instructor Wu Xian from Dan Prefecture, Jia Zhu from Xiangfu County. Countless people have been exiled or executed because of their writings. Familiar place names entered her ears, and Yun Jiaoyu paused in surprise. She wondered if there were similarities between the world in the book and the real world. Finally, she asked, what about Feng Yang? What's her connection to the literary inquisition? Changjin's face softened gently. About 5 years ago, a famous prose scholar and compiler in the capital became well known. He once held the position of Right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. He had a wife, whose surname was Feng. Changjin has a deep memory of this matter. His eyes showed an unclear meaning and said, Gao Jidi has a friend, who was then the prefect of Suzhou, and invited him to write an article. King Jiang found out and reported that the prefect of Suzhou had disloyal intentions. In the end, the prefect was executed. Gao Jidi was also implicated and ordered to be beheaded. He died at only 39 years old. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. After digesting what Changjin said, she calmed down. To her, whether it was Gao Jidi, who was ordered to be beheaded at a young age, or the so-called friend of the prefect, or those people listed by Changjin who were wiped out and lost their families, even if their actions stemmed from dissatisfaction with the Dachi kingdom and were not deserving of death, she believed that dying was pointless. When royal power reaches its peak, even the ruler's personal desires can also reach their peak. Then what happened to Gao Jidi's wife and children after he was ordered to be beheaded? Yun Jiaoyu asked with a frown. Changjin's breathing sounded slightly heavy in the quiet night. He replied, Gao Gd's wife was forced into becoming a courtesan, and she eventually committed suicide to avoid humiliation. His daughter was spared punishment because the marriage contract for the crown prince of the king of Zhong's residence was already signed earlier. Yun Jiayue looked at Changjin in shock. Her eyes were full of surprise.
What?
The marriage contract for the crown prince of the king of Zhong's residence was signed early? Does that mean the crown prince of the king of Zhong's residence, who married the granddaughter of the minister of revenue involved in corruption, had a marriage agreement with Fang Yang before? Her mind felt overwhelmed. She was confused. Wasn't Fang Yang the fiancé of Li Jingji? Just as she asked, the quarrel outside the west courtyard grew louder. Yun Jiayue stood at the moonlit archway of the west courtyard, peering inside. Seeing several maidservants lying dead in the courtyard, blood spurting from their necks and chests, her breath suddenly stopped. She stared wide-eyed at Changjin. Her heart was in her throat, and she immediately pulled the man to the side of the white wall. They pressed close to the wall, hiding in the darkness. Yun Jiayue wasn't sure if she had seen everything, and she whispered into Changjin's ear, "There are many bodies in the courtyard. Outside the room where someone is, for men are patrolling and guarding." From the sound, Fang Yang is arguing with someone. The full moon hung in the sky at the hour of the dog, faintly shining behind the clouds. For some reason, Yun Jiayue felt that the Dawn family was unusually quiet at this moment. All she could hear was the rustling of bamboo leaves beside her, and it seemed the intense quarrel inside the courtyard had temporarily stopped. She couldn't help but wonder, just now, walking from the main hall, she hadn't seen any servants or maids. Are these the bodies lying scattered on the ground right now in the western courtyard? Yun Jiayue looked up and exchanged a glance with Changjin. They both understood clearly. If someone could secretly kill so many servants and move the bodies to one place, then that powerful noble in the capital probably didn't bring only 4 skilled guards. Thinking of Lord Duan, who hasn't come to the main hall yet, it's likely he has already been killed. Lady Duan went to call Lord Duan. If lucky, she might learn about the murder and escape to report it. If unlucky, she will die tonight as well. Yun Jiayue's breathing grew anxious, and her mind raced quickly. She couldn't think of any way to both escape with Changjin and save Lady Fang from the Duan family. The noise inside the house grew louder again. The sound was deafening, and Lady Fang lost control of her emotions. Through the window, she suddenly swept a decorative vase off the windowsill onto the ground. The smooth vase shattered into pieces with a crisp sound. Her eyes turned red, filled with hatred that seemed ready to swallow everything. She stared coldly and asked, "Jiang Sun, I have a pair of beautiful arms that can hold 10,000 people. I am willing to fall, but isn't all this your fault? Isn't it the Jiang royal family's fault? Whether I am a concubine or what right do you have to interfere? As long as I can bring down your entire family, I am willing to die happily." Jiang Sun, the heir of the Jiang royal family, tightly gripped Lady Fang's wrist with force, holding back his furious anger from breaking her wrist. He wore a dark green robe that pressed Lady Fang into the corner of the wall. Outside the window, no one could see their figures anymore. The man clenched his teeth, a mixture of disgust and affection flickering in his sharp eyes. The authority of someone in power pressed down on Lady Fang. He spoke with disappointment. "Fang Wan, I gave you a chance. There will be winners and losers in court battles. If you win, your status will rise. If you lose, it's normal to pay with your life. Your father was only executed by beheading, not by slow slicing. My father, out of respect for being a former relative, showed mercy. And your mother could have been a proper official, but she chose to end her life herself. You don't need to blame everything on my Jiang family." A coldness spread across Jiang Sun's eyes. His strong, powerful right hand suddenly grabbed Fang Wan's slender neck. It was as if he remembered something furious. 5 years ago, if you had been willing, you could still have become the future wife of my Jiang family's heir. Every word was sharp. You refused the noble position of the heir's wife, wanting to follow your mother's path, and ran to Sangzhou to become a. If you couldn't become an official, you sold yourself instead. If it weren't for my feelings for you from the past, I would never treat you like a treasure, nor would I try my best to satisfy your preferences whenever I see you, or let you do as you please." Strong words echoed outside the courtyard. Yun Jiaoyu's lips twitched. What kind of scoundrel talks about ending his life or cutting himself? How can he say such things? I understand now. Fong Wan sees this young master as a bird once loved but now trapped. A bird in a cage, just a plaything. As long as Fong Wan is within his control, he will let her do whatever she wants. When he loses control, the one in power enjoys abusing it, pretending to be deeply affectionate. After scolding, his true cunning nature begins to show. Occasionally, venting his anger, Jiang Sun suddenly softens his tone. Seeing her face turn purple from suffocation, he quickly releases his grip, speaking gently but strangely sickly. "Wan Wan, can you give me the things? You holding on to them doesn't really help." He grabs Fong Wan's shoulders. "Just hand over the banknotes from the Duan family, along with the letters exchanged between your people and the Duan family. If you agree, I won't hold your status as a concubine against you. I'll take you to Kyoto and care for you. We can forget everything from the past. I, Jiang Sun, swear I won't treat you badly. Okay?" Fong Wan's bright eyes looked at him as if watching a joke. She coldly and hatefully said, "Dream on. The hatred of killing my father and insulting my mother is unforgivable. I've carefully planned to gather enough evidence to bring your Jiang Prince's residence to justice. I won't let you go easily." After speaking, Jiang Sun frowned. He was momentarily distracted. "What do you mean? You've long coveted the throne. You don't care about the little amount of dragon saliva incense the emperor gave you. I wonder how many years you've secretly stolen royal spices. Those spices have long exceeded the standard for the palace." Fong Wan's voice was hoarse, her delicate fingers touching the marks on her neck. Her charming eyes looked up and down at Jiang Sun. Her throat hurt, but her heart felt surprisingly happy. She sneered, "Every time you come to see me, I get some dragon saliva incense from you. Year after year, the used ones and the leftovers add up to several ounces. I haven't even thrown away the box. I secretly kept it. Jiang Sun, I've waited too many years. Every day, I hope your whole family will die. That's become my biggest hope to keep going. I am truly afraid I won't be able to wait any longer. Fortunately, in the past 6 months, you've appeared in Songzhou twice and went to Qingzhou. I knew that the fragrant spices your royal residence used had been exhausted and could never be replaced." Fong Wan felt a faint sense of pride, lifting her head to look at Jiang Sun. Her bright eyes were full of springtime vitality. "Perhaps you don't know, but long before you had the Duan family intervene to bribe the customs office to change the amount of dragon saliva incense purchased this year, I had already started working with old Master Duan." She counted on her fingers. Embezzling royal dragon saliva incense, secretly bribing officials, and breaking the rules on incense use. All these things, I think, are enough to have your Jiang royal residence impeached and ruined, destroying your reputation built over many years. Jiang Sun's gloomy eyes gradually grew fierce with killing intent. His clenched fists made a clicking sound. He forced himself to speak stiffly. "Wan Wan, we've known each other for many years in Kyoto. I still have feelings for you. Don't act spoiled just because you're favored. Be obedient, hand over the things quickly, or don't blame me for killing you." Fong Wan's bloodshot eyes stared directly at Jiang Sun. Her voice was sharp as a blade. She curled her lips in a mocking smile. "Your feelings, from that night at the relay station, are already gone. Why bother saying such disgusting things?" That night at the Wanshou County relay station, she had still been entertaining guests during the day. When Jiang Sun found out, he was furious and ashamed. He looked down on her, despised her, and even thought she was dirty. In his anger, he ordered his men to humiliate her. When her old illness flared up and she lost her breath, he threw her into the horse pen. What does it mean to be spoiled or to have feelings? In front of this man who considers himself superior, she had not a shred of dignity left. Thinking of all this, Fong Wan found herself gasping for air. She felt proud of herself, but also exhausted from the long journey. For so many years,
She had no power or status, only a broken body. Step by step, she relied on herself to become the top courtesan. While others flattered clients, she learned carefully from their words. She abandoned her noble lady's dignity and her innocence, which was more precious than life itself. After falling into the mud, she relied on Jiang Sun's guilt and her few remaining assets to stand firm in Songzhou, planning little by little until today's Duan family fragrance feast. Yun Jiaoyu outside listened and felt a cold sweat run down her back. Long ago, when Fang Wan falsely accused Qi Changjin of bullying her in Wanshou County, she knew Fang Wan was crazy. But she never imagined she could be so mad. Just because she knew Jiang royal residence's incense exceeded the regulations? Did she really have the resolve to abandon her future as the crown princess and turn to become a courtesan in a brothel? Even willing to bear the shame of being labeled as someone who has given up and degraded herself, she traveled thousands of miles and endured years of being a courtesan. All of this, just to wait for Prince Zhang's estate to reveal a flaw? But what if Prince Zhang's estate never shows any signs of trouble? Or if Fang Wan encounters an accident before then? Would all her efforts be useless? Yun Jiaoyu's emotions were complicated, and she began to feel sympathy for Fang Wan. However, she had to admit, Fang Wan, though crazy, was cautious and thoughtful in her actions. For example, Fang Wan's decision to settle in Songzhou was a wise choice. Songzhou is close to Qingzhou and Mizhou, but not in either of those states. As long as she kept silent, almost no one would realize that her real goal over the years was to strike at Prince Zhang's estate through the spice trade. Yun Jiaoyu rubbed her forehead, worried about the tense situation in the room. She needed to think of a way to take Fang Yang away. Yun Jiaoyu pondered and decided to take a different approach. She took out 2 black silk cloths from her space. She pressed one of the cloths into Qi Changjin's hand.
Put this on.
Without giving Qi Changjin a chance to wonder why she carried black silk cloths, she directly said, for self-defense, I brought 2 daggers before leaving. There are 5 people inside, including Prince Zhang's son. Let's see who can kill more people.
Compare?
Qi Changjin raised an eyebrow. He had only met Jiang Sun once, so he wasn't familiar with him. If they covered their faces and fought fiercely, the other side wouldn't recognize them. Even if they did, it didn't matter. After all, dead people don't talk.
He nodded, all right.
Yun Jiaoyu's brow twitched as she tied the cloth securely. Her eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. Let's act quickly. Prince Zhang's son clearly wants to silence the Duan family tonight, so after dealing with the people in the west courtyard, we must take Fang Yang away. If we alarm the guards in other courtyards from Prince Zhang's estate, Qi Changjin's eyes darkened with a cold glint, not willing to let the woman fight on. He pressed his lips together, silent. His deep voice fell. I told you, the Duan family's layout is modeled after the second house. The back door is in the southeast corner. He instructed, based on the distance between the courtyards, as long as we avoid fighting, we can take Fang Yang away from the Duan family. Later, if someone from a nearby courtyard arrives first, you go ahead, I'll cover behind. He paused and added, anyway, I will stay alive to see you. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze froze slightly. Not to mention the hero's aura, she is at least a trained fighter accompanying the troops. She wouldn't abandon him. Before Qi Changjin finished speaking, he hadn't yet responded to the woman's reaction. He found a small, broken stone and threw it steadily toward the direction where the candlelight was shining in the yard. The stone rolled a few times on the ground, making a crisp, clattering sound. It disturbed the guards outside the house. For guards looked at each other and exchanged glances. 2 of them drew their swords and went out to investigate. They reached the moon gate. As the guards stepped out with their left foot, Qi Changjin and Yun Jiaoyu understood each other and moved quickly. The man, taller, covered the guard's mouth with one hand to prevent him from making noise. Then he pulled the guard to his side with the same hand. His movements were fast, like lightning, stabbing a blade into the guard's neck and slashing down hard. In the moment the major artery was cut, warm, fresh blood burst out, staining one side of the handsome face instantly. Blood spattered into Changjin's eye corner and slowly slid down. Yun Jiaoyu, being shorter, couldn't directly grab the guard's neck. When the guard stepped out of the courtyard door, she could only hold his wrist and twist his arm behind his back. After catching him, she took the opportunity, as he was forced to bend forward, to wrap her left arm around his neck and squeeze. Before he could make a sound, she stood behind him and used force to suffocate him to death. The people in the yard didn't hear any noise outside. They tensed up and stayed alert, asking what's going on. Is everything okay outside? As soon as the words finished, Yun Jiaoyu suddenly appeared in the guard's view in the yard. She stood at the gate, reaching out to throw a dagger toward the speaker's throat. The dagger spun in the air, and in a breath, it pierced the person's throat. It's terrible. Young master, there's a masked assassin. Only one guard remained in the yard, reporting and swinging his sword at Yun Jiaoyu. Changjin believed that fighting with a dagger at close range gave him an advantage, but now it seemed he had no edge in this fight. He snatched the sword from the guard who had just been strangled. The man was skilled in martial arts and agile. When the sword was just a few inches from Yun Jiaoyu's neck, Changjin his sword into the other's chest. Martial artists have strong muscles. The sword pierced through the chest, and Changjin twisted the handle, watching the person under the sword open his mouth to breathe, with muscles twitching and trembling. Gradually, blood overflowed from his mouth. In an instant, he was gone. Jiang Sun opened the door and saw Yun Jiaoyu and Changjin standing side by side. He frowned, his eyes cold and sharp, asking, "Who are you?" "They are the ones who want to kill you." Cloud Jiaoyu had no intention of wasting words with the scoundrel. Currently, there are two situations. Either Madame Duan and others have a chance to escape and have reported to the authorities. In this case, the officers are on their way. Or, Jiang Sun's people have already dealt with everyone in the main hall and other courtyards. They are also on their way to the west courtyard. She neither wants to reveal her presence with Changjin at the inner residence to the officials, nor to face the large enemy force with Jiang Wangfu's people. Therefore, she must quickly take Fong Wan and leave. Cloud Jiaoyu rushed to Jiang Sun, swung her fist at his chest, then kicked at his vital points. After he dodged each attack, she swiftly turned around and, the moment she stood behind Jiang Sun, delivered a powerful spinning kick to the back of his head. As the heir of Jiang Wangfu, Jiang Sun had been trained by famous masters for over 20 years. He had never seen Cloud Jiaoyu's fighting style. It was very difficult for him to handle her. Just as her kick was about to hit his back of the head, he managed to turn around. Though he was not seriously hurt, half of his face on the left was pressed tightly against her shoe sole. Fong Wan heard the commotion and peeked from behind the door. Although she hadn't seen Cloud Jiaoyu for months, she knew no one else would come to help her tonight besides her. Her eyes brightened, suppressing her joy at the woman's arrival. She clenched her fists tightly around her sleeves, holding on to a glimmer of hope that Jiang Sun would die tonight at the Duan family's hands. But in the next second, Jiang Sun realized he was in danger. He took out a jade whistle from his inner garment and blew a rapid, rhythmic signal. Cloud Jiaoyu frowned. She thought Jiang Sun wouldn't carry anything like signal flares to alert the guards. But she didn't expect him to carry a jade whistle on him. After blowing the whistle, Jiang Sun sneered arrogantly. "Tonight, the Duan family has over 20 of my men. You two are too weak. Don't even think about leaving here." Cloud Jiaoyu quickly moved to the door. She grabbed Fong Wan's hand and changed her tone. "Fong Wan, let's go." While Cloud Jiaoyu was pulling Fong Wan's wrist, Changjin, taking advantage of Jiang Sun being kicked by Cloud Jiaoyu and with his left eye swollen shut, couldn't see clearly. He drew his long sword and stabbed at Jiang Sun. The blade shimmered with cold light, aiming to end the threat once and for all. Jiang Sun didn't have time to dodge. His arm was cut deep. He saw white bones. Blood spilled, and his eyes filled with murderous rage. At this moment, several guards near the west courtyard, footsteps noisy and hurried, arrived at the courtyard gate. Jiang Sun covered his wound. Seeing his subordinates' figures, a terrifying, cold voice angrily blurted out. He issued a command. Come. Silence them. First kill Fong Wan, then the other two's lives. I want to do it too. Yun Jiaoyu held Fong Wan's hand and ran toward the small gate on the other side of the west courtyard. Changjin also did not want to fight. He was fighting off the guards and resisting while protecting Yun Jiaoyu and Fong Wan to retreat. Behind them, the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder. Another group arrived. This group's weapons were not swords or knives but simple bows and arrows. After hearing the command, long arrows rained down across the large courtyard, attacking the three of them. Changjin kept using his sword to block the arrows. Unfortunately, some arrows still pierced the air and hit Fong Wan's upper right abdomen. Yun Jiaoyu saw the wound on Fong Wan's body. Her eyes widened suddenly, and her gaze was sharp like a cold star, fixed on the right upper abdomen of the attacker. The arrow was very deep. It was clear that there was a risk of liver injury. They had only taken a few more steps, but blood was already spilling out visibly. If the bleeding continued like this, bile might leak into the abdominal cavity, causing peritonitis and secondary infection. If not treated promptly, she could go into shock from blood loss, or even die in a short time. Yun Jiaoyu did not call Changjin by name directly. "Hubby, how much longer until we reach the back door of the Duan family?" "About 50 or 60 meters. The man's lips pressed thin, his eyes deep. He added, "But once we leave the back door, it's a small alley, not the night market or private residence gates. It will take about 15 more minutes to reach a safe place, where we won't be chased." Yun Jiaoyu's expression grew serious. As a doctor, she knew very well Fong Wan's injury. She couldn't hold on for 15 minutes. But should they just fight the people from Jiangsu now? The odds were heavily against them. 15 minutes meant they not only had to kill more than 20 people but also ensure Fong Wan's liver wouldn't rupture during that time. This was too risky for her, Changjin, and Fong Wan's lives. Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes looked directly at Changjin. Her mind kept weighing options and choices. Taking a deep breath, she finally made up her mind. At this point, she could only choose to fight to the death. Without overthinking, she blurted out, "Hubby, trust me. I have a way to get all three of us out alive." She supported Fong Wan as they struggled toward the back door of the Duan family. Resolutely, she said, "If we try to leave together, being surrounded and attacked is inevitable. I won't risk my life or Fong Wan's. Her injury won't last long, so once we leave through the back door, you should go straight ahead without waiting for me. I will find a place to treat Fong Wan's injuries. Before midnight, I will definitely take someone back. She has space to focus and can bring Fong Wan into the space surgery room for treatment. As long as she concentrates fully, she won't be found." Changjin's relaxed eyebrows furrowed slightly, and his deep gaze briefly paused on Yun Jiaoyu. He raised his sword and shot a few arrows, with a hint of doubt, asking, "Are you letting me go directly?"
"Yes."
Yun Jiaoyu refused to argue. "You really have to trust me. This isn't a lie made up to let you leave first. I'm very cautious about my life. If I say this, it means I have a way to escape." She was worried Changjin wouldn't believe her, so she explained again, "I won't risk my life. Trust me." The man pursed his lips silently, a look of curiosity in his eyes. His expression was hard to read. After a moment, he said, "All right." In just a few dozen meters, Fong Wan was holding her right upper abdomen with one hand, blood constantly flowing from her mouth. Seeing her vomiting blood, Yun Jiaoyu confirmed that her liver had already ruptured. When the liver ruptures, sometimes blood can flow through the damaged liver duct into the duodenum, causing black stools or vomiting blood. This is traumatic liver bleeding. The three of them exited through the back door of the Duan family. Yun Jiaoyu helped Fong Wan by placing her hand on her shoulder. Quickly, she closed the back door, tore off her scarf, and tightly threaded it through the 2 copper rings on the door, wrapping it several times and tying 3 knots. She urged Changjin to leave quickly. "Hurry up and go." Changjin didn't delay. He turned and headed toward the Qi family. Fong Wan was barely breathing, her body bent as she looked up at Yun Jiaoyu. At this moment, the woman wasn't wearing her scarf because of her nervousness and escape, and small beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She was holding her breath and suddenly forced a smile. Using a term from a few months ago, she said, "Benefactor, we only met once in Wanshou County, and you were willing to risk your life to save me. I knew I didn't misjudge you." Today's Duan family fragrance banquet was held because Old Master Duan was extra cautious. Dealing with Jiang Sun was like playing with fire, especially since it involved illegal bribery. So, Old Master Duan invited his business partners to reduce the risk of doing business with the Duan family. He didn't believe Jiang Sun would attack his family openly with so many people watching. Yun Jiaoyu took out a blindfold from her space, preparing to cover Fang Wan's eyes before leading her into the space. Covering her eyes, she said, "But it wasn't just me risking my life to save you first. It was you risking everything and placing your hope in me. You need help, and the only person you think of is me, right?" Although we only met once, Fang Yang dared to involve her in her long-standing plans. What does she not dare to do? She's willing to risk her life to save her. Thinking carefully, tonight's guests invited to the Duan family's fragrance tasting probably never mentioned agarwood incense. Maybe the maids who invited the guests were instructed by Fang Wan. They only told the Qi family about the purchase of 11 ounces of agarwood incense by the Duan family. Fang Wan's lips are pale. When a person is near the end of their life, their body is most sensitive. She knows very well that with her current injuries, she won't survive. "You're right. It's me who needed your help first." Fang Wan just finished speaking when Yun Jiaoyu already tied her veil. At this moment, Jiang Sun's guards also arrived. Just a door apart, they kept moving their hands at the back door. Someone said, "Chasing the people is urgent. Let's split into two groups. One group with knives from inside the door, extend the blades to see if they can cut the thing wrapped around the copper ring outside the door. The other group, pair up, squat by the wall. Climb over the wall using each other's bodies. Hurry." As the words finished, Fang Wan tightly clutched Yun Jiaoyu's clothing on her shoulder. Her voice grew faint. "I am heavily injured. I'm a burden to you." In the noisy chaos, she spoke softly, so only Yun Jiaoyu could hear. Gathering her strength, she said, "You don't need to worry about me. By dawn tomorrow, go to the altar at the city god temple and take the silver notes and letters Jiang Sun needs from under the table. You are now Lady Lu's adopted daughter. Lady Lu and the king of Zhang's estate are not on good terms. With this evidence, your husband can also stand firm in the court." "Sorry," she said, "it's my fault for involving you. The silver notes and letters are just my way of repaying you." Yun Jiaoyu noticed from the corner of her eye that someone inside the Duan family was already reaching out to the wall. She frowned deeply, her eyes dark and calm. "Fang Wan, after tonight, we will be life and death friends." She composed her expression and said, "From now on, no matter what happens, don't speak." After speaking, Yun Jiaoyu focused all her attention. She had never tried to bring people into a space operating room at such close range before. She couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't be affected by outside influences during the next hour or so. If her inability to concentrate caused the surgery to be interrupted, or even exposed her and Fang Wan's whereabouts, she would accept it. Her breathing grew tense, and her palms were sweaty. "Hurry, climb over the wall." Just as a few people jumped over the wall and landed, the woman had just brought Fang Wan into the space. The smell of disinfectant entered Fang Wan's nose. She wanted to speak, but remembered Yun Jiaoyu told her not to talk, so she kept her mouth tightly closed. Yun Jiaoyu searched the space, but couldn't find any earplugs. She endured the noise outside and hurriedly performed surgery. Strange, this long alley. Why are the bloodstains only at the door? Forget it. Let's chase them. In both directions, don't let anyone escape. Fang Wan frowned, doubting whether she was truly in a life-threatening situation. She even had hallucinations in her ears. Although she was standing still, Jiang Sun's people couldn't find her, and Yun Jiaoyu? She heard the chaotic footsteps growing distant until they disappeared. Yun Jiaoyu's nerves were very tense. She had no time to pay attention to the outside noise and dared not do so. She checked Fang Wan's body. It was a level 4 laceration, with the liver tissue ruptured, affecting a quarter of the liver lobe. Methodically,
She injected medication into Fong Wan's veins and put her under general anesthesia. Fong Wan felt it in her arm. After a few minutes, the anesthesia successfully suppressed her central nervous system. Her consciousness temporarily faded, and even the pain throughout her body disappeared. Yun Jiaoyu followed the procedure, preparing to stop Fong Wan's bleeding. She planned to thoroughly clean the wound, remove bile leakage, and establish a smooth drainage path. She cut open the clothing around the injury with scissors. She had never performed surgery on a liver injured by a sharp object like an arrow before. Seeing the arrow, the skin and flesh, clearly damaging the liver, was very real. Yun Jiaoyu took a deep breath, loosened her grip, and her eyes became more determined. In one swift motion, she carefully removed the arrow from Fong Wan's body. At the same time, it was visibly clear that the bleeding from Fong Wan's liver was rapidly increasing. Yun Jiaoyu moved quickly. Without hesitation, she used a catheter to temporarily block the duodenal ligament to control the bleeding, then pressed on the wound with gauze. Just after finishing this step, bang! The back door of the Duan family was kicked open with half a cloth covering it. Inside the surgery room, Yun Jiaoyu heard the noise, and her mind went blank instantly. For the first time, she felt as if the space was collapsing. Her whole body entered a state of alertness. She quickly adjusted her mindset and focused her attention. She couldn't stand the thought of not giving her all during surgery. A doctor must perform surgery without outside interference. This is basic skill. Although most surgeons don't operate in such noisy environments, she was different. After a few breaths, Yun Jiaoyu calmed herself. She began to remove blood clots, foreign objects, and dead tissue from the liver laceration. Using damage-free sutures, she stitched and repaired the torn large blood vessels. Steady and careful, she carefully tied off the bleeding points and the torn liver duct. After an hour and a half, Yun Jiaoyu finally relaxed and took a deep breath. The surgery was completely finished. However, the liver injury would take 1 to 3 months to heal. At the moment, Fong Wan was still not out of danger and needed post-operative observation to ensure no serious complications. She sat briefly in the operating room chair to rest. Staring at her blood-stained hands, covered with sterile disposable gloves, she felt a sense of relief. Although she hadn't performed many surgeries in recent months, and her stitching skills were somewhat rusty, luckily, she didn't mess up at a critical moment. Her past surgeries had already become muscle memory. Yun Jiaoyu sat in the operating room, sensing the outside environment. She needed to return to the Qi family before Fong Wan woke up from anesthesia. She confirmed there were no sounds nearby. After waiting a moment, Yun Jiaoyu removed her surgical gown and used her mind to leave the space. She could clearly feel her strength was running low. Having gone a whole night without eating, plus 3 hours of surgery, she couldn't stay outside any longer to avoid risk. When Yun Jiaoyu arrived back at the back door of the Duan family, it was tightly shut. The alley was empty. She looked up at the moonlight, knowing that only a short time remained before the appointed hour with Changjin. Not wanting to cause worry, she quickly ran without hesitation. Desperately, she headed toward the Qi family.